Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry, presents Herbert Marshall in What Price Freedom. Later in our program, we will bring you a personal message from Secretary of the Treasury Henry Morgenthau.
Before beginning our play this evening, we'd like to tell you how easy it is to make your car look new. DuPont recommends any one of three methods. Number 7 polish will clean away all traffic film and restore the color and luster. Or you can use DuPont Speedy Wax if the finish is fairly new and not badly weathered. However, to get the most protection and the longest lasting luster, clean the finish first with DuPont Duco Cleaner and then polish it with Duco Wax. Each method is safe, quick, and gives excellent results. And now our play, What Price Freedom?
War is more than an army and the winning or losing of battles. War is a projection into action of the will and belief and unity of all the people. The American army is the American people. Its strength stems from one source, the strength and determination of our fight at home. Tonight, the DuPont Cavalcade brings you a story from another war, the War of the American Revolution, from a period in that war, the winter of 1781, when victory and freedom were almost lost. Not on a battlefield, but in the wavering faith of the people. A story written by Halstead Wells, which tells how, largely through the efforts of one man, that vital faith of the people in their nation was restored, even before the nation had been born. DuPont presents Herbert Marshall as Robert Morris in What Price Freedom on the Cavalcade of America.
There it is, Robert. I've always loved this view. The first glimpse of our home.
It is a good home, and it's good to be living in it for a change.
Yes, it's been almost like another honeymoon.
And nothing's going to stop this one. John?
Yes, Mr. Morris?
Will you let us out of the front door and take the horses right in? They'll take cold in this weather.
I'll rub them down, Mr. Morris, right away. Oh, who's there?
Here, there. Let me help you, dear. And we'll have tea alone.
Oh, I don't think there'll be anyone else. The children are sledding. Oh, isn't this lovely? It's snowing again. Well, we're back, Sally. Is tea ready?
Yes, ma'am. And there's some gentlemen to see Mr. Morris, a Mr. Hancock, and a Mr. Jay, and a Mr. Griffin.
Oh, the end of the honeymoon. Gentlemen from the Congress.
Nonsense, Mary. I'll see what they want, but I'm a free man, and I'm going to stay that way. Are they in the library, Sally?
Yes, Mr. Morris.
I'll get rid of them quickly, Mary. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
If I'd known I was having such distinguished visitors.
This isn't exactly a visit, Mr. Morris.
No? Well, Mary is seeing about tea for us.
We're in something of a hurry, Mr. Morris.
You see, Mr. Morris, the Congress has decided to appoint a superintendent of finance.
Yes?
You know the situation we face. The British no longer count on a military victory, but on our financial collapse. And they know it will happen soon, that the country faces bankruptcy.
Yes, I know.
And the Congress feels that only a strong man, a man the people trust, can save the situation as superintendent of finance.
Yes?
And so we three were appointed a committee to ask you to take the position.
Oh, I see. No, I can't do it, gentlemen.
Oh, but Mr. Morris...
I can't organize the finances of a nation, gentlemen, unless I first have a nation.
Sir?
This isn't a nation. This is a hodgepodge of selfish communities called states, each refusing to pay taxes as another benefit.
That's true.
We're all locked apart in blind isolation, and no one will lend a penny to the government.
But that's why we need a man who can see beyond his own purse.
We need a nation that can see beyond its own purse. For if we lose the war, we'll lose our purse altogether. We'll lose everything.
And that, sir, should be your first speech as superintendent of finance.
That has been my speech for 4 terms in Congress, Mr. Jay.
If you would just keep trying.
No. Crying in the wilderness has no music for me. That's what I've been doing until I've lost my voice, lost my heart.
And lost most of your money.
It's more the time than the money.
But if you only knew how people look to you...
If I only had faith that people could be begged, badgered, driven into a commonwealth, then I would give up everything for it. But these years have left me no faith.
Talk it over with your wife, Mr. Morris, and
But
then...
my wife is one reason why I decline. I'm not young. In the years left me, I should like a few leisured moments with her and my children. No,
Mr. Morris, the Finance Committee meets tomorrow night. couldn't you come and at least...
I really see no purpose, gentlemen.
At least think about it until then.
Well,
Oh, you gentlemen aren't leaving. Tea will be here in a moment.
We're sorry to say no, Mrs. Morris. We finished our business with your husband, and there's a meeting in the city.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's so nice having visitors these days now that Robert isn't working hard. I'd hoped we were going to have a pleasant tea together.
Another day, Mrs. Morris.
Well, please do come, all of you.
We will indeed. Then you'll think it over, Mr. Morris?
yes, I'll think it over, at least that.
Well, we'll hope to see you tomorrow night, Mr. Morris. Goodbye. Goodbye, Mrs.
Goodbye,
Morris.
Goodbye. Well, dear, tea alone.
Yes, Mary.
Robert, you seem tired suddenly. Are you?
No, just thinking.
What is it, dear? What did they want?
Congress wants me to be superintendent of finance. They were a committee.
Oh.
Naturally, I said no.
Oh, did you?
Of course. Only an insane man would take such a responsibility at a time like this. It'll be ruinous.
I suppose it's terribly important.
But how can I?
No, I suppose you can.
All those years of my life I've given to the public. Now I want time for myself. Is that selfish?
Of course not, dear.
A man has a right to tend to his own affairs.
That's true.
And to spend an evening with his family. Mary, you don't think I should...
Not if you believe you shouldn't.
Think of the money I've already given, and the years. Has anyone in Philadelphia given more?
I know of no one, Robert.
Then, come, dear. Sit here on the sofa with me, and we'll forget all about it.
All right, Robert.
You know, Mary, these last few weeks of leisure have made me realize all over again what a fortunate man I am.
Yes, Robert?
In every way. Children, this house we built. But most of all in the years I've had with you, Mary.
They've been happy years.
Yes. With every kind of disaster raging outside, only this has been sure. Our happiness together.
Robert,
Yes, dear.
before I came in just now, I stood outside a moment and I heard you say something.
What was that?
I heard you say that if we lose the war, we'll lose everything.
Well,
My dear, it isn't possible that we'd lose this, too, our happiness together.
Where do you want me to drive you, Mr. Morris?
oh, I thought I'd spend the morning enjoying the weather. Just drive, John.
Very well. Not like you, sir.
How's that, John?
Well, to begin with, sir, it's not good weather.
It is cold.
Then, well, I've been with you a good many years. I've never known you to waste time.
Ah, but I'm vacationing, John. I'm a free man.
I know, but I always thought that you even worked vacationing.
Do I? Well, I tell you, John, I want to drive because I have some thinking to do. You better stop at the side, John. Let that wagon pass.
All right, Mr. Morris. Too bloody narrow, these streets. Oh, well, that's a big load he has there.
Thank you, mister, for moving over. Whoa. Say, mister, do you want to buy this load of wood?
Don't need it, thank you.
Hard and dry it is. Burn like tinder.
What's that you have there? Cordwood?
Yes, ma'am. Good hickory.
That's what I've been looking for. Are you aiming to sell?
Oh, what's your offer?
$200.
Hard money?
No, Continental.
Ma'am, if you filled my wagon with continental dollars, I wouldn't take it for wood. Wood burns better.
I need wood. My man can't chop. He's dead from the war. My children are sick in a cold house for a month.
Haven't you any silver plates swapped for the wood?
My silver's swapped already.
Or jewelry?
I haven't anything at all.
Don't blame me, ma'am. Blame Congress for bad money. Well, good day. Good day, mister.
Good day.
All right, Mr. Morris?
Yes, go ahead.
Mister, what do you think? Isn't there anybody smart enough to fix the money of this country so folks won't freeze to death?
I don't know, ma'am. I don't know. John, isn't that a child ahead?
Yes, Mr. Morris. Boy. Strange.
Yes, in this weather. I'm out here in the field. Stop, John. Maybe we can take him somewhere.
All right, Mr. Morris. Oh, there.
Hello there. You going our way?
No, sir. I'm going down to the shore.
Bad weather.
Yes, sir.
There's no fishing in this weather.
No, sir. I'm going down to boil salt, sir.
Boil salt?
Yes, sir. We haven't any at home, and there's no buying it with rag money, so I boil seawater for it. If I boil a lot, we can use the salt for money.
It's kind of you to give me a ride, sir. My leg's bad.
Wounded?
Twice, sir.
Were you visiting home?
No, I'm going there now.
Oh, I see.
You're right. I'm a deserter.
But I didn't think...
I fought, sir, for 4 years. But I can't go on any longer. There are hundreds like me.
Hundreds?
I left my family, wanted to fight. My family's starving. So I'm going back to take care of them.
You haven't been paid?
Yes. Paper money. You know what that's worth.
Well, it's supposed to be...
Where my family is, it's more than 1,000 paper dollars to buy one good Spanish silver one, if you can buy it at all. What kind of money is that?
But if we lose the war...
I can't help that, mister. I'd starve myself, did at Valley Forge. But Congress has to do something. I can't have my children starve. Tell me, mister, wouldn't you desert too?
I don't know, soldier. Maybe I already have.
Oh, Robert, you're home early. And I've planned a wonderful evening.
Have you, dear?
Well, there'll be a good dinner for change. Portraits and rice.
Mm-hmm, that sounds good.
And the children want to play music for you afterwards.
They do?
Robert, have you heard what I've been saying?
Mary, I won't be staying at home this evening.
You won't?
I'm going to the city, to the meeting.
Then you're going to accept?
Yes, Mary, I'm going to be superintendent of finance.
Oh, Robert.
You won't mind, Mary. Maybe soon we can...
Mind? No, I don't mind.
You understand, Mary. I didn't ask for this appointment. And I know it's dangerous. I'll have to fight all kinds of interests. My reputation may suffer, but I have to try. I have to try to give the people enough faith in the nation so they will lend their money, knowing that war takes money. Do you understand?
Yes, Robert, I understand. And I'm very happy.
You are listening to Herbert Marshall as Robert Morris in What Price Freedom on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry.
One of the DuPont better things is lucite methyl methacrylate plastic, now being used for transparent bomber noses, airfield landing lenses, and compass parts for tanks.
Tonight's Cavalcade is a story about the darkest days of the American Revolution. After 5 years of war with people refusing to pay taxes or lend money to the government, the financial collapse of this country was imminent. Congress asked Robert Morris to become superintendent of finance, and Morris accepted the job. Soon afterwards, Colonel Russell Babcock, an aide to General Washington, came to Philadelphia on a secret mission from the commander-in-chief.
I came to see you, Mr. Morris, with a personal message from General Washington.
Sit down, Colonel Babcock. I know your message. There's only one for me. I need money.
Yes, that's right. Here's the letter from General Washington.
Thank you.
You're going to read it?
I can scarcely bear to read it.
But surely you...
From anyone else, yes, I'd read it and feel a kind of bitter satisfaction that I could share my desperation. Is it the spring campaign?
Yes. You see here on the map.
The General's army is here between Peekskill and Kingsbridge?
Yes, and the British hold New York.
I see.
But the British also have a strong force under Cornwallis at Yorktown, Virginia. So General Washington plans to skirt New York and strike south to Yorktown.
That's a daring plan.
It means marching the main army over 300 miles and swiftly. But the army won't fail, Mr. Morris, unless the superintendent of finance fails to provide the supplies.
What supplies?
This letter from the general has a list of what we will need.
300 barrels of flour, 300 barrels of salt meat, 10 hogshead of rum, boats for 6,000 men, 100 head of cattle every week.
Well, sir?
Well, the general's requirements are clear, but how are these supplies to be procured?
Well, I assume, sir, that you would buy them.
Colonel, the cost of the war every month equals $2 million. The total assets of the Treasury equal $300,000. What's the answer?
I don't know, sir.
If I had the bank would be the answer, but the people won't subscribe to the bank.
Then what is there?
There is another chance, the French government. France may invest. I've written Dr. Franklin in Paris and told him to ask for a shipload of hard money. But it can't get here in time.
Mr. Morris, it is imperative.
And then there is the last and slimmest chance of all.
And that?
Congress, Colonel Babcock. Yes, I'll go to the Congress and tell them there's a war. Maybe they'd like to know.
Gentlemen. Mr. Morris, the superintendent of finance, asks your attention. Mr. Morris.
Mr. President and members of Congress, the last time I came here, I presented a plan for a new national bank. But all attempts to create the bank have failed. I am waiting today for a loan from the government of France for a shipload of money. I still have hope that another government will have that faith in our nation which we have failed to have.
Mr. President, Mr. Morris is impertinent. I demand
Gentlemen, perhaps I am impertinent, but I have a heavy responsibility, and it weighs upon me. And today, we are on the eve of the most decisive campaign of this long and difficult war. That campaign must be supplied. I have written to the governors of each state, entreating their utmost efforts, and I beg you to join me in this appeal to your own respective states. Supplies must be obtained by loans or taxes. If not by loans, taxation is the only recourse.
Mr. Morris, we're fighting this war against taxes.
Gentlemen, we are fighting this war for a commonwealth.
How do you propose to collect taxes, Mr. Morris? Nobody has any money.
That, sir, is a complaint as old as taxation. That money is scarce. The fact is that men find money when they have a use for it. Hundreds today who cannot find money to pay for their liberty can find it to spend in the gratification of vanity, luxury, drunkenness, and debauchery. Gentlemen, if we will not submit to the enemy, then we must carry on the war. If we carry on the war, we must have the means. And if we do not provide them by law, they must be taken by force. War needs money. War must have money. This is logical. This is inexorable. Gentlemen, Godspeed.
Robert, dear, you look so terribly tired.
I am, Mary. It's been a disheartening day.
You must get rest, Robert. But there's a man waiting. He says he's a courier from General Washington.
Oh, I'll see him.
Robert, did something happen?
I heard today from Paris from Dr. Franklin.
He didn't get the loan?
No, he got it. Hard money totaling 2,500,000 livres. But the ship is 5 weeks overdue.
Oh, but what could have happened?
Sunk, maybe, or captured. And Washington is marching now to Yorktown.
Well, the courier, shouldn't you...
Yes, I'll see what he wants. Good evening. I'm Robert Morris.
Evening, sir. My name is James Whittler.
How do you do, Mr. Whittler?
I'm one of the men who's driving the cattle down across Jersey. The ones you will have them brought down for Mr. Washington's army when he gets there.
Oh, yes, I see. The cattle are on the way, aren't they? I was told.
Yes, sir. They're on their way. But I came to tell you, sir, that they're starving.
Starving? How?
For want of pasture, sir.
But what is Jersey but a pasture?
I know, sir. But the farmers won't let them feed.
In heaven's name, why not?
Not unless they're paid. By money. Big money they want, or the cattle can starve, war or no war.
And most of those farmers have sons in the army. You told them what the cattle were for?
Oh, yes, sir.
Well, go back and tell them the government will pay them a fair price in due time. But if they don't make their pastures available, we will send troops to see that they do. Is that clear?
Yes, sir. That's clear.
Robert, Colonel Babcock just rode in.
All right, dear. Tell him to come in.
I'll be getting back, Mr. Morris.
Get yourself something to eat before you leave.
Well, thank you, Mr. Morris. I will, gladly.
Now, come in, Colonel Babcock. You've been riding hard.
For 3 days, Mr. Morris. It's urgent.
It's always urgent.
Mr. Morris, General Washington gave the order to march for Yorktown.
Well?
But the army didn't march. All the men from Virginia were willing, but the northern soldiers wouldn't budge.
They want money.
A month's wages in silver.
But we simply don't have it.
The general begged and threatened. They won't move without money.
But does Washington expect me to get the money?
He can't move on Yorktown without it, sir.
Well, all right. Go back to him. Let him promise the troops the money. When they reach Philadelphia, a month's hard pay. Lord help us if we don't have it. Come in. Oh, it's you, John. You woke me. Isn't it early?
Yes, sir, but there's news. Good news, sir.
News?
Yes, sir, the ship. There was a storm, but she's safe.
Safe where?
In Boston, sir. And the money's safe. 2.5 million livres.
But in Boston.
Well, isn't that good, sir?
But we need to have it here in Philadelphia. It must be here before the army arrives.
Oh, I see.
There must be some way.
Mr. Morris, sir.
Yes?
I could go for it, sir. Bring it overland.
So soon, do you think?
I'm a fast rider, sir.
Yes, you are. But coming back, it's a whole shipload.
I could get carts in Boston, sir. And drivers. I know Boston. I could get good men. Men I can trust, sir.
It'll be a risk.
What isn't, sir?
You're right. When can you leave?
Today, sir, if you write the letters I'll need.
Right away, John. Bring me the pen there. I'll start now. General Washington.
Robert Morris. We've been waiting.
You were fast coming to Philadelphia, sir.
Well, there was an incentive for the men. Your good word.
Well, I do have the money.
I knew you wouldn't fail.
We came close to failing.
Is it ready to be distributed?
All ready, sir.
Would you announce it to the men? I think you should.
I'd like to.
Someone, call the men and announce Mr. Morris.
Yes, sir. Mr. Robert Morris, Superintendent of Finance.
Soldiers, the news you are waiting for. I have money for you. 1 month's pay in silver. I hope soon to establish the currency of the nation so that in the future you will be paid regularly by establishing a national bank, a bank the people will trust and lend their money to. The money we have today is a loan from the government of France, but it is yours, and it will help you win a victory at Yorktown. Well, General Washington?
A little silver, and it's like new blood in their veins.
Mr. Morris, sir.
Yes, my boy.
I'm the drummer, sir, who announced you.
I know. You have your pay already?
Will you take it, sir?
I take it?
To put in your bank, sir.
But, my boy, we don't have a bank yet.
But you said if we'd invest, everybody.
That's true.
Someone has to start. And until then, I'll know my money's safe.
You'll know it? You'll really know it?
Oh, yes, sir. With the government, what else could be safer?
My boy, I was wrong just now.
Wrong about what, Mr. Morris?
We do have a bank.
Yes, sir.
The strongest bank of all. Yes, in spite of everything, we have your kind of faith. What could be sounder?
My faith, sir?
Yes. And out of it, we have a nation's future.
Thank you, Herbert Marshall. Ladies and gentlemen, our star returns in just a few moments. Now here is Gain Whitman speaking for DuPont to tell us what science has done for the loneliest man in the world.
All of us have thought many times since the war began of the loneliest man in the world, a flyer forced down at sea. On the rough water of the English Channel or far out on the South Pacific at this moment, some boy, his bullet-battered plane destroyed and sunk, is riding a life raft. How about that boy in his frail rubber boat? Will he reach safety? He has an excellent chance. Think what science has done for him. A pneumatic lifeboat is made of fabric impregnated and covered with neoprene, a chemical rubber developed by DuPont that makes it airtight so it floats and that protects it against salt water. In the fabric are pockets that hold the things the flyer needs on his lonely voyage. There's his food, given double protection against exposure and immersion by metal containers, the contents of which are individually protected by moisture-proof cellophane. A cellulose sponge is provided to soak up the last few inches of seawater which remain in the raft after bailing. And the flyer in the lifeboat may catch fish with a nylon fishing line. We don't mean that every part of the life raft is a DuPont product, not by any means. But nearly everything in the raft does owe something to chemical science. For instance, drinking water is manufactured by dipping seawater into a bag and adding chemicals to remove the salt. Life rafts have covers made of a special rayon and nylon fabric. They can be used as a roof, as protection against sun or rain, or as a sail. The covers are chemically coated, blue on one side and bright orange on the other, so they can be used either as camouflage or to signal friendly planes. To help the men who are searching for him, the flyer can also toss a chemical compound overboard that will dye the sea a bright color and will shine at night. as a luminous phosphorescent spot on the water. The dye is carried in a small packet made from a synthetic resin-coated fabric. Some rafts carry a radio that sends out an automatic SOS signal. Its aerial is carried aloft by a neoprene balloon. Neoprene rather than rubber, because neoprene resists sunshine. Also, the flyer has a reflector, so he can use the sun's rays to signal in the daytime. All told, he has a far better chance of making his way to safety because of science, because of the kind of chemical know-how that brings you DuPont's better things for better living through chemistry.
And here is Herbert Marshall, star of this evening's Cavalcade.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It is my privilege to read a telegram from the Honorable Henry Morgenthau, Jr., Secretary of the Treasury, which he has sent to the Cavalcade audience, and which reads, I regret that the pressure of government affairs makes it impossible for me to speak to you directly, as I have wished and planned. But I have read with deep interest the play just presented. Today, as in the days of Robert Morris, the need is great and urgent. Our forebears stood then, in a sense, on the eve of an invasion. We have successfully passed that point, but only passed it. Final victory is yet to be achieved. Supreme effort becomes the order of the day, effort that will reflect itself across the seas to our men, our kith and kin, who tonight fight and die for that victory. We have a continuing and increasing obligation to participate with them in the fullest measure. They need and must have our moral and material support for a sure victory and a decent and enduring peace. We at home can help provide that support by buying bonds and still more war bonds today and every day. Signed, Henry Morgenthau, Jr., Secretary of the Treasury.
Next Monday evening, Cavalcade presents Jose Ferrer, Everett Sloan, and Barbara Weeks in My Friend McNair, the unusual story of an American soldier on bleak Attu Island who heard the Liberty Bell ringing its message to him, and the way this soldier influenced the lives of two people, the man who fought by his side and a woman whose husband was a prisoner of war. Cavalcade is pleased to remind its audience that Herbert Marshall appeared through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studios, which this week celebrate 20 years of motion picture leadership. Tonight's Cavalcade music was composed and conducted by Robert Armbruster. This is James Bannon sending best wishes from Cavalcade sponsor, the DuPont Company of Wilmington, Delaware. Monday night is good listening on NBC. For your further pleasure, may we suggest that you stay tuned for the Firestone program, the Bell Telephone Hour, and Information Please, which follow over most of these stations. The Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont, came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry, presents Jose Ferrer and Everett Sloan in My Friend McNair.
Before we begin our play, here's a tip on how you can make discarded furniture into beautiful new objects with DuPont Duco finishes. The answer's Transfer Magic, the redecorating hobby that's sweeping the country. From grandfather's old hat rack or chest of drawers, you can easily make colorful new pieces of furniture with gay peasant designs. All you need for a few paint supplies from your DuPont dealer. Oh, and be sure and to ask him for your free copy of the new 64-page booklet, Transfer Magic. It's packed with ideas, color photographs, and easy how-to-do-it instructions. And now, for our play, My Friend McNair.
Ours is the story of a symbol of freedom and a man who fought a war for that symbol. Ours is a story of a symbol of freedom which became a living reality to an ex-soldier and the wife of a prisoner of war. DuPont, on the eve of the anniversary of our independence, presents My Friend McNair, written by Tammy Cotter and starring Jose Ferrer as McNair and Everett Sloan as Joe Murley on the Cavalcade of America.
I am one of those characters who serve you Java and crumb buns over the counter at the Deluxe Diner on 3rd Avenue and 22nd Street. Murley's the name. Joe Murley. Pleased to make your acquaintance. What I got in mind is to tell you what happened to me last 4 July. I am not what you might call a patriotic type person, but I got to admit that what happened was not only very interesting, but also very patriotic. It's getting late on the night of the 3rd of July, and the last customer has hit the road. I'm about to close up for the night when the door opens, and in comes a messenger girl.
Is there a Mrs. Barnes here?
You bet. Telegram for you, Connie.
Telegram? For me? I don't know anybody who'd send me a telegram. If your name is Mrs. Edward Barnes, it's for you.
Well, don't make with the shakes, Connie. Here, give me the wire.
You signed for it.
There you are, girlie. Buy yourself a cigar.
Thanks.
Well, don't you want to read your telegram, Connie?
No, Joe. Maybe it's about Ed. Maybe he's...
Oh, don't be ridiculous. It's probably your sister got a baby or something. Everybody's sister always gets a baby, and everybody thinks it's something terrible. Here, open it.
You open it, Joe. You read it.
Sure. Oh.
About Ed, ain't it, Joe?
Yeah, it's about Ed, Connie.
Well, go on and tell me. It's all right. Tell me.
Oh, it's fine, Connie. He's a prisoner of war.
Oh. Oh, Joe.
Oh, what are you looking so sad about? It's swell. He's out of the war. He can't get shot anymore. It's swell, Connie.
Stop it, Joe. You don't have to talk. Poor Ed.
Go ahead, Connie. Cry. It's good to get it out of you.
What am I going to do, Joe? What am I going to do?
You're going to sit down and have a cup of coffee and pull yourself together.
I didn't want him to go, Joe. He didn't have to go. Didn't make sense, him going, or anybody else. The whole war don't make any sense. I hate the war, Joe. I hate what's happened to Ed. I hate what's happened to you.
Don't go feeling sorry for me, Connie. Save it for Ed.
How can you talk like that? You lost a leg, so how can you talk like that?
Maybe that's the reason I do talk like that. Let me tell you something, Connie. I think Ed's in on a good thing.
A good thing?
Yeah, I'm saying it's a good thing, and I got a piece of plastic where I used to have a leg, so I got a right to talk.
Talk is no good.
Connie, I want to tell you something. Something I never told anyone before. It's about my friend McNair.
What's your friend McNair got to do with me? What's it got to do with Ed?
Well, I don't know, Connie. The only thing I do know is my friend McNair was the only guy ever drew a bead on this war that made me understand it a little bit.
There's nothing anybody can say it's going to make me feel it's okay.
Well, what can you lose if you listen to me? First time I meet this here McNair, right away I figure he's a little touched in the dome. It's the night we're inducted, and he's lying in the next bunk to me, and he's got a grin a yard wide on his pan. I don't like it.
Well, I made it, Joe.
What do you mean you made it? Made what?
The Army?
Everybody makes it, McNair. Believe me, it's very not exclusive.
Yeah, I know. They turned me down twice on account of my eyes. This time I talked my way in.
Are you trying to tell me you wanted to put on a little brown suit?
Oh, brother, and how?
Enlisted?
Yep.
You came in on purpose?
Uh-huh.
Now I seen everything. Pardon me for pointing, but what did you have in mind?
Well, evening up the score for a lot of guys. Victims of fascism.
Are you a refugee from Czechoslovakia or something?
We're all refugees in America, aren't we? Except the Mohawks and the Seminoles.
Don't make jokes with me. I'm only asking a simple question.
Well, there's no simple answer, Joe. I wish there were. It just happens that I've seen this war coming for a long time, and I've had a stake in it for a long time. A friend of mine got killed in Spain. Hitler gave it to some more in Austria, the London Blitz. I couldn't sit by.
No, guess you couldn't. How about the way you know people in all those places?
I'm a writer, Joe.
For the movies?
No, I write about history, American history.
Sounds pretty horrible.
Well, maybe it is, but I like it. I was in the middle of a book, and I'm keeping on with it.
Yeah, what's the book about?
The bell. The Liberty Bell.
Remind me not to read it.
Might not be as bad as you think, Joe. Might give you some idea what you're doing here. Might make it easier. Might make it finish sooner.
This I am for.
You won't believe this, Joe, but the guys who wanted the Liberty Bell in 1751 are just like the guys sleeping in this barracks.
What?
Sure. Take Isaac Norris, for instance, the fellow who wanted it the most. He was just an ordinary guy, but he wanted to make his passion for liberty concrete and loud.
Turn off the record, McNair. I am not interested. I'm going to knock off some sleep. Well, that's how it started, Connie.
Oh, this is silly, Joe. You and McNair. What have you got to do with me? What have you got to do with Ed?
Well, I'm coming to it, Connie. Believe me, kid, I think it's going to help.
Words can't help, Joe.
Yeah, that's what I figured. But McNair's words did, after I got used to him. First, I thought he was nuts. Nuts about that Liberty Bell, because I get my ear chewed off about it for breakfast, dinner, and supper. Even when I didn't want to listen, I heard all the facts about that bell. You know what they wanted to write on it?
I don't care, Joe.
Proclaim liberty throughout the land unto all the inhabitants thereof. Quite a hunk of words, huh?
Joe, are you crazy? What are you telling me about the Liberty Bell for?
Funny thing, Connie. That's exactly what I said to McNair when we was on a quartermaster detail on a railroad siding, unloading 100-pound sacks of potatoes. Are you crazy, McNair? What are you telling me about the Liberty Bell for?
Okay, I'm sorry. I'll stop.
You're positively cuckoo on this subject, ain't you?
Yep, a little.
Somebody dropped you on your coconut.
It's in my blood, Joe. It was my great-great-great-grandfather McNair who sent that bell ringing down the ages.
Are you kidding?
It's the McCoy, Joe.
Well, my great-great-great-grandfather was a well-known horse thief. Oh, enough with these potatoes already. I can't do any more, McNair. I'm pooped.
Okay, sit down. I'll do the rest.
What are you giving me? You're a writer. You can't jerk these tubers around.
I wasn't a writer, Joe. I was wrestling champ at Harvard.
You wrestled for the Harvards?
Yeah, now I'm wrestling for the Uncle Sam's.
Boy, the way you pick up those sacks like they were marbles. This is very hard for me to believe. Hey, I'm getting very impressed with you, McNair.
Oh, impressed enough to listen to a little more history, Joe?
Well, to give my dogs a rest, I would listen to anything. Start up with that Liberty Bell again, McNair. I'm ready.
Okay. We almost didn't get it. It was a close decision.
How was that?
Well, it happened something like this. In Philadelphia, one fine winter morning, the Assembly met to vote on the Liberty Bell, and the Speaker had to keep pounding his gavel for order. Then he cleared his throat and said sternly, "Gentlemen, gentlemen, the clerk will read the result of the vote on the resolution to procure a bell of a weight of about 2,000 pounds, the cost of which we presume may amount to 100 pounds sterling, to be hung in the belfry of the State House."
How did it come out?
In favor, 141. Opposed, 132.
That was a photo finish. I bet there was murder.
Well, there were certainly a lot of people who hoped something would happen.
Like, for instance, what?
Well, they hoped perhaps it wouldn't ring. You see, Joe, some wanted the bell to shout liberty through the air in a loud, clear voice. And others wanted that voice to crack.
Well, come on, give out. What happened?
Well, the bell was made in England and shipped to Philadelphia. So they decided to test it in the courtyard before hoisting it into the tower.
Guess it was a heavy hunk of tin, all right.
You bet. They struck at it with a hammer. Bong, it went. And then Bong again. And then suddenly, it croaked like a frog.
No.
Yeah. The first Liberty Bell was cracked.
I don't care whether the Liberty Bell was cracked or not, Joe. It hasn't got anything to do with me.
Please, Connie, I'm not just beating my gums. Maybe McNair will help you. There ain't anything else you can do, is there?
No, Joe. There's nothing else I can do except just sit and wait. Just wait for Ed to come back, if he ever does.
He'll come back if you believe in something. You gotta believe in something, namely, to wit, the way those guys believed in something. Like McNair was telling me when we're sitting on the deck of a transport in the North Pacific, a whole bunch of us, and a special service officer puts up a nose bullet.
Hey, says we're getting close to Bizerti.
Yeah, we've been in Italy in a month.
You're out of your mind. Mussolini will never give up.
They bombed Malta again last night.
Malta? Did I ever tell you, Joe, that the fellow who made the Liberty Bell was born in Malta?
Ah, please, with that Liberty Bell again.
Joe's your pigeon, McNair, but if I hear one more word about that silly bell, I'll push you overboard.
Now, listen, gents. I am not an excitable type person, but this dialogue I am not fond of.
He's got you nuts, too, Joe.
This is my own personal private business. If McNair wants to talk about the Liberty Bell, he talks. And you listen.
Blow it out, you jabobo.
Me for the PX and the chocolate bar.
Wait for me.
Thanks, Joe. Thanks for coming to my defense.
Oh, salami.
Whether you know it or not, you believe in freedom of speech the way they do in Malta. That's why Hitler's wasting his time.
On this, I would not be willing to bet my allotment check.
Joe, you can kill people with bombs, but those that are left fight better, fight more.
That apply to the Japs and Germans, too?
No, it applies only to people who are fighting to keep or get the rights without which life is worthless.
You will have to pardon me, my friend McNair, but this sounds to me like rice pudding.
Sure, because you've never been without those rights. You take it all for granted. The letter carrier that brings your mail and the man who takes your garbage, the free clinic and all the rest. Men invented them and died for them, and they have to keep on dying for them.
I should die for a letter carrier?
Exactly, Joe. I've made it simple. You've made it even simpler.
You are listening to Jose Ferrer and Everett Sloane in the play My Friend McNair on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. One of which is DuPont neoprene synthetic rubber. News was released yesterday that the DuPont company has made the process for manufacturing neoprene available to Russia at the request of the United States government. This evening's cavalcade is the story of Joe Murley, an ex-soldier and now a counterman in a New York diner, and of his friend and comrade in arms, McNair. To console the wife of a prisoner of war, Joe tells the story of his friend McNair and of his strange preoccupation with the mute but living Liberty Bell. As our cavalcade play continues, Joe, played by Everett Sloane, and McNair, played by Jose Ferrer, on a transport bound for the Aleutians, discuss the bombing of Malta.
I wonder if any of them are left on Malta.
Who? The Maltas?
No, the Pass family.
The Pass family?
You're not listening, Joe.
Oh, of course I'm listening. You just said... Oh, you're kidding. Go ahead, McNair. What about the Pass family?
Well, John Pass made the Liberty Bell. He took the original one and melted it down and came up with another one in January 1753.
Ah, so at last we finally got ourselves a bell. Did it work?
It worked, but even John Pass didn't know how well. Even John Pass didn't know that he had created a bell that would ring forever.
And your great-great-great-grandfather rung that bell?
He sure did. The first Andrew McNair was quite a guy, but his wife Sally could wind him around her little finger.
Things don't change, do they?
I guess they don't. Sally wasn't opposed to her husband's political ideas. She was afraid of them. Afraid of the future.
How about him?
Him? I am afraid of nothing I helped shape, was the way he put it. It is when matters are left to chance that I am afraid. Afraid and angry.
Say, he sounds like a president of quite a few colleges.
No, Joe, he was self-taught. A blacksmith.
Yeah?
Yeah. And on special occasions, he would ring the bell on the old meeting house.
Oh, a part-time job, huh?
Can't you figure out why?
Oh, a buck here, a buck there.
Shilling, Joe. About 20 cents.
People wouldn't do it today. Guys only figure that way in history.
It wasn't history when it happened, Joe. It was everyday stuff. The first McNair was like anybody living today. He could have driven a hack or run an elevator or made pants.
People in history don't make pants. They're always generals, presidents, or kings.
No, Joe, it's the ordinary people who make history. Only nobody ever writes about them. When they do, they put them on a pedestal. Take Tom Jefferson, for instance. He was just an ordinary guy.
Not so ordinary. He wrote the words, didn't he? The words of the Declaration of Independence?
Say, I thought you didn't know anything about history, Joe.
Well, Natch, but everybody knows the Declaration of Independence.
Oh, do they, Joe? Well, how's it go?
Well, when in the course of human events, it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which... this here thing happened on the 4th of July.
No, on the 8th.
On the 8th?
Yeah. On the 4th, it was read to the Continental Congress, but the people of Philadelphia didn't hear it until 4 days later. Look, you mind if I read you something, Joe? This is the part I'm up to now.
I ain't going nowhere. Proceed.
Okay, wait a second. Here we are. They stood in the belfry, Sally and Andrew McNair, listening to the Declaration of Independence. Sally's voice was strange. What does it mean, Andrew, she asked. Andrew spoke gently. It means we're free, Sally, and our son and his and even his. Sally's eyes hardened. But it means something else, she cried. War and death and hate. What good is a freedom that costs so much? Sally, he said so very quietly, don't you see that you pay double the price if you don't fight? This war, this revolution are not our choice. They're forced upon us, and we accept the battle or we accept the chains. Our son will not look well in chains, Sally. She looked at her husband and said, no, Andrew, our son will not look well in chains. She looked toward the courtyard, and then she cried desperately, Andrew, it's time. He's finished reading. Ring the bell, Andrew. Ring the Liberty Bell.
That's beautiful, Joe. Real beautiful.
I told you my friend McNair was quite a citizen.
Where's he now, Joe? Did you ever hear from him?
Well, not exactly. Not by mail. But there are other ways, Connie.
What do you mean, other ways, Joe?
I wasn't going to tell you this part, Connie, but I'm started and I can't stop. McNair and I climbed down those nets at 6:26 a.m. in the morning and got on that LCI headed for the beaches of Attu. It was raining like nothing you ever saw in your life. Only you couldn't see nothing because the fog was like smoke. And the motor of that landing craft kept spluttering. I was standing right up close to McNair. Hey, McNair, would you mind going back and seeing if you can find my stomach? I left it on the ship.
You'll be able to get it yourself soon. Won't take long to clean this out.
Don't give me no pep talks, McNair. I'm not in the mood.
You know what I think, Joe? I think a whole lot of guys are watching us.
I can hardly see you. How can anybody else?
I don't know. I still think so. My great-great-great-grandfather McNair and his wife Sally and a lot of others.
McNair, you're the world's champion open and closed screwball, and all I can say is you better close your face before I push a grenade in it.
Save it for the Japs. Look, we're almost there. How long have we been here, Joe?
Too long.
Looks like we've gotten separated from our platoon.
That sniper's trying to separate us for good.
And we got to get out of here.
Yeah, if we follow the ridges, the medics will soon be sorting our dog tags.
Well, then we don't follow the ridges.
But I'm a soldier, not a mountain goat.
They've set up a machine gun.
Oh, fine.
That puts them in command of this valley. Now we'll never get up.
I'm willing to settle for back, not up.
Listen, Joe. If we can scale along that cliff line, we can get behind them. A few grenades and the pass is clear.
You do all the scaling in this outfit. You got a lot of goats helping you. Personally, I'm all alone.
Okay, Joe. Here I go.
Hey, McNair. Wait for me. Hey, McNair. You're crazy, McNair.
Then go back, Joe.
You think I'd let you go alone? You'd come back with poison ivy.
Stop talking, Joe, and start climbing.
This is far enough, ain't it?
Yeah, just about.
Here we go.
This one's for you, Grandpa.
Hit that dirt, Joe. There they go to their Jap ancestors.
Look out, Joe. There's one behind you.
No! Hey, McNair. McNair, did he get you?
Yeah, Joe. In the belly.
Well, that's his last belly, believe me.
You handle that bayonet like they taught you, Joe.
I had a little trouble getting it away from him. He gave me a slight scratch.
Get yourself a powder out.
Yeah, I'm getting it. And I'm putting it on you.
Hear something, Joe?
Artillery.
Something else.
The wind.
I hate to say it, Joe, but I hear a bell.
No bell, McNair. No bell in 1,000 miles.
Yeah, Joe. I hear it ringing.
I don't hear nothing.
I'm pulling the rope, Joe. All those who fight and have fought and will fight, they're pulling it too.
Oh, please, McNair, please. You'd get a hemorrhage.
It's a warning to all those who hear. We won't be slaves. We won't stand by and watch while the few try to destroy the many. We won't, will we, Joe?
Please try to keep quiet,
Can
will
you
you?
hear the bell? It's louder, Joe. It's ringing clear and free now. Joe, if you can't hear it now, you will someday. Some 4th of July, maybe, or the night before you die. But someday you'll hear it. Someday you'll hear it.
Well, Connie, did you ever hear such a thing in your life?
No, never.
Always with the Liberty Bell until he died. Can you tie it?
Did you ever hear the bell, Joe?
I don't think so.
Wait a minute, Joe. I hear it. I swear to you, I hear it. I hear it ringing.
You do?
Yeah.
This will make my friend McNair very happy.
Thank you, Jose Ferrer and Everett Sloan. Now, here is Ted Pearson speaking for DuPont.
Independence Day is an American day. Yet, in a sense, our Independence Day belongs to the whole world. For the assertion that every nation has a right to a free and independent life carries within it an assertion of the right of every human being, never mind his nation or his color or his religion, to a free and independent life. And that is democracy. The belief that every human life on this planet is infinitely valuable, infinitely precious, that there shall be liberty and justice for all. We forget all too often how startlingly new democracy really is. That's why it still isn't perfect, because it's so new. People used to believe there were two kinds of human beings, superior and inferior, master and slave. Backward nations like Germany and Japan still believe this to be true. They represent an old, cruel, ugly prejudice that we have left far behind us. They are truly our enemies. In this war, all the progress toward democracy that we've achieved so far, all our progress towards a still better world in the future, is at stake. The soldiers fighting in this war, like their fathers who fought before, are fighting so that we can continue towards democracy, to strengthen it, so that we shall never again be halted. When we win this war, we'll be free to move ahead, and to move even more swiftly. A recent DuPont cavalcade closed with these words: "There are dark places on this earth, and men have gone there, gone east and west, to loneliness and fear, and sometimes death. And they have gone, in truth, beyond the limits of time, for they bring home tomorrow." No one who knows history, no one who realizes how long and how terribly hard the struggle towards democracy has been, has any doubt about why we are fighting this war for keeps. We who bring you the Cavalcade of America do so in the hope that you have gained a heightened sense of America's history because of these broadcasts. The Cavalcade of America is sponsored by DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry.
Next Monday evening, Cavalcade presents from Emporia, Kansas, the story of William Allen White, a small-town man who was a celebrated editor and a friend of everybody, from presidents in the White House to the folks in the corner drugstore. Will White, in the words of the tribute paid yesterday by the Columbia University Graduate School of Journalism, was a champion of writers and causes. With his own words, he tooled the thoughts of each day and made them labor for a better world. From Emporia, Kansas, will star Parker Fennelly and Frank Reddick. This evening's Cavalcade Orchestra was conducted by Donald Voorhees. Barbara Weeks played the role of Connie. This is Roland Winters sending best wishes from Cavalcade sponsor, the DuPont Company of Wilmington, Delaware.
Monday night is good listening on NBC. May we suggest that next Monday evening you tune to your NBC station to hear the Firestone program, Information Please, the Bell Telephone Hour, and the DuPont Cavalcade of America. The Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont, came to you from New York.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry, presents Frank Reddick and Parker Fennelly in From Emporia, Kansas. People have different ways of saying something is American. They say as American as apple pie, or as chewing gum, or as the comic strips, or as the corner drugstore. All these things are characteristically American, there's no doubt. But we are here concerned with something more truly and more proudly American than any of these. A man. A man who is first citizen and average citizen of his hometown, an average, small, Midwestern American town. A man who is also a citizen of all his country, known, loved, and respected by most of his fellow citizens. Although William Allen White of Emporia, Kansas is dead, his memory is evergreen, and his name is already a symbol of what is good and decent and forward-thinking in America. We present an original radio play by Peter Lyon entitled From Emporia, Kansas, starring Frank Reddick as William Allen White and Parker Fennelly as his neighbor on the Cavalcade of America.
The new editor hopes to live here until he is the old editor. Until some of the visions which rise before him shall have come true. He hopes always to sign from Emporia after his name when he's abroad. And he trusts that he may so endear himself to the people that they will be as proud of the first words of the signature as he is of the last words. The new editor of the Gazette is in the newspaper business to make an honest living and to leave an honest name behind.
Yes, sir. I submit that's quite a thought. That was what Will White wrote in his first editorial in the Gazette in 1895. I wonder if there's anybody who can look back 50 years to when he was a young man and say, yes, I wrote that, and I've lived up to every word of it, too. Matter of fact, I was around the day Will White started himself off on the road to getting famous. Those were bad days for farmers. Wheat selling at 30 cents, corn at 16, butter 10, eggs 6, hogs 2.5. In Kansas, we were all pretty sore. And most of us were sore at Will White because of the editorials he wrote in his Gazette calling us all failures. And there we were on Commercial Street. And there he came, down from the post office, arms full of mail and newspapers. Silly Willie, we called him.
Hey, Silly Willie. Here comes the big success. Knows how to tell us all what to do.
Hey, Willie. I hear you think we're all failures.
Got any new advice for farmers, Willie?
Now, fellas, I don't.
Well, loosen up, Willie. Tell us all about it right here.
Yeah, tell us what's the matter with Kansas. Go on,
Well, if you wouldn't all shout at once, I'd tell you soon enough. The trouble with Kansas is...
Oh, write it, Willie. Write it.
Yeah.
All right, I will. If you've got the brains to read, you'll see it all in the Gazette tomorrow.
Temperature was 107 degrees. Maybe that's why we couldn't help teasing young Will White some. Anyway, he was in a hurry. Going to catch a train that day was for a vacation in Colorado. He wrote his piece for the paper in a big hurry. We need more copy for the editorial page, Mr. White. You got some ready?
I'm just finishing. There.
Saying something more to the farmers?
That's right. Trouble is, I can never think to say these things when I get into arguments.
Got a title for it yet?
Yeah, call it, What's the Matter with Kansas? This is the last paragraph. How's it sound to you? Oh, yes, Kansas is a great state. Here are people fleeing from it by the score every day. Capital going out of the state by the hundreds of dollars. And every industry but farming paralyzed. What's the matter with Kansas? Nothing under the shining sun. She's losing wealth, population, and standing. Kansas is all right. She has started in to raise hell instead of corn, and she seems to have an overproduction. But that doesn't matter. Kansas never did believe in diversified crops. Kansas is all right. There is absolutely nothing wrong with Kansas. Every prospect pleases, and only man is vile.
That's it, huh?
Yeah, not very good, is it? Well, it'll have to do. I'm going to have to run or I'll miss my train.
And Will White went off to Colorado for his vacation. And in Chicago, some big newspaper publisher happened to see Will's editorial, What's the Matter with Kansas, and he printed it. And then a big publisher in New York, he printed it. And then about 200 Republican papers all over the country, they printed it. And then Mark Hanna, who was the boss of the Republican Party in those days, he saw it. And he ordered 1 million reprints of it and sent it out all over. And that editorial, well, it did a lot toward electing McKinley as president. And when Will White come back from his vacation, there he was, famous, and got a letter of introduction to President McKinley from Mark Hanna.
What's it say, Will? Read it.
Honorable William McKinley, my dear sir, this will introduce Mr. W.A. White, who wrote What's the Matter with Kansas. I have a great admiration for this young man and bespeak for him your kind consideration. He wants no office. Sincerely yours, Mark Hanna.
Well, it doesn't sound rude. I wonder why McKinley was rude to you, Will.
Oh, thought I wanted a job, probably.
But Mr. Hanna said right there he wants no office.
I know, Sally, I know. I guess a president just can't believe a sentence like that about anybody. You know what I'm going to do?
What?
I'm going to frame that letter and put it up over my desk down at the Gazette. I want to keep that sentence in mind. He wants no office. I want to make sure I'll remember it.
And he did. Will White remembered that rule all his life. It must have been hard sometimes, too, knowing the people he did. McKinley there was, and Cleveland, and Teddy Roosevelt, all the presidents, Wilson, Hoover, Coolidge, he knew them. And they signed their pictures to him, and he framed them and hung them up on his office wall. To some of them, he was more than just a country newspaper editor that they gave their autographed pictures to. I remember one evening in spring, quite a time ago it was, sitting on the porch, reading the Gazette after supper, my wife next to me. Sounds like a nice lunch.
What's that, Herb?
Little item here in the Gazette.
Yes?
Says, W.A. White lunched with the president's family a day or two ago. He says they had oyster soup, broiled chicken, mashed potatoes, string beans, boiled with salt pork in the old-fashioned way, and baked apples.
That in the White House.
I guess so. I guess if you have lunch with the president's family, you have it in the White House.
That meal sounds like it might have been served in Emporia.
Well, and so my next-door neighbor was a famous man, known all over the country, and there he stayed, right there in Emporia. Not changing much, as far as we could see. Getting a little fatter, sure. Losing a little more hair, but Ed Anderson still tailored his clothes for him. He still liked to pick out the first cantaloupe of the season at the grocer's. He got about 20 dozen fancy offers at fancy sums to take jobs in the East. But I guess it was like what he told us in Emporia in an editorial in the Gazette.
What we want, what we shall have, is the royal American privilege of living and dying in a country town, running a country newspaper, saying what we please, when we please, how we please, and to whom we please.
And we like that, especially coming from a man who knew all the presidents and had written a big bestseller novel, sold 250,000 copies. But I guess Will White was an Emporian, just like the rest of us, and proud of boosting his hometown. Besides, his family was settled here and growing up here. By 1921, young Bill was in his 20s, and Will's daughter, Mary, was pretty near 17. I remember the afternoon in May when Mary went horseback riding after school. She passed by me, walking her horse slow.
Oh, Uncle Herb.
Hi, Mary. Flattered me to have her call me Uncle. She was such a fine, friendly girl. Long pigtails and a red hair ribbon. I watched her wheel a horse into North Merchant Street, kick him into a lope, and take a cowboy hat off as she did. Watched her as she started to wave at a high school friend. Saw a horse veer suddenly and head her in toward the sidewalk, toward a low-hanging branch of a tree, and she with her head turned the other way, still watching her friend. Well, we carried Mary back to her home. Police stopped all traffic. Charlie O'Brien, the traffic cop, he stood up at the head of the block. Telephone company stopped all incoming calls so that everything would be quiet while Doc Von Cannon did his best for her. A few days later, Will White sat in his office writing, and I guess it was one of the few times the door was ever closed.
She was the happiest thing in the world. And she was happy because she was enlarging her horizon. She came to know all sorts and conditions of men. Charlie O'Brien, the traffic cop, was one of her best friends. W.L. Holtz, the Latin teacher, was another. Tom O'Connor, farmer, politician. And Reverend J.H.J. Rice, preacher and police judge. And Frank Beach, music master, were her special friends. And all the girls, black and white, above the track and below the track, in Pepville and Stringtown, were among her acquaintances. She loved to rollick. Her humor was a continual bubble of joy. She was mischievous, without malice, as full of faults as an old shoe. No angel was Mary White, and an easy girl to live with, but she never nursed a grouch 5 minutes in her life. Her funeral yesterday at the Congregational Church was as she would have wished it. No singing, no flowers, except the big bunch of roses from her brother Bill's Harvard classman. Heavens, how proud that would have made her. And the red roses from the Gazette forces in vases at her head and feet. The Lord's Prayer by her friends in high school. And that was all. A rift in the clouds in a gray day threw a shaft of sunlight on her coffin as her nervous, energetic little body sank to its last sleep. But the soul of her, the glowing, gorgeous, fervent soul of her, surely was flaming in eager joy upon some other dawn.
You are listening to Frank Reddick as William Allen White and Parker Fennelly as his neighbor in a radio play entitled From Emporia, Kansas, on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. Our cavalcade tonight is a radio appreciation of a man who was at once an editor of a small country newspaper, a political pundit, a confidant, friend, and biographer of presidents, the author of a best-selling novel, a politician, a propagandist, a well-traveled and cultured gentleman of the world, a discerning critic and an intimate of everybody from the corner drugstore to the White House. But always William Allen White's closest friends were his fellow Emporians, his neighbors. Always his editorial judgments were keyed to the closest possible approximations of what his fellow Americans were thinking.
For example, a few years back, there was a strike of the railroad workers. It was during peacetime. It wasn't like today when there's no excuse for any strike. The strike I'm talking about, I guess Will White was about 75% in favor of the strikers. After all, Emporia is a railroad town. Storekeepers had signs in the windows announcing they were 100% for the strikers. About that time, Will White was in his office chewing on his red fountain pen when one of the reporters came in.
Hello, Gene.
Mr. White, something just came over the wire from Associated Press. Thought you might like to have a look at it.
Over the wire? Oh, what's it about? Hey.
Thought that might make you sit up.
This dispatch says Governor Henry Allen has ordered all the storekeepers to take those signs supporting the strikers out of the windows.
That's what I thought it said.
What the deuce is Henry up to? If a man can't say what he thinks without disobeying the law...
Well, I tell the printers you've got your subject for tomorrow's editorial.
Now, you wait a minute, Gene. We're going to try something right here and now. Have the printers make up a sign saying that the Gazette supports the strikers. Let's see. Supports the strikers... Has Henry gone out of his mind? Supports the strikers 49%. We'll start, and then we'll see where they go up a point a day, huh?
I don't understand it.
Now, lift the strike last until tomorrow. We'll put up another, saying we support them 50%. Next day, 51%. If 49% sympathy is permissible, in the next 50 days, we'll see just where violation of the law begins.
Good. I see.
I thought Henry was wrong enough opposing the strike. Now he's moving in on free speech and a free press.
looked as though 52% was the danger line. Men in uniform came into the Gazette offices 3 days later.
William Allen White?
Yes, I'm W.A. White.
I'm here to order you to remove the sign in your window which reads that you support the railroad strikers 52%.
No, I'm afraid that I can't fall in with your request. I don't know the law which forbids me to display my opinions on any matter such as this one.
Sorry, Mr. White. I'll have to place you under arrest.
Well, the governor came to Emporia and made a speech. But in the next few days, he made it pretty clear he wasn't going to put Will White up before a judge and try him. Had one excuse or another, but it all boiled down to no trial. Will, he sat at his typewriter and pecked away for a while, came up with this, and addressed it right to the governor.
You can have no wise laws, nor free enforcement of wise laws, unless there is free expression of the wisdom of the people. And alas, their folly with it. But if there is freedom, folly will die of its own poison, and the wisdom will survive. That is the history of the race. It is the proof of man's kinship with God. Now, you say that freedom of utterance is not the time of stress. And I reply with a sad truth that only in time of stress is freedom of utterance in danger. This nation will survive. This state will prosper. The orderly business of life will go forward if only men can speak in whatever way given them to utter what their hearts hold, by voice, posted card, by letter, or by press. Reason never has failed men. Only force and repression have made the wrecks in this world.
They gave Will White the Pulitzer Prize for that editorial, and they dismissed the case against him. But it wasn't the last fight he got into, not by a long shot. There was the day when he got back to Emporia from the state capital at Topeka, and his wife met him in the home.
You look tired, Will.
Yes, I am tired, and that's a fact, Sally. I've been fighting.
Fighting? Whatever about?
The Republican Party got together on a candidate for governor. So did the Democrats.
Is that something to fight about this year?
This year it is. Both candidates have been endorsed by the Ku Klux Klan, and neither candidate will repudiate their support. I've got some news, Sally.
What's that?
You know I've never run for any office, but I'm going to run now. I'm going to run for governor of Kansas. Enough people want me to. Only one plank. To free this state from the disgrace of the Ku Klux Klan.
Will, have you thought about...
Yeah, I've thought about it all right. This Klan is out for terror, Sally. Terror directed at law-abiding citizens. Negroes, Jews, Catholics. That's the dentist, Sally, and the butcher, our friends. That's Sam, who comes around to take care of our lawn. Little Peggy, such a friend of Mary's. Because of their skin or their race or their creed, the Klan is subjecting them to boycott, social ostracism, every form of harassment, terror.
I'm glad your mind is made up, Will.
I'm ashamed, Sally, and I'm afraid. That's why I'm putting my name up for governor.
Didn't win the race for governor, Will didn't, but he sure knocked the Klan into a cocked hat as far as Kansas was concerned. Yes, sir, that's what a good newspaper editor can do for his community. It was an American talking when Will White said,
"To make a case against a birthplace, a religion, or a race is wicked, un-American, and cowardly."
A man of Emporia, a man of America, a man with the kind of conscience and the kind of wisdom who could be chairman of the Committee to Defend America by aiding the Allies. Will White began to listen to the news on the radio in those days.
Off the beaches of Dunkirk, it would now appear that out of what was apparently slated to be a full-scale disaster for the British, they will be able to extricate at least the bulk of their men. Their arms and armor, however, are lost forever to the triumphant Nazi.
I think we'll be able to persuade both parties to keep any plank, against aid to Britain out of their platforms. I'm beginning at the age of 73 to discover what the word desperate means.
You know, they tell the story of the whites going to their summer cabin at Estes Park, Colorado, of Will getting phone calls from President Roosevelt, from Hull, from Stimson, Wilkie, Knox, every important man in both parties, and of Mrs. White shooing the maid out of the room before Will started talking so that the conversations might be kept as private as possible. Only they found out weeks later that their phone was on a party line, that all Colorado knew what the president had said to Will White and what Will White had answered. And now it's evening, set on the lawn here beside me. From here we can just see Will White, his fat little body sprawled in the hammock on his porch, his wife in the rocker beside him. Kansas sun's going down west in the Flint Hills. Will White has eaten his favorite dinner, fried chicken and cantaloupe. He's treating himself to a pawpaw, first of the early fall.
Tired, Will?
A little. Why?
I'm a little worried about you. Those Frank from Cannon, too, if you want to know.
Frank's a good doctor, but he's not divine. There are some things he can't do.
Will, you shouldn't talk like that.
You sound very earnest, Sally.
I am.
Uh-uh.
Why do you say that?
Well, whenever people get too earnest near me, I get an irrepressible compulsion to giggle.
Will.
Oh. Don't be concerned about the way I think about death, Sally. As I lie here and think, I wouldn't mind another 50 years of life. As it is, I fear life much more keenly than death. But I'm ready to take greedily whichever comes.
Well, Will White is dead now. I don't know about folks in other parts of the country, but in Emporia, we still remember him. And I guess we will for quite a spell. Because after all, Will White was Emporia. Maybe he was America, too.
Thank you, Frank Reddick and Parker Fennelly. Now, here is Ted Pearson speaking for DuPont.
Last year, more than 18,000 industrial workers were killed on the job, and nearly 2 million men and women were injured at work. It's a tragic total. It's gratifying to report that a new world's record for safety has been set by a DuPont plant manufacturing nylon. Nylon so vitally needed for scores of wartime uses that every pound of it DuPont make goes to the armed forces. The Cavalcade has 3 special guests tonight. Colonel John Stillwell, President of the National Safety Council, Mr. W.L. Stabler, Manager of the DuPont Nylon Plant at Seaford, Delaware, and Mr. Harold L. Miner, Manager of the DuPont Safety and Fire Protection Division. And here's Colonel Stillwell.
Thank you, Mr. Pearson. I'm especially happy to be here again to pay honor to the DuPont Company, one of the most safety-minded organizations in the world. For years, DuPont has operated on the principle that all personal injuries can be and should be prevented. DuPont plant management and all employees seem equally eager to prevent every possible accident. The most recent example of this fine enthusiasm for accident prevention is the world's new safety record, established by the DuPont Nylon plant at Seaforth, Delaware. This DuPont plant has established a record of over 16 million man-hours with no lost time injuries, thus breaking a record of 4 years standing, which had been set in a much less hazardous industry. Such a magnificent safety record, achieved in time of war, is a real contribution in the campaign the National Safety Council is conducting to save manpower for war power. It gives me great pleasure, therefore, to present at this time to Mr. W.L. Stabler, manager of the Seaforth and Island plant of the DuPont Company, the National Safety Council highest wartime honor, the award for distinguished service to safety. And Mr. Stabler, with this award for an all-time safety record, goes what we call the S pennant of the Safety Council, as tangible evidence of the fact that your plant is truly a safe place in which to work.
Thank you, Colonel Stillwell, and thanks to the National Safety Council. I accept this award on behalf of all the employees of the Seaforth and Island plant. It will be a source of inspiration to all of us, and I'm sure it will serve to remind workers everywhere that personal injuries can be prevented even in wartime.
And now I have a second pleasant mission to perform. The National Safety Council has voted the DuPont Company itself another award for its continued successful accident prevention program throughout all its plants. It is with special pleasure, therefore, that I present this pennant to Mr. Harold L. Minor, manager of the Safety and Fire Protection Division of the DuPont Company. This pennant is an addition to the Distinguished Service to Safety Award DuPont earned for its 1942 accomplishment. The star on the pennant denotes that DuPont has maintained its excellent safety record for at least a year since receiving the Distinguished Service to Safety Award. Congratulations to the thousands of DuPont workers whose cooperation made possible such a splendid safety achievement.
Thank you, Colonel Stillwell, and our gratitude to the National Safety Council. I am happy to accept this award on behalf of the men and women of DuPont. Safety is an important part of the business of our company. I know I speak for all our employees when I say that there will be no let-up in our persistent effort to prevent all personal injuries. Duplicates of this safety pennant will be sent to all DuPont plants and operations to be displayed as an honor and inspiration to the men and women of DuPont. Next Monday evening, Cavalcade presents Boomerang, the fantastic story of a Japanese destroyer that was captured by Americans and in their eager hands became for Japan a terror of destruction. A phantom ship that struck swiftly and without warning against the sons of Nippon. Tonight's Cavalcade Orchestra was directed by Donald Voorhees. This is Roland Winters sending best wishes from Cavalcade sponsor, the DuPont Company of Wilmington, Delaware. The Cavalcade of America came to you from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Cavalcade of America, sponsored by E.I. DuPont de Nemours and Company of Wilmington, Delaware, maker of better things for better living through chemistry, presents Boomerang with Frank Lovejoy and Everett Sloan.
Before we begin our play, here's a vacation suggestion. Since we've all been urged to travel only when it's vital, well, let's make this our vacation theme. There's no place like home. One way to brighten your home is to redecorate the living room walls, and we suggest you use DuPont Speed Easy. Protect the weathered windowsills. Make your porch furniture like new again with DuPont Duco. Paint makes old things new. Paint protects and beautifies your home. And now for this evening's Cavalcade, Boomerang.
Tonight, Cavalcade brings you a radio version of a novel about a mystery vessel, a fantastic tale of American daring and ingenuity in the South Pacific. Our radio play, written by Paul Peters, is based on Commander William C. Chambliss' novel, Boomerang, as serialized in the Saturday Evening Post. Commander Chambliss, Cavalcade's guest this evening, will speak to us later in the program. The DuPont Company presents Boomerang with Frank Lovejoy as Commander Laird Kennedy and Everett Sloan as Captain James Miller on the Cavalcade of America.
I wonder if you heard in November 1943 a brief broadcast from Japan.
Tokyo speaking. The Imperial Navy announces the sinking of the Japanese destroyer Hokkaido Katse, 250 miles east of Mayana Atoll. All hands aboard were lost when she was struck by a torpedo from an enemy submarine.
Strange announcement to come from Tokyo. The Japanese Navy isn't, as a rule, given to proclaiming to the world how its fleet is being whittled down ship by ship. And for an official announcer to mention a specific vessel by name, it's unheard of. But the truth of the matter is that the Imperial Admiralty felt relieved when the Hokkaido Katse slid to the bottom of the ocean. For she had become a menace to Japan, her very existence on the surface of the water a slap in the face to the land of the rising sun. But let's start at the beginning. The time was September 1943. I had just been assigned as executive officer to the USS Scimitar, one of those sleek little seaplane tenders fresh from the shipbuilder's yard. Her crew was strictly a freshwater outfit. Except for her skipper, James Miller, and myself, her officers were 90-day wonders from Quonset Point. Formerly a banker, a college professor, a commercial artist. As our first mission, we were assigned to a tiny coral isle way up near Macon to set up an advanced scouting base. Our orders were to make ourselves inconspicuous. Though how to keep a full-grown tender and a flock of seaplanes inconspicuous in the middle of a coral lagoon, headquarters never explained. I was on the bridge with Captain Miller when Ensign Bull, our communications officer, offered a suggestion.
You know, I've been thinking, Captain, this doesn't seem like the best place to anchor a ship. It's right out in the open. Jap planes are bound to spot us.
You're right, Bull. But you don't see any caves around here that we can run the ship into, do you?
No, sir.
I guess there's nothing we can do but leave her in the open.
Well, I suggest there is, Commander.
What?
Well, now, it looks to me as if there's deep water right up to the edge of the beach.
Could be.
And the palms grow right down to the shoreline.
Well,
look, sir. If we move in close, right up to the shore, I can completely cover the ship with palm leaves and make her invisible.
Palm leaves?
Yes, sir.
What's going to prevent them from withering and giving your camouflage away?
Well, you don't need to worry about that, sir. A thin spray of clear fixing dope will preserve them indefinitely.
What makes you so sure it'll work?
Well, you see, sir, I used to be in the commercial art game. We made photographs in the studio. We used a special mixture on plants to preserve them under the heat of the arc lights. I know it'll work, sir.
Well, Skipper?
We'll try it. Ensign Bull, pick a detail and cut down your palm leaves. Here comes that Jap scouting plane again.
They've been over here every day. They haven't found us yet.
Yes, but they've got wind that something's up.
Take it easy, Skipper. Our handmade jungle is still as fresh as new. All our pilots say that in the air it's impossible to tell the ship from the palms that ring the lagoon.
He's going away now.
Bridge from Sky Lookout. Unidentified ship standing toward the island.
Can you make her out, lad?
It's a Jap destroyer heading straight for the lagoon.
Yes. I see her now. An Akakatsi-class boat. Twice our firing power and half again our speed.
Well, I'll be darned. They haven't manned their guns. Looks like they have a couple of hundred extra people on board. The deck is swarming with uniforms.
Yes, sir.
This is the captain speaking. Give me the officer of the deck.
Lieutenant Myers speaking.
Myers, break out the Tommy guns and hand grenades. All you got. Arm as many men as possible. Have everybody but the gun crews stand by close to the boats ready to launch them. Be sure nobody is visible outside of the palm leaves.
Aye, sir.
And, Myers, send Bull, Marston, and McAndrews topside.
Yes, sir.
What are you going to do, Jimmy?
Keep your glasses trained on that Jap. They still don't see us?
No, not a suspicion.
What's the range?
Point blank.
Sir.
All right, you men. Now get this fast. There won't be time to tell it twice.
Aye, aye, sir.
Marston, you pass the word to use bombardment ammunition, not armor-piercing. Tell the main battery gunners to put their first shells through the pilot house, then shift their fire to the deck guns. Tell the 50 calibers and the 1.1s to sweep the deck till they've cut down everybody. Then start firing at the sides of the ship just above the waterline.
Very well, sir.
Bull and McAndrews, when the firing starts, lower your boats. Don't shove off till I give you the word. When you do start, make a rush for the Jap and board him. Tell your men we'll cover you with machine guns till you reach the ship. Then it's up to you. Don't spare the hand grenades and Tommy guns.
Yes, sir.
Aye, sir. That's all, men. What's the range now, Bill?
1,000 yards. I don't get this. What are you planning to do?
Lad, we're going to capture that ship. How far away is she now?
600 yards.
They haven't noticed us?
No, it's all quiet. They've stopped their engines. They're piling into their boats.
How far now?
500 yards.
Commence firing.
Commence firing.
How they doing, lad? How they doing?
Pilot house and bridge going with the first salvo. 1.1s are raking the deck. The Japs are scrambling for the disengaged sign.
Away, boarders! Away, boarders!
Away, boarders! Away, boarders!
Cover, boarders!
Cover boarders with machine gun fire.
They're off.
5-inch, cease firing.
5-inch, cease firing.
Bull and McAndrews are swinging around her stern.
Raise your angle of fire.
Raise your angle of fire.
Tell them to hold it. I see a tin hat coming over the far rail.
Cease firing.
Cease firing.
It's McAndrews. He's racing for the engine room hatch.
The other boat?
They both made it. They're swarming all over the deck. Hey, Mac, look out. Be careful.
What happened?
Mac, he's been shot. He's reeling back. Somebody in the engine room hatch. Bull's pitching a grenade below. Well, I guess that cleaned them out. It's Bull again, standing on the wreck number 3 gun platform and waving at us. He's signaling and semaphoring.
What's he saying?
Only good Japs left.
Fine. Lay the scimitar alongside her and make ready to board.
Fire's under control, sir.
Good boy, Mac. How's that shoulder wound?
Nothing serious, sir.
Good. Now, what's the ship's condition?
I've been all over her, sir. Her watertight integrity is unimpaired, and her engine's undamaged. With a little patching up, we can set her back to Noumea under her own steam.
I wonder what her name is.
The Hokkaido Katsi, sir. According to her log, she embarked with 150 naval air technicians to establish an advanced air base at this very atoll. And this book, sir, contains all the enemy's secret signal codes.
Great Scott. If only we could read them, we could sail right into truck.
Sure. But who can read them?
I can, sir.
Now, look, this is no time for kidding, Mac.
You forget I was a professor, sir. You see, one of the languages I taught in college was Japanese.
You know, Kennedy, these reservists certainly get around.
It's quite a story, Kennedy. The hokey dokey, eh?
Yes, Admiral, that's what we christened her. Then we said goodbye to the scimitar and sailed her to Noumea under her own power. And that's about all there is, sir, except that... I don't know what you're thinking of doing, sir, but I have a plan that might help the Gilberts' campaign.
Go ahead.
By now, the Japs know something has happened to her, but they don't know what. We hit too hard and too fast for them to get off a radio signal.
They'll figure she was picked off by one of our subs.
That's what the Admiralty thinks. But the chances are the Japs on the ships won't know anything about her.
Well, what's your plan?
Well, I'd like to get her refitted quickly, before the news of her loss gets around the Jap fleet, and use her as a scout. Their aircraft will recognize her only as an Akakatsi-class destroyer and let her alone. Any surface craft we see, we can give a wide berth.
So, you'd like to poke around the Gilberts and the Marshalls?
Disguised in Japanese uniforms and pick up some useful information.
If you're caught, you'll be shot as spies.
I've thought of that. I'll call for volunteers.
And if you're not caught, you may be bombed to pulp by our own planes.
I know, sir.
Kennedy, there are times when I wish I was younger, and this is one of them. You pick your crew. I'll rush orders to refit the ship and get you those uniforms.
You are listening to Boomerang with Frank Lovejoy as Commander Laird Kennedy and Everett Sloan as Captain James Miller, United States Navy, on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by E.I. DuPont de Nemours and Company of Wilmington, Delaware, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. The crew of the aircraft tender Scimitar, on duty in the Solomons in the period preceding the capture of Macon from the Japanese, has captured a Jap destroyer. The ship has been nicknamed the Hokey Dokey. Refitted and manned by a United States Navy crew in Jap uniforms, she sails out on a scouting mission.
It was the 9th of November when, looking as good as new from the outside, the Hokey Dokey pointed her nose toward enemy waters. I'd been told that D-Day for the Gilbert's operation was set for November 20th. And since our volunteer crew knew exactly what we were up to, we were all pretty tense. McAndrews, his shoulder nearly healed, was my executive officer. He spent his days poring over that precious code book, fretting about possible changes and revisions. Later that day, a plane was spotted by our lookout.
Bridge from Sky Lookout. Unidentified aircraft about 10 miles away and closing.
It's all yours, Mac. Send him a recognition signal.
Supposing he's one of ours and sees us in these Japanese uniforms.
Lookout. Identification is essential.
I can't be sure, sir. It might be a Coronado or a Kawanishi 97.
That's a lot of help. Looks to me like a Kawanishi. I'm going to give him a blinker signal.
Be sure it's a signal for the right day, Mac.
Hey, if you don't mind, Skipper, just let me concentrate for a minute. Well, for better or worse, here we go.
He's turning, Mac. He's making a 360 to the right. He's dipping his nose in salute and going back where he came from.
I'm dripping with the heat.
Relax, man, relax. At least he guessed that one right.
What do you mean, guessed? Say, look at him. Smack in the center of our gun range. We can take a pot shot at him, a nice, fat, juicy Jap flying boat.
And if we missed, have the whole Jap Navy on our tail? You keep your nose on that code book. I have a hunch before this trip is over, we'll have all the shooting that we can handle. The farther north we sailed, the tenser grew the crew. We snooped cautiously around in the islands, fidgeting in those strange Jap uniforms, our hearts rising like a cork in our throats every time a light leaped out of the dark to challenge us. We were 100 miles west of Macon when the Crow's Nest lookout reported.
Bridge from Sky Lookout. Sail broad on port bow.
What do you make it out to be, lookout?
Can't be sure, sir. But there appear to be 4 sets of masts. They seem to be on heading east or a little south of east.
Main engine control from bridge.
Main engine control, aye, aye.
I want steam available for full power as quickly, Horn, but don't blow your emergency horn, but call...
In all battle stations, Lieutenants McAndrews and Adams lay up to the bridge.
Bridge from Sky Lookout. Sail identified as 3 transports and 1 destroyer. Destroyer in lead with transports in column astern. We are closing range.
Find something, Skipper?
Professor, you're just the man I want. I'm going to need a little fast translating. Break out that Jap signal book and stand by.
What's on your mind?
Max, suppose you were in friendly waters and you'd been at sea a long time. What would you be most interested in?
That's easy. Mail from home.
Would you say that Jap sailors feel the same way?
Any sailor does.
Now, Professor, look in your signal book and figure out the code for... I have official and general mail for you.
You sent for me, sir?
Adams, I want you to keep your gun crews and torpedo men out of sight in the turrets. Load the guns, but don't train them out until I give the word.
Very well, sir.
The range will be 750 yards. The target angle, 270. Let go all 4 torpedoes in the forward tube of the destroyer, but don't use the after tubes till I say so.
Aye, aye, sir. Wait a minute. What are we going to do? Sail smack in the middle of that convoy?
That's a good guess, Mac. We're going to pay them a friendly little visit and blow those seagoing lice out of the water. We'll be overhauling her in another 5 minutes.
I'd feel safer if that sun would set.
All right, Mac. Send her your mail signal.
Let's see. General Post Office Mail, November 18th. Here it is. I hope this is right.
Okay, let's play post office. You haven't missed so far.
1 miss is all you get, lad. All right, Tojo, here we come.
Look, they're answering. What do they say?
Wait a minute. That means, wait a minute. Here it is. Come alongside, port side 2, and deliver your mail.
You've done it, Mac. You've done it.
Maybe it's a trap.
Not with those troops lining the rails. Look at them. Thousands of them. What's the range?
800 yards.
Flank speed.
Main engine control from bridge. Flank speed.
Commence firing.
Commence firing.
He hit it, Laird. That Jap's bridge just flew apart.
The torpedoes?
Number 1 is broached, just running wild.
What about the other 3?
Oh, wait a minute. They're running true. I can see their wakes. It's gone. The whole plane ship's gone. There just isn't anything there.
Full right rudder.
Full right rudder, aye, aye.
Shift fire to the leading transport.
Shift fire to the leading transport.
That got her. Flames leaping from the forward superstructure.
Hard right rudder, cross her bow.
Hard right rudder, aye, aye.
Put 1 torpedo into each transport.
Fire 1 torpedo into each transport.
The transport's beginning to shear out of column. They're firing at us.
They haven't a chance.
Don't be too sure.
That ought to finish off transport number 1.
Got her right under the foremast. She's settling already, down by the head.
Left 15 degrees rudder. Take it between the 2 remaining ships.
Left 15 degrees rudder, aye, aye.
Torpedo exploded amidships on second transport.
Keep pumping shells into them.
Continue main battery fire.
Third ship hit well aft. Her whole stern seems to be falling off.
Double back. Give those hulks another shelling. And then let's get out of here. The sea, as we sped eastward into the darkness, looked like a scene out of Dante's Inferno. At midnight, we picked up a Jap radio directive. I set McAndrews to decoding it.
I'll be through in a minute, Skipper. 8 degrees north, latitude. All right, here it is. Any destroyer of the Akakatsi class found east of 150 degrees east longitude and south of 8 degrees north latitude is to be sunk on sight. Well, that's us.
Well, the dogs are baying, Mac.
By morning, they'll be gunning for us with everything they can float or fly.
Double a watch, Mac. Tell the crews to sleep at their guns. We'll serve breakfast at battle stations at sunrise.
Sunrise? You think we'll ever see another sunrise?
Listen, Mac, at sunrise, we'll be out of enemy waters. I was wrong about that sunrise. At 0322, the Hokey Dokey was 154 degrees 20 minutes east longitude and 2 degrees 15 minutes north latitude when we got it. That torpedo finished the Hokey Dokey. At noon the next day, we made out from our lifeboats a mast on the horizon. And 20 minutes later, we were scrambling up the cargo nets of a Mayo-class destroyer. When I told her skipper our story and asked him how he happened to be in that neck of Jap-infested seas, he replied,
"Well, Commander, we're part of a task force. Tomorrow morning, we're going to capture Macon Island. Those convoys were obviously Jap reinforcements, and by sinking them, you cooked Macon's goose. The Japs won't have time to get another convoy there before we hit that place like a cyclone.
Thank you, Frank Lovejoy and Everett Sloan. In just a moment, Commander William Chambliss, author of the book Boomerang, upon which tonight's Cavalcade play was based, will speak to our audience. Now, here is Ted Pearson speaking for DuPont with the story of nylon at work.
Through the stormy night sky just before dawn on D-Day morning, scores of gliders filled with heavily armed airborne troops were towed across the Channel from hidden bases in England. All that joined them to the tow planes up ahead were glistening ropes no thicker than your finger, ropes that had withstood the terrific strain when the planes left the ground and tugged the gliders into the air behind them, ropes that withstood the bumps and jerks as planes and gliders pitched in the rough air. Then, over Normandy, the gliders released, spiraled quietly down through the blackness. Their Tommy guns ready, out poured the first troops of the invasion. The slim, strong ropes that pull troop-carrying gliders through the air are made of nylon. The reason only nylon is used in such ropes goes back to early experiments made in the United States a number of years ago in picking up airmail nonstop. Mail sacks were attached to a rope stretched between two tall poles, and a mail plane dragging a grapnel hook swooped down and snatched them into the air. But the impact at the moment the hook caught the rope was so great that it snapped rope after rope. Manila rope failed, so did braided materials, rubber rope, even steel cable. Nylon was tried. It worked. It absorbed the enormous strain, gave a little, like a tempered spring, and lifted the mail sack smoothly into the air. So today, it's nylon rope that serves as the connecting line between tow planes and gliders, carrying airborne troops, jeeps, field mortars, and other equipment and supplies. The same strength and elasticity which gave nylon stockings and foundation garments their superiority in peacetime has provided our airborne troops with superior glider tow ropes. When the needs of the armed services are satisfied, DuPont will again make nylon yarn for stockings in larger quantities than ever before. Until then, glider tow ropes, parachutes, and many other articles needed by the Army and Navy get all of the nylon from DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry.
And now here is Commander William C. Chambliss, United States Naval Reserve, author of the book Boomerang. Commander Chambliss.
Since Boomerang appeared in the Saturday Evening Post and was purchased for the movies, there has been one question asked of me many times. Is Boomerang a true story? Well, the truth of the matter is, Boomerang is fiction, despite the continued skepticism of even some of my brother officers. In Boomerang, I tried to present a picture of the manner in which our fighting men at sea are operating, a picture of the sort of men they are. The greater number of those aboard the little ship in the story were of the Naval Reserve. This is typical of the Navy today. Most of our Naval Reserve officers and men are new to the service. They brought to the solution of their problems the vast wealth of ingenuity and courage which enabled them in civilian life to contribute to the greatness of America. But we are also mindful of the impressive task performed by our shipmates of the regular Navy. Through years of lean appropriations and public apathy, they kept alive the spirit of the Navy, kept up to date the store of technical knowledge so essential to the operation of a complex modern fleet. When the time came to create, almost literally overnight, the greatest sea force history has ever known, our shipmates of the regular Navy were ready to stand off the enemy and to train hundreds of thousands of brand new men needed for our expanding fleet. We pridefully marvel at the magnificent job being done by a Navy predominantly composed of officers and men new to the service. But we also bear in mind that the leadership, inspiration, and guidance of our thinly spread nucleus of regular Navy officers was the one element which made this work possible. Whether regular or reserve, we are all Navy in time of war. Together, we sail onward to victory.
Next Monday evening, Cavalcade presents Lovely Lady, the unusual story of a strategic military mission in Italy that was carried through not with guns, tanks, or planes, but with jackhammers, shovels, tractors, brawn, and ingenuity. A mission that was successfully accomplished with the aid of an ex-tightrope walker, a GI and his bulldozer, fondly named Lovely Lady. This evening's Cavalcade Orchestra was conducted by Donald Voorhees. For the use of the material upon which tonight's play was based, the Cavalcade of America is indebted to the 20th Century Fox Film Corporation, which will soon present the Darrell F. Zanuck Technicolor motion picture production, Wilson. This is Roland Winters sending best wishes from Cavalcade sponsor, the E.I. DuPont de Nemours Company of Wilmington, Delaware. Here is a message of particular interest and importance to every soldier. The Army wants more paratroopers. Paratroopers have made a brilliant record in this war, and theater commanders have asked for more of these troops. Volunteers are once more being accepted for immediate training by the parachute troops of the United States Army. Paratroopers receive $50 extra per month in base pay, officers $100 extra per month. Soldiers who think they can qualify for the paratroops should apply to their company commanders now. The Cavalcade of America came to you from New York.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Cavalcade of America, sponsored by E.I. DuPont de Nemours and Company of Wilmington, Delaware, maker of better things for better living through chemistry, presents Lovely Lady with Ted DeCorsia and Edwin Jerome.
Before we begin our play, here's a suggestion that'll help you do a good job if you're planning to redecorate a room in your home. Try DuPont Speed Easy Wall Finish, the new easy-to-use wall paint. You just thin Speed Easy with water. It covers walls with one quick coat, even covers dingy wallpaper. For less than $3, you can make your room look like new with DuPont Speed Easy.
Every day we read the headlines of the war, and the headlines and the stories which catalog the campaigns are pointed at mass operations. The great raids, the huge sea battles, the mighty firepower. But behind the headlines, seldom finding their way into the stories, are the turning points on which the campaigns often hinge. Sometimes these turning points are the result of an accident or luck, but more often they are the result of alertness and ingenuity and work. Tonight, our DuPont Cavalcade is the factual story of one of those turning points that vitally affected an American division and perhaps decided the fate of an entire army. The DuPont Company presents Lovely Lady with Ted DeCorsia as Private Minelli and Edwin Jerome as the General on the Cavalcade of America.
a mountain in Sicily, the commanding general of an American division is in conference with the colonel, who is his chief of engineers.
Bill, I've called you in to give you the G2 report.
Yes, sir.
I can't overstate how serious the situation is. Our 5th Armored Division is in plenty of trouble up ahead. Our intelligence shows the Germans will counterattack Wednesday. We've got to get to that division's aid by then. Gives us 4 days. We'll move up at dawn. March order will be out in an hour.
And do you intend to move the entire division, General?
That's right, Bill. I'd hate to see the casualty list if we're not there to reinforce that armored group.
Well, this should be a nice little change for us. It was a cinch to move 15,000 men in Africa. All we had down on the desert was space.
That's right, Bill. All we got up here is no space.
We've got to move 3,000 vehicles. Why, there are miles along that road where we'll be traveling single file. Going to be awfully embarrassing when one of our trucks breaks down.
No embarrassment, Bill. Pitch it off the cliff.
Oh, we'll make out all right. But there are going to be problems.
Well, I can't remember when there weren't problems. We had our troubles landing at Casablanca. There wasn't any express highway into Bizzetti. We'll always have our troubles getting to the enemy.
Beg pardon, sir. Immediate action message. Classification secret.
CG River 4 Orange. Previous instructions amended. Intelligence shows enemy counterattack begins Tuesday. You will arrive at rendezvous 1 day earlier than planned. End. Well, General Eisenhower has solved all our problems. We're not moving up tomorrow morning. We're moving up tonight.
I'll alert my advance party immediately. We've got to be ready for mines, roadblocks, washouts, and landslides. We may reach every one of those obstacles.
Well, I don't care how many obstacles we reach, as long as they don't stop it.
100 yards from the general's tent, there are other men of action holding another conference. This one is presided over by Private Manelli.
What I want to know is, what are we sitting up here with our nose stuck in the clouds for?
Oh, them brass hats always slowing down to catch their wind. We ain't ever getting to Italy sitting here in our toques.
Well, I suppose they got a lot of problems up ahead. That's a real narrow road, for one thing. Maybe room enough for only one vehicle. Suppose one of those vehicles breaks down.
For such a vehicle, I got one answer. Throw it off the cliff. Take the driver out first.
Well, it ain't like if we were down in the desert there, they'd have some excuse for holding us up. But up here, where we're all bunched together, what? It's a sin.
They'll figure out some excuse. They'll blame it on logistics or some other headquarters word nobody can understand.
You know, Manelli, those fellas haven't had the same advantages you had. Maybe they have reasons that sound good to them. Maybe they're tired.
I don't want to hear no excuses. My barber back in the States give me a girl to look up in Naples. Excuses do not interest me.
Now, the way I figure it, we have about 2 weeks to make this move. Now, if we're to take it slow, say move those big cranes out first, then follow them a couple of days later with a jeep.
You remind me of a guy back in the circus.
Oh, here we go again.
He was always arranging for the midgets to follow the giraffes in the parade.
Are you giving us that circus routine again, Manelli?
You don't believe me?
Come see Manelli, the tightrope walker. Manelli defies death on the high wire.
What's the matter? You don't believe me? You don't believe I was on the high wire?
I don't believe you were ever in a high chair.
I wish I knew how long they were planning for us to bivouac here. I don't know whether or not to put shells in the foxhole.
There's only one way they'll ever get anywhere. Move forward. Let me take Lovely Lady. Put me in Lovely Lady and send me forward.
Now, look, Jumbo.
How many times I gotta tell you guys, don't call me Jumbo. I used to be a tightrope walker, not an elephant.
Have all regiments reported, Lieutenant?
Yes, sir. The last just came in. They're all standing by.
How about the artillery?
Colonel Monroe reports the 155s ready for march orders, sir.
Contact regimental commanders.
Yes, sir.
Message center.
Put me through to regimental commanders on a conference hookup.
Yes, sir.
I'll hold on.
Oh, come in, Bill.
My engineers are hauling at the least, General. When do we pull out?
Immediately. What about that tunnel up ahead?
Oh, not a prayer. It'll be sealed up tight. It's a simple demolition job for the Nazis. They'd never skip that.
You all set to clear it?
Oh, we'll clear it.
That's good, because we'll be there at dawn.
50 miles in 7 hours?
That's right. And, Bill, don't worry. If we get a ticket for speeding, I think I can get it fixed.
Sir, I have the regimental commanders on the phone, sir.
All right, I'll take it. Gentlemen, this is your verbal substitute for a published march order. Observing all security precautions, this division will move out at once. My single command is that nothing must delay this division. That's all, gentlemen. Good luck, and let's get out of here.
Now they're using the old think tank. If you want to get someplace, get up and go.
They must have heard us talking.
So long, Manelli. I have to get my men loaded.
See you later, kid. Got to check my jackhammer.
You guys are sure lucky being up ahead with the advance party. I wish lovely lady and I could be up front.
Well, you got nothing to do until we clear out. Write a letter home.
Sure. Give my left to the sword swallow. Okay, wise guys.
Can it, fellas? He's the colonel.
All right, men. As you were. We've got a tough job up ahead. Got to open up the mouth of a tunnel. This unit will roll at the head of the column. And I want bulldozers to go up with it.
Did you say bulldozers, sir?
Yes, we'll need the tractors up front.
You mean you want my bulldozer, sir?
If you drive one, yes.
You mean you want lovely ladies, sir?
What the devil are you talking about?
Forgive him, Colonel. Most of us fall in love with girls. Manelli fell in love with a tractor.
Come on, Manelli, get that bulldozer moving, will you? Get that hunk of junk out of there.
Come on, lovely. Come on, lady. Don't fail me, darling.
Hey, what's holding up there?
Come on, baby. Pay no attention to them rabble. That's it, sweetie. You can do it if you try. That does it. Here we go, lady. You and me leading the parade.
We certainly covered ground during the night, General.
You're making good time.
Well, sir, one thing that'll hold us up, that tunnel. We ought to be there in an hour.
Now, let's see. 5:15. The advance party's there just about now.
Far out ahead of the column, the chief of engineers and his advance party wind cautiously along the road shelf of the Sicilian cliffs. At this point, the lofty, narrow trail juts out over the sea. The vehicles have barely a foot of clearance.
Well, Captain, we'll be getting to it just around this bend.
Yes, sir.
Holy smoke. Do you see what I see?
Sure. There's the tunnel.
Yes, there's the tunnel, but it's open.
You're right, Colonel.
Oh, they must have blown the other end.
No, they didn't. Look.
Daylight. Right through. Wait till the general hears about this.
What's the story, Bill?
General, it's incredible. The tunnel is open from end to end. You can see for yourself.
Mines?
Oh, plenty of mines, but we've just finished clearing them.
How'd you do it so fast?
Well, the tunnel floor is rock. Those mines stuck out like tulips. It was a cinch.
You checked every foot?
Yes, sir, we have.
The sides, roof, no sign of an explosive charge?
Absolutely none. I'd be willing to stand in the middle of that tunnel until our last vehicle is through.
Well, that won't be necessary, Bill. Hop in with us.
Right, sir.
All right, driver, let's go.
What a break this is, waltzing through this tunnel without any delay. Why, we just picked up 24 hours.
Do you remember Hitler ever making us a present of a day?
Well, maybe we were crowding him.
I just don't like the smell of this.
General, maybe you're being a little too pessimistic.
Maybe. But if I know anything about the way the German army fights, they neglected that tunnel for a reason.
The reason being, we've got them on the run. Why, the whole road shelf is gone. I've never seen anything like it.
Let's take a look at this.
Empty space. And the blue Mediterranean below.
They've blown it right down into the sea. A whole chunk of road. Well, I've got to admire this one.
We're stopped, General. Stopped dead. That gap must be 200 feet wide.
How far down would you say it was?
About 20 stories. Well, we were prepared to cross any obstacles on this road.
Yeah, but they blew the road away. I guess we didn't crowd them enough. Lieutenant.
Yes, sir.
Take a radio message. Don't bother to code it. Send it in the clear. It's no news to the Nazis.
Ready, sir?
Commanding General, Mediterranean Theater. Division halted. German demolition of road shells complete. Impossible to get troops and vehicles down to sea for water passage around Gap.
Hurry to wait. Here we are again, sitting around on our bottom.
Here we stop because there's a hole in the road a little ways ahead.
How do you like that? There's a hole in the road. A lousy little hole in the road holding up 15,000 men. And a signorina waiting for me in Naples.
General's a nice guy, but sometimes I think he's getting awful bad advice. There's no need calling a halt here.
You're 100% right. Some of them brass hats are dreamers. They see a dinner plate in the road, they got to stop to see if it's a mine. They don't look at things with a practical enough eye.
That's right. You got a hole in your road, you just fill it up.
Sure. Let lovely lady put some dirt in it.
Oh, of course, Manelli wouldn't have any trouble at all. Not Manelli, the tightrope walker. Just let them slip a cable across and he'd walk it.
Manelli couldn't walk a 6-lane highway.
Okay, you cynics. Anyway, I got my own answer. Sling a bridge over that trapdoor and let's get going.
That's it. We've been putting up bridges ever since we hit Africa. Timber trestle, fixed trestle, semi-permanent, steel treadway. Let them name it.
Sure, nothing stopped us yet.
Maybe we're underestimating this thing. There may be difficulties we don't know about.
Difficulties? Difficulties is our business.
Impossible. Move troops and equipment up sheer mountain cliff. Come in, Bill.
Yes, sir.
No alternate routes to rendezvous. Division's regular bridging equipment unsuited for situation.
I hate to interrupt, sir.
Yes, Bill.
I believe my engineers can put a bridge across that hole. We've been scouting for lumber, and I think we've got enough to put up a timber trestle.
Timber, eh?
Mm-hmm.
How soon can you begin construction?
No, I'd say about 6 hours.
Will you settle for 4?
Well, all right, sir.
Well, that means you'll start at noon. How soon before it's ready?
General, the division will be across that gap in 3 days.
We allowed for a 24-hour delay to clear the mouth of the tunnel. That chunk of empty space up ahead is now the mouth of the tunnel. Therefore, we'll get the bridge up in 24 hours.
What? General, you're not serious. Well, sir, a bridge has to have supports. My men have got to dig them right into vertical rock.
Lives of an awful lot of troops depend on our getting to that armored group up ahead. This can be the turning point of our whole campaign.
I'm aware of that, sir, but 24 hours, you're asking for a miracle.
I'm not asking, Bill. Merely ordering.
You are listening to Lovely Lady with Ted DeCorsia as Private Manelli and Edwin Jerome as the General on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by E.I. DuPont de Nemours and Company of Wilmington, Delaware, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. Our cavalcade play tonight is the story of an American division in the invasion of Sicily. The story of an insurmountable obstacle that faced that division and the way the division overcame it to mark the turning point of a campaign and perhaps decide the fate of an entire army. As our cavalcade play continues, the division has been halted by a deep chasm that crosses the mountain trail where the Germans, in their retreat, had blown a huge section of the road into the sea. The commanding general has ordered a bridge to be thrown across that chasm within 24 hours. In the opinion of the engineer colonel, the general has ordered a miracle.
Merely ordering a miracle. Ordering something unique in the experience of a highly skilled engineer colonel. Ordering the spanning of space with no starting point. Just build a bridge. Do you know what that means? It means a complicated and technical series of steps. It means taking what these men learned back in Georgia and putting it in practice over here in Sicily. Building a bridge means seating the end dam, placing the abutments, building the supports. It means setting the trestles, laying the stringers, laying the side rails. It means these and a dozen more, all of them difficult at any place and time. But on this precarious cliff, on this emergency night, building a bridge means America winning a war.
Hey, Louie, get that hook in there.
Can't, it won't hold.
Pass me that wire, will you, Harry?
Ready down there? Okay, he's David.
This thing's beating the stuffings out of us, Colonel. Those supports won't stay put.
They've got to stay put, Captain.
After 8, sir.
We've been working over 8 hours and haven't built the supports yet.
Well, drill deeper into that rock. That'll have to do it. The general wants this bridge by noon tomorrow.
Wanting a bridge is one thing. Building it is another. I think the general's order is pretty unreasonable.
Well, maybe. But if it weren't for a series of such unreasonable orders, this division would still be wallowing around outside of Wadi Zamzam. Look, over there at the side of the road.
I don't see anything but mountains.
Well, the old man is sitting there against that mountain. He's been sitting there ever since we started, rooting us on. If he could, he'd be manhandling one of those cables himself. Where are you going?
Well, if he wants that bridge by noon, I'd better get back to the men.
Come on, Jughead, get the lead out of it. Manelli, your country needs you.
Stop the yapping. These timbers ain't toothpicks. Some army. A bulldozer man lugging planks around. First thing you know, they'll be replacing me with a whack.
Marlowe, when was the last time you were up till 3 in the morning?
Last night.
You sure aren't keeping very good hours.
Maybe we should go to the Riviera for a rest, huh?
Hey, look out ahead of you. Side of the road. That's the general sitting there.
Gosh, nearly forgot. Hey, Manelli. Manelli, step easy. Now what are you guys whispering about? The Heinies know we're coming. All right, Goldbrick, off the road.
What's that?
On your feet. The old man wants this bridge by noon. If you don't want to work, get out of the way.
The old man... yes, sorry.
Sorry. Some dog faces just got a talent for doing no good.
Can't see a thing over here. Hey, Joe. Yeah. Throw that light this way.
Hey, coming up.
That's better. You'd think the least they'd do is arrange for a full moon.
How much longer we got to go?
It's 4:30. 7.5 more hours to make it. Take up on that winch, Morrissey.
Not much more cable left. Hey, Rubino, show us your cigarette, will you?
Okay, but watch this when you dropped half a dozen in the ocean already.
Okay, let's have it. Got it. Thanks, fellas.
Yes, this is what building a bridge means. It means the voices of men through the night, calling to each other, encouraging each other, helping each other. It means teamwork, ingenuity, guts, and sweat. It means a magnificent display of one type of American power the Germans didn't figure on, work power. And with an hour to go, with a superhuman deadline to meet, building a bridge means, next to the last step, drift pinning. The great gap in the road shelf, half a block long, 200 feet deep, is almost conquered. Wooden supports now jut out from the rock cliff. Another set of supports jut up at an angle to meet them. These two must be fastened together before the floorboards of the bridge can be laid across.
Well, sir, we almost made it.
What do you mean, Captain, almost?
I'm afraid we're late, Colonel. We're just ready to drift in the trestles to the support.
Well, it's 11 o'clock. We still have an hour.
Yes, sir, but hammering those pins in is a ticklish job. We've started to set up scaffolding to lower a man with a jackhammer over each support, one at a time.
Oh, that'll take all afternoon.
4 hours anyway, sir. We'll shave that time as much as we can, sir.
Well, we tried. Really tried.
Go away, Marlowe. Beat it. Beg your pardon, sir.
Yes, what is it?
I don't mean to be critical, Colonel, but this is not a very intelligent way of doing things.
Not very intelligent. Just what would you do?
Well, I wouldn't take the time to set up a scaffold. I'd send a certain man out on those planks with his jackhammer. He could finish the job in no time. We'd be rolling over by noon.
Those planks are only 2 inches wide. A man would get killed out there.
Oh, maybe an ordinary man, sir, but not me. You see, Colonel, I can work those planks.
Forgive him, Colonel. Manelli thinks he used to be a human fly or something in civilian life.
A tightrope walker, a high wire man.
Well, even if you were, it would still be suicide. The vibration from the jackhammer would throw a mountain goat off balance.
Sure, Colonel, but I'm no goat, and I can do it.
All right, soldier. The general ordered a miracle. Good luck.
Look at that guy. He's going nuts out there.
He's going to fall.
What a splash he's going to make.
He's going to fall.
This is for kids. A 2-inch board. I could walk it blindfolded. And without an umbrella. These guys should have seen me when I was performing in the circus. A Keegan, a Skogie, a
Duca in the Western Circuit. My name in type that big. Manelli the Magnificent. Manelli and his educated code. Look at that guy. Just like in the circus.
He's gonna fall.
Hey, shut up. Don't scare him. He's gonna make it. Son of a gun, he's gonna make it.
Come on, Manelli. Go to it, boy.
Well, I am right in the middle. Now for the turn around like the old days. Now, there. Okay, Mr. Jackhammer. Let's get this show on the road. Here's one for Adolf. One for Gering. And one for Rob. Ah, there. Secure all around. Didn't think I could do it, huh? I could give him a better show if I only had my umbrella. Manelli the Magnificent, the high-wire kid himself. And now for the next one. There.
I told you he'd do it.
The guy's a genius.
I didn't think it could be done. Son of a gun, he was a high-wire man, Colonel.
Well, I'll be... That's the greatest act I've seen since the Hippodrome. 1 minute to noon, General. The bridge is completed. We're going to send a jeep over for a test run.
It's a great job.
Yes, thanks to that crazy soldier. Why, he went out on those planks.
I know. I was watching back there. What's that man's name?
Private Manelli.
I beg your pardon, Colonel.
Okay, Manelli. What have we done now that's not very intelligent?
Well, Colonel, it's not that exactly. It's just that, well, sir, a jeep is too light. It won't prove nothing. Now, if you send me over and lovely lady, it'll mean something. If that bridge will hold a bulldozer, it'll hold anything in a division.
Well, it's true. A bulldozer is heavier
Thank
than
you, sir. I knew you'd see it my way.
Got room for a passenger, Corporal Manelli?
Corporal? Holy Toledo. But, General, you can't come. If this bridge don't hold, we're going right down at the ocean.
Well, if it's strong enough for you, Manelli, it's strong enough for me. Throw in gear.
Come on, lovely lady. Here we go.
Thank you, Ted DeCorsia and Edwin Jerome. Now, here is Ted Pearson speaking for the DuPont Company about peacetime explosives in wartime.
Invasion left Cherbourg Harbor a tangled mass of wreckage. The retreating Germans destroyed everything they could. Docks were a mass of broken stone and twisted steel. Sunken ships and wrecked craft underwater cluttered the harbor. But we needed a port. It was just because we needed a port into which to funnel men and supplies that we'd landed on the beaches near Cherbourg in the first place. Tangled, jammed, cluttered, smashed as it was, Cherbourg Harbor had to be cleared for traffic fast. So, as they had done earlier at Naples, Navy Seabees and Army engineers went to work. And in less than 48 hours, supplies were being landed in Cherbourg Harbor. Dynamite is not a military explosive. It can't be used, for instance, in a gun. But one stick of 60% gelatin dynamite, one small stick 8 inches long and not much thicker through than a broom handle, will move a couple of tons of rock. Work that might otherwise require long hours of labor can often be done far more easily with dynamite, one of the most powerful tools at man's command. It's because dynamite has this superhuman ability to get heavy work done in a short time that every United States Army division in the South Seas uses tons of dynamite. You've seen pictures of some of the things dynamite has accomplished for our forces in the South Pacific. One outfit out there had to build an airfield in jig time with no raw materials other than the coral of which their island itself was made. Dynamite dug the coral, providing the material for a hard, smooth flying field. Another common and very important use for dynamite in our country and in tropical areas is the drainage of swamps. Here, sticks of dynamite are planted in a row, then fired to dig a ditch of the needed depth and width. Dynamite is also doing other jobs, quarrying rock to build roads, felling trees, and removing stumps to build airports. It's removing boulders, deepening harbors, breaking up derelicts, and doing hundreds of other jobs to help men shorten the war. Whether it's clearing and rebuilding harbors like Cherbourg, draining swamps in the South Pacific, or constructing hydroelectric dams at home, many of the war's heaviest, hardest construction jobs have been seeded by dynamite. peacetime product of the DuPont Company, maker of better things for better living through chemistry.
Next Monday evening, Cavalcade presents The Conquest of Quinine, the story of the centuries-old fight against malaria, dread killer of mankind. The story also of a brilliant scientific victory in a research laboratory that enabled two young Americans to cancel out a great Japanese military success. Tonight's Cavalcade play was written by Daniel Taradash and Julian Blaustein. The orchestra and musical score were under the direction of Donald Voorhees. This is Roland Winters sending best wishes from Cavalcade sponsor, E.I. DuPont de Nemours and Company of Wilmington, Delaware. American industry is in urgent need of forge and foundry workers. The need has been heightened to emergency proportions by the invasion. Husky, healthy men of any age, with or without foundry experience, are being asked by the War Manpower Commission to enroll for a 90-day period to bring production up to quota. Men who qualify will be given a release from their present job, providing it is not one of critical urgency, and at the end of their 90-day stint will be returned to their present status. 20,000 men are needed at once. Men taking the jobs will be making a real contribution to the war in a time of critical need and will receive good wages. All applicants are invited to telegraph collect to Forge and Foundry Chief, War Manpower Commission, giving their name, address, present employment, and draft status. Men who qualify will be notified in a day or two. The Cavalcade of America came to you from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Cavalcade of America, sponsored by E.I. DuPont de Nemours and Company of Wilmington, Delaware, maker of better things for better living through chemistry, presents The Conquest of Quinine, with House Jameson as the narrator.
Before we begin our play, here's some good news about neoprene synthetic rubber. Some DuPont neoprene has now been made available to rubber thread manufacturers for girdles. As you probably know, our armed forces are making good use of most of the neoprene DuPont can produce. Aircraft engine hose, airplane parts, gas masks, and protective coverings for Army and Navy communication wiring are just a few of the thousands of wartime uses for neoprene. But the supply of this DuPont chemical rubber is now large enough to divert a limited amount to the manufacture of girdles. Girdles with stretch, because they are made of DuPont neoprene. And now for our play.
Tonight, Cavalcade presents the story of a victory that ranks as a truly great scientific achievement. A victory won after more than 100 years of search and struggle and personal sacrifice. Our play, written by Arthur Arendt, is the story of man's attempts over the years to make quinine synthetically or to develop a substitute. Only this year, 2 American scientists have finally succeeded where so many have failed. They have accomplished the total synthesis of quinine. Their work, carried on at Harvard University, was initiated and sponsored by the Polaroid Corporation. The DuPont Company presents The Conquest of Quinine, with House Jameson as the narrator on The Cavalcade of America.
This is the story of a disease that has killed and is still killing more people than the plague, than cancer, than heart disease, or any other ill yet visited upon mankind. Yes, even war. Year by year since the dawn of recorded history, enough men, women, and children have died of this terrible disease to populate a brand new world. If these millions of dead could come to life again, today, now, it is safe to say they would demand one thing of their brave new world. Let there be, they would say, butterflies and helicopters, pomegranates and plastics, but no mosquitoes. For the disease they died of is malaria.
Malaria. The word designates a group of chronic infections of vertebrates produced by the protozoan parasites, Plasmodiae. The three species of which I would call to your attention being Falciparum, Vivax,
Thank you very much, Professor. Ladies and gentlemen, what the professor is saying is that malaria is caused by a parasite. A mosquito bites a man that has malaria, and then he bites you, and pretty soon you've got malaria too. Isn't that correct, sir?
Yes, quite. The cure for malaria is quinine. In the history of chemotherapy, numerous attempts at synthesis were made with only partial success, until very recently, when total synthesis was achieved. That's all.
Thank you very much, sir. It has taken you exactly 29 seconds to tell the story of the first specific known to medicine of the miracle drug that has saved in the course of centuries untold hundreds of millions of lives. And now, if you don't mind, I'd like to tell it my way, right from the beginning. In the year 1638, the viceroy of the great colony of Spanish America was one Don Luis Fernandez Mendoza, Count of Chinchon. The Count was very happy with his post in South America. He had a beautiful young wife. Lima was a cosmopolitan city. The Indians didn't know too much, and a great deal of gold and silver was being shipped back to Spain. And then one day, the beautiful young wife awoke before dawn, raving deliriously for water. The vice-regal physician was summoned. He examined the Countess.
Your Excellency.
Well, don't stand there looking at me. What is it?
Your Excellency, I am not quite sure. I must have further details.
Details? What kind of details? Do you ask the date of her birth, the color of her eyes when she lies there dying?
No, on the contrary, it's quite another detail that I'm interested in. When I arrived just now...
When you arrived just now, my wife was delirious. She shrieked to God for water and her body was burning.
Yeah, exactly. And before I arrived...
Before you arrived, she suffered so violent a chill that the bed shook.
Thank you. That is all I wish to know. Your Excellency, it is the ague.
Ague? The ague, eh? Well, what are you waiting for? Get your herbs and bottles and prepare the cure.
She will die, Your Excellency. There is no cure.
On the sixth night, the chills and fever were so severe and the delirium so prolonged that all hope was abandoned. It was just before dawn that an Indian arrived from the hills far to the north. He carried a message from the Spanish magistrate at Loja.
Your Highness, with respect and deep humility, I send you these pieces of bark from the quinine tree, which, as you may have heard, is abundant in this district. If it be powdered into a strong wine, and if it please Almighty God, the resultant potion will cure your beloved Countess of this deadly malady. Well, physician, what say you of this?
I'm against it, Your Excellency.
Indeed. And what do you suggest in its place?
Your Excellency, this so-called quinquina bark is unknown to me. In Spain, in all Europe, there's no record of its existence. Furthermore...
Continue.
The great Galen, father of medicine, does not list it in his index of the 300 cures.
And therefore it does not exist. Very interesting.
If I could have a little time, perhaps, to study
I am interested in prolonging the existence of my wife, not the advancement of medicine.
But I cannot assume the responsibility.
I will assume the responsibility. Prepare the potion.
The bark of the mysterious quinquina tree was prepared according to directions and given to the Countess. Every few hours for 2 days, the dose was repeated. And at the end of the second day, a miracle occurred. The chills and fever slackened, the delirium disappeared. Some weeks later, the Countess was well enough to approach her husband with a most interesting project.
Now that I'm well enough to travel, I'm going back to Madrid. And with me as my dearest possession, I shall take a packet of this miraculous specific. All Spain, all Europe, shall learn the wonder that God has seen fit to store in the bark of a tree.
Thus, the tiny packet of bark from the quinquina tree went on to Spain, where its value as a cure for malaria, then known as the ague, was quickly proven. In honor of the Countess, botanists changed the name of the bark. It was hereafter to be known as cinchona. It wasn't until 2 centuries later that doctors and chemists became curious about this Peruvian bark. They knew it cured malaria, but how and why and what made it work? It was in 1820 that the first experiment was made by 2 French chemists.
My dear Cavalcade, up to now we've extracted gray cinchona bark with alcohol. We added water and potash, and what have we got?
A clear solution containing crystals.
Exactly. Crystals, all white and shining and very pretty to look at. But they don't cure malaria. They don't cure anything. And so I suggest we forget all about it. Let's just go on to...
One moment. Think, Pelletier, what it would mean if we could discover what there is in this cinchona bark that cures.
I have thought about it. Nevertheless...
I beg you, Pierre. What we have got up to now...
Which is exactly nothing.
We got from gray cinchona bark. Before we give up, let us try the whole thing over again on the yellow.
I ask you, Joseph, what difference will that make?
It is known that these cinchona barks differ. Perhaps the yellow is better, perhaps if we...
Oh, very well, Joseph. Hand me that strip of yellow cinchona. Let's see now. We extracted yellow cinchona with alcohol.
It was done.
We added water and potash.
Done.
And now we look for white crystals. Well?
There are none, Pierre.
No crystals?
What we have produced is a white powder. It will not crystallize. Pierre, do you suppose?
I don't know. We must be careful. We will test its solubility in acid and alcohol. We will then send a specimen to all doctors in the Paris area, advising them to join prudence to sagacity in testing it on human beings.
And Pierre, I have already thought of a name for it. Since it comes from the quinquina tree, let us call it Quinine.
And thus, from the bark of a tree was isolated the magic power that cured malaria. By the middle of the 19th century, quinine was recognized throughout the world. It was potent. It was the malaria cure. But it was also scarce and expensive, and millions continued to die. In 1850, the French Society of Pharmacy announced a competition.
To the chemists of the world, whereas it has long been of the utmost importance that a synthesis for quinine be found, whereas this synthetic must beyond doubt be possessed of the same therapeutic effect, whereas the cost of its production must be appreciably reduced, therefore, we, the French Society of Pharmacy, do make this appeal to the world of science, offering a prize of 4,000 francs to the chemist who will discover the means of preparing quinine artificially.
I say, have you heard? This French Society, a competition.
We will follow the course set by Pelletier and Cavalcade. France shall have the honor.
Today we begin work on quinine synthesis. We will show the world what German chemistry can do.
4,000 francs, eh? What's man, I'll go to work on it today.
Yes, they went to work on it. Even Pasteur was interested.
I wish to report the extraction of an alkaloid from cinchona bark.
I have called this alkaloid quinotoxin.
And there they stopped. Even the great Pasteur, it was apparent, could go no further. And the prize offered by the French Society of Pharmacy was never won. But one of the experiments performed in this competition was to confound the world of chemistry and create a new industry. This discovery of such tremendous importance was arrived at by sheerest accident. Listener, follow this closely. For the date of this experiment, 1856, is the beginning of a cycle of experimentation that was completed in our time. Only 3 months ago, in April 1944, with the final, triumphant, long-sought-after total synthesis of quinine. The cycle begins at the Royal College of Chemistry in London. An old professor and a young student.
Perkin? William Henry Perkin.
Oh, yes, Professor Hoffman?
Going home for your Easter holiday, William?
Yes, Professor, to work. I've a laboratory at home, you know.
What are you going to work on?
Oh, I don't know. Anything that strikes my fancy, just so long as it's chemistry.
William, why not put your holiday to real use by going after something specific?
Such as?
Such as quinine. You've heard, of course, of this French competition. Why not get into it? Everybody else is already.
Quinine, eh? Well, what did you have in mind to produce it from?
Coal tar.
Coal tar? You mean that stuff the distillers will pay you to cart away, that stinking, nauseating mess?
Exactly, William. That stinking, nauseating mess.
William, that stuff smells. What is it?
Coal tar derivative.
What is that?
One of the chemicals that comes from coal tar. Now, keep quiet and watch. If this turns white, maybe I've got something. Quiet now.
It's black. It's black. It's turning black.
Yes, so it is. Now, let's see. I've tried toluidine with potassium dichromate. I've tried sulfate of... Alice, didn't I tell you never to touch that?
Look at my dress. Look at it. It's purple.
Well, it serves you right. Next time you'll know better than to... Did you say purple? Here, let me look at that.
My shoes, too. William, my shoes.
Oh, that's strange. Very strange. Now, I wonder why it turned purple.
Within a week, William Henry Perkin found out the coal tar derivative he'd used on that last experiment was aniline. And this 18-year-old boy thus became the discoverer of the first of the now famous aniline dyes. They revolutionized an industry. But more important, in the mad stampede that followed Perkin's discovery, the goal of the world's chemists to create an artificial quinine went down, scuttled, a lost cause.
You are listening to The Conquest of Quinine with House Jameson as the narrator on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by E.I. DuPont de Nemours and Company of Wilmington, Delaware, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. Our cavalcade play this evening is the story of man's engrossing struggle down through the years to find a remedy for the dread disease, malaria. In 1856, William Henry Perkin, an English chemist, seeking a synthetic quinine out of coal tar, discovered instead the first of the aniline dyes, and the world's chemists turned from the problems of quinine to the new field.
The years went by. Seedlings of the now famous cinchona tree were transported from South America and planted in the soil of the Dutch East Indies. Thus was the supply of quinine increased and the cost lowered, but never enough to fill the demand of the millions throughout the world. And the chemists, what were they doing all this time?
My name
is Herr Strecker. I have determined the composition of the quinine molecule. It consists of 20 carbon, 24 hydrogen, 2 oxygen, and 2 nitrogen atoms.
This fellow Strecker merely started things, you know. Others came along who made use of his discovery. Fellows like Krupp and Koenigs, for instance. They isolated the various quinine units. And then the German chemist, Herr Rabe, made his famous experiment.
I wish to announce that I have succeeded in turning back into quinine, the alkaloid quinotoxin which Pasteur extracted in 1853.
That was a partial synthesis. And now let me tell you about a new drug. It was invented by 2 German chemists, Mich and Maus, and it was called
Admiral. This new drug we have created is based on an acridine dye. It is only distantly related to quinine, but it does kill malaria parasites.
Admiral, as you know, soon became the universally accepted man-created cure for malaria. It had certain toxic qualities, but proper care and supervision held them down to a minimum. But the dream of every chemist, the perfect and total synthesis of quinine, seemed as far away as ever. On December 7th, 1941, 95% of the world's supply of quinine came from the Dutch East Indies. By April of the following year, the Japs had moved in, and the supply was shut off. The Army and Navy of the United States had large stocks of quinine on hand, but nobody was sure how long the war would last. And so among those who went to work on the age-old riddle were 2 American scientists. The year is 1943, the month February, the place Harvard University. If we could look in on 2 young scientists, we might hear an interesting conversation.
Well, Doering, I've worked out a tentative blueprint for this thing.
Good. It'll be a nice change, Woodward, after this hush-hush stuff we've been doing for the government.
Maybe you won't think so after we begin banging our heads on this quinine business.
I know. In the beginning, everything looks rosy. Well, where do we start?
Remember quinotoxin?
Pasteur, 1853. He extracted it from cinchona.
Right. And in 1918, Rabe made quinine from quinotoxin.
Sure, but he had to use plenty of real quinine to do it.
Now, if we could make synthetic quinotoxin, we'd be a lot nearer to synthetic quinine, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, half the quinotoxin molecule's already been duplicated. Let's go after the other half.
Okay. What do we start with?
Doering, I'm suggesting we start with benzaldehyde.
Benzaldehyde. Listener, stop a moment and consider. Benzaldehyde is produced from coal tar. Coal tar. Remember William Henry Perkin? He went looking for quinine and discovered aniline dyes. And now, almost 100 years later, Robert B. Woodward and William E. Doering, still searching for a total synthesis of quinine, seek out the answer in exactly the same substance, coal tar. That stinking, nauseating mess, as Perkin called it. Thus, the cycle draws to its close. The first step was achieved in a month. From now on, it was to be the old chemical formula of trial and error. Red eyes, dead with fatigue, and an unspoken prayer every night when they crawled into bed. The next steps took longer, and soon the laboratory was filled with bottles of crystals, beautiful crystals.
I'd say we're doing all right. Now, the next step... Say, Bill, what's on your mind?
Well, Bob, something's come up.
Oh?
Yeah, my appointment to teach at Columbia came through today.
Say, that's great. Congratulations.
Thanks. But what about us? I'm worried how we'll arrange it with me in New York and you up here in Cambridge.
Look, we'll both go on just as we were. They play chess by telephone, don't they? Well, we'll coordinate our research the same way. Whenever you change the structure, call me up. When I add or subtract something, I'll let you know.
Fine. I'll come up Christmas and Easter, and we'll really tear things apart.
Certainly. Now, let's get back to work.
Step by step, and the months rolled by. It was April 11th, 1944, 14 months after the experiment had begun. Doering had come up to Cambridge that he and Woodward might work out this final step together.
How long we've been at it?
Almost a week, I guess. 9:30 a.m. to 4:30 a.m. and back again at 9:30. I mix, you stir, I boil. Well, let's do it different today. You mix, I stir, and you boil.
Okay. Now let's go over this again. We've duplicated the two halves of the quinine molecule and combined them, and all we got was a yellow oil, quinatoxin. We used Robert's method and then dropped in a few natural quinine crystals because sometimes they act like seeds and make other crystals, but nothing happened. Let's do it over again and see what happens.
All over again. The yellow oil, the natural crystals, mix, stir, boil, and cool. And suddenly, they had 1/4 of a gram of fluffy, faintly yellow, needle-like crystals. They put them through several tests, and then Woodward looked at Doering, and Doering looked at Woodward.
Well, what do you think?
So far, so good.
Yeah. Too good, maybe.
We've still got to measure the rotation of the crystals.
The final and conclusive test, as my old professor used to say. If it comes out right, we've got something.
And if it doesn't, well, no use postponing the verdict.
Want me to take it into the dark room and measure him?
Uh-huh.
Hey, you're not nervous, are you?
Get out of here.
Maybe you'd like to take a little nap or something. Maybe you ought to
Go
rest.
on.
Okay, I'm going. Keep your fingers crossed. Woodward.
Well?
The rotation came out absolutely correct. We've done it. This is it, I tell you. This is it. Hey, quit pumping my hand like that. You'll shake it right off.
The end of the trail had been reached after almost 100 years. There were many milestones along the way, put there by such men as Pasteur and Perkin and Strecker and Robber and many others. And now the cycle is completed. The riddle has been solved. In the May issue of the Journal of the American Chemical Society, there appeared the following announcement.
We wish to record the first total synthesis of quinine.
It was signed R.B. Woodward and W.E. Doering.
Thank you, House Jameson and members of the Cavalcade cast. Now, here is Ted Pearson speaking for the DuPont Company.
An American LCT nosed in toward the island of Elba, where Napoleon was once imprisoned. And war correspondent Sedgwick of the New York Times pecked at his battered typewriter. He wrote, "At dawn, enemy shells were falling about the armada of landing craft. Smoke shells were being fired by our ships in great quantities, and containers of canned mist were dropped from the sterns of the fast, scurrying vessels, so that the operation, finally successful, was carried out in something resembling a London fog," unquote. Chemical smoke is really a lot thicker than a London fog, so thick, in fact, that you can get lost in it. But it isn't really smoke. It's a fine powder, the product of combining chemicals which hangs in the air. It has saved many lives and helped us win many objectives. Our troops are using 4 different kinds of chemical smoke in this war. Smoke generators are mounted on ships, on planes, and used by troops on land. Sometimes the smoke is colored. A prearranged color code identifies an artillery unit, a beachhead, or a special objective. Colored smoke helps our planes to bomb accurately even when clouds cover the target. The lead plane carries a secret device that sees through the clouds. Then it drops colored smoke bombs, and the planes which follow use the ring of colored smoke in the clouds as their target. Chemical smoke blanketed the Normandy coast on D-Day. Over Naples more than once, it made the Germans aim their bombs by guess and drop them into the sea where they were harmless. At the Volturno River, where Americans were fighting their way into German-held territory, 25-pound smoke shells were fired every 15 seconds for 18 hours, so the German artillery couldn't draw a bead on our men. Below Casino, where our supplies had to keep moving up the highways, a smoke screen 6 miles long and 2 miles wide blinded German guns which otherwise would have had a clear view from the hillside of our trucks moving on the roads. Engineers throwing a bridge across a stream often lay a smoke cloud where they aren't working, so the enemy will direct his fire there and not shoot at the real bridge. In New Guinea, we took a Japanese airfield by blanketing the edges of the field with smoke from the air and landing 1,000 paratroopers in the smoke right on the field. Sulfur trioxide and hexachlorothane, 2 compounds used in smoke-generating equipment, are products of present-day chemistry. The use of these basic chemicals in smoke screens is a wartime adaptation of products which in peacetime enables the DuPont Company to bring you better things for better living through chemistry.
Next Monday evening, the Cavalcade of America presents a radio adaptation of the current bestseller, A Walk in the Sun, a vivid, touching story of men and war, the story of an infantry platoon in the Italian campaign, of a march in the sun along a death-strewn, unknown road, and of the mission that had to be carried through at the end of that road. The orchestra and musical score were under the supervision of Donald Voorhees. This is Roland Winters sending his best wishes from Cavalcade sponsor, E.I. DuPont de Nemours and Company of Wilmington, Delaware. The Cavalcade of America came to you from New York.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Presenting A Walk in the Sun, a radio adaptation of Harry Brown's current best-selling book on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by E.I. DuPont de Nemours and Company of Wilmington, Delaware, maker of better things for better living through chemistry.
Before we begin our play, here are some suggestions of vital interest to those who drive cars and know how essential it is to maintain transportation. The cooling system of your car fills gradually with rust, scale, and scum, and this causes overheating and sluggish performance. Therefore, we suggest that you use DuPont Cooling System Cleanser every 6 months. It cleans out the rust and scum thoroughly without reverse flushing. Then put in DuPont Acid and Rust Inhibitor, which prevents new rust forming. If you find any leaks, use a bottle of DuPont Cooling System Sealer. It stops small leaks quickly and safely, helps prevent other leaks developing later. And now for our play.
There is a pin spot on the map of Italy that marks the locale of our story. The war has spread out and grown and moved beyond that point. But what happened on that point of earth and the 6-mile road leading to it is important. For on that point of earth and the road that led to it, American soldiers passed 6 hours of their lives. 6 hours of fear and uncertainty, struggle and death. We tell now of these men and of their walk in the sun. The DuPont Company presents the radio adaptation by Milton Wayne of Harry Brown's book, A Walk in the Sun, with Everett Sloan as Sergeant Porter, Frank Lovejoy as the narrator, and Larry Haynes as Corporal Tyne on the Cavalcade of America.
At 0519, the barge carrying the platoon was still more than a mile from the Italian shore. A German shore battery decided something was wrong and sent over a couple of shells. One of our destroyers and a cruiser joined in. No one on the barge was interested except the lieutenant because the whole action was taking place about 3 miles away. The lieutenant had taken out his field glasses to find out what was going on. In the dark, one of the shore batteries began moving its fire aimlessly over the sea. A couple of shells burst close to the barge, but no one paid a great deal of attention. As far as the men were concerned, the shells could take care of themselves, and so could the lieutenant. The lieutenant was trying to adjust his field glasses when the third shell struck nearby. Something pinched his left cheek very hard. He dropped his glasses and slid slowly down to a sitting position. Sergeant Porter got to him first. He called Staff Sergeant Halverson, and he groped his way to the stern looking for the first aid man.
Here I am, Sergeant. You want me?
The lieutenant's hurt up front, Mac. Sergeant Halverson said for you to go up.
Oh, what's the matter with the lieutenant?
Well, get up there and see. You want me to bring him down here?
I was just asking.
Hey, Sergeant. Yeah, who are you?
Rivera, machine gunner of this platoon, remember? And what's the matter with the lieutenant?
A shell splinter got him. A purgatory shell splinter.
Oh, he dead?
Not yet.
Well, it's a Purple Heart, no question. Hey, Jake, how'd you like to have a Purple Heart?
Depends where I got it. In the leg, okay.
That shell got him bad on the side of the head.
In the head? No, I don't want a Purple Heart in the head, Rivera.
Who'd know the difference? Is Sergeant Halverson in command now, Sergeant Porter?
He knows what to do. I'll see you guys later.
You know, Rivera, that Sergeant Porter's a very worrying type guy.
Maybe he's afraid they're going to commission him. This platoon's very bad luck for lieutenants. Now, ain't you very glad you're just an ammunition bearer, Private Friedman?
How is he, Halverson?
He's bad.
Are you taking over?
I got to see the captain. As soon as we land, I've got to find him. I can't take over without seeing him.
Well, you know what to do when we land?
Yeah, Porter. There's a house, a farm. It's on the map. There's a road from the beach. Leads right past it.
How far?
Dog of a way. 6 miles. That's all I know. How's he doing, Mac?
We better get him to a doctor.
Well, you stay with him, Mac. You can pick us up later. When it gets light, you'll see a road running from the beach. We'll be up that road.
Well, can't we leave him here? I might get lost.
Stay with him. It's almost time. All right, hoist tail. Hoist tail. Hoist tail. Hey, Porter. Where are you, Porter?
Here I am.
Who's that behind you?
Corporal Tyne, Sergeant.
Good. I want you in on this. Now, here's the score, Porter. Take the men 100 yards up from the barge and hit the dirt. I'll go find the captain and come back.
Well, that won't be so easy. The captain might be in any purgatory barge on the ocean.
Now, that I know. All you have to do, Porter, is take them up 100 yards, then hit dirt. I don't care if it's a pig pen.
Okay, Hal. It'll be like you say. In the dark, Sergeant Porter carefully paced off the 100 yards from the barge. In the dark, on the cold Italian earth, the men lay down and waited. As it grew lighter, they discovered they could see neither the beach nor the water. They were in a little hollow among a few scraggly trees. The area was alive with troops, but for all they knew, it might have been a desert island. There was no firing, no shouting, no sound of motors. Nothing. And the men waited.
Maybe it's different with you, Rivera, but if they think I'm going to spend my life in Italy, they're crazy.
Okay, so you don't like it. So take the subway home. Here's a nickel, Jake, the only one I got. Take it. It's worth it to get rid of you.
Rivera, with remarks of that nature, I'm very afraid you won't live to make corporal.
Baby, I just want to live to make civilian.
You're a negative character, Rivera. You second the motion, Sergeant Porter?
Oh, nuts. You guys kill me. Hey, Tyne.
Yeah?
Come over here with me. You too, Hoskins.
What's up, Sarge?
Look, something's wrong. I know something's wrong. Halverson shouldn't have taken so long to find the captain. And
Well, all I know is what Halverson told me. We got to go up a road for 6 miles till we run into a farmhouse.
6 miles is a long way to walk. What's the house for?
I don't know. Maybe it commands a road or something. That's all Halverson knows about it. Maybe that's all the lieutenant knew about it. There's no sense in it. No sense in it at all. If we hang around here any longer, we'll screw up the whole works.
Jerry planes will be over pretty soon.
Sure they will. And they'll send a few tanks along while we're still up in the air. Now, look. My idea is we move up there into the woods. We leave someone here in case Halverson shows up. 6 miles is a long way. What do you guys think?
It's up to you, Porter.
Now, listen. You hear anything?
Hack.
That's it, then.
Must be our ships shooting the planes.
That's just the way it is. Come on. All right. Off and on. We're going over in the woods. Squad columns, hop to it.
Who's going to stay here, Porter?
Huh? Stay here for what?
Halverson.
Well, I don't know.
I'll stay. I've got nothing to do.
All right, okay, Tyne, okay. Come on, get those squads moving. Spread them out. Yeah, you stay here, Tyne. We'll be over in the woods. Come on, let's go.
Plane! Enemy plane! Take cover!
They left at 0817. At 0923, in the woods where they'd sought concealment, 2 men were dead, and Corporal Hoskins had a bullet in the calf of his left leg. The platoon had got off easily. The pilot of the Messerschmitt had seen something gleam in the woods. If he hadn't run out of ammunition, it might have been worse. Now the platoon was spread out, sitting against the trees. Everything seemed to be going wrong. The men were afraid and restless. They didn't care where they went. They just wanted to be on the move. Sergeant Porter had just about made up his mind to move was the best thing. There was no sense in waiting for Halverson. There was a sound of someone coming through the bushes. Sergeant Porter pointed his carbine.
Halt. Who's there?
Fine.
Well, come on. Where have you been? Well, what happened?
Machine gun got Halverson on the beach. That's bad. Williams' first aid's dead, too. Plane got him. The lieutenant died.
Well, that does it. We better move for that farmhouse.
I've got the lieutenant's map case. Here.
Okay. I'll spread it out on the ground so you can all see it. Yeah. It's this district, all right. There's the road.
Uh-huh. Where's the farmhouse?
Here, this must be it. The only house.
Hmm.
Well, let's see. There's the scale. Yeah, it's just about 6 miles, like they said. But there's no orders. Just this map.
Have to do.
Must have swallowed the orders. Too many purgatory secrets in this lousy war.
Hey, Porter. Bring the map over here and let me see.
Yeah, Hoskins. That leg giving you trouble?
Yeah, it will. On that bridge now.
And what about it?
You'll have to blow it.
Yeah?
They'll bring up stuff over that bridge. Grenades will do it all right. Take time, though.
Your leg hurting now?
Yeah. You better shove off. You got a long walk ahead of you.
Sergeant, you want the men to get ready?
Yeah, okay, Tyne, I'll tell them. You better hurry it up.
How is it, Husk?
Oh, it'll keep. I got it on ice.
Take it easy, fella. Hate to leave you like this.
Oh, forget it. Tyne, you're a smart apple. Keep your head.
I'm the boy.
I mean it. Keep your head. You may need it.
I always have. Oh, here's my canteen. Better hang on to it.
Oh, I forgot. Yeah, thanks. Keep your eye on Porter. I think he's going to crack.
How do you know?
I've seen guys crack. He's a good man, but he's had too much war. He's going to crack. He's got a lot on his mind. Keep your head on, kid.
Okay, Husk. See you around.
Yeah, kid. Around.
They came out of the wood into the road under the hot sun. Shells were falling behind them, along the beach and among the ships. The sun bothered Sergeant Porter. The 6 miles ahead of him became an infinity.
Porter, what's the matter? Something wrong?
I got a headache. A lousy headache.
Oh, it's tough.
You trust this operation, Tyne?
How do you mean?
You know, I don't like the ring of it. Something funny about that farmhouse. We don't know what's there. And when we get there...
Here's the way I figure it. If we blow the bridge at the farmhouse, that means we're protecting the flank. Now, a fast-moving small body of men can get through quicker and accomplish the mission.
Yeah, it sounds all right.
It's the only thing that makes sense.
I've only made about 2 miles. Taking too long.
Take it easy, Eddie. It's a long war.
Well, I don't like the responsibility. It's not a sergeant's job. Everything's crazy. Nothing's gone right today. It's not going to get any better.
There's nothing to worry about, Eddie. It'll go along. Well, it was worse in other places.
In other places, we knew where we were going. Bill, I'm scared of the tanks.
Why?
If they catch us on this road, they got us cold like mackerel.
Ah, there probably isn't a tank within 5 miles. They're all over where the noise is.
Yeah. Maybe you're right. Okay, let's keep moving.
At 10:18 on the 3rd mile of the road, the platoon heard a motorcycle coming from the direction in which they had come.
Hey, there's a rider. What's up this road, Sarge?
How should I know? Where are you from?
I'm looking for the 25th.
25th what?
Infantry.
Never heard of them.
They were supposed to be up this road.
There's some other roads running from the beach.
Oh, I didn't know that. They just told me to go up the road. What are you looking for up here?
Objective's a farmhouse. About 3 miles up this Purgatory Road.
Anything up there?
Hanged if I know.
Want me to take a run up and see?
Well, be darn nice if you'd scout a couple of miles. Take a lot off my mind.
Okay. This is the first time I've been to Italy. I'd like to see the country.
Okay. Let's go.
You are listening to A Walk in the Sun on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by E.I. DuPont de Nemours and Company of Wilmington, Delaware, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. The infantry platoon landed in the dark on the Italian shore. Their mission was to seize an enemy-held farmhouse in the interior. The platoon's lieutenant and staff sergeant are killed. Then, under the command of Sergeant Ed Porter, the platoon begins its 6-mile trek along a hazardous road. As our cavalcade play continues, Sergeant Porter and Corporal Tyne, leading the platoon, await the return of a motorcycle rider scouting the road ahead.
Well, Tyne, you still think that motorcycle will be back?
Ed, stop worrying. He may have gone further than we thought. Maybe he got a flat.
He didn't go too far, and he didn't get a flat. He ran into trouble. Did you hear any firing?
No, I didn't hear a thing.
He ran into trouble.
For Pete's sake, Eddie, I don't know what's the matter with you or what you're thinking, but you'll be having everyone with their tongues hanging out if you don't snap out of it. What's the matter with you?
I don't know. My head aches.
Are you sick?
I don't know. Leave me alone.
Okay.
Take a break. Tell him to take a break.
Take a break, man.
I gotta lie down. I gotta lie down.
The trouble with Sergeant Porter was just a piling up of war. Certainly, he had had a lot of it. In Tebessa, Bizerte, and the hills of Sicily. Some men are good for only one action. Others can stand it for years. But when a man gets too much of it, there's only one thing to do. Pull him out of the line, ship him back where the steak grow on trees, and the only noise is that of the sunset gun. Sergeant Porter was a good man, but now he was for the cleaners.
Ed, listen to me. I sent Arch down the road to look for that motorcycle guy, so stop worrying. Try to rest, will you?
I don't know what's the matter with me. I never felt like this before. Look, my hands are shaking. Call Ward over here, will you?
Yeah, sure.
Hey, Ward.
Yeah. What's the matter, Porter? Feeling bad?
Feels lousy.
A guy can pick up anything in this kind of country.
Hey, Ward, if I can't go on, would you mind if Tyne took over?
It'll make no difference to me.
Tyne's a good man.
I know he is.
You can go on, Eddie.
I don't know. I feel funny. You ever feel like you wanted to lie down and never get up?
Sure I have.
That's the way I feel. Like I want to lie here and never get up.
Armored car coming! Enemy armored car, take cover!
Head for the trees, fast!
Cover!
Come on, Ed. Come on.
Leave me alone.
Ed, come on.
Leave me alone.
We can leave him here. He's got cover. Come on, Tyne. Okay, I'm coming.
Hey, Sarge, that was close. Hey, Sarge.
Leave him alone, Arch. He's sick. Just that one on the road?
Yeah, I guess so. I almost threw a grenade at it.
Good thing you didn't. What do you think, Ward?
Oh, I don't know. I don't like it none.
Yeah. Arch, go up the roadway again.
Yeah?
And keep your eyes open.
Okay.
That car's coming back, Ward.
We won't have much time.
Well, if we're lucky, we can knock it off with grenades. Use the machine gun on the tires. We'd better get Porter in on this. Eddie.
Leave me alone.
Nothing you can do, Tyne?
Nothing. Let's get set on that car. Now remember, men, you'll go on a whistle. And so help me, the first lug that throws before he gets the whistle will get a grenade right between the teeth. Now, as soon as the grenades go, Rivera starts using his gun. You got that? On the whistle.
Yeah, sure. I got you. Sure.
Okay, take cover. Well, Ward, we know what happened to that motorcycle rider.
Sure do.
You better pick yourself a tree.
Here it comes.
All right, you guys. Show's over. There's nothing in that car you haven't seen before. Andrew.
Yeah?
You stay here with Sergeant Porter. Got to make time now. Make it fast.
Okay.
We'll have to do it through the woods. Can't take any more chances.
The sun was soaring toward the highest reaches of heaven. It blazed down malevolently. Their helmets became like ovens, and their clothes stuck to their bodies. No halts were called. At 11:47, they came to a rise at the end of the woods. Below, an open field began and ran 150 yards to the objective, to a farmhouse with a red-tiled roof. The men crawled forward and stopped.
How's it look, Tyne?
Quiet. But I don't like it. It's too quiet.
Think there's anyone there?
We won't take any chances, Ward. We'll send a patrol up first, 4 or 5 guys.
I'll take it.
Okay, Ward. Pick yourself 4 men.
I'll go.
No, you won't, Rivera. I need your little machine gun. Set it up here. You keep your eye on the farmhouse and the road at the same time. You got that, Doughnut?
It's in my head.
I want 4 volunteers. 4 prospective Congressional Medal of Honor with 10 Oak Leaf Cluster volunteers.
I'll go.
I'm with you. Help me in.
Pass out the Purple Hearts, Mother. Everyone get back, Tyne?
All but 2.
Tough.
Ward, we've really got a job on our hands.
Yeah. There's no more surprise. They've probably got a machine gun in every window of that farmhouse. No one can get near enough to use a grenade. How about waiting until dark?
Well, we can't wait. We've got to get in there and get in there fast.
How about the river? How about just crawling down, then waiting along the bank till we get to the bridge, then blow her?
Oh, that's an idea. We'll work it.
You've cut yourself a tough job, Tyne.
Suicide. I'm a hero. This will mean the Good Conduct Medal.
It might be a breeze.
It might be, but I don't think so. Time's getting short. Let's lay this out. Okay, guys. This is the way it'll go. Ward will take 2 patrols around to the farmhouse by way of the river. They'll blow the bridge. I'll take the rest of the platoon below to the edge of the field. When you hear the whistle, synchronize your watches at 12:15. 5 minutes later on the dot, we go up the field. Rivera, you and Friedman stay here. Give us cover 15 seconds before we go. I'll give you the whistle to fire. Hope your ammo holds out. Any questions? Everybody got that?
Yeah, I got you.
All right. We're going all the way. Let's go. Good luck, Doughnut.
Same deal, Corporal.
Rivera, Tyne really cut himself a piece of cake.
Yeah. Jake, I'm going to cut that house right in 2.
If the ammo holds out.
The ammo better hold out.
How do you feel about things, Rivera?
It's a long war. But maybe we can sleep all day tomorrow. Maybe Germany will surrender tomorrow. Who knows, Jake?
Yeah, Rivera. Who knows?
How much time, Arch?
18 seconds before we go. 3 seconds for Rivera.
Check.
He's on the nose, Tyne. Here we go, gents.
8, 9, 10.
Rivera's gun sure sings sweet.
11, 12, 13.
The bridge.
14.
Our guys got to the bridge.
15. All the way. Come on.
How's the ammo, Jake?
It's running low. Rivera, the gun's jammed.
I know, I'll get it. How's it down there now? How's it look down there?
Not good.
Bad, huh? How bad?
Like we'll be getting a whole new platoon pretty soon.
At 12:37, the platoon had come to the end of its mission. The platoon had finished its walk. A walk in the sun.
Thank you, Everett Sloan, Frank Lovejoy, Larry Haynes, and members of the Cavalcade cast. Now, here is Ted Pearson speaking for the DuPont Company with an interesting story about the B-29 Super Fortress.
The B-29 Super Fortress planes that are bombing Japan sometimes fly 6 miles high, so high that the Japanese SACAC gunners can't even see them. For a plane flying that high, all sorts of problems have to be solved that don't give any trouble at all in a plane flying at 10 or 15,000 feet. The DuPont Company, for instance, has developed a special, strong, laminated plastic for the enclosures or the blisters that serve the Super Fortress gunners as windows. The B-29s that bombed Japan were among the first Superforts to use it. It's made on the same principle as the shatterproof windshield of your car, except that no glass is used at all. A layer of soft resin is sandwiched between 2 layers of lucite methyl methacrylate resin. The air is so thin at 30,000 feet that Superfortress cabins are pressurized. The cabin is sealed, and a pumping system keeps the air inside at about the same pressure as the air we breathe on the ground. Most of the time, the men in the crew don't have to wear oxygen masks. They don't even need to wear their heavy flying clothes except when they're over Jap territory. That gives us an edge over the enemy. Our flyers can move around faster and keep the ship in better fighting trim. They are more efficient in the air. And with these new enclosures of laminated lucite plastic, there are other advantages as well. The new laminated plastic tends to seal itself when it's hit by enemy machine gun bullets. The bullet holes closing themselves almost completely because of the rubber-like nature of the middle layer of the sandwich. And now, too, the plastic gunner's blisters can be sealed with a patch in the same manner as the metal body of the plane itself is patched, so that the pressure cabin doesn't lose its pressure if it's pierced by bullets. Enclosures of standard DuPont lucite are used on all types of planes. The new Super Fortress, the Liberator, the Marauder and Mosquito, the Lightning, the Avenger, the Mustang, and the night-flying Black Widow all have enclosures of this DuPont plastic. Sometimes as many as 25 enclosure parts on a single plane. As clear as the finest glass, weather-resistant, and only half the weight of duraluminum, lucite is one of the DuPont Company's better things for better living through chemistry.
Next Monday evening, Cavalcade presents Shirley Booth and Helen Clare in The Gals They Left Behind. Based on the book of the same title, our play is a true account of the humorous and touching experiences of two American girls who worked out a new pattern of living on a Maine farm when their homes were disrupted by their men going off to war. The Cavalcade Orchestra and musical score were under the direction of Donald Voorhees. This is Roland Winters sending best wishes from Cavalcade sponsor, E.I. DuPont de Nemours and Company of Wilmington, Delaware. The Cavalcade of America came to you from New York. This is the National... Presenting The Gals They Left Behind, starring Shirley Booth and Helen Clare on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by E.I. DuPont de Nemours and Company of Wilmington, Delaware, maker of better things for better living through chemistry.
Before we begin our play, here's an interesting news note on how chemical science is helping to solve the food shortage problem for animals. Cattle and sheep need a certain amount of protein in their diets, just as we do, and protein's scarce. Now, 262 feed compound containing urea, a product of chemistry, takes the place of its necessary protein in mixed feeds for cattle and sheep. Chemistry is helping to solve this critical wartime feed problem, and so help bring more food to your own table. And now, for our play. This evening, the Cavalcade of America turns the spotlight on still another aspect of American life in the summer of 1944. At present, our concern is with the home front, which is marching in spirit beside the men who fight. This great army, composed of wives, mothers, and sweethearts of America's men, might well be called an army of occupation, because they are truly occupied with waiting, working, praying for their sons and husbands. It is these women Cavalcade salutes in the radio adaptation by Edith Sommer of the just published book by Margaret Shea, The Gals They Left Behind, the authentic experiences of two soldiers' wives. The DuPont Company presents Shirley Booth as Jo Sullivan and Helen Clare as Taffy Smith in a tribute to the Corporal Sullivans and Private Smiths of this war, and more specifically to The Gals They Left Behind.
Taffy. Never thought the old car would make it.
Come on, Joe. Let's get out and look at it.
Oh, no. Oh, no, this can't be Great Aunt Het's farm.
She didn't like you, maybe, and willed it to you as a kind of a grim joke, maybe.
It's funny, Taffy, but it didn't look like this when I was a little girl. Then I thought it was wonderful. It always smelled of gingerbread and piccalilli and geraniums with a little spicy dash of cow and clover floating in from the barn.
And now it just smells.
The house does lurch a bit, doesn't it?
Lurch. Joe, it's a dump. That's what it is. A big, horrible old dump. That's what it is.
And that, dearest Bill, was what it was. Of course, I'll write you more when we get settled. But right now, the big news is Taffy and I arrived in Housetrough, Maine this morning, bag and baggage. Taffy's harmonica included. It's a cinch, darling. Manhattan was never like this. But then you probably felt the same when you and Hank arrived in New Caledonia. It's a far cry from our little apartment on 61st Street, Bill, because, well, you know what I mean. But I couldn't let Taffy know how I felt when she said,
Joe, it's a dump. That's what it is. A big, horrible old dump.
See here, Taffy Smith, you're homesick for Hank. That's what's the matter with you. And that's all that's the matter.
Oh.
Now stop crying. Because if you don't, I'm going to start.
Hey. What's that?
Birds.
Oh.
Singing.
Oh.
There's not another human being within miles.
Ooh.
Oh,
Well, now, you ain't ones for courage, are you? Too much city living, I reckon. I take it you're the women folks that's aiming to take over this here Perkins place.
That's right. And who are you?
Either of you kin of that hellcat?
Certainly not. Which hellcat?
Het Perkins, that's which. Yeah, old Het kept me in land courts all the time with them boundaries of hers. And if you got any of her blood, little lady, you better get stepping back down south where you come from.
Yeah.
Your name, sir?
Ma'am, my name is Hard Clough. I didn't mean scare you girls none.
Well,
but...
you certainly did.
Oh, wait a minute, Taffy. I know I'm a churl to bring it up, but it occurs to me that you are on our land, Mr. Hard.
The name is Mr. Clough.
Mr. Clough. And another thing.
All right. Might have known I couldn't beat nobody that's kin to old Het. Great old lady she was. She could spit words further than I could spit tobacco. See what I mean? Well, good day to you.
Bye.
Now, if you need anything and you wait long enough, I'll probably be by to help you out, sooner or later. Maybe. And by the way, I wouldn't use your well water, was I you. Leastways, not the way it is.
Why not?
Got a muskrat into it.
A what?
Yeah. I throwed it in myself. Well, I didn't know you was coming.
Well, what do? We can't drink water that's got a muskrat in it. It's dangerous. We might get hurt.
No, ma'am. That muskrat won't hurt you. He's dead.
Oh, look now, Joe, this is insane. We're not here 2 minutes, and already we're poisoned to death by the well water. Joe, let's go back to New York.
Now, wait a minute, ma'am. If you just put the boil to that water, it'll be all right. Might smell a mite, but that ain't going to hurt you. Just put the boil to it. Well, I guess I'll be going along. Goodbye now. Hope you two girls have a nice time here. I don't think you will, but I hope you do. Yeah. Goodbye.
Goodbye. But even so, Bill, we'll make out all right, I think. But, darling, we've got rooms crammed with Boston rockers, old calendars, marble-top commodes, and not a Fifth Avenue bus in sight. These are facts, my darling, not complaints. Oh, I'd meant to write you such gay, dashing letters. I will tomorrow, Bill, honest. Tonight, I can't. Tonight, something's happened to the starch in my stiff upper lip. I miss you. Your Joe. P.S. Before we went to bed tonight, Taffy and I paid a visit to our well with a pitchfork. Then we buried the muskrat in the front yard. I just thought you'd like to know. Joe.
Joe, you asleep?
Uh-uh.
Me either. The moon's in my eyes.
Well, turn over.
Doesn't do any good. Gosh, the night's so soft and warm and mellow. And your Aunt Het's bed so big. So's Hank.
What?
Big. He's big. I bet my husband is the biggest, strongest man. Joe. You know what I'm thinking? He's been gone so long.
I know, Taffy.
You know, at a time like this, being from New England must be a great comfort to you.
For heaven's sake, why?
Because you can be so brave about Bill's being off in New Caledonia, 9,545 miles away.
Think of something else, Taffy, quick.
But I don't want to think of something else. I just want to think about Hank.
Now, Taffy, stop it. You're just being silly. What would Hank think if he knew?
He'd love it.
Oh, Taffy, for heaven's sake.
The trouble with you is you haven't got any heart. I don't think you even care that Bill's away out fighting the war. I don't think you even miss him. Oh, what's that?
What's the matter?
There's something in this bed.
Here, give it to me.
Now, wait a minute. Why, it's a pipe. A man's pipe.
Yes, I know. It's Bill's.
Bill?
He forgot it when he went away.
Well, I know, but
he's always smoking it, and now, well, I like to keep it with me. It's sort of a talisman. When I think I can't stand the thought of his being away another minute, well, I just look at the pipe and remember how Bill smiled and how he kissed me. And Taffy Smith, if you laugh or say one word, now come on, Taffy, no more talking. We've got to get to sleep. There's a lot of work to be done tomorrow.
Joe.
What is it?
Would you mind if we held hands? I know it sounds childish.
No, I wouldn't mind.
Night, Joe.
Night, Taffy. Dearest Bill, it's April 26th now, and already we've got 12 laying hens, a dog, a cow, and a little girl. The dog's Amy, a lovely dog. She's deaf, poor thing, but it's all right. She doesn't know it. Now Eloise, the little girl, well, that's another proposition. She's 9 years old, and her favorite author is Edgar Allan Poe. She's the offspring of Doris and Jake Ware, both overseas. So we have Eloise, who does needlepoint, reads editorials in the Times, and loves to improve people. Best of all, she loves to improve people. Why, the first thing she said to me was,
"May I try to do something about your hair someday, Mrs. Sullivan? It's so unfair the way you do it."
You see what I mean? But we have a fine time, though. Taffy plays the harmonica, and Eloise helps me feed the chickens and scrub the house. And this summer, we'll be eating our own vegetables and drinking milk from our own cow. Oh, Bill, she's such a lovely cow. Brown and white, and her name's Rosie. Hard Clough brought her over this evening and showed me how to milk her. Tomorrow morning at 5, I do it alone. I know just how I'll do it. I'll be calm and efficient. First, I shall gently lead Rosie into the barn, and then... Come on, Rosie. Come on. That's a good cow. That's it. That's the way. Oh, what a fine, beautiful cow. Come on now, just a little bit more. A little more.
What do you mean, just a little bit more? She hadn't moved an inch.
Well, I'm trying to make her think she has.
Oh, Joe.
If you and Eloise would stop giggling at me, maybe I could think of something. As it is, you both just stand there.
If it was I, Mrs. Sullivan, I'd offer her something to eat. Seems logical she'd follow you then.
Eloise, you're terrific. Look, Rosie, here's some nice pieces of feed. Come on, you brown and white prima donna. Get going. Look, Joe, she's moving. Atta girl, Rosie. Eloise, you're an angel.
Oh, not at all. It was only logical.
Okay, Joe, Rosie's all set. You ready?
Oh, yes, I think so. The three-legged stool, the pail, and warm water, yes. All right, now. Quiet, everybody. Eloise, begin.
How to Milk a Cow. Chapter 1, page 3.
Go on, Eloise.
The first step in successfully milking a cow is to wash it with warm water.
You mean all over?
Oh, Taffy, for heaven's sake. Go on, Eloise.
Recently, a new method for milking has been innovated. Experts now advise you to complete the task within 4 minutes. This is because of the inactive condition of the hormones after the 4th minute.
Eloise, what do I do right now?
For the neophyte, it is advised that the thumb and index finger of each hand be used. A steady pressure is also advised. Now, after...
Tell me that again now, slowly.
For the neophyte, it is advised that the thumb and index finger of each hand be used. A steady pressure is also
Nothing's
advised.
happening. I'm doing it. Nothing's happening. Last night it worked all right. I don't understand what...
Oh, my gosh, Joe, look at Rosie. She's dying.
Oh, just keep calm, Taffy. You've got to keep calm. She's not dying. She's sneezing.
But you're hurting her. Don't pull so hard. Joe, look out. I tell you.
To wit, the cow. On no account should the cow be excited during milking. Am I going too fast for you?
Eloise, I stood just...
Joe?
Oh, all right. But don't just stand there. Help me up.
Okay. Here. Listen, Joe, Rosie doesn't look right. I think she's going to charge or something. Her eyes are red, Joe. Maybe she's part bull.
Taffy, where's your harmonica? Get it out. Hurry.
But why?
Never mind. Get it out. And play something. Anything.
Oh, now look here, Joe.
Taffy, this is a matter of life and death. Go on, play.
Well, if you think...
It's working. I think it's working. Go on, Taffy, go on. Taffy, she's milking. Rosie's milking.
Well, of course she's milking. It's only logical. As the book says.
Eloise?
Yes?
Come here a minute, dear.
If anybody had asked me, I could have told them that music has a mesmerizing effect on animals. And I could have told you that it was the only... You spanked me.
Well, forgive me, Eloise, but it seems so darn logical. Come on, Taffy. Strike up the band.
You are listening to The Gals They Left Behind, starring Shirley Booth and Helen Clare on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by E.I. DuPont de Nemours and Company of Wilmington, Delaware, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. Joe Sullivan and Taffy Smith, the gals they left behind, have given up New York City for an old farmhouse in Maine. So far, they have learned to cope with chickens, milk a cow, and grow vegetables. As our cavalcade play continues, Joe and Taffy, played by Shirley Booth and Helen Clare, and their ward for the duration, 9-year-old Eloise, prepare to meet the new year and the problems it will undoubtedly bring.
Dearest Bill, it's New Year's Eve. Taffy's over by the stove playing her harmonica, and I'm trying to put down on paper thoughts that... Well, don't waste a penny on them, dear. They're all yours. We're 3 lonely old women up here, Eloise, Taffy, and I, but... Well, we've done all right, I guess. Our cellar's stocked with food we've grown and canned ourselves. We have 12 hens, a dog, and Rosie the cow's about to have a calf. I don't want you to worry about us, Bill. Everything's fine. Everything's fine, except it's very lonely for Corporal Sullivan's wife not having Corporal Sullivan.
Joe.
What's the matter? Hasn't he come yet?
No, not yet. How is she?
Oh, she's all right, I guess. So cold, though. It's 30 below. I'm afraid...
Don't think about it. Is she comfortable?
Would you be?
No, of course not. Poor thing, I wish there was...
We've done everything we can, Taffy. She's in the back parlor, the warmest room in the house.
In the back parlor? But where...
They're upstairs.
Oh, I wish Hard would come. Everything's ready. I have every pan in the house filled with hot water. I wish he'd come.
Don't worry, he'll come.
Did you say you took the hens out of the parlor?
Yes, they're up under your bed.
All 12?
Plus 1 egg. It was warm in the parlor.
That's nice. Where's Eloise?
Asleep.
And the dog?
Asleep with Eloise.
Where's Hard?
Stop it, Taffy.
Oh, Joe, I feel just like it was me having the calf.
Taffy, you mustn't get excited. Cows have calves every day. Just remember, every cow is somebody's mother.
Well, hello there.
Oh, Hard, thank the Lord you've come. We've been so worried.
Hey, now, slow down a minute so the body can get his ulster off here. Now. Now, what's troubling you ladies?
It's Rosie.
What's wrong with Rosie?
She's having a calf.
Oh, bleeding angels of mercy. I ain't gone and left my chawing tobacco at home.
But Hard, Rosie's having a calf.
You don't say. What's all them buckets of water doing on the stove there?
They're for the birth.
Yeah, what?
Well, in the movies,
Oh,
they
in the
always... Don't you laugh at me, you big piece of cheese. How can you stand there being happy and gay when at this very moment our cow hovers between life and death?
Oh, life and death, hogwash. Listen, without no help from me, Rosie will produce a full-grown bull. That's the kind of luck you darn fool women have. You two strawheads come up here, not knowing a tadpole from the hind end of a whale. You plant enough garden for half a county, and I'll be darned if a single cutworm bothered to eat one of your cabbages. Such confounded luck. No rhyme nor reason.
But we read books on all those things.
Oh, books. Why, I bet you a cord of good wood, oak, if you was to feed them hens of yourn caraway seed, they'd lay loaves of rye bread for you, sliced and wrapped up in celery pane. Luck, that's all it is, just plain, simple, unskilled luck. And another thing...
Wait a minute.
What?
Rosie.
Oh, yes, we forgot about Rose. Oh, hurry up, Hard. Maybe she's right in through here.
Well...
Hurry. Please, hurry. If anything's happened to her, I'll never... Why, Rosie, you old angel.
Look at that now. Can you beat it? 2 of them.
Twins. Isn't it wonderful, Taffy? Rosie's had... Hey, wait a minute. Can a cow have twins? Dear Bill, it's January 13th, and our luck, as Hod called it, has run out. And so has Taffy. It all started several days ago. It'd been around 40 below ever since the calves came New Year's Eve. And the day before yesterday, we were all in the kitchen when suddenly Taffy burst out,
Joe, I can't stand it. I can't stand it another day. Cows in the parlor and hens under my bed and the whole world frozen. Joe, I've got to go back to Atlanta. I've simply got to go back to Atlanta. Do you hear me? Joe, do you hear me?
Taffy, I need a bucket of water from the well. Would you get it for me?
I can't. There's no water in the well. It's ice. 10 solid feet of ice. How can you expect water in the well when it's 40 below? How can you
A bucket of snow, Taffy. Get a bucket of snow.
Didn't you hear what I said? Didn't you?
Taffy.
Will 1 bucket be enough?
And that was the start. Yesterday, not a word was said. But this morning, Taffy turned up all dressed, ready to go out.
Joe, I'm sorry.
Taffy, don't go.
I've got to. I'm sick. I'm really sick, Joe.
Sure, you're sick. You've got a bad case of cracked morale. That's what's the matter with you. But stick around, Taffy. It's not a fatal disease.
I see no reason for being flippant. I'm not proud of not being able to stand the cold. I took a lot of things in the beginning, if you remember. There were many times when I cheered you up.
Well, how about a smile for baby now?
Joe, you're insufferable. The trouble with you is you like to see people miserable. You like to see them agonized, tortured.
Wait a minute, Taffy. The world is full of people like you, the ones that won't pay the asking price, the ones who want a band playing while they work. So the novelty's gone from kerosene lamps, hasn't it? The novelty of playing the gay young heroine is departed. All right, go home. Go back to Peachtree Street, to the magnolia blossoms. That's right. Go on.
Don't cry, Joe, please. Joe, please don't cry.
So Bill Taffy's been gone for over an hour now. She marched out to the barn with her little bag and her head in the air, and Eloise and I are quite alone. We'll make out all right, I'm pretty sure. After all, I'm strong and healthy and capable, but I'm so lonely. I should be able to manage, but...
Hello, Joe. Car got stuck.
It did?
Down by the bridge. I tried, though, Joe. I really tried. I don't want you to think...
I know. You cold?
Oh, no, Joe.
It's all right, Taffy. It's all right.
No, listen, Joe. I just got frightened and... Well, I guess I ran for cover. But now... Joe, may I come back?
Taffy, you know what I was thinking? It seems to me that we'll want to paint the house in the spring, don't you think? I was just wondering how a nice, even gray would be. With blue blinds, say.
I think that would be very nice.
Except what?
Well, don't you think a lovely white with green blinds would be better?
White and green? Oh, I think that would be wonderful, Taffy. And then if we have any green left over, we could paint the flower boxes.
Yes, if we had any green left over, we can paint the flower boxes.
And if we have any white left over, we could paint the... You know.
Oh, sure, Joe. We can paint that, too.
So, my Bill, here we'll stay. And we'll keep poking at the fire and hoeing the garden and writing letters. Common, ordinary stuff. It's nothing to shout about. But when the bells ring, all the whistles blow, and your ship comes steaming up the harbor, soon, my darling, it will be soon. We'll be there in a gay and handsome bonnet, our arms wide open. And then I'll take you back to Horsetrough for a swing in the hammock. And I'll feed you a bowl of raspberries, yellow with Rosie's golden cream. And you'll think what a lucky girl I've been all along. And, oh, darling, you'll be right. I love you, Bill. Joe.
Thank you, Shirley Booth and Helen Clare. Now, here is Ted Pearson speaking for the DuPont Company.
In the final scene of our cavalcade this evening, the two gals they left behind were planning to paint their farmhouse when spring came. And in real life, that's probably just what they'd do. A clean new coat of paint, inside or out, does make a house more cheerful. The hardest job of all for the women of America who are waiting so gallantly for the men to come home is keeping up their own spirits, their own morale. Taffy in our cavalcade play said she liked white paint. The DuPont Company makes a white paint that has special advantages for a farmhouse in Maine or a bungalow in California. It actually cleans itself. Even though this self-cleaning house paint is now available in limited quantities only, we want you to know about this self-cleaning feature. Ordinary white paint gets dull and gray after a while as dust and dirt become embedded in its surface. But as DuPont house paint gets older, it develops a fine, almost invisible chalky powder on its surface. Dust and dirt, instead of becoming embedded in the paint, rest on the top of this chalky powder. Then along comes a good rainstorm, and the powder washes away, carrying the dirt with it, and uncovering a new, clean, white surface underneath. Your house stays nice and white for a long time, unless, of course, it's kept from the sun and driving rains by dense shade trees, or is located in an extremely sooty industrial community. Constant research has enabled paint manufacturers to supply you with good, long-lasting paints
in spite of wartime shortages. While DuPont self-cleaning house paint is available in limited quantity only, it still gives you the long-lasting protection and good appearance which won so many friends for it before the war. Back of this accomplishment are the DuPont research chemists and their years of experience in formulating high-quality finishes. They've exposed thousands of painted panels to test them in all kinds of weather. They've painted test houses to find out how these paints stand up in actual use. The good wartime paints offered to you today are the fruit of this research, typical of the painstaking work that brings you the DuPont Company's better things for better living through chemistry.
Next Monday evening, Cavalcade presents the story of Canine Joe. Based on factual reports of the part played by dogs in this war, our play is the humor-filled account of an unpredictable collie named Joe who gold-bricked in training but became a hero in battle. In this evening's Cavalcade cast, Parker Fennelly appeared in the role of Hod and Patsy O'Shea appeared as Eloise. The Cavalcade Orchestra and musical score were under the direction of Donald Voorhees. This is Roland Winters sending best wishes from Cavalcade sponsor, E.I. DuPont de Nemours and Company of Wilmington, Delaware. The Cavalcade of America came to you from New York.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Presenting the story of Canine Joe, featuring Everett Sloan on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by E.I. DuPont de Nemours and Company of Wilmington, Delaware, maker of better things for better living through chemistry.
Before we begin our play, here's news of a new inner sole material for stitched-down shoes. This recent development of the DuPont laboratories consists of a combination of cellulose and leather fibers bound together with synthetic rubber binder. This new product has many of the properties of leather, including high resistance to the effects of perspiration or moisture. It'll make possible additional supplies of new shoes, particularly women's and children's shoes. And now, for this evening's play.
This evening, Cavalcade brings you the story of a canine warrior, a dog named Joe, written by Arthur Miller from factual reports of the part played by dogs in the war. Only today, newspapers all over America carried pictures showing our war dogs helping to rout the Nazis out of Normandy. Ours is the story of another war dog, Joe, as told by his trainer, Private Potts, United States Army. Joe was a collie that not only understood what you were saying, but also read your mind and, according to Potts, very nearly made a jerk out of the whole United States Army. The DuPont Company presents the story of Canine Joe with Everett Sloan as Private Potts on the Cavalcade of America.
This is Private Potts talking, or Potsy, as they call me around the kennels. I know it may be silly for a person to make believe he knows what a dog is thinking, but after you've gone through battle with a collie like Joe and you nearly got killed with him, there are certain things you know about him. Intimate things. After a while, you get to believe you know what he's thinking. And I believe I know that about Joe. When Joe was still a civilian, he lived in the house of Mr. and Mrs. Guare. I met them when I got back from overseas. To start the story from the beginning, Joe was snoozing by the radiator one cold night, a nice, quiet Wednesday evening. Mr. Guare reading his book, Mrs. Guare knitting. But to Joe, something was wrong. It was Wednesday, you see, and they'd given him a bath. All day, the atmosphere had been strained. A bath on Wednesday? He couldn't get it. And he didn't like how sad Mrs. Guare looked at him every few minutes. So he got up and walked over to her and put his long head on her lap.
Hiya, Joe. What's the matter? Look at the way he's looking at me, Henry.
Why, he looks normal to me.
No. I'll bet he knows.
Oh, Bunk, stop mooning over him. We made up our minds, and it's too late to change now. All right, Joe. Quiet, Joe. I guess this is him, Susan.
I don't know if I can do it, Henry.
It's too late to back out. Now pull yourself together. Come in, sir.
Good evening. I'm Mr. Wilson.
Good evening. Let me have your coat.
Oh, thank you.
Can I get you some hot tea?
Oh, no, thanks. I like this weather. Makes me feel young again. Well, he certainly is a fine-looking animal. Like to give him a once-over, if I may.
Sure, go right ahead. Stand up, Joe. Up.
Fine dog. Ever any distemper?
Oh, yes, when he was a pup. It was awful.
But he pulled through fine, Susan. He did, sir.
He doesn't seem to like me.
He doesn't like strangers.
He does, too. He simply...
Does he bite?
Well, no, not exactly.
He bites bill collectors and the mailman.
He does?
Well, no, he didn't bite them exactly. Well, he's very careful about letting people near the house. That's all.
Then he bites.
Well, yes, I guess he does at that.
Well, that's fine.
Fine?
Yeah, we don't like him too friendly. Have you taught him anything?
Oh, not very much.
He carries the paper in every day, Susan.
Does he? Will he obey commands?
Oh, sure. Watch now. Joe, sit down.
Can you get him all the way down without touching him?
All down, Joe. All down.
Splendid. What else?
Oh, nothing I can think of right off.
Well, there is one more thing. He blows ashes off the rug.
What's that?
He blows ashes off the rug. Henry smokes cigars, you see.
Oh, curious habit. But I'm sure the Army will be happy to have him.
The Army. Him, the Army. After all the burglars he kept out of that house, the thousands of dollars he saved them. Well, he would have if there'd been any burglars. But the Army now, that's gratitude. And he always used to say man was the dog's best friend. Well, anyways, Joe goes to the radiator, broods a little, and sleeps. Unbeknownst to him, I also am asleep 300 miles away in camp. We don't know it yet, but a mutual Waterloo is awaiting us. We meet.
It's this collie right here, soldier.
Yes, sir.
His name is, I believe, let's see, yes, here it is, Joe. Now, he's just finished his basic training. You'll start now, get to know his habits and his temperament. From now on, you're responsible for him, he's responsible for you.
Yes, sir.
Now then, he's all yours. We're going to try to make a combat dog out of him. Just keep in mind that someday you might depend on him to save your life. So act accordingly.
Yes, sir.
See me later if there's any question.
Any question? 12 years I work in a dog kennel. Now they put me in the Army, and where do I land? Dog! Don't growl at me, collie. I'll bite you quicker than you can curl your lip. Yeah. Let me get this leash loose, and we'll see how much sense you got. Okay, let's go now. 12 years in the kennel, and I land up with the dogs. Come on! Looking back at it now, I realized that Joe saw right away he was going to have trouble with me. I know just how he felt. Here he'd spent all his life with people. He gets in the Army, and where do they put him? With people. Well, one day a lot of trainers lined up at the edge of a woods with our dogs. And then, one by one, we started through. I watched him as we walked. I could see he didn't know what was up. Here it was, just a plain, ordinary woods in broad daylight, and I was crouched over, walking on my toes. He absolutely couldn't get it. Suddenly, a guy we call an aggravator comes at Joe waving a flexible stick. At this point, a dog is supposed to get mad. He's supposed to blow up. He's supposed to be insulted. But Joe? No, you dope. Adam, get him! Ah, Joe.
What's the matter with your dog, Potsy? No fight in him.
I don't think you aggravated him enough.
Listen, if I can't aggravate a dog, nobody can aggravate a dog. Look at him, sniffing at that butterfly.
I don't get it. He looks like a dog who could tear an elephant apart and still... You know, I don't think he's mad at anybody.
Yeah? To watch some of these here dogs, you wouldn't know there was a war on.
It's peculiar. I got a letter from his owner this morning, and the guy says to see that Joe is tied up when any mailmen come by. He can't stand mailmen and bill collectors.
Don't say. Well, I'm glad I didn't meet him in civilian life. You know, I was a bill collector for 8 years. Hey, watch out. Hold his leash.
Hey, Joe!
Get him away. He's got my sleeve.
Hey, cut it out, Joe! Cut it out, you beautiful dog! Hey, Joe! That's when I realized about Joe. He was as smart as I was. The only thing that worried me was that we weren't in a war against bill collectors. Well, the next day, I wished we was. We were on a 5-mile hike with our dogs that day, and we were on our way back to camp.
Hey, Potsy, what's the matter with Joe?
What do you mean, what's the matter with Joe?
Well, look at him. He's way behind. He's limping bad.
Oh, nuts up. Hold up a minute, will you, Mac?
Yeah.
All right, Joe. Here, boy. Come here, boy. All right, boy. Take it easy. Take it easy. Let's see the paw.
Probably picked up a sharp pebble or a thorn.
I don't see anything. Here, Mac, you take a look.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. No, nothing's there. Maybe he strained his leg, huh?
Really think so? Come on, Joe. Get on my back. Up, up. Come on.
You ain't gonna carry him in this heat, are you?
What do you want me to do? Let him limp 4 miles? Gee, he's heavy.
Hey, wait a minute, Potsy. Remember that time we were all supposed to swim the river with the dogs that cold day?
What of it?
I'm just reminding you what Joe did. Remember how he picked up the Major's helmet and put it in his rowboat, and the Major was so happy about it he rowed Joe across, and you had to swim in those ice cubes? Just reminding you, Potsy.
Yeah, but he's limping. The dog couldn't think of a thing like limping just to get a ride back to camp.
I don't know. It's a very hot day, Potts.
Well, if he's gold bricking this time... Well, he ain't, that's all. All right, hold on, Joe. And all I can tell you is this better be the McCoy. Let's go, Mac.
There's a water tower, Potts. We're practically home.
I'm dead, Mac. He's been gaining weight on my back. Hey, you want to get down, Joe? All right. Easy. That's the dog. Why, you...
Regard the animal, Private. Is he limping or is he running like a gazelle?
Joe! You dirty dog, you! Joe! Oh, if it wasn't that I'd lose my good conduct medal, I'd murder that dog right now. Why must he always be making such a jerk out of me?
Hey, Potsy, this plate's still dirty.
All right, give it to me. I'll put it in again. No.
What's the matter with you lately? You nervous?
I'm okay. It's just that dog of mine, that Joe. He's got me rocking. I ain't got over how he made a sucker out of me yesterday. On my back, 5 miles in that hot sun. And no sooner does he get a smell of the camp than he runs off free and easy.
Well, he's just an executive type, Potsy. He's got you outwitted.
He's a bad dog. And still he fascinates me, that blue ribbon gold brick. I'm even sucker enough to miss him now that he's gone.
Gone? Where's he going now?
He ain't got the stuff for a combat dog. They're washing him out. Well, good riddance. Good riddance. That's what I thought. And I guess I meant it. But it just wasn't in the cards for Joe to go out of my life easy and simple. 2 days later, I find out Joe's training to be a messenger dog. And who's teamed up with him? Do I have to tell you? And things went along for a few weeks, and then one day when I was on KP, in comes the sergeant.
Attention! When you finish cleaning up in here, start packing up. Be ready to ship out by morning. As you are.
Well, I guess we're off, Potsy. Snap out of it. What's the matter with you?
Mac, I'm just wondering what that gold brick collie is going to do when he sees Japs or Germans shooting at him.
What do you mean? What could he do?
Brother, it wouldn't surprise me if he crossed the lines and gave himself up. You mark my words, before he's through, that dog is going to make a jerk out of the whole United States Army.
I raise a nickel. How many more of these hot nights are we going to have on this ship?
Who knows? They never tell you. Sure hot.
Yeah, hot. We must be on the equator. Why are you always so discouraged, Potsy?
I don't know. I guess it's the dogs do it to me. People shouldn't let dogs get the best of them.
Listen, you're in the middle of the ocean. Any day now we'll be crashing the beach and you're worried about...
You don't know collies, Mac. I've bathed, clipped, and shampooed maybe 10,000 dogs, and the only one who's got a mind of his own is the collie. For hundreds of years, his ancestors have been herding sheep. They're dogs who always earned their living. A collie is a working man down through history. But look at Joe here. All his life, his people have been working for him, handing him his food on a platter, giving him everything nice and easy. If he wants to ride in a car, he rides in a car. If he wants to sleep, he sleeps. I don't know. The American dog is soft. And I'm just wondering what he's going to do when it starts getting tough.
Attention. Make ready to board your barges. Take disembarking positions on main deck. Snap into it now.
You are listening to the story of Canine Joe, featuring Everett Sloan on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by E.I. DuPont de Nemours and Company of Wilmington, Delaware, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. The story of Joe, a member of the K-9 Corps, is told by Private Potts, the dog's combat partner. As our play continues, Joe, a collie, has finished his initial training as a messenger dog, and he and Private Potts, played by Everett Sloan, are on the deck of a troop transport. The enemy beach a quarter of a mile away.
It was almost morning. Joe stood at my heels, sizing up the deck. A big mob of men was standing around in the open air. Joe kept noticing their shoes, naturally. Some of them kept tying their laces 3 and 4 times. And those shoes kept shifting and moving and never standing still. And there was a certain smell in the air. It wasn't water smell. It was land. But a funny kind of land Joe had never smelled before. I held onto his harness and I could feel his skin trembling.
Board your barges. On the double now.
We climbed into the landing barges. Once I let go of his harness and he practically made me grab on again. He never let me move a foot away. The barge lowered down, and in a minute we were on the water. All right now, Joe. Take it easy. Take it easy. He looked at me like something terrible was going to happen. His heart was knocking at my leg. I felt like I was going to choke looking at him. Down, Joe, down. Oh, look, if you screw me up this time, I'm going to fix your wagon. Easy now, easy. Down, Joe, down. Now he smelled a new thing suddenly. He looked all over the deck of the barge. It was getting stronger. Then he knew. Blood. A man was lying on the bottom of the boat and they were wrapping up his shoulder. Ready, Joe. Come on. Ready. We're almost there.
Hit the beach and spread out. Potts, stay with me. Potts, where are you?
Right here, sir. The water's pretty cold, sir.
Your dog under control?
He's all right so far, sir. Swims like a spaniel.
Hug the sand, Potts.
Down, Joe.
I'm sending Hennessy's squad around the right flank. Knock off snipers. We're going to break straight through here ahead. I don't want any Japs picking us off in that jungle.
Right, sir.
Report to Sergeant Hennessy. We may need your dog to carry back messages.
Yes, sir.
Ride into the jungle. Stay up front with me, Potts.
Okay, Sarge. Come on, Joe. Now, don't do anything crazy, will you, Joe? Don't go for no rabbits. Just mind your own business, will you, Joe? Please. Just keep quiet. We moved very slowly, 8 of us together. Now it was my life. I realized that all kinds of smells were slamming into his nose, all kinds. Spider smells, monkey smells, snake smells, all over the place. His mouth was watering. I wondered how long he would hold himself in. Once my leg brushed against him. He was shivering with the wonderful smells. It was torture for him and for me worrying about him. I kept hoping the wind would change and blow those smells away. Suddenly, he stopped. His head was up. I crouched on the ground. The whole squad stopped behind me. I could hear the men spreading out. Something was ahead of me, not 20 feet away. I couldn't see anything, but Joe was very nervous. He moved forward 2 inches and stopped. I caught up. An ant was biting at Joe's ear, but I couldn't move my hand off my rifle. I could hear all the rifles around me coming up to the men's shoulders.
Look, Potsy. He keeps pulling you back.
He's all screwed up, Sergeant.
But he smells something. Look, he's pointing.
Yeah, but where? He's moving his nose all over the lot. All of a sudden, he wants to be a combat dog. Come on, he's a messenger. He don't know how to point at nothing but his meals. Let's go.
Yeah, but he's pointing, Potsy.
He's sniffing all around. He ain't pointing. He's probably resting, that's all. Hey, wait a minute. Hey, Sarge, maybe we've run into a big concentration of Japs.
No, they only have snipers spread out around here. The main concentration is always farther back.
Look, Sarge, maybe he's waving his nose like that because there's not one Jap, but a lot of them. Don't go forward another foot.
Our orders are to clean out these snipers. There can't be a concentration as close as this.
We're in the middle of a Jap concentration, Sarge. We must be. I believe Joe. I believe him, Sarge. Don't go forward.
Forget it. We got orders. Come on, we're moving in.
We started moving ahead. Joe kept holding back. He was ready to run away. I held him. His nose was practically flapping. I really didn't know whether to believe him or the sergeant. Maybe he had some gold brick plan in his head again. He was pulling my arm, trying to go back. Hennessy, I told you. It's coming from both sides.
Yeah. Potsy, send that dog back with a message. Say we're ambushed. Need help.
Okay.
Keep down, fellas.
We ambushed. Need help. Okay. Let me slip this into its harness.
Come on, step on it.
There. All right, Joe, get going.
Will he go back with it?
Don't worry, he'll get it back. Hey, you better get down, Hennessy.
Oh, Potsy. Where'd it get you?
In the side.
Spread out. Take cover. I have to leave you here for a little while, Potsy. What's that dog coming back for?
Beat it, Joe. Stop licking me, you dope. Get going with that message, you crazy dog. Joe, for the last time, don't make a jerk out of me. Please, Joe. Get away. Go.
You'll be all right now, Potts.
Oh, I feel fine. Thanks, Doc.
Don't thank me. It's this collie of yours who brought you back.
No kidding.
Sure. Dragged you 400 yards through heavy fire. Then he went back to the beach and brought up reinforcements.
You did that for me, Joe? You never did learn to mind your own business, did you? Come here, boy. Come here. Why, you old gold brick. Where did you get the energy to pull me 400 yards?
And by the way, you're both going home.
Why is he gone?
He's got a limp, but we can't seem to find the trouble.
You can't? So you're limping, Joe. Well, I sure hope it's nothing serious. It wasn't. But whatever it was, he sure sold the vet on it. And when I got back to the States, I went to Joe's house to kind of see how he was making out. There he was on his front lawn, chewing on a briefcase. Bills and receipts were all over the grass. Right now, all I want to say before Joe curls up by my radiator, oh, yeah, they wished him on me. He kind of pined for me, so I took him off their hands. Just look at him there. Every time he hears his name, he starts sitting up like he was getting another citation. Anyways, Joe is a changed dog. He went out there in the South Pacific, well, ignorant. All he thought about up to then was chasing mailmen, biting bill collectors, and keeping up with his female acquaintanceships. He went out there growling and griping as though he couldn't get along without those three luxuries. But let me tell you, friends, when he saw how those Japs were knocking those native people around, he must have come to his senses and buckled down. Why, those Japs were treating those poor natives worse than dogs. Am I right, Joe? Speak up. Well, he never barks much anymore. He thinks too much. Very serious type of dog these days. But who am I to criticize a dog that's got a lease on my life?
Our thanks to Everett Sloan, who played Private Potts, and Brad Barker, who played the Collie Joe. Now, here's Ted Pearson speaking for the DuPont Company to tell you about an interesting medical development of the war.
One medical development of this war holds out promise not only for human beings, but for animals as well. Everyone knows when you cut your finger, the wound is more dangerous, more liable to get infected when your hands are dirty. But when a soldier's wounded, his skin and clothing are bound to be dirty. So, doctors have developed a special mixture of sulfa drugs with urea to keep soldiers' wounds from becoming infected. The DuPont Company manufactures urea in peacetime for a number of uses. It goes into Uraman fertilizer, into coating compositions, and into plastics. It's used as a cattle feed. It's used to change ordinary wood into a new substance with many new advantages. Now, mixed with the sulfa drugs, urea cleans wounds. Just how it works, science doesn't yet know. Some doctors believe it dissolves dead tissue cells. However it works, when the sulfa-urea mixture is shaken into a dirty wound, the wound quickly becomes clean. And by increasing the solubility of the sulfa drugs, it makes them more effective where they otherwise don't work at all. You see also why this urea-sulfa mixture holds so much promise for animals as well as human beings when the war is over. Horses, cattle, sheep, and dogs, when they hurt themselves or suffer a wound, almost always create for the veterinarian the problem of dealing with a dirty wound. If urea can cleanse these wounds and at the same time heighten the effectiveness of the sulfa drugs, the lives of many, many animals will be saved. The technical staff of one large veterinary laboratory believes that the use of urea sulfa powder will largely do away with most other methods of wound treatment in veterinary practice. Veterinarians working in the field report that 16 out of 18 compound fractures treated with sulfa-urea powder healed without any further medication. Human beings owe quite a few improvements in surgery and medicine to animals. The modern traction splint used in setting broken arms and legs, for example, was first developed for animals by veterinary surgeons. Now, a wartime development in wound treatment, which has proved successful with human beings, will benefit animals as well. Synthetic urea is a product of modern industrial chemistry, one of the DuPont Company's better things for better living through chemistry.
Next Monday evening, Cavalcade presents Yankee from Olympus, the radio adaptation of Catherine Drinker Bowen's #1 best-selling biography. Yankee from Olympus is the human story of the great American and brilliant jurist, Oliver Wendell Holmes. The story of a young man who came back from the Civil War to make the law his career. It's the chronicle of the growth of a great man who became a justice of the United States Supreme Court, a champion of the rights of all men, and an ardent advocate of the free expression of the democratic spirit. The Cavalcade Orchestra and musical score were under the direction of Donald Voorhees. This is Roland Winters sending best wishes from Cavalcade sponsor E.I. DuPont de Nemours and Company of Wilmington, Delaware. Money invested in war bonds now helps ensure a healthy, prosperous post-war America. The kind of America you want for your children as well as yourselves. Since so many Americans are making more money today than ever before, isn't it plain good sense to put some of this money in war bonds where it will serve as a reserve to be used in the future? Dollars invested in war bonds now can help ensure a college education for your children in the years ahead. Those dollars can also mean a down payment on a new house or the realization of many another peacetime objective. Buy war bonds regularly to help your country and to help yourself. The Cavalcade of America came to you from New York.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Presenting Yankee from Olympus, featuring Carl Swenson on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by E.I. DuPont de Nemours and Company of Wilmington, Delaware, maker of better things for better living through chemistry.
Before we begin our play, here's a bit of information about an item in everyone's daily diet: eggs. Figures show that the average egg consumption is less than one a day for each American. Yet nutritionists say all of us should eat at least one, or better two, every day in the year. And today, with egg production at an all-time high, enough eggs are available for all of us to take that advice. One reason for this high production is DuPont Delsterol D, activated animal sterol, supplying vitamin D for healthier, more productive hands. And now, for our play. In Arlington National Cemetery tonight, the moon is shining on a marble shaft on which these words are written. Oliver Wendell Holmes, Captain and Brevet Colonel, 20th Massachusetts Volunteer Infantry, Civil War. Justice Supreme Court of the United States. March 1841, March 1935. Judge Holmes belongs to history, but his work lives on, alive and breathing. For the story of Oliver Wendell Holmes is the story of his country. It is a story told simply and movingly by Catherine Drinker Bowen in her best-selling book, Yankee from Olympus. This evening, in a radio adaptation by Isaiah Lee, Cavalcade brings some of the men and women from the pages of Mrs. Bowen's book to tell you about one of the best friends the American people ever had.
I am John Holmes, Wendell's uncle. We're Bostonians, and the most famous of our family was Wendell's father, Dr. Oliver Wendell Holmes, poet, physician, and author of The Autocrat of the Breakfast Table. Dr. Holmes was an autocrat indeed, though blessed with a sense of humor. Wendell always chafed under him a little. I remember a late afternoon in December when Wendell was a sophomore at Harvard. He came home to find Dr. Holmes practicing his violin downstairs. Wendell came up to see me, somewhat irritated. Dr. Holmes' music was more ambitious than melodic.
Good evening, Uncle John.
Oh, good evening, Wendell.
Father's at it again.
Yes, for hours.
Tell me, Uncle John, do people often burst into musicality at 50?
It's not music. It's manual dexterity. Don't you remember how passionate he was about the microscope a few years ago?
Because the microscope didn't make a noise.
You see, Wendy,
Your grandfather raised us to believe in the devil. But things have changed around New England, and the devil has sort of disappeared. Your father was lost without the devil to fight, so he stands on platforms and denounces slavery or tries to master the fiddle. It's the New England mind.
I don't have it.
Haven't you? You're more like your father than you care to admit.
No, I'm like you, Uncle John. I'm not always striving and sweating after something I can't have.
You've something worse, Wendy. You have to know the answers to things. And you're not going to find them in Plato. Plato, violin playing, Wendy standing in the junior class. These were the things that occupied my family in the winter of 1860, while our country rushed precipitously down the slope that led to civil war. A presidential election was coming. Abraham Lincoln was a mere local politician, and Boston paid him scant heed. Wendy cared more about winning the undergraduate prize for his article on Plato than he did about the coming election. He announced it to us, then ran over to the Dixwells on Garden Street to tell them. We smiled. After all, Fanny Dixwell was a very beautiful girl.
I've won, Fanny. I've won.
I'm ever so glad, Wendell. Really, I am. You deserved it.
Well, how did you know? Did you read it?
Yes.
Well?
Shall I be frank?
Of course.
Well, it's serious and good. And I'm glad to see that you've lost traces of that cocksureness you used to have. But it's too long, and its sentences are a little stilted and uncertain.
You're laughing at me again, Fanny.
Oh, no, Wendell. It's just that I'm so fond of you, I think I've a right to be honest. Don't you want me to be?
Of course. I want the same right.
Go ahead.
Fanny, you attack a man's vanity like a she-wolf. You're a sheepus and a witch, and something in that gray-green eye tells me that you were born on a Friday night with the moon at the quarter.
You're cleverer than I, Wendell Holmes, but sometimes I think it's going to take you a long time to grow up. I was wrong. Events occurred that made Wendell grow up far faster than I thought he would. War. War that matures men and makes them old before their time. Wendell joined the Harvard Regiment. While he was away, I'd go to his family's house for breakfast, often waiting and hoping for news. Dr. Holmes always set me at his right.
Little more sausage, Fanny?
No, thank you, Doctor.
You're pale, Fanny. Mustn't worry so much. The war will get better.
I had a letter this morning describing the battle. It's been a most horrible defeat.
Wendell will be all right.
Here's the morning paper, Dr. Holmes.
Thank you.
May I see it, Doctor, please?
It's already open to the casualties. I'll read them to you. Captain Putnam, right arm amputated. Captain Dreyer, carriage painter, Salem, shot in both thighs. O.W. Holmes, Company A, 24, law student, Boston, wounded in abdomen.
Oh, God.
Fanny, don't tell his mother, promise me. And I promise you something. If we get him home alive, we'll never let him go again.
I'm Wendell's mother. Fanny and my husband thought they could keep news of Wendell's wound from me, but they couldn't. I knew then as I knew the next time, for he came home and was healed and went again. And this time he was lost on the battlefield. My husband set out to find him, a bewildered search that led him through all the cities of the war, until on the 6th day, our son was found. Home again, healed again, and back to duty. And wounded again. The 3rd time. 3 wounds had my son. 3 wounds to save the Union. And then, thank God, peace came.
and Wendell could go back to Harvard Law School. This may sound like motherly pride, but I knew from the beginning he had a future in the law. His father was critical. We were sitting at breakfast with my brother-in-law, John, discussing it.
I hope Wendell's made the right decision returning to the law.
Of course he has. He's got a talent for speaking, for public expression and debate that'll be useful when he starts to practice.
He's quick, there's no denying that. But once he seizes upon a subject, he cannot let it go. He worries over it until the bare bone show.
Wendell puts a but at the end of every sentence so he can keep on without a pause. He's so deep in the law and its relation to the way that men live together that he's blind to everything around him.
What do you mean, John?
I mean Fanny. That girl's in love with him, and he's in love with her, but he does nothing about it.
I must talk to him about that.
Don't you dare, Oliver.
I made that fatal error. I told him he wasn't very smart about girls.
And what did he say?
He said, not smart about girls, Young fellow, when you learn to manage the ladies as well as I do, you can start giving advice to your old Uncle Wendell. I kept my mouth shut after that. But I watched as Wendell graduated from law school and went to work in the office of our old friend, George Shattuck. He tried his first case and lost it. I knew he'd never make a trial lawyer. He was interested in the law, not in clients. So he read and studied and worked and was finally rewarded with an instructorship at Harvard Law School. And through all this, Fanny waited. I could stand it no longer. On a Sunday, I took him up to the third story of our house to talk to him. I was pretty winded.
You're so stubborn, Uncle John. I'd have come up here to get your tobacco for you.
I didn't climb these penitential stairs for tobacco.
Oh.
I came about you and Fanny Dixwell.
What about Fanny Dixwell?
The best girl in Cambridge. There is no higher praise. She is in love with you.
I think that's my business, Uncle John. And Fanny's.
What is the matter with you, young man? Haven't you looked at Fanny lately? Her eyes, as if someone had whipped her. She is 30. 31, maybe. So are you. Wendell, you have loved that girl for years. We've waited patiently, all of us, for you to find it out. But there is an end to patience.
Yes. You're right, there is an end to patience.
Where are you going?
To ask Fanny to be my wife. And I bet she turns me down.
I didn't. We were married, and we went to live with Father and Mother Holmes in a house on Beacon Street. It was money, partly, and I didn't like it much. My father-in-law was a great celebrity by now, and we lived in his shadow. Wendell was writing a book of commentary on the law, some of it so technical I couldn't understand it. I knew he'd never get to be a full professor until it was finished. And I knew we'd never have a place of our own until then. It was hard to wait. Then one night, George Shattuck, the attorney for whom Wendell had worked, came to see us.
Holmes, you've heard that I'm reorganizing the firm. You're done with your book. How about coming into my office next fall as a partner? You and I and Bill Monroe.
I can bring you no clients.
We all know that. But you'll have your uses. It's even possible you know things about the law we business lawyers have missed.
I know some things about the law that ought to be changed.
Then change them. How about you, Fanny? You think we can keep his nose out of ancient law books long enough to do a little business? To me, you young people might have uses for a little money of your own.
I'm already debating with myself whether the drapery shall be blue or green. Mr. Shattuck, we're going to have a home of our own.
But Holmes never warmed to the law. In the years we practiced together, he was more interested in the lectures he was going to give at Harvard on the common law. Lectures that, for the first time, made it clear to us where Oliver Wendell Holmes stood. As we sat in our office and he told me about them, I knew I was going to lose him. I knew that in his hands lay the beginning of a new idea, a new theory. But still I argued with him.
But everything must change with events, George, even the law.
But Wendell, law is precedent. A judge must decide as others have decided before him. That's the whole basis of our legal system.
No, George. A good judge interprets a law according to the result it'll have upon the community at large.
That's a revolutionary idea.
No, not at all. The law embodies the story of a nation's development through many centuries. Law isn't just logic, it's experience. It must enrich men's lives and make for them a better world in which to live. Otherwise, it's a dead and useless science.
You say that now. I wonder what will happen if you're ever on the bench.
The bench? There's not a chance. You don't have to worry, George. I'll spend the rest of my life playing nursemaid to our clients.
He didn't. He left our firm and accepted a professorship at Harvard, where he could continue his research and study. There, for the first time, he met a thin, black-haired young man with blazing blue eyes. His name was Louis Denbitz Brandeis. He and Wendell became close friends.
Tell me, Louis, what gives you this passion for social reform? What makes you so interested in the common man?
Go and see the slums of Lowell. Go and see the way men live in Lawrence, Massachusetts. You'll have your answer.
I've got my answer. And it's the same as yours. Look at us, Louis. We couldn't be more different. And yet we couldn't be more alike.
It's simple. We're both of people with a passion for liberty. But you and I have reached our feeling by different paths.
Well, what do you mean, Louis?
I was born and raised with the essential need for liberty. You sense that need.
Isn't sensing good enough?
Every word you say is proof that it is.
Thank you, Louis. It's a privilege to hate the same things that you do. Injustice, tyranny, and the passion of the few to rule the many.
Perhaps together we can fight them.
Oh,
Who knows?
I doubt that. I'm 40 years old, and I'll be Professor Oliver Wendell Holmes of Harvard Law School forever.
You are listening to Yankee from Olympus, a radio dramatization of Catherine Drinker Bowen's #1 bestseller, featuring Carl Swenson as Oliver Wendell Holmes on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by E.I. DuPont de Nemours and Company of Wilmington, Delaware, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. This evening's Cavalcade is the chronicle of Oliver Wendell Holmes, whose passion for justice and profound knowledge of the law made him one of America's greatest jurists and revolutionized our legal concepts of democratic rights. In our Cavalcade play, Holmes, in 1881, at the age of 40, a professor in the Harvard Law School, believes that he will remain there the rest of his life. In December 1882, Holmes is called out of his classroom by his former legal partner, George Shattuck. Shattuck is the bearer of exciting news.
Justice Otis Lord has sent in his resignation. Governor Long wants you for that vacancy in the Supreme Court of Massachusetts. He has to submit your name to the council by 12 o'clock. He has to have your consent first. It's 11 now.
That gives me exactly 1 hour to wipe out the past and change the whole future.
Surely you're going to accept.
George, I have a philosophy about the judicial function in the common law, and until now I've talked about it. Now I must live it through, and I will. Believe me, I will.
My husband began indeed to live it through. It was slow, almost 10 years before he gave voice to the first of the opinions and dissents that were to make him famous. In those years, his mother died, and his father, and his Uncle John was getting old and feeble. I myself had a long, severe illness, rheumatic fever. But Wendell, we'd begun to call him the judge quite casually by now. The judge grew in his heart and in his mind. His opinions were always on the side of fairness to the common man, and most always they were dissenting opinions. But Respect for the judge's courage and farsightedness was beginning to grow. The world was moving on, too. The Spanish-American War was upon us, and Uncle John died. The judge was 58, a time when men have a right to think their life's reached the narrowing point. He'd been on the bench 18 years, and now he was appointed Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Massachusetts. Theodore Roosevelt became president, and Theodore Roosevelt wanted my husband as Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States. Wendell hesitated. We talked it over as we talked over all things, and I persuaded him to accept. A month later, he stood in the great chamber of the court and swore an oath.
I, Oliver Wendell Holmes, do solemnly swear that I will administer justice without respect to persons, and do equal right to the poor and to the rich, and that I will faithfully and impartially discharge all the duties incumbent upon me as Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States according to the best of my abilities and understanding, agreeably to the Constitution and the laws of the United States. So help me God.
From this room, my husband was to utter the dissents and the decisions that were to make him the champion of the people and of the rights of man. The bailiff spoke through the years, and my husband answered.
Hammer versus Dagenhart.
Child labor can be regulated by Congress.
Lochner versus New York.
The liberty of the citizen to do as he pleases does not mean he can force other citizens to work 12 hours a day.
Abrams versus the United States. Gitlow versus the people of New York.
Free speech, like truth itself, cannot be achieved by statute.
United States versus Rosika Schwimmer.
Free thought, not free thought for those who agree with us, but freedom for the thought that we hate.
And so, as the world moved on, and the First World War came and went, my husband became known as the Great Dissenter. But we were both getting old. I was 88 years old when I broke my hip. The judge sat at my bedside.
Rest, Fanny. Rest.
Wendell, remember when you won the undergraduate prize for your article on Plato?
You said that I was cocksure and that my sentences were stilted and uncertain.
That's because I was young and in love. What I really meant to say was that you would be a great man.
Not without you, Fanny.
Thank you, Wendell. Promise me something.
Anything, Fanny.
Be sure to bed down my roses after the frost comes.
I am one of Justice Holmes' secretaries, one of many who owe our careers and any understanding we might have to his great heart and incomparable brain. It was hard to watch him growing older after Mrs. Holmes died, but his brain never tired. And then, 3 days before his 94th birthday, he joined her in death. From the floor of Congress, from the White House, from the Inns of Court in London, scholars and statesmen gave tribute, and the people mourned. Men called Oliver Wendell Holmes the Great Dissenter. The title was misleading. To want something fiercely and want it all the time This is not dissent, but affirmation. The things Holmes wanted were great things yet to be realized. Men are fighting and dying for them now. And to them, Oliver Wendell Holmes, the Yankee from Olympus, would say, as he said so often,
whether a man accepts from fortune her spade and will look downward and dig, or from aspiration her axe and cord and will scale the ice, the one and only success which is his to command is to bring to his work a mighty heart.
Thank you, Carl Swenson and members of the Cavalcade cast. Now, here is Ted Pearson speaking for the DuPont Company to tell us of the use of a new chemical development which helps protect the lives of our merchant seamen.
More than 500 Axis submarines have been sent to the bottom in this war. Germany still has U-boats, but they're now the hunted rather than the hunters. Our effort to end the submarine menace was divided into two parts: destroying enemy submarines wherever we could find them, and saving men and material from our own ships in case they were torpedoed. The story of the secret devices that help us locate subs and blow them out of the water can't be told until after the war, but there's a story of a life-saving suit that can be told. A special seagoing suit of clothes to which many an American seaman owes his life. A splash of flame in the night, a ship going down, and then bobbing on the dark water astern, little red signal lights marking men who jumped overboard when a torpedo struck. In the old days, the icy water of the North Atlantic would have numbed them into unconsciousness and death in half an hour. But these men were wearing a new life-saving suit made of DuPont neoprene chemical rubber. Regulations now provide that every merchant seaman on a ship of American registry, sailing ocean or coastwise, must be provided with one of these life-saving suits. Designed to Coast Guard specifications, they're made in one piece of fabric, impregnated and covered with DuPont neoprene with gloves, feet, and helmet attached. There's a zipper up the front and a drawstring around the neck. Men hop into the suits in a few seconds, pull them on right over warm clothes and life belts, and then jump into the water. And a man floats with his shoulders above water. Weights in the feet of the suit keep him upright. The waterproof suit keeps the heat of the body in and keeps the icy water out. There's a tab on the shoulder to which a signal light can be attached and a harness to make it easy for a rescue craft to hoist a man out of the sea. If a man is pulled out of the water into a lifeboat or onto a raft, his suit continues to protect him against the cold and exposure that used to end the lives of so many men adrift at sea. And if a sailor must swim through burning oil on the surface, the neoprene suit gives him added protection because neoprene, unlike natural rubber, resists flame. Leading rubber manufacturers are making these protective suits of DuPont neoprene for merchant seamen. The suits are saving many lives. That is their wartime job. And there's every reason to hope that all American merchant ships will carry these new life-saving suits after the war, just as many articles you will use after the war will be improved by the qualities found in neoprene, one of the DuPont Company's better things for better living through chemistry.
Next Monday evening, Cavalcade presents What Makes a Hero? The factual story of Jim Slayton, an infantry corporal in the Army of the United States. A little man who was called upon to play a big part in the war and who made the most of it. Jim Slayton was undersized in stature but oversized in courage, and his fabulous exploits earned him the highest awards of 3 grateful Allied nations. The orchestra and musical score were under the direction of Donald Voorhees. This is Roland Winters sending best wishes from Cavalcade sponsor, E.I. DuPont de Nemours and Company of Wilmington, Delaware. Post-war and reconversion planning are going ahead daily in order to provide civilian jobs as war needs decline. But in spite of the optimism of many Americans about an early end to the war in Europe, The hard truth is that today there are shortages of certain critical war materials, notably bombs, trucks, and tires. Our military progress has greatly increased requirements for many highly essential items to be delivered on short notice. So long as the war is being fought, our men must have the best materials we can provide. Victory in the shortest possible time cannot be realized unless all available manpower is completely utilized. At this very moment, war workers are desperately needed in many areas. So if you are in or near one of these areas, the commanders of our armed forces urge that you get a war job and stick to it to hasten the day of victory. War production must come first. The Cavalcade of America came to you from New York.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Presenting What Makes a Hero on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by E.I. DuPont and the Moores and Company of Wilmington, Delaware, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. Before we begin our play, here's a happy suggestion for making your home bright and cheery. It's about DuPont Speed Easy, the wonderfully smooth and velvety wall finish that makes almost any wall surface like new again. Speed Easy is ideal for use over wallpaper. You'll like it because it's speedy, it dries in an hour, then your room can be used again. It's easy because all you do is thin it with water and apply freely with a large brush or roller. One coat is all you usually need. Remember, just ask for DuPont Speed Easy wall finish. Speed Easy. Its name tells the story. And now, for our play. This evening, in a radio play written by Russell Hughes and Bernard Fines, The Cavalcade of America tells the true story of an American infantryman who today wears the Congressional Medal of Honor, the British Military Medal, and the Soviet Order of the Patriotic War Second Class. His name, Corporal Jim Slayton, his home, Gulfport, Mississippi. The DuPont Company presents What Makes a Hero, with Richard Widmark as Jim Slayton and Stotts Cotsworth as William Tanner on The Cavalcade of America.
My name is William Tanner. I'm a war correspondent. Maybe you remember reading this line some time ago. Corporal James Slayton, United States Infantry, was today awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor for extraordinary heroism in battle. Well, a lot of our GIs rate that line. Later, I filed this. Corporal James Slayton, United States Infantry, was awarded the British Military Medal in the Soviet Order of the Patriotic War Second Class. Naturally, I wondered about Corporal Slayton, what he looked like, where he came from, how he talked and acted. Then other things happened fast enough to make me forget about Jim Slayton. I didn't remember him again until I received a letter from home, from one of you. That letter asked a question. What makes a hero? I thought about that. I wondered what happens inside a man to make him a hero. I wanted to write a piece about it, so I looked up Corporal Slayton. When I found him, maybe I was surprised, because most of us have an idea of what a hero looks like. I know I had. But Jim Slayton, well, here's his story.
Six bit fare, huh?
That's right, mister.
Okay, here you are. Say, you're pretty small to be hacking, aren't you?
Something wrong, mister?
Wrong? Well, no. I was just wondering what you'd look like driving a truck.
Meaning I'm little, huh?
Oh, no offense. I'm no giant myself.
No, guess you ain't. But don't you worry none about hurting my feelings, mister. Ever since I was knee-high to a duck, people been kidding me about my size.
Well, you certainly are good-natured about it.
Mister, when a guy's 5'4" and has to get soaking wet to pull up to 100 pounds, he ain't got no business getting mad at nobody. But I can get mad.
Yeah, I guess you could, all right. But you got to be careful who you get mad at, huh?
That's right, mister. Right now, I ain't mad at nobody.
Well, that was Jim Slayton back in 1941. He was married, had 4 kids. He was good-natured, mad at nobody. Then one sunny Mississippi day, Sunday, December 7th it was, Jim sat in his cab. He had his radio on. He was dozing to the music.
Howdy, Jim.
No, howdy, huh?
Nice day, ain't it?
Yep.
Business slow, huh?
Yep.
Nice music, huh?
Pretty fair.
You're sure beating your gums today, boy.
Something's on my mind.
Having trouble?
No, not yet. But sure as today's Sunday, something's going to happen.
What are you talking about?
Doggone it, my face is burning again. You know what happens when my face gets hot.
Nah, Jim, what could happen on a nice day like this?
I don't care, Art. When my face starts burning, something's bound to happen. Always does. Burned the day I ran into that truck. Burned the time one of my kids got measles. Burned the time...
Nah, Jim, you're standing still so you can't run into a truck. The kids ain't going to get measles again.
We interrupt this program to bring you a special bulletin. Pearl Harbor. Japanese planes this morning attacked our Pacific base. There are no details available, except that the sneak attack inflicted heavy damage on our installations and fleet. Keep tuned to this station for more complete bulletins.
Jim, that means we're going to be in it.
You see, I told you my face was red. We ain't only in it, I'm going to be the first guy in line.
Hi, Jim.
I want to sell my heat, Mr. Kinley.
Going out of business?
Didn't you hear the radio just now? Didn't you hear what those Japs done?
Sure, son, sure. I heard.
What'll you offer me?
Well, there ain't much of a market for used taxes these days, Jim.
Well, I'll just leave this heap with you, Mr. Kinley. I'll trust you to get the best price you can.
What's your big hurry, boy?
I'm going into this here war first thing in the morning.
Well, this war ain't but an hour old. You got 4 kids. They'll call you when they need you.
No, sir. I'm mad clean through, Mr. Kinley. I'm going to do something about it right now.
Boy, you sure throw an awful lot of steam for a little stove.
What those Japs done there at Pearl Harbor, it'll take me a long time to get over being mad. We got to make it so Pearl Harbor sticks in their craw and chokes him.
Now, simmer down, son. You get your chance.
That's what I'm aiming for.
Say, do you know where Pearl Harbor's at?
Well, I guess I don't rightly. But wherever it is, I'm going to get there in a hurry.
Well, that was Jim Slayton, up to and including Sunday, December 7th, 1941. Certainly nothing yet to make him look or act like a hero. In fact, a man 5'4", weighing 100 pounds doesn't give anybody the idea that he is hero material. But let's go on with the story just as I heard it. It was the following day, December 8th, that Jim Slayton showed up at a recruiting station.
All right. Break it up. Now, keep in line. You'll all be taken care of. Hey. Where are you going?
You talking to me, Sergeant?
You guessed it, Shorty.
Look at that. Please don't give me no trouble, Sarge. I come in here to enlist. I had my place in line. I stepped out for just a second to toss out a cigarette.
Okay, but stay where you are. And keep your clothes with you, Shorty.
Why?
You'll find out. All right, now keep it moving. Right through this door. One dead
Name?
James Slayton.
Age?
28.
Okay, here's... Holy mackerel. Where's your ma, son?
Oh, now look here, Corporal. Just give me that paper and let me go.
Okay. Straight ahead, and don't fall through the cracks in the floor.
5 feet, 4 1/4.
4 1/4.
Weight, 100 even.
100 even.
Thank you, sir. Where do I go now?
What's your occupation, Slayton?
Taxi driver, sir.
Then I'd suggest that you go back to it.
I sold my taxi, Doctor.
I'm sorry, Slayton, but you're under the minimum weight. We can't accept you.
But I'm as big as those Japs any day.
I'm sorry, but the minimum weight is 105 pounds. You are 5 pounds under it.
You mean you're going to turn a man down for 5 pounds?
That's it, Slayton.
But, sir, only 5 pounds?
I'm sorry, but that's it. All right, next man. On the scale.
But, sir, them 5 pounds won't make no difference in a man's fighting weight. I'm going to get a gun, ain't I? That'll make up for the 5 pounds, won't it?
Now, look here, son. The Army has rules and regulations. One of them is a man can't get in if he's under the minimum weight. You couldn't stand the gab. It's tough. Now, move along.
Yes, sir.
Next man. 162 and a half.
162 and a half.
Now, you guys wait here. Well, how'd you make out, kid?
Just like you said, Sarge.
How much you miss it by?
5 pounds.
5, huh?
Yep.
That's tough.
Say, look at here, Sarge. Is there any one of them rules and regulations that says a man can't give it another whirl?
None at all, kid. None at all.
Okay. I'm going to get them 5 pounds.
Well, son, you can try. Looks to me like you're just about as big as you're going to get. Maybe you didn't stay out in the rain enough when you was a kid.
Rain? What are you talking about?
Forget it. I was just ribbing you. Now, you go home and forget about it, kid, because, well, that's the way it is.
5 pounds under the minimum weight. 5 big pounds that looked to Jim Slayton as hard to get as $5 million. But he went at it. In a couple of weeks, he added 2 pounds with 3 to go. Ate a lot of things he never liked before. Kept on eating them until he had 1 more pound to put on. That one was the toughest. It had to be picked up ounce by ounce. But one day, Jim Slayton put himself on the scales. They tipped over at 105 and a half. And Jim hurried himself down to the recruiting station before he lost those precious ounces. The Army took him in. And he went to basic training.
How you making it, soldier? Me? Slow, buddy, slow. You got any idea how much all this stuff weighs?
Oh, about 60 pounds. What's the matter, having trouble with it?
Well, it does seem like the last 10 miles get a little hard.
Here, give me a rifle. I'll tote it for you.
No, buddy, I'll do it myself. Did I tell you something? They sure ought to make these helmets out of cardboard. This one's pushing my head clean on down to my ankles.
Button your lip up there. You're marching at attention.
Okay, slow way. Well, stick with it, Slayton. Only 10 miles more.
You guys, keep your noggins down. Slayton, on your back. On your back when you crawl under that wire and keep flat. A real slug's going over your head. Keep down. You hear me, Slayton?
I sure do. I should.
No, Slayton, no. You gotta hit it hard. Hard. You can't drive a bayonet in like you're spearing hamburger. Put some beef behind it. Beef!
Okay, Sarge.
Slayton! Keep that gas mask on while you're running. You gotta get used to it. You gotta get used to it. And don't slow down. Keep running.
So Jim Slayton went through basic training. It was tough, hard, grueling. Now, maybe by this time you and I have some idea what it takes to be a hero. Or have we? Training is one thing to stick out. Battle's another. The one takes guts to keep from blowing your top at things you think are GI nonsense. The other? Well, let's keep on with the story of Jim Slayton. One day, Jim Slayton, United States Infantry, height 5'4", weight, military secret, found himself overseas.
What am I doing here? Is Pearl Harbor over here? Are there any Japs here? That's who I come out to fight.
Well, maybe they didn't want to scare the Japs too much, Slayton.
Why don't you stop giving me the needle, Sarge?
Me? Not for the world, Slayton. You're my pin-up boy.
You know, someday I'm going to get mad at you.
Save it for tomorrow. We're moving up.
Moving up? You mean we're going to get a chance to do something?
That's just about it.
Oh?
What's the matter, kid? Decide not to be a hero after all?
Whoever said I wanted to be a hero?
Well, you said you were mad, didn't you?
Sure, but I was mad at Japs.
Yeah? So were a lot of us, kid.
You stop calling me kid, you hear? I'm older than you. I'm 28. I got 4 kids of my own at home. You're not even married. So leave off, you hear?
Okay, Jim. Just ribbon. Now, you better grab some sleep because we're going out early and I don't want to have to carry you tomorrow. Good night.
Good night, Sarge. And listen.
Yeah?
Do me a favor. How's about laying off the cracks about my size? Huh?
Okay. It's a promise. And you lay off worrying about the Japs.
Why, Sarge?
Because we're going to have plenty of heinies to worry about.
Well, the outfit moved out. Infantry. Foot soldiers. The guys who pound through the mud and dust. The guys who take a piece of ground and hold on to it. And Jim Slayton was with them. Corporal Slayton now. He may have been little, but he had a heart, and somebody saw it and put a couple of stripes on his sleeve. Jim had his taste of battle, and it was bitter. Just as bitter as it is for a boy from St. Paul or Omaha or Cincinnati or Casper, Wyoming. And the hero stuff? Well, who thinks about that when the going's hot and tough? Jim didn't. Not even when his outfit was holed up in a farmhouse outside a town. A town that had to be taken.
This is a great thing, this is. Holed up like a bunch of gophers.
Seems to me it's better being a gopher and still breathing than popping our heads out and stopping breathing.
Maybe you're right, Slayton. You know, you kind of got the edge on the rest of us. You ain't got much to hide. Now, take Larkin over there. 6'4", 250 pounds a guy. That's a lot of stuff to hide in a foxhole without having some of it sticking out.
There's that sniper again.
Yeah, and every slug he sends over gets closer. If we could only get one look at that cookie, we'd get mortar him out.
6 of us he's got already. No telling how many of the other...
Sergeant Collins?
Yes, sir.
Take 8 men as volunteers and scout that hill up ahead.
Yes, sir.
And, Sergeant...
Yes, Captain.
Get that sniper.
Yes, sir. Well, you guys, you heard the old man. Who wants to go to a surprise party?
I'll try. Me. Better than playing ground squirrel for the whole war. Count me in.
I'll go, Sarge. Reckon I'd like to come along for the walk, Sarge.
Huh? Oh, now look,
the captain asked for volunteers. I'm one.
You are listening to What Makes a Hero with Richard Widmark as Jim Slayton and Stott Cotsworth as William Tanner on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by E.I. DuPont de Nemours and Company of Wilmington, Delaware, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. This evening's cavalcade is the story of a man with fighting spirit, all the more remarkable because of his stature. For pint-sized Jim Slayton stood of 5 feet 4 1/4 in his stocking feet and tipped the scales at an even 100 pounds, soaking wet. But Jim was a fighter, and he finally succeeded in joining the Army as an infantryman and was sent overseas. As our cavalcade play continues, Slayton has volunteered for a detail that has been ordered to wipe out a German sniper's nest.
All right, hold it, man. Crawling through this scrub is no good. Can't see what's up that hill. Well, that sniper must be someplace up there.
Nope. That Heine's got himself covered like a $2 bet.
Hey, Sarge, wait a minute.
You see something, Slayton?
No. That's just the trouble, Sarge. But I feel something.
Well, then what's the idea of holding us up? Come on.
Please, hold it, Sarge.
Oh, cut it out, will you? This is bad enough without...
Look, Sarge. Maybe them Heinies are waiting for a chance like this. I just know there's more than one. Maybe they're waiting to suck some of us in and then give us the works.
Look, there's a sniper up there, Slayton. Get it? A sniper. There are 9 of us.
Sure, but I'm telling you, I feel something.
All right, what are you cooking up, Slayton? What's this gag? And it better not be a gag.
Well, I can't tell you exactly what I mean, Sarge. All I know is my face is getting hot. And when it does that, something's going to happen.
Look, Slayton, I don't know what you're trying to cook up, but you're not going to snafu this detail with that wacky stuff. We got orders, see?
I know it, Sarge, but just listen to me a minute, will you?
All right, what do you got?
Look, there's 9 of us. We'd be easy pickings if there's more than one crowd up there. Now, one guy could get through and take himself a look-see around. And I ain't big.
You're nuts.
I ain't got so much to hide, Sarge. You said so yourself. Let me take a look around, huh? I tell you, something bad is up there. I know it. My face always burns when there's something bad.
I think you mean it.
I sure do. How about it?
Well, Okay. But if you're not back here in 10 minutes, we're coming on.
Okay. Now, you see that ridge up there?
Yeah?
I'll make for that, but I'll keep the cover. And if there's anything up there, I'll flush it out and you knock it off.
Okay, Slayton. That's a deal.
So long.
So long.
Good
So
luck.
long, Slayton.
Hey, try to keep an eye on him, you guys.
It's going to be tough. He ain't big in the first place. In the second place, you can hide under a leaf. Well, maybe he'll get through.
Yeah. Maybe. What time you got, Williams?
Well, his 10 minutes is up, if that's what you mean, Sarge.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Well, I guess it's goodbye, Slayton. Okay, you guys. Let's split up in 2 sections, and let's get that sniper. But stay down and hug the... Holy cow, that's no sniper. Those are machine guns. Down, keep down, hug the ground.
The little guy was right. There was trouble up there.
Yeah, and he's got it right in his lap. Hey, that was a rifle.
Slayton's.
Well, where the devil is he?
Hey, there's another machine gun nest. Over there to the left.
2 of them. Why,
Yeah.
the dirty rats. Set themselves a nice little trap to suck us in. Hug the ground, you guys.
Hey, Sarge, that first machine gun stopped. I think Slayton got him.
Take it easy, take it easy. Those stinkers are pulling another trick. Let's wait a while.
What are you thinking about, Sarge?
Slayton. You know, he was a nice guy.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to miss him.
Yeah, maybe I shouldn't have ridden him so much. Took a lot of guts to go out like he did. Ah, that lousy sniper. See where that shot came from?
No, can't see a thing.
Hey, Sarge!
Hey, that's Slayton.
Quiet. The fake. One of those American-speaking heinies.
Hey, Sarge, you can't win no war hiding behind those bushes.
Yeah, it is Slayton. Hey, you all right?
Never felt better. Come on up. The view's wonderful.
Wow. Holy cow. Look at this. 2 of them. One got it right through the eyes, and this guy bayoneted clean
Hey,
through...
fellas. 4 guys in this other machine gun nest. Each one drilled clean through the noggin.
Poing from 200 yards.
That's what I call shooting. Sure is.
Okay, Slayton, what really happened?
Yeah, tell us about
I don't rightly know. They must have been surprised to see me, I reckon. I jumped in with my bayonet and got one. I think I held the other one down with my foot. I shot him after I got my bayonet away from the first one.
Yeah, but how about the second machine gun nest?
Well, when I caught sight of that second nest, I figured something had to be done. This mound here hid me from the krauts up there. They had to stick their heads up to see what was happening where I was. When they did, I shot. You know, I just got to thinking about something.
What's that, Jim?
About my face burning.
It ain't starting again, is it?
No. But I just remembered I used my last bullet when I knocked off that last hiney. And my face never warned me.
That's the story of Corporal Jim Slayton. I thought about it while I was writing it. I thought about the question one of you wrote me, what makes a hero? That bothered me. It bothered me so much that I had to go back to Jim Slayton and ask him some more questions.
Well, Mr. Tanner, I don't rightly know why I did it. Unless maybe I figured it was me or them.
But that doesn't answer it, Jim. It doesn't answer the question of why you went up there in the first place.
No, I guess it don't. Maybe I was mad.
At what?
Well, at first I was mad at the Japs for Pearl Harbor. Then when they stuck me to fighting Heinies, I guess I got mad at them.
Well, that's part of it. Isn't there anything else?
Well, you know, Mr. Tanner, like I said, at first I was mad at the Japs. Then when I got over here, I got mad at the Heinies. And then I guess I just got mad at things.
Things? What do you mean?
Things like, things like what I wouldn't want to happen to my kids. Yeah, I guess that's it. Guess that's all, Mr. Tanner.
I guess that's all, Mr. Tanner. A guy who got mad at things he didn't want to happen to his kids. Maybe the question, what makes a hero, can't be answered any better than that.
Thank you, Richard Whitmark, Stats Cotsworth, and members of the Cavalcade cast. Now, here is Ted Pearson speaking for the DuPont Company to tell you how to transform old, no longer used furniture into gay, bright, useful pieces with your own personality for the finishing touch.
There were over 1.5 million marriages in the United States last year, and since it takes 2 to make a marriage, well, that means we have more than 3 million newlyweds. These days, of course, most of the men are in uniform. You see young couples holding hands in trains and buses, riding bravely off into their future. When couples set up housekeeping these days, finding furniture is a problem. More often than not, they have to buy old furniture and modernize it. And newly married couples are finding, as thousands of other people have found, that refinishing old furniture can be fun. Well, that's due largely to a man and a name. The man is Peter Hunt of Cape Cod, who makes a business of remodeling old furniture, redecorating it in colorful, simple designs with DuPont Duco finish. The name is Transformagic, Peter Hunt's method of transforming old, no longer used pieces into gay, bright, useful furniture with your own personality for the finishing touch. You can take an old bureau and change it into a sparkling chest of drawers, gay with little red hearts and scrolls. A worn-out kitchen table with the legs shortened and a few simple color strokes becomes a low table for the nursery. A school desk, bought for $1 or so second-hand, becomes a convenient holder for books and magazines and Dad's pipes or Mother's sewing. An over-ornamented picture frame, rejuvenated with Duco in a pastel tint, becomes a shadow box wall cabinet with convenient shelves for knickknacks. And it's easy. Not only is it easy, but it's fun. The peasants who created the cottage furniture of Europe, like the farmers who made so much of our own early American furniture, weren't artists. You don't have to be an artist either. Peter Hunt has reduced his designs to a few simple strokes of the brush. And DuPont has prepared a 64-page booklet called Transformagic, a gay adventure in restyling old furniture. Illustrated in full color, crammed with detailed instructions what to do about the old finish, how to apply new finish coats, how to antique, all the things you've always wanted to know about refinishing furniture. Your nearest Duco dealer will give you Peter Hunt's booklet free of charge. Or you may obtain a copy by sending 10 cents in coiner stamps to Radio Section, DuPont Company, Wilmington, 98, Delaware. Duco Finish is one of the DuPont Company's better things for better living through chemistry.
Next Monday evening, Cavalcade presents The Doctor Gets the Answer, a story of vital interest and encouragement to every American concerned with the well-being of our fighting men. Our story, told for the first time on the air, is the factual account of a young flyer suffering from mental shock as the result of his battle experiences. The Doctor Gets the Answer tells how this flyer is returned to a normal, useful life by the newly developed rehabilitation program instituted in the hospitals of our Army Air Forces. The orchestra and musical score were under the direction of Donald Voorhees. This is Roland Winters sending best wishes from Cavalcade sponsor E.I. DuPont de Nemours and Company of Wilmington, Delaware. The Cavalcade of America came to you from New York.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Presenting The Doctor Gets the Answer on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by E.I. DuPont de Nemours and Company of Wilmington, Delaware.
There's a hint of fall in the air. And before we begin our play tonight, here's a hint for you. It's DuPont Speed Easy Wall Finish. Now's the time of year when the serious business of home decorating really begins. From the long list of better things for better living, DuPont brings you Speed Easy, the finish that covers almost any wall surface. It covers wallpaper in one easy coat and dries in an hour. It'll make your redecorating this fall the pleasantest you've ever done. Speed Easy is just what its name says. It's speedy, dries fast, it's easy, easy to apply. Remember, Speed Easy, made by the DuPont Company. And now, for our play.
I'm a major in the Medical Corps, Army Air Forces. I'm here tonight to tell you a pretty important story. Pretty important because it concerns how we're treating soldiers who, to give it a scientific name, have suffered traumatic neurosis of war. They used to call it shell shock. Today, it's known as battle fatigue. By any name, it's a difficult problem. Tonight, by detailing the case history of Sergeant Doug Bennett, waist gunner in a B-17, we're going to tell you part of the story of how we're handling it. Listen to the case history of Sergeant Doug Bennett.
The DuPont Company presents The Doctor Gets the Answer, an original radio play written by Peter Lyon and based on documentary Army material featuring Donald Buca as Sergeant Doug Bennett and Edwin Jerome as the Medical Corps Major on the Cavalcade of America.
You are a privileged visitor to an Army Air Forces hospital where the convalescent training program has been going on for some time. A year and a half or so. You are sitting in the shadows of a hospital amphitheater, one of about 4 dozen people looking down from the circular rows of seats to the brightly lighted stage, where sit an Army Air Forces doctor, a member of my staff, and a patient, a convalescent, Technical Sergeant Doug Bennett. Everybody present but you is a doctor. Their interest is professional. They listen carefully, jot down notes in their loose-leaf books. They are learning about psychiatric therapy from a case history, that of the convalescent now about to be discharged. You watch the doctor below, my assistant, as he gestures toward the patient.
Gentlemen, this is Sergeant Bennett. He has been told that he would answer questions before you this morning. Sergeant, would you tell what medals have been awarded you?
I got a Purple Heart, an Air Medal, a couple oak leaf clusters.
How many battle missions, Sergeant?
46, sir.
I'd like you to tell us about the complaints you had when you came here. As a patient, I mean.
Complaints?
Yes. Were you upset? Nervous?
Yes, sir.
Well, can you describe it? In what way were you upset or nervous?
Well, I couldn't sleep.
Did you have dreams?
Yes, sir.
Nightmares?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe what sort of dreams you had?
I dreamt about battle missions. Dreamt of flak. Dreamt about men fighting off the Nazi pursuit ships. About men yelling and screaming. Dreamt of some Germans.
Were the dreams in color or black and white?
In color, sir.
Any other complaints, Sergeant? You said something about your speech.
Yes, sir. I used to stammer and stutter for quite some time. As a matter of fact, I still do. Just once in a while.
Mm-hmm. Were you nervous before all this happened to you? Did you consider yourself a nervous person?
No, sir.
Were you nervous the morning of your last battle mission?
The 46th?
Yes, the 46th. Suppose you tell us the story of what happened that day. Just tell it in your own words.
No, I wasn't nervous that morning. No more nervous than usual, that is. The assignment was over Augsburg. Pretty clear sailing on the way in. A lot of flak over the target. We got our bombs off okay. Then, just as we came off our run, the Nazis hit us pretty bad. The intercom went out on the third pass at us. About that time, Shorty, he was my buddy, the guy at the other waist gun turret. Shorty came over and told me the navigator had ordered us to hit the chute, abandoned plane. And we did. Just the two of us. Jumped out and cleared and started...
Shorty! Shorty! Can you hear me? Shorty! Shorty, swing your chute, you dope! He's shooting at you! Shorty! Shorty, look out! Look out!
Shorty? Shorty?
Over here. I'm here.
Hang on, baby. I'm coming. Shorty.
Hiya, Tug.
That kraut louse, he got you. You're hurt, kid.
Where are we, Tug? Have you got any idea?
Yeah, Germany. We're in Germany. It's after 1 o'clock, unless the time bell is different here. My watch says 1:20.
Germany. Look at the mountains. It's lucky we landed in these woods. See any houses or any people?
Nah. Got my eyes on those mountains. That's west, Shorty. That's where we're going in a few hours when it gets dark.
What are you talking about? I can't walk. Look at me.
We're going there, kid. Wait and see. Wait till it gets dark. We'll be on our way. Just hang on, Shorty. Keep your hands locked, kid. We'll be there. You're cold? You're cold, Shorty? Don't answer me, kid. Save your breath. We can make it to the border in another 4 hours. Before dawn, baby. France. Hey, you!
Yes. Get up.
Shh, quiet. I'm a friend.
Ta gueule, toi. Hey, tais-toi, gamin. Alors, qui êtes-vous? Vous êtes allemand, dites.
A friend. American. Américain? Vous êtes aviateur? Oui, aviator, that's me. American. Can you hide me? Shh.
Come with me, quick. Patrol allemand, the Boche. They will come here soon. Follow me, quick.
Here, food. And here, money. The money is not so valuable as the food. When you get to the next town, go to this address. They will be good to you.
How far away is that?
32 kilometers. Keep off the roads. Travel only at night.
I go only this far. From here, you will have to go by yourself.
I understand.
You have hunger?
Well, that's one way to say it.
Under the blanket. Here comes a motorcycle.
Who goes there? I'm American. A friend, hold your fire.
Come towards me with your hands folded on your head. Quick.
Don't worry, buddy. I'll be as quick as I can.
What the blazes are you doing? Coming from that direction. Lost, are you, Yank?
Not me, Tommy. I'm found.
CFC Warren Monroe.
Check.
Concussion, shock, severe shrapnel wounds.
Right.
Lieutenant James Condon.
Check.
Multiple facial wounds, shock, blindness.
Right.
Sergeant Douglas Bennett.
He looks okay.
Severe shock, fatigue due to lack of sleep and continuing physical exertion, mild malnutrition, traumatic neurosis.
I take it all back. He needs the trip back to the States, all right.
$28. Still comes out 28. 1, 2, 3, 4.
What's the game, soldier? Proving you know how to count?
No, nurse. You see, it's my first day here. I wanted to get used to how many nails I'm going to be looking at in the ceiling. I make it 28, I think.
You think?
The trouble is, when I get tired, I get this dizzy double vision. So you see, nurse, I'm not sure. Maybe less than 28.
They're 28, all right. I know. Only they're hooks, not nails.
What you got there?
Plane models, 28 of them. We're going to hang them up on those hooks and let you do a little home course in plane identification. Okay?
Sure, nurse. Better than just plain nails, I guess.
Okay, fellas, the next exercise. Feet apart like this. On 1, left fingers touch right toe. On 2, back up again. On 3, right fingers touch left toe. On 4, as you were. Ready?
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, and halt. All you men with red cards, that's enough for you. Back to bed with you. You others, the same exercise. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Hey, what's this red card stuff?
You too? It means we quit.
4.
Back in bed and watch the other guys.
I don't get it.
Well, us guys with red cards, they figure to be pretty sick. We only get 5 minutes of calisthenics. With a yellow card, you get 5 minutes more, and with green, they figure you're pretty strong again. You can take a full 20 minutes.
Oh.
You and me, we're sick.
Yeah. And after they finish these exercises?
Training film. Pretty good sometimes. Lectures. Wednesdays, a guy comes in here and lectures on American history.
No kid.
Where'd you get yours?
Me? Oh, I was in a plane.
What do you mean you were in a plane?
I don't know, soldier. Skip it.
Okay.
Right in there, soldier. Go right in. The doctor's waiting.
Okay. Sergeant Bennett, sir. The nurse told me to come.
All right, sure. Sit down, Sergeant. How are you?
Pretty good, sir.
You can skip the sir while you're here with me, Sergeant. Relax. You look a little tense. Nurse tells me you've been crying at night.
I don't know why, sir.
Oh, there's nothing to be ashamed of, son. You'd be a freak if you didn't cry. Remember when you were a kid and you'd fall down and hit a chair or something? Start bawling? Your mother would come up and comfort you?
Yeah.
Well, you weren't hurt then either, at least not badly. But the fall scared you, so you cried. Did you good, letting off steam, eh?
I guess so.
Sure. You dream much?
Yes, sir. Bad.
Well, you look a lot better than when you got here.
Well, they've kept me busy here. All the lectures and learning a lot of new stuff.
Can you remember what your dreams were about? Any of them repeat themselves?
There's one, sir.
Tell me about it.
It's not even when I'm asleep, sir. At least I don't think it is. You see, that's what makes it worse.
Just before you fall asleep.
That's right. You see, it's just about when I'm asleep, and it's like when you're sitting in an automobile and you're looking in one direction. And behind you, someone steps on the running board, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Just that little motion, it makes you turn your head around and look.
And?
Well, I turn around. And there behind me, there's two Germans. Nazis with swastikas and all. They got knives in their belts, and they're each holding an open knife in their hands. Just looking at me.
And?
And? Nothing. I can't remember anymore. I'm awake, but I can't move. They're standing right there by the bed. I figure if I can just jump out of bed without their realizing I'm not asleep. And so all the time I'm breathing regular. And pretend that I am asleep. I figure I'll be able to get up and get out of the door and lock it behind me before they come and get me. And
Same two Nazis every time?
Yes, sir.
Then what happens?
That's all. The rest?
There's no more you can remember.
No, sir.
Mm-hmm. Well, now then, Sergeant, I'm going to ask you to slip into this bed over here, if you will.
Into bed?
Yep. Just slip off your bathrobe and pajamas. Hang them on that hook there, that'll do. And then pop into bed.
Yes, sir.
I always hate to have anybody do something to me when I don't know what it is he's doing. So I'll tell you what I'm up to now with you. I'm going to take this hypodermic needle and shoot a little of this liquid into your arm. Not much. I can promise you it won't hurt much. Matter of fact, all it'll do is put you to sleep for a bit.
I don't mind that, sir. I haven't been sleeping very good lately. That's a fact.
Well, this stuff will do the trick. We call it pentothal. Now, hold your arm up like... there. Steady now. There. And we just shoot a bit of it into you. Now, in a minute or two, you'll be sleepy and you'll drop right off. You comfortable?
Yes, sir.
Fine. I'll leave you for a moment now, if you don't mind. I'll be back directly, but I don't think you'll even realize it. You'll be asleep. Can you hear me, Sergeant? Hear me, Sergeant? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Count after me, Sergeant. Count. 1.
1,
2,
2,
3,
3,
4,
4,
5,
5,
6,
6,
7,
7,
8,
8,
9,
9,
10.
You are listening to The Doctor Gets the Answer, featuring Donald Bucher as Sergeant Doug Bennett and Edwin Jerome as the Medical Corps Major on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by E.I. DuPont de Nemours and Company of Wilmington, Delaware, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. Our cavalcade play tonight is the story of Sergeant Doug Bennett, waist gunner in a flying fortress who has suffered traumatic neurosis, battle fatigue, and is now in a hospital under treatment for his shock.
At the moment, Doug Bennett lies unconscious in a twilight sleep induced by a new drug called pentothal. He is unaware of his surroundings, but able to talk clearly, able to answer any questions put to him. And yet, when he awakes, he will remember none of what has happened. Later, because of what the Major is about to learn of Doug Bennett's mental troubles, he will be able to treat him, cure him. Right now, the Major is ready to question his patient.
Sergeant, you can hear me?
Sure, sir.
Skip this, Sergeant. I want you to tell me about your last flight mission.
That was my 46.
Yes. What was your objective?
The Messerschmitt assembly plants at Augsburg. There was a lot of flak, but we got our bombs off okay. Right on the target. Shorty saw him.
Shorty? Who's Shorty?
Shorty was my buddy. The other waist gunner.
And what happened after your bombs were dropped?
That's when the Nazis came at us. They killed the pilot and the co-pilot. The navigator ordered us to jump.
Ordered who?
Just Shorty and me. We were the only ones that got out.
How was that, Sergeant?
Plane exploded right after we jumped clear. We were the only ones that got away.
And then? What happened then?
The Nazi louse machine gunned us on the way down. Shorty didn't see him till too late. He was shot up pretty bad. I found him on the ground.
Was he dead?
Shorty? No, he wasn't dead. But we were way inside Germany, and I had to get him out. And me.
What did you do, Sergeant?
I couldn't get him out with me. I couldn't carry him. I carried him for a couple of days. Then he died. I carried his body for a couple of days more.
What happened to Shorty, Sergeant?
There were the mountains and the snow on him. It was cold. I was carrying him over my shoulder, but I couldn't keep going. I had to leave him. I had to do it. I hated to. I had to. I buried him in the snow. Shorty.
And then you were alone.
I marked the place where I buried him. I know where it is. I stuck a little cross up. I tried to remember a prayer. I couldn't remember any prayers.
Sergeant, listen to me. What happened after you buried him?
After I went on down the mountain. That was when I got to the border.
And you crossed the border?
Yeah. I crossed the border all right.
Did something happen at the border, Sergeant?
There was 2 Nazis there with knives. Nazis with swastikas on their sleeves.
What happened, Sergeant?
I murdered them. I took my own knife and I crept up behind them and I murdered them.
That wasn't...
I know it was wrong. I was hungry. It was cold. I had to get back and... I know I shouldn't have murdered them. I pray to God to forgive me.
It wasn't murder, Sergeant.
A guy like me doesn't stab guys in the back.
A guy like you kills your country's enemies, Sergeant. You killed 2 of them. It was your job. You did it well. It wasn't wrong.
I dream about those 2 guys with their knives and their swastikas.
You did right to kill them, Sergeant. You did perfectly right. Now, you go to sleep, Sergeant. You need it. And now you sit, a privileged visitor, watching the face of young Technical Sergeant Doug Bennett as he sits in a hospital amphitheater in his maroon GI bathrobe, talking to a medical officer before a still audience of some 4 dozen doctors, all taking notes in their notebooks. Now he has finished the story of his rehabilitation. The officer puts in one more question.
By and large, you feel better now, do you, Sergeant?
Me? Oh, I feel fine, sir. Fine.
Dreams about gone, are they?
Haven't had a bad dream in 2 weeks, sir. But there's just only one thing.
Yes, what's that?
Well, sir, I feel like I'm wasting my time here. My wound is okay. My nerves are okay. The Major explained to me all about what happened and why. And I feel like it's all over with.
We're glad you feel that way.
Yes, sir. But now, well,
Thinking about getting yourself a job, Sergeant?
In a way, yes, sir. What I mean is, I'd like to put in for active duty again. You see, sir, I feel like I'm missing the best part of the fight.
Thank you, Donald Buca, Edwin Jerome, and members of the Cavalcade cast. Now, here is Ted Pearson speaking for the DuPont Company to tell you of an interesting way chemistry is helping to preserve and increase the nation's fruit crop.
Around this time of year in many parts of the country, you see apple and pear trees, colorful with fruit, and you may have noticed some on the ground. This fruit on the ground, pre-harvest drop, as it's called, represents a loss of several $1 million a year to fruit growers. Fruit that stays on the tree until the proper stage of maturity is larger, tastier, and generally a better color. The problem is how to keep the fruit on the tree until just the right time to harvest, how to keep it from falling. This problem has now been solved by chemistry. Several years ago, scientists of the United States Department of Agriculture found that holly treated with naphthalene acetic acid did not shed as readily as untreated holly. This led them to try it for preventing the dropping of apples. Only a few apples dropped from the sprayed trees. Under the trees they didn't spray, the ground was covered with fallen fruit. So the DuPont Company and several other chemical manufacturers went to work to make commercial sprays. Again this year, many thousands of acres of apples and pears will be sprayed or dusted with DuPont Parmone. Certain experiment station horticulturists report that apples treated with DuPont Parmone and harvested 8 days later are heavier, have better color, taste better, and keep longer. Apples and pears fall because of a chemical change resulting in the breakdown of a layer of cells in the stem. Parmone acts chemically to retard these changes. Its action is so potent that 4 grams of it make 100 gallons of spray. Because of Parmone, growers will be able to use their labor more effectively this fall, an important gain at a time when labor is so scarce. Much more fruit and of a better quality is added to our national fruit supply. Parmone synthetic hormone spray and Parmone dust are products of the DuPont Company, maker of better things for better living through chemistry.
This is your Cavalcade announcer, Roland Winters. For many weeks past, this spot in our program has been used to tell you of the following week's play. This evening, I wish to tell you not only of a play and its stars, but of an entire series of great stars and great radio plays. Beginning next Monday evening at this time and over this station, Cavalcade will inaugurate for the fall and winter season a series of outstanding radio plays performed by the foremost stars of stage and screen. The plays in this series have been written by outstanding authors in the literary and entertainment world. And the performers starred in these plays include Clark Gable, Walter Pidgeon, Rosalind Russell, Paul Muni, Edward G. Robinson, Bob Hope, Francis Langford, Tallulah Bankhead, and Robert Walker. As a special feature of this series, the eminent actor of stage and screen, Walter Houston, will serve as your host each week. To Rosalind Russell has fallen the honor of raising the curtain on this series next Monday evening in a fascinating and unusual role, Hymn from the Night. In the weeks to follow, Bob Hope, Francis Langford, and Jerry Colonna will give their first complete report to America on their recent Pacific Battlefront tour. Walter Pidgeon, Edward G. Robinson, Clark Gable, Tallulah Bankhead, among many others, will appear in stories of high adventure, of romance, of science fighting to save lives. A series of quick glimpses of America's heroic past to reassure us for our future and to help us set our sights for the world to come. Next Monday evening's Cavalcade, starring Rosalind Russell in Hymn from the Night, will be an exciting evening in radio, the first of many such evenings in store for you during the coming fall and winter season. A season of great entertainment brought to you by great stars in great radio plays on the Cavalcade of America. The orchestra and musical score this evening were under the direction of Donald Voorhees. This is Roland Winters sending best wishes from Cavalcade sponsor E.I. DuPont de Nemours and Company of Wilmington, Delaware. The Cavalcade of America came to you from New York.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Cavalcade of America, sponsored by the E.I. DuPont de Nemours and Company, maker of better things for better living through chemistry, presents Hymn from the Night, starring Rosalind Russell, and as Cavalcade's host, Walter Houston. Before we begin our play tonight, here is a fall suggestion for you. Now that vacations are over and the children back in school, it's a good time to redecorate. And this fall, your home decorating can be done so easily with DuPont Speed Easy Wall Finish. The wall finish that covers most wall surfaces with one easy coat. It's ideal over old discolored wallpaper. For less than $3, you can make the average room bright and new again. Remember, it's speedy. It dries in 1 hour. And it's easy. Easy for anyone to use. It's Speed Easy, made by DuPont. And now I take pleasure in presenting your host for the Cavalcade of America, Walter Houston.
Good evening. Tonight, the Cavalcade of America inaugurates its 10th season with a notable series of radio plays, which I believe will provide you, Cavalcade's audience, with the finest possible in radio entertainment. The DuPont Company invited me to be your host for this series, and I was glad to accept to be able to add what I can to your enjoyment of the plays planned. There will be plays of yesterday and of today, of men and women celebrated and little known, of heroes, scientists, adventurers, yet all real people, brought to you from that endless living pageant which we here call the Cavalcade of America. Tonight you will hear one of your favorite players, and mine as well, Miss Rosalind Russell, as Julia Ward Howe, in a play entitled Hymn from the Night. And in the weeks ahead, you will listen to such plays as Valley Forge, written by the distinguished playwright Maxwell Anderson, or To the Girl Lincoln Loved, written by Norman Corwin. And starred in these fine plays will be such actors as Bob Hope, Walter Pidgeon, Edwin G. Robertson, Jerry Colonna, Francis Langford, Clark Gable, and other notables of the theater and motion pictures. Today, our nation, foremost among free nations, is proudly discovering and recording its present and its past. I think this radio series will prove to be a fine contribution to such a record. And now, tonight's Cavalcade play, Hymn from the Night, written by Robert Tallman and starring Miss Rosalind Russell as Julia Ward Howe. Our story is about a woman and a song to become a battle cry of wrath, a battle cry of freedom, in the bloodiest war the New World had known, the American war between the states. Boston, Massachusetts, peacetime. The year, 1856.
Come on, boys. He's headed for the Common. If he doesn't stop this time, shoot to kill.
Is a posse after a band of outlaws? No. These are a United States Marshal and his deputies chasing an elderly Negro waiter through the streets of Boston, Massachusetts. They are enforcing the law of the land, the fugitive slave law. But the old, serene way of life still goes on in Boston. And in houses like that one, for instance, that proud mansion surrounded by ancient and beautiful oaks, there's a lamp burning in the parlor window. And a genteel lady sits at the piano.
Julia?
Sheriff. Oh, I didn't hear you come in.
Have you heard the news, Julia?
Why, no. What happened?
There was rioting. Mobs in the street.
Rioting? What about?
The fugitive slave law. The people of Boston aren't going to stand for it.
Oh, I was afraid of this.
And that's not all. If the slave states continue trying to impose their rotten system on states that don't want it, we'll carry the fight to their own territory.
Chev, I never heard you talk like this before.
But what will I have done to help, Julia?
Well, what will I leave behind me but a few mediocre poems?
Well, Dr. Holmes doesn't think your poems are mediocre. He was saying only this evening he considered you one of the finest poets writing in America today.
These are sterile times for writers, Chev. Somehow nothing we do seems equal to the problems around us. And so we do nothing.
Julia, there was a man at Dr. Holmes who talked in a way that made me wonder. That man took a sword in his hand and went out and cut down the enemy. He did something.
John Brown. You met John Brown. Then it's true he is in Boston. I want to meet him, Chev. You must arrange it.
No. No, you mustn't meet that old man, Julia.
But why not?
Well, for one thing, he's an outlaw. However much you may admire his courage, he's still a murderer, Julia.
Remember the psalm, Chev. I break the jaws of the wicked and plucked out their teeth. Was that man a murderer?
Those were violent times.
And these are violent times, too. There was shooting today in the streets of this peaceful city. You said it yourself. It's come at last, Chev. To us. Here in our little quiet lives. Come in.
I stopped by to see if you'd need me this evening, ma'am.
Well, I don't think you should leave the house after dark like this, Agnes.
Won't nothing happen to me, ma'am. I got my free papers right here in my apron pocket. Anybody tries to get them away from me is going to have a fight on their hands.
Well, all right, Agnes. But do be careful.
I'll hurry right back, ma'am. And don't you go opening the doors to no strangers.
I won't. Agnes? Agnes? Agnes, are you up there? She's already gone. Oh, dear. Who is it?
It's I, John Brown, servant of the Lord God Jehovah.
John Brown. You did say...
I was bidden to come to this house, madam. I am John Brown.
Oh, well, Dr. Howe isn't at home just now.
Perhaps it was God's will that I should speak to you, madam.
Oh, well, come in, Mr. Brown.
I thank you, madam.
I'm afraid I can't offer you much hospitality. I'm here all alone this evening. Sit down, won't you?
Thank you.
I've heard so much about the great work you are doing in the cause of abolishing slavery, Mr. Brown.
I am only the instrument of God's will, madam. Much blood will be spilt before the sins of slavery shall be washed away.
I pray that is not so, Mr. Brown.
Pray that God's will be done, madam. And work in God's vineyard. This much at least you can do.
Look at these hands, Mr. Brown. Are these hands of such a worker?
If it is God's will, then they shall be.
I am a writer, Mr. Brown. Oh, not a writer of great cadences and majestic prophecies, such as your work demands. Poems. Some that I am a little proud of.
Words have won great battles, madam.
Not my kind of words.
I see that you are a great lover of life, madam. I'm old. The arms of death are closing around me. I leave much behind me. God's work unfinished. If I could make you see your work as God has given me to see it.
What is it? What do you want me to see?
Glory beyond this corporeal frame. Mine eyes have seen it, madam. It is God's will that you too shall see it when the time comes. The day of wrath are at hand. Blood and blood alone will wash out the sins of slavery.
Mr. Brown, your words disturb me profoundly. I pray that when you leave this house that these disturbing thoughts will go with you. And yet I fear I know in my heart that they will remain there forever.
Peacetime, the year 1856. In Washington, on the floor of the United States Senate, Representative Brooks of South Carolina approaches the desk of Charles Sumner, senior senator from Massachusetts.
Senator Sumner, sir.
Oh, Mr. Brooks. Come back later, will you? I have to finish with this. And then we can talk.
Words cannot express the message I have for you, Sumner. But I believe the head of this cane will serve. Brooks, you must be drunk. Brooks! Brooks, you fool! What are you doing? Get that cane away from him! Somebody do something! I am the one who is doing something, gentlemen! Something that should have been done a long time ago!
John Brown was right, Chev. The day of wrath is at hand. Words can't turn the tide of anger back. Not anymore.
There's still hope, Julia. Not all the Southern leaders are as violent as Brooks.
You can't fight a thing like slavery with words. Senator Sumner fought with words. They silenced him with a club. John Brown uses words, too, but he backs them up with a saber. A man like that speaks even from the grave.
You mustn't see that old man again, Julia. He's wild. He's bad for people. Promise me you won't see him again.
I don't think I shall see him again, Chev.
Maybe we should take a little vacation. Go far away from here. Someplace away from all this war talk. What do you say to that, Julia?
No, Chev. There's no use trying to turn our backs on history. Sooner or later it will catch up with us. The days march on, my dear. The days of wrath. There's nobody now, not even that wild old man with the strength to call retreat.
John Brown, you have been found guilty of treason, conspiring with the slaves to rebel, and of murder in the first degree. Have you anything to say why sentence should not be pronounced upon you?
This is the account in the Traveler I wanted to read to you, Chev.
Yes?
Brown then rose and faced the courtroom. I have, he said, may it please the court, a few words to say. Had I interfered in a manner which I admit has been fairly proved, had I so interfered in behalf of the powerful, the intelligent, the so-called great, or in behalf of any of their friends, and suffered and sacrificed what I have in this interference, it would have been deemed all right. But because I did what I have done in the name of those who are helpless and oppressed, it has been called by another name.
Well, it's over now. The old man made a heroic stand. But violence, bloodshed, that's not the way.
I wonder how his wife took the news.
She lost 3 sons in Kansas the same way. This is only one more tragedy in a life full of tragedies. She'll be all right.
Well, I'm going to make sure she's all right. I'm going to see her. Today.
But you've never even met her, Julia.
We have at least one friend in common, Chev. John Brown.
John Brown is dead, Julia. You must put all these things out of your mind. You can't help that old woman. And Brown himself is beyond anyone's power to help.
I know, Chev. You're absolutely right. I wish I could forget the whole thing. But it's as if a voice was speaking inside of me, telling me I must remember things I never even knew.
Julia, I'm a dull sort of fellow when it comes to understanding what goes on inside a poet's mind, even if the poet happens to be my wife. But I do know something about what makes people become ill. And I tell you, your health won't hold up under this mental strain.
Then so be it. When John Brown left this house, he left me with a feeling of destiny. Something I must do, something I must see. I don't even know what it is. But I shall never rest again until I find out.
You are listening listening to Rosalind Russell in Hymn from the Night on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by the E.I. DuPont de Nemours and Company of Wilmington, Delaware, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. Once again, here is Cavalcade's host, Walter Houston.
Peacetime in the year 1859. The American nation lies in the path of storm, and Americans, north and south, troubled, fearful, prepare to meet disaster. In the quiet city of Boston, Julia Ward Howe has tried to shut out of the peaceful lives of herself and her family the growing terror and alarm. But the burning memory of a wrathful man disturbs her, the memory of John Brown. She seeks out his widow for some word that may put her troubled mind at ease.
Morning, ma'am.
Good morning. You're Mrs. John Brown, aren't you?
Yes.
I'm Julia Howe. I met your husband.
Oh, you're one of them.
I don't understand.
Why don't you leave me alone? Haven't you cost me enough grief? You and all the others giving him money, egging him on to his death, and now denying you ever know him.
I'm not one of them, Mrs. Brown. Believe me, I'm not.
Well, what do you want of me?
May I come in and talk to you for just a moment?
I ain't one to turn a stranger away from my door, Miss Howe.
Thank you. Perhaps you'd rather not talk about your husband, Mrs. Brown. I know this must have been a terrible shock to you.
Well, it didn't hurt so much losing him as it did hearing about the shame they heaped on him before they strung him up. He was a mighty proud man, Miss Howe.
Yes, I know.
He'd seen the glory for certain. There wasn't no doubt of that, ma'am. Well, I recollect the day he come running in from the fields with that terrible look in his eyes. Mine eyes have seen it, he says to me. Glory beyond this corporeal frame.
Yes, that was it.
He told you about it, ma'am?
Well, yes, in a way. Tell me, did he ever mention meeting me?
Yes.
What did he say?
Well, I'd rather not say, ma'am.
Oh, go ahead. I must know.
Well, he says there's a woman knows how to use words. Pity she don't see things more clear.
Oh. Well, I won't keep you any longer, Mrs. Brown. If there's anything I can do to help, anything.
Just keep your eyes open, Miss Howe. It's a blinding spirit does the most harm in the world. When you see things clearly the way my John wanted you to, you'll be able to do something for me. And all the folks like me.
I, Abraham Lincoln, do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States and will, to the best of my ability,
that the sovereign state of South Carolina and legislature assembled does hereby declare an act of secession from the United States of America and hereinafter...
That the said states, together with their militias, armed forces, and civil officers, are declared to be in a state of rebellion against the United States of America. Hallelujah, his foe is marching on.
Sheriff?
Yes, Julia?
Take me to Washington with you.
Well, I'd like to take you, Julia. You don't seem to realize it's practically a battlefront.
I'm not afraid, Sheriff.
Well, Julia...
Oh, you really mustn't worry so much about me, my dear. If I've seemed out of sorts lately, it's not because I'm ill or unhappy. It's just that my eyes have been straining to see what that old man saw. The things that lifted him up and made him strong.
John Brown. That song, John Brown's body lies a moldering in the grave. The soldiers singing it now as they march off to war. There's no escaping him.
No, Sheriff. There's no escaping John Brown.
Julia? Is that you, Julia?
Yes, Sheriff, it's I. No, don't bother to light the gas. Enough light comes through the windows to undress by.
I just dropped off to sleep. Those cannon across the river keep up such a thunder. What kept you so long?
I went to Soldiers' Hospital to see Louisa Alcott.
Oh, Louisa May? I didn't know she was in Washington.
She volunteered as a nurse. Think of it. Poor, shy little Louisa. Never away from home before. Facing the horrors of that place.
How does she seem to be getting along?
I didn't see her.
Oh, I thought you said
I went to the hospital. They told me what happened. Her father came to take her home this morning.
Well, what did happen?
There was a soldier there in the ward. He was in great pain. She was reading aloud to him. And he would clutch her hand in his spasms of pain. Finally, when he finally dozed off, she couldn't get her hand free. They found her there this morning. They had to break the dead man's fingers to loosen the grip on her hand.
Julia, we leave Washington tomorrow. That's final.
Very well. I think I've seen what I came to see.
Good. Come on to bed. You must be tired.
Oh, I think I'll sit here by the window for a few minutes. Ah, the breeze feels good.
All right.
Dr. Parker drove me over the long bridge to one of the convalescent camps. They were singing that song.
Mm-hmm.
The spirit of those men, ready to go back and face death, some of them for the third or fourth time. It made you feel that this wasn't any small, ugly anger, but a real big, clean, righteous wrath. It made you feel how inadequate words are to express a thing like that. And they need words. Words as big as the fighting spirit of the man they sing about. Sheriff, are you listening? Are you asleep? Here they come now. More of them. The army of the wounded. The faces. I can see their faces so clearly as the wagons pass beneath the gaslight there. I think I'd know every one of them if I were to see them another time. Another place. Yes. I see things so clearly now. Is this what you wanted me to see, John Brown? Was this the word?
Glory. Glory beyond this corporeal frame. Mine eyes have seen it, madam. Mine eyes. Mine eyes.
Mine eyes. Now I remember what I never knew. Mine eyes. Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord. He is trampling out the vintage where the grapes of wrath are stored. He hath loosed the fateful lightning of his terrible swift sword. His truth is marching on. He hath sounded forth the trumpet that shall never call retreat. He is sifting out the hearts of men before his judgment seat. Oh, be swift, my soul, to answer him. Be jubilant, my feet. Our God is marching on.
Thank you, Rosalind Russell. And may I say, as Cavalcade's host, and for myself as well, Rosalind, thank you for a magnificent performance. The last page of our program tonight contains exciting and interesting news about many of your Hollywood favorites. I'll be back in a few moments to tell you about it. Meanwhile, here's Gain Whitman with an interesting story about the new use for nylon.
Thank you, Walter Houston. In the year 3000, school children may hear something like this in their classes.
As late as the 20th century, children, our ancestors didn't know how to make many of the materials they needed. They had to use materials taken directly from mines of the earth, from plants and animals. But the 20th century brought about a great change, which made possible the world we live in today. Then chemists began on a large scale to create new materials, designed for just the purpose for which they were needed.
The story of paintbrushes in the war illustrates what the schoolteacher of the year 3000 may tell her pupils. When our Navy took on the colossal task of building the greatest war fleet in history, one of the thousands of difficulties Navy men had to overcome was paintbrushes. A small thing, yes, even a trivial thing. But every battleship calls for 1,000 pounds of paint, and the paintbrushes just had to be gotten somewhere, and fast. Bristles for paintbrushes had always come from the half-wild hogs of North China and Russia. No other material had been found that was as good for the purpose. But today, thousands of new Navy ships and craft of all kinds are painted with nylon bristle brushes. Not the fine multifilament nylon yarn that goes into stockings, but large monofills of nylon tapered at the ends by a special DuPont process. In addition, several hundred test brushes have been used by master painters on all kinds of severe surfaces, including wood, steel, and concrete. The results show that the nylon bristles wear at least 3 times longer than natural bristles. They are unaffected by cold water paints and can be cleaned by any commercial solvent cleaner. And they are not attacked by moths or other vermin. The Navy wanted brushes with tapered synthetic bristles. Chemists, in cooperation with brush manufacturers, have supplied more than 1 million brushes thus far. Today, nylon bristled brushes are available only for war purposes. After the war, they will be among the many new materials tailor-made to fit your exact needs. A contribution of the chemistry of the future. The kind of chemistry that brings you the DuPont Company's better things for better living through chemistry. And now, here is Walter Houston.
On the battlefront of the world tonight, thousands of human hearts are still beating because of a man most of us never heard of. He was Dr. Norman Bethune, who first created the Mobile Field Blood Bank. His story, which Cavalcade presents next week, is high drama. The story of a scientist fighting a battle for the betterment of his fellow men. One of the screen's finest players, Walter Pidgeon, will portray the role of Dr. Bethune. And in weeks to come, our schedule is filled with exciting dramas. With the most famous of Hollywood stars, Edward G. Robinson, Bob Hope, Jerry Colonna, Francis Langford, Clark Gable, and many others. I know you will enjoy every one of them. Thank you.
Miss Rosalind Russell, star of tonight's performance, may soon be seen in the Warner Brothers production, Roughly Speaking. Remember, next Monday, Lifetide, starring Walter Pidgeon and with Walter Houston as host. Brought to you on the Cavalcade of America by E.I. DuPont, Dinamores and Company of Wilmington, Delaware.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Cavalcade of America, sponsored by the E.I. DuPont Dinamores and Company, maker of better things for better living through chemistry, presents Lifetide, starring Walter Pidgeon, with Walter Houston as our commentator. Before we begin our play this evening, may we remind you that the best time of the year for redecoration of your home is in the fall. And the paint you will like to use is DuPont Speed Easy Wall Finish. It covers dingy wallpaper and most other wall surfaces in one coat. It comes in 11 rich pastel colors. Although Speed Easy is an oil paint, it thins with water and can be applied with brush or roller. It dries within an hour, free of brush marks. For your fall home decoration, use Speed Easy. Its name tells the story. Speed Easy, made by DuPont. Before turning tonight's program over to Cavalcade's commentator, Walter Houston, may I remind you that in weeks to come, DuPont will present many great broadcasts with leading stars from stage and screen. Among those who will be Cavalcade's guests are Edward G. Robinson, Bob Hope, Jerry Colonna, Francis Langford, Clark Gable, and many others. And now, Cavalcade's commentator, Walter Houston.
This evening, you are going to hear my good friend Walter Pidgeon as Dr. Norman Bethune, a man I am frank to admit I knew too little about until the war came. In thinking about this evening's cavalcade, which is called Lifetide, I tried to search out its particular meaning to me, a meaning I now want to pass on to you. Bethune was a man with a great heart. Because he was a scientist as well, hundreds of thousands of hearts are beating tonight that otherwise might have been stilled forever. A fighter as well as a scientist, Norman Bethune's battle was waged not in a laboratory, but where men were waging the endless struggle, which is the price of freedom and human dignity. It was in Spain and in China that he originated the idea of a mobile field blood bank, an idea which has been developed and widely used so that it is now making precious plasma available to those wounded on every front. Listen to the story of Dr. Norman Bethune as he is portrayed by Walter Pidgeon in Lifetide, written by Robert Tallman for the Cavalcade of America.
Lifetide.
Listen. That sound is the first and last sound in your memory. It is the pulsating of the human heart. In it, like the tides of the sea, the lifeblood of all humanity ebbs and flows. Remember that sound as we bring you this chronicle of a man of our time who touched the fountainhead of that most ancient and sacred of human mysteries, blood of the living and blood of the fallen, inseparably fused in his legacy to us, the blood bank, that lifetide of the human race.
Lifetide. Sometimes it is a fevered and irregular pulse. Lifetide of a man restive on a hospital bed. One of four men, a New Englander, a Southerner, a Canadian, and a Chinese. All doctors, all dying of the same disease, tuberculosis. Norman Bethune was the Canadian.
Well, gentlemen, how about it? We're all doctors. What's the prognosis? How and when shall we die? How about you, Fisher?
Well, this is the summer of 1926. I shall probably drop dead in Boston in the winter of 1934 while writing a prescription for a man with nervous indigestion.
Lynn?
I shall die in China. China will be fighting for her life. I hope I will die fighting for her.
And you, Bethune?
Well, as for me, I've done all I'm likely to. Loved a beautiful woman and made her my wife. Wanted a career in surgery and did better than I expected. I won't stay here, but I won't go back to that life. Oh, I will probably die out west somewhere. Tucson. Likely, let's say 1932. And I shan't be sorry to go. Everything from now on would be an anticlimax anyway.
Lifetide. The pulse quickens, but the pace is more even. This is the pulse of sudden resolution. Death tugs at him. In a moment, the tide will turn, and slow. Resolution.
I want.
He did not even know what it was he wanted.
Maybe I could write a poem, paint a picture, something like that. I've got to do something before I go out. I've got to.
But these things take time. Somehow, anyhow, time to accomplish something. He rises from sickbed, walks over to the main building of the sanitarium.
I apologize to you, gentlemen, for interrupting what is undoubtedly a very important staff meeting, but I have decided to appoint myself the doctor in charge of my own case.
That is your privilege, Dr. Bethune.
Furthermore, I ask your permission to perform a surgical operation on myself. I will require at least one assistant and full equipment for artificial pneumothorax.
Difficult.
Well, gentlemen?
We've had bad results with that operation, Dr. Bethune. And as for your idea of piercing through your own chest cavity...
What's the difference whether it's mine or somebody else's?
Well, gentlemen, if Dr. Bethune is willing to undertake it entirely at his own risk...
Gentlemen, I am not only willing, I welcome the risk.
Lifetide. The blood courses strong and exultant. His health improved by his own skillful surgery, Norman Bethune has emerged from the shadows. He is a chief surgeon of Sacred Heart Hospital now in Montreal. Depression years. So many ill, so many sick at heart. 1935, the worst of all. So many needing him.
Doctor, tell me there is a chance for my little girl. Already we lost one, and now the doctor at the clinic says I can never have another.
Ah, I see. Well, there is one thing we could try. It's never been done in this country. Certainly never on a child of 10. But we could try.
Please try, Doctor. Please do.
We will have to remove one of her lungs altogether.
No.
It's a very unusual and dangerous operation. I must warn you in advance.
How much will it cost, Doctor?
If I can give your child back to you, alive and well, that's all the payment I want. Nurse. Nurse.
Yes, Doctor?
The silver clips. Quickly. And some more gauze.
Here, Doctor.
Read the blood pressure.
It's fallen another 10 points.
Pulse. Well?
32.
That settles it. I can't go on. Get the patient ready for a transfusion.
But, Doctor...
Hurry up. We've no time to lose.
But, Doctor, we couldn't find any of the right blood type.
You mean to tell me I'm going to lose a patient because some fool couldn't arrange a simple transfusion?
After all, there's no way to force people to volunteer as blood donors, Dr. Bethune.
Oh, I suppose not. Somebody else should finish this job. I've got type 0 blood. Nurse.
Yes, Doctor?
Get a sterile container. We'll take a liter of my blood and transfuse it into the patient while it's still warm.
Pulse is nearly normal now, Doctor.
Good. Hooks, please. Retractors.
Dr. Bethune, let me... Oh, you're too weak.
It's all right, nurse. I'll be steady enough when the real job begins.
She's coming round now, Doctor.
Good. Good.
They kept ringing the bells. There was a big bonfire.
Did you have fun there, Yvette? Huh?
It was funny. Whose doll is that, Mamselle?
The doctor brought it, Yvette. Listen.
It's the most beautiful doll I ever saw. Is she yours, Mamselle?
Oh, no, she's yours, Yvette. Take good care of her, won't you? She just came out of the hospital herself. The child is well. It was a very beautiful operation. I felt very happy doing it. Yes, I will sleep tonight.
Lifetide. Sometimes it is a fanatic pulse, the heartbeat of a fear-crazed animal, heartbeat of a mob. Bethune did not sleep that night. For that night in October 1935, through the streets of Montreal, men with swastika armbands surged in the vanguard of a mob of hoodlums. Shop windows were broken, innocent people set upon and beaten. That night, Bethune witnessed the first blow by the Nazis' fifth column in North America.
Bless the old Jew. String him up.
Please, my father's done nothing. Why don't you let us alone?
Keep quiet, Jewess. We'll give you some of the same.
But he's old, his heart is weak, he can't stand.
All right, then let him off easy. Only 10 licks with a rubber hose. 1, 2, 3. Hold him up. Make him stand on his feet.
What's going on here? What are you doing to this man?
Who are you?
Bethune is my name. I'm a doctor.
Aryan or non-Aryan?
I come from a race you wouldn't understand. I'm a Scot. We're violent and unstable. We'd as soon kill a man like you as look at you. Now go home and take off those monkey suits before I beat your brains out with this walking stick.
Lifetide, a mounting pulse of anger, tidal wave crashing over the breakwater.
I tell you, the sickness of the world isn't in these hospital wards. It's out there in the streets. It draws the blood out of men's veins and leaves them there to die. Blood. That's what gives life, and that's what they hate. They've smelled blood now, and they'll not stop till they've spilled plenty of it. We must fight them, wherever they strike.
They struck in Spain. Norman Bethune went there to fight as a doctor. He found Madrid in ruins. Ambulances needed at once, desperately. He drove back to Paris to see what could be done. But ambulances cost money. Too much money. Maybe his friends at home could help. They did.
This ambulance makes pretty good time for a jalopy.
Yeah. We should be in Madrid before dark.
Say, do you mind drawing up here a minute? I'd like to get a picture of that old man with the donkey.
Okay. Make it quick, though, will you? I get nervous on this road.
Oh, this won't take a moment.
Hola, señor. Un momentito. Por favor. Tengo que pasar muy rápido. Ya me voy.
That's funny. He wouldn't even stop.
Well, get in. Let's get going.
Wait a minute. Listen.
Planes. German dive bombers. What are they up to? There's no military or any other kind of target around here.
There's something in the valley over there. Come on, let's have a look.
Oh, my God.
If I didn't see it with my own eyes, Bethune, I'd never believe it.
Children with blood-stained rags wrapped around their arms and legs. Children without shoes, their feet swollen to twice their size, crying hopelessly from pain, hunger, and fatigue. 200 kilometers of misery. We moved as many as we could. We might have spared ourselves the anguish, for most of them were bombed in Almeria again that night. We worked as long as we could by the orange glare of the burning buildings. In the darkness, the moans of the wounded children, the agonized mothers, and the cursing of the men rose higher and higher to a pitch of intolerable intensity. One's body felt as heavy as the dead themselves, but empty and hollow. And in one's brain burned a bright flame of hate for the enemy that had done this thing.
You were listening to Walter Pidgeon as Dr. Norman Bethune in Lifetide on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by E.I. DuPont de Nemours and Company, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. Your Cavalcade commentator is Walter Houston.
Lifetide. Story of Dr. Norman Bethune, inventor of the Mobile Field Blood Bank. being used as you hear these words to save precious American lives wherever the men and women of our armed forces fight the battle against oppression.
Lifetide. Almost motionless sometimes before its turning. War in Spain, 1937. Between offensives, Norman Bethune is preparing glass jars of precious blood plasma to be moved up to sectors where the attack is to take place. Bethune and an elderly Spanish doctor have worked far into the night. They work in silence until...
Fool! Idiot! Look what you've done. Don't you know how valuable that stuff is?
I'm sorry, Doctor.
Dr. Bethune, he did not wish to do this. You are being unkind.
I know what I want to say to him.
I'm sorry, Dr. Bethune. Since I am no good here, I will go and join my brothers on the battlefield. I have no bitterness, Doctor. I am grateful for what you are doing for Spain. Goodbye.
Manolita, go after him. Tell him I apologize for my stupid, ill-tempered remarks. I'm trying to blame my own failure on somebody else.
Failure, Doctor?
I know I'm not doing this job properly. We ought to be sending blood right up to the front in refrigerated containers. But we haven't enough plasma on hand. I've been afraid to risk what we have out there in the line of fire.
Doctor, if that is all that is worrying you, worry no more. All Spain will give blood. You shall have all you need.
My blood bank is a success. Being able to transfuse casualties in the front lines has saved a great many lives. I know that the final battle will never be lost. Blood of the living will sustain the fallen, and it will be given freely and with love. This thought is with me as I leave for China.
Norman Bethune went to China, carrying on the work he'd started in Spain.
Friends and comrades of China, thousands of your soldiers have fallen fighting for you. They will live to fight again if you will do one thing for them. Give them a pint of your blood. Who will be the first to volunteer?
I'm afraid it is hopeless, Doctor.
What's the matter? Didn't they understand what I was saying?
Yes, they understood. But they are afraid to give their blood.
Bring one of the patients up here. The worst one.
Go ahead, orderly. You heard what the doctor said.
Yes, Commandant. I go to obey.
Nurse, hand me that alcohol and a sterile needle.
Here, Doctor.
Careful there. Careful. Set this stretcher down gently.
That's it. Good. Now then, nurse, help me here, will you?
You are going to transfuse the patient yourself, Doctor?
Yes. All of them, if necessary.
As Norman Bethune lay down beside the dying Chinese soldier, and the life tide began to flow from his veins into the wounded man's body, the little circle of peasants watched in dismay. Then they witnessed a miracle. The man they thought dead moved, sat up.
What happened? I'm home again. These are people of my village.
Yes, these are your people. But they would not give a little blood to save your life. What kind of people are you anyway? Look, he lives. Orderly, bring up another of the wounded men, the sickest one.
Doctor, I am very old and maybe the blood is dried up in my veins, but I would like to give.
Do not put woman's blood in a soldier. Let me. I am strong. Let me. I want to give. Take what you want.
3 o'clock in the morning, December, North China, near Linchu, with the 8th Route Army. Mud walls, mud floor, mud bed, white paper windows. Smell of blood and chloroform. Cold, men with wounds. Is this one alive? Yes, he lives. Technically speaking, he is alive. Give him saline intravenously. Perhaps the innumerable tiny cells of his body will remember. They may remember the hot, salty sea, their ancestral home, their first food. With the memory of 1,000,000 years, they may remember other tides, other oceans, and life being born of the sea and the sun. And this one, will he run along the road beside his mule at another harvest with cries of happiness? No, that one will never run again. But don't pity him. Pity would diminish his sacrifice. He did this without sentimentality for China. Four Japanese prisoners. Cut away that blood-stained uniform. Lay him beside the others. There they are. 20 operations tonight, 16 heroes, and 4 enemies. Blood separated them. Blood has brought them together. Administer the anesthetic, please. Gloves, nurse.
Dr. Bateman, there is no anesthetic.
Not even chloroform?
Not even chloroform.
Are you game, soldier?
I will not feel it at all. I promise you, Doctor. If you can make me well, so I can fight again.
All right. Gloves?
Here, Doctor.
Oh, throw them away. Look at the holes in them. What a joke. I'll operate without gloves.
Doctor, you will excuse me, but do you think you ought to? There is a cut in your finger there, and this infection...
I know what I'm doing. But before I begin, orderly.
Yes, Dr. Bethune?
Go to your commanding officer. Tell him to contact China Aid Council in New York and arrange transportation for me back to the capital. I'm going home to America.
You are leaving us, Dr. Bethune?
I must. Americans have got to be made to realize that China is fighting the first battle of our war.
It is too bad you must go, Doctor. You know what the commandant says to the men when he starts an offensive?
What's that?
You will not think it disrespectful if I tell you?
Of course not.
The commandant says, you have your marching orders. Attack. Bethune is here to take care of the wounded.
He says that, does he? Scalpel, nurse.
Norman Bethune died that night of an infection caused by operating without a 15-cent pair of rubber gloves.
Thank you, Walter Pigeon. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Norman Bethune gave his great heart for our freedom. Can we, in the same cause, give less than a little of our blood to the American Red Cross Blood Bank? And now, here is Gayne Whitman speaking for the DuPont Company with a story about a typical American girl in her nylon stockings and some of the many interesting ways nylon is serving in the war.
On May 15th, 1940, a typical American girl walked into a store and bought a pair of stockings made of a new material. A new material with a new name, nylon. The next day she wore them, and that night she washed them. There she made a surprising discovery. Less than half an hour after she washed her new nylon stockings, she found they were dry. Men trying out their first nylon fishing lines, too, found they didn't soak up water and dried in a few minutes. People using their first toothbrushes with nylon bristles found they never grew soggy because nylon sheds water so easily. No one dreamed then that nylon's resistance to water would one day mean a great deal to the comfort and health of American soldiers fighting in faraway tropical jungles. But today the Army finds nylon invaluable in jungle warfare. Keeping dry is the first rule of health in the jungle. The first hammocks issued to jungle troops were soon eaten by termites, their mosquito nets mildewed, ripped, and fell to pieces. Nylon hammocks and nets stand the hot, moist climate. Nylon ponchos mean that a soldier carries 4 pounds less weight, So nylon ponchos have replaced cotton ponchos and raincoats, serving not only as raincoats, but as shelter tents, foxhole covers, and waterproof bedding rolls. Nylon shoelaces are now standard equipment. Shoelaces made of other materials rotted quickly in the moist, steaming air of the tropics. But nylon retains its strength and keeps a man from losing his jungle boots in swamps and mud holes. All of the toothbrushes issued to jungle troops have nylon bristles. Nylon head nets protect soldiers from the voracious tropical insects. 4 years ago, when a pretty girl bought her first pair of nylon stockings, she found that they dried only a few minutes after she washed them. Today, nylon's ability to dry quickly, plus its great strength, toughness, and long life, adds to the health, comfort, and fighting efficiency of American soldiers slogging through the jungles ever nearer and nearer to Japan. Nylon is only one of many of the DuPont Company's better things for better living through chemistry. And here is Cavalcade's commentator, Walter Houston.
One bitter cold night, nearly 200 years ago, by the light of a flickering candle and with the drumhead for a desk, a man dipped quill into ink and wrote these words. These are the times that try men's souls. You've heard them before, I know. Men have repeated them in times of great struggle, finding comfort and guidance in the preservation of freedom. They were written by a great patriot, Thomas Paine. And the plain, homely men of 1776, realizing their full meaning, fought on to win the liberty we enjoy today. We want you to rediscover these words with us next week, when they will be spoken again on Cavalcade. Our star is one of your favorite actors, Edward G. Robinson. The play in which he will portray Tom Paine is called The Voice on the Stairs. Thank you.
Thank you, Walter Houston. Next Wednesday, September 27th, is Victory Fleet Day, the third birthday of America's hard-hitting, Johnny-on-the-spot wartime merchant fleet. Victory Fleet Day will honor the private shipping companies of the U.S., which, under control of the War Shipping Administration, operate the great fleets made up of 3,500 Liberty ships, tankers, and other vessels, which deliver the vital supplies of war to our fighting men. Cavalcade joins with all America in saluting the experienced, capable private managements which are so successfully operating our vessels, which are supervising the unbelievably intricate and difficult loading and unloading of the millions of tons of cargoes needed to wage this total war. Remember, in weeks to come, Cavalcade will bring you exciting dramas with the most famous of Hollywood stars, Bob Hope, Jerry Colonna, Francis Langford, Clark Gable, and many others. Walter Pidgeon, star of tonight's performance, appeared through the courtesy of MGM, in whose production, Mrs. Parkington, he will soon be seen. For materials upon which tonight's play was based, Cavalcade thanks the 20th Century Fox Film Corporation for permission to use material from the biography, The Story of Norman Bethune, by Ted Allen, to be published next spring by Little, Brown and Company. The musical score of tonight's production was arranged and conducted by Robert Armbruster. Next week, Voice on the Stairs, starring Edward G. Robinson, brought to you on the Cavalcade of America by E.I. DuPont Dinamores and Company of Wilmington, Delaware. Until next Monday evening, thank you and good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Presenting Edward G. Robinson and George Coulouris in The Voice on the Stairs on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by E.I. DuPont Dinamores and Company of Wilmington, Delaware, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. Before we begin our play, here's a timely hint for those who plan to redecorate a room in their home this fall. Speed Easy Wall Finish, one of DuPont's better things for better living, will help you do it the most economical way. Most rooms can be redecorated for less than $3 because in one quick coat. It thins with water and dries in an hour.
Save with Speed Easy. It's speedy, it's easy to apply. Speed Easy wall paint, made by DuPont. Tonight is the third in Cavalcade's new fall series of great radio plays. Tonight our play is called The Voice on the Stairs and stars Edward G. Robinson as Thomas Paine with George Coulouris as the Stranger. In later weeks, Cavalcade will bring you Bob Hope, Jerry Colonna, Francis Langford, Clark Gable, and many others. Maxwell Anderson's great play, Valley Forge, and Norman Corwin's The Girl Lincoln Loved. Now for tonight's Cavalcade play and your commentator, Walter Houston, who once again welcomes you to Cavalcade.
Good evening, and welcome indeed to Cavalcade. I want to talk tonight about a man who spoke to men and women from the depths of his heart. A man whose voice was the voice of every other freedom-loving man and woman of his time. He had a real name that we know, but men didn't call him by his real name. They called him by another, a nickname, Common Sense. He was a jack of all trades, corset maker, weaver, cobbler, and yet, before he died, he was the hope and heart and the mind of a hungry, tattered army that had very little except hope to fight with. And when even hope failed, he made a weapon for them out of their despair. Speaking of that future men loved beyond themselves, saying, "If there be trouble, let it be in my day, so that my child may have peace." That speaks the thoughts of many of us even today, in the year of 1944. And because of many other thoughts that this man put into words, we, in these troubled times, reach across the years to shake hands with him, to shake hands with Thomas Paine. Our Cavalcade story this evening, The Voice on the Stairs, was written by Robert L. Richards and stars Edward G. Robinson as Thomas Paine and George Coulouris as the Stranger. We go tonight to meet Tom Paine in New York in the year 1809 in an upstairs room in a little house on Grove Street. He lies sick and bedridden, waiting for the darkness to come. His housekeeper, Madame Bonneville, speaks to him.
Are you quite comfortable, Mr. Paine?
Yes, quite, Madame Bonneville, quite, thank you. Is the front door locked?
Yes, Mr. Paine.
Good. I don't want to be annoyed by a lot of lunatics bursting in here as I was yesterday. Now go along.
Yes, Mr. Paine.
Good evening, Mr. Paine. Good evening. May I come in?
What? Oh, good evening. Yes, come in.
It's been a long time, hasn't it, Mr. Paine? Let me see.
Well, you came to see me last that winter, 1776.
Yes, that was the last time, wasn't it?
Now you've come back again.
Yes, to chat for an hour or two with an old friend and watch the sun go down.
Watch the sun go down. You know, I think I'm dying.
Yes, you are, Mr. Paine.
I find it hard to accept you at all sometimes. I don't believe in miracles, you know.
Oh, come now, Mr. Paine. You're something of a miracle yourself.
I am?
Yes, you. From an impoverished tax collector to a leader of one of the great social and political movements of all the ages. Oh, own up, Mr. Paine. That's a miracle you believe in, isn't it?
Well, I believe in myself, yes, but I don't believe in things I can't see.
Well, you see me sitting here, don't you?
Well, come to think of it, I have never seen you distinctly.
Do you remember the first time?
I was appearing in Parliament representing the King's excisemen. Poor devils. Trying to get them better pay.
It was your first real fight, and you were a little frightened. Parliament, the King's ministers. You were waiting to be summoned, and everyone was giving you advice.
Now, Tom, don't forget. when they take you before their lordships.
Yes, I know. Bow and scrape.
Well, Tom, that's how it is. That's how it's always been.
Well, you do want me to mention, I suppose, that if we don't get better wages, we shall starve.
To be sure, Tom, to be sure, but delicately. Delicately. Yes.
Shh. Mr. Thomas Paine.
I am Mr. Thomas Paine.
Their lordships will see you now, Mr. Paine.
Thank you.
Remember how, Tom? Delicately.
This way, please. Remove your hat, please, Mr. Paine.
Oh.
My lords and ministers, the petitioner, Thomas Paine.
Step up, Mr. Paine, step up. Be as brief as possible.
I shall be brief, my lords. In all loyalty and in all humility, His Majesty's officers of excise wish to call to your lordship's attention the fact that their wages set by law nearly 100 years ago have never once in all that time been readjusted. It is no longer possible for these officers to live modestly as honorable, self-respecting men on what they now receive.
Well, for myself, I'm disinclined to hear more. If the salaries of these officers have been adequate for nearly 100 years, it's the most powerful of arguments that they are still adequate today. Am I right, my lord?
Quite right. Very definitely.
Yes. I think that will be all, Mr. Paine.
All? Am I to understand, my lords, this is all you have to say?
Do you question our verdict, Mr. Paine?
Question it? I not only question it, I question your right to render it. And before God, I shall find out one day how it is that some men are born with a right to enslave others who may not even question their enslavement.
Mr. Paine, you may consider your service to the crown at an end as of this day.
I had already so considered it.
Well, how was it? Will the old boys give us another quid or two?
They'll give you nothing.
But what did they say?
They said that what was good enough for your great-grandfather is good enough for you. I'm sure they said no.
Well, come along, lads. We'd best be getting on.
I'm sorry that I failed you.
You did the best you could, Tom. We'll see you back at Lewis, then?
Yes, I suppose I shall be back.
Good evening, Mr. Paine. Good evening.
Good evening.
May I speak with you?
It's so dark, I'm afraid I don't recognize you.
No matter. I'm sent by a countryman of yours.
A countryman of mine?
Yes, an American, Dr. Benjamin Franklin.
Oh, well, then you mistake me, sir. I know Dr. Franklin, but have never been an American in my life.
But you have been thinking about going to America, haven't you?
Oh, yes.
I know a good deal about that country, Mr. Paine.
Well, Dr. Franklin has spoken to me somewhat about America.
Yes, but I flatter myself that I know even more. Oh, don't misunderstand me, but you see, I have a curious knack of knowing what men will feel tomorrow.
You're something of a prophet, then.
Well, in a small way, yes.
Who are you?
Time enough for that. The point is that you have been wishing that there were others who believe as you do, and that you might find them.
Yes, I have wished that with all my heart.
Suppose I were to tell you that there are such men in America.
Who are you? You come to me speaking in riddles. How am I to believe that...
Because, Tom Paine, you are a man who knows the sound of truth. Listen. In their hearts, the men of America are saying this to each other, that all men are created equal, endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Do you believe that, Mr. Paine?
Why, it is enough to be a battle cry for a whole new race of men.
Someday it will be.
If I only were sure that this is not a dream.
Oh, it is a dream, Mr. Paine. But every forward step that men have ever taken since they lived in caves has started as a dream.
Would I meet you again in America?
Oh, often, I think. Remember, Mr. Paine, I promise nothing. But this can be a beginning, if you wish it.
I do wish it.
Then, Mr. Paine, there is a ship called the London Packet leaving Monday week for Philadelphia.
Come in. Ah, Mr. Paine, I was just thinking of you. You are certainly to be congratulated, sir.
Oh, am I, Mr. Aitken?
Do you realize, sir, that in the 3 months that you've been editing the Pennsylvania magazine, its circulation has nearly trebled?
And I think perhaps congratulations for that are due more to you as owner than to me as editor.
Oh, come now, Paine. The credit's yours.
Well, I meant, sir, that it's the business of an owner to be concerned about the profits of his publication. It's the business of an editor to be concerned about the content.
Why, yes, so it is, I suppose, in a way.
Well, our contents have been most unprofitable lately, Mr. Aitken.
What? What? Not in my mind?
Well, Mr. Aitken, there's a smell of powder in the air. There's smoldering anger on every April breeze. And we give space to men who still believe the world is flat.
I will not tolerate these rumors of rebellion. I am in business.
Well, I'm not.
Mr. Payne. What's that?
It sounds like every bell in Philadelphia.
Bells? Can someone be dead?
No, they sound too full of joy for that.
Mr. Payne, Mr. Aiken, there's been a battle. A rider has just come. The Redcoats fired on the Minutemen at Lexington.
Oh, good heavens.
But who won?
Our men drove them back, sir. The people are talking about raising a militia.
I'm going out. Maybe a few courageous men can stop it.
I'm going too.
Here, wait!
They're going to stop it. What do you think of that, Mr. Payne?
Where did you come from?
Lexington, Concord. It's all true, you know.
Yes, but what's to be done about it?
I thought you knew.
13 colonies spread along 3,000 miles of seacoast, all wanting something different.
But there's one thing they have in common.
Yes, if they have the sense to see it.
What do you think they want?
Independence.
Doubtless, but how many men now in April 1775 believe as you do?
Well, there are some.
Some's not enough.
Well, then there must be more. Someone must tell them. Someone must burn that word independence on their hearts as though it were written with a pointed steel.
And who's to do that?
Why, well, I will, if no one else.
Oh, so you'll become a revolutionary pamphleteer, eh, Mr.
I'll
Payne?
become whatever I must become for the cause of freedom.
Then you should know this. You'll be swept into the very vortex of it. You'll make converts, yes, but you'll make enemies as well. Men of your own time and of generations yet to come. There'll be no peace for you, Tom Payne, now or hereafter.
How do you know this? Who are you?
You've asked me that before.
Well, is it strange that I should wish to know?
Not strange if you doubt me.
Well, I didn't say that.
I wonder, Mr. Payne. We've talked before, and in most matters we've been congenial. And when I spoke in prophecy of those things you most desire, you accepted me. But now, when I warn you that you may fail...
No, you're right. It's a small matter, and I've made my choice.
So you have. Listen.
What is it?
That, Mr. Payne, will someday be known as the spirit of 1776.
1776? But that's still a full 8 months away.
Yes, but if men will believe what you and I believe, there'll be that sort of spirit in 1776, won't there? Why, that's only common sense, isn't it, Mr. Payne?
Yes. That's only common sense.
You were listening to Edward G. Robinson and George Coulouris in The Voice on the Stairs on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by E.I. DuPont de Nemours and Company of Wilmington, Delaware, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. Once again, here is Cavalcade's narrator, Walter Houston.
Our cavalcade tonight is the story of Thomas Paine, Tom Paine, an old man, sick and dying. He's been spending his last hours with a strange, yet dear and familiar friend, recalling with him his journey from England to America in search of liberty, and recalling, too, the days when rebellion flared at Lexington and Concord. And he, an unknown writer, fanned the flame with his first great revolutionary pamphlet, Common Sense. As our play continues, the stranger speaks to Paine.
Common sense. They never thought at first that the obscure editor Tom Paine wrote that pamphlet, Common Sense. But the words went ringing through the countryside like an alarm. Do you remember those days, Tom Paine? No more metaphysics now.
Bring the doctrine of reconciliation to the touchstone of nature, and then tell me whether you can hereafter love, honor, and faithfully serve the power that hath carried fire and sword into your land. But if you say you can still pass the violations over, then I ask, hath your house been burned, your property destroyed, your wife and children destitute? Have you lost a parent or a child? If you have not, then you're not a judge of those who have. But if you have, and can still shake hands with the murderers, then you're not worthy of the name of husband, father, friend, or lover. You have the heart of a coward and the spirit of a sycophant.
They listened.
Yes. They listened.
And they believed you, Tom Paine, and they fought
for independence. But even that wasn't enough. 1776, the fall of 1776. Do you remember that? You were with the army of General Washington. What was left of it? Poor wretches, driven through the mud and sleet of northern Jersey, hungry, freezing, and disheartened. And one night, the blackest night of all, you sat with General Washington.
Well, Tom Paine, we'll profit none by blinking at the facts. We're out of ammunition, out of food, and they've got us on the run.
Yes, I suppose there's nothing worse in store for us, General Washington.
And most of this I blame on you.
On me, sir?
Yes. It was your common sense that first persuaded me to independence. And I tell you that not for 20,000 pounds a year would I endure what all of us have endured for faith alone.
Well, the worst of it is that so many desertions.
Yes, a whole company today.
Where do they go?
Home, I suppose, if they've still got homes to go to.
Well, it's hard to blame the men, sir.
No, I don't blame them. I can't. Well, I'll leave you now, Mr. Paine. Maybe tomorrow.
Yes, sir. We'll talk tomorrow.
You staying up a while?
Yes, I am, sir. I want to think.
Well, good night, then.
Good night, General.
Mr. Paine, sir. Is there anything else you want?
What? Oh, no, Sergeant. Thank you.
Then I'll go along, sir?
Yes, we can go. Oh, Sergeant.
Yes, sir?
Didn't you tell me once that you were a farmer?
Well, the way I was, back in West Pennsylvania.
And you left it for this?
What else could a man do, Mr. Paine? I had my farm to fight for.
Yes, I suppose you're right. Tell me, what do you think of things? Now, Sergeant.
Well, the way I look at it, Mr. Paine, the leaders would tell us where we stand, tell us the worst of us, then tell us what to do. We'd follow you.
You think it's as simple as that?
You've done it before, sir. We've never stopped believing what we're fighting for. If you'll just show us how we can win, well, then we will.
Tell them how they can win.
Is there anything I can bring you, sir?
Yeah, no. Thank you.
And good night, sir.
Good night.
He's right, you know, Tom Paine. He's right.
Why are you here? To tell me that I failed?
No. Perhaps to tell you what will happen if you fail. You must write, Tom Paine. You must tell them how they can win.
Yes, that's what the sergeant said, but I've tried. The words won't come.
This is crisis, Tom Paine.
The last crisis, I'm afraid.
No, not the last. There'll be others. But each time hereafter that this great nation we fight for is in crisis, your words again will guide it. Nearly 2 centuries from now, in such a crisis as you cannot now imagine, a president of those United States will carry these words of yours into every home throughout the land to give his nation hope. All this shall happen if you triumph now.
Well, why must you place this terrible responsibility upon me?
I have not. The times have.
Times to try men's souls.
Yes. Now write that. Your pen, Tom Paine.
Yes. These are the times that try men's souls.
Good night, Mr. Paine. Good night.
The summer soldier and the sunshine patriot will, in this crisis, shrink from the service of their country. But he that stands it now deserves the love and thanks of man and woman. Tyranny, like hell, is not easily conquered. Yet we have this consolation with us, that the harder the conflict, the more glorious the triumph. I call not upon a few, but upon all. Up and help us. Lay your shoulders to the wheel. Let it be told to the future world that the city and the country, alarmed at one common danger, came forth to meet it and to repulse it. Throw not the burden of the day upon Providence, but show your faith by your works, that God may bless you.
They listened. And now, Mr. Payne, after so many years, I find you here, bedridden and of a certain age.
Yes, and dying.
Yes. But you have no regrets.
No, none.
And you're satisfied with all that's passed between us?
Yes. And yet you never told me who you are.
Oh, I think you know, Tom Payne.
I think I could guess. I think you are what I have aspired. I think you're all I was, could be, and am.
And will be. Now the day is over. The sun's gone down.
Yes, at last the darkness comes.
Are you ready?
Yes.
Give me your hand.
Where are we going?
Into another time.
Another time? I'm old and spent. Will there be a place for me?
A place for you? Always, Tom Payne. As long as men love freedom, as you have.
So long as that? I'm most grateful to you.
Thank you, Edward G. Robinson and George Kalouris. In a moment, I want to come back and tell you about next week's Cavalcade play, but right now, here's Gain Whitman speaking for the DuPont Company with some timely advice for you. It's about how to take care of your car this winter.
Carpooling has become a vital necessity. Our government has requested that each of us, using automobiles going to and from work, devise the best methods for pooling the resources of the cars available to conserve gas and rubber. This is the only way that these essential war materials will last longer and go further. The number of cars on the road has declined to a low of 24 million. Our stockpile of new vehicles has been reduced to less than 30,000, a pre-war 3-day supply. The transportation experts estimate that if the total number of cars on the road drops to 20 million, a breakdown in essential transportation can be expected. How much older is your car than it was a year ago? 1 year older? No, a lot older than that, because it's wearing out faster now. You can be proud of your car, proud of the American know-how that made it so well, and proud of yourself for keeping it in good shape. That old car of yours will just have to keep on going till the war is over. Just the same, your old car is wearing out fast. There were nearly 30 million automobiles in the United States in 1941. There are fewer than 24 million today. And the very people who use the greatest number of automobiles, farmers and industrial workers, have the oldest cars, somewhere around 8 years old on the average. So be careful. Freezing weather is on the way in many parts of the United States. To keep your car from being damaged, you must protect the cooling system against freezing. Ask your local dealer or serviceman to install a good antifreeze now. And before he puts it in, have him do these 6 things. First, clean the radiator of clogging rust, scale, and dirt. DuPont Cooling System Cleanser is especially designed to do a good job of this. 2, check the hose connections for leaks. 3, check the water pump to prevent leakage and air suction. 4, make sure the cylinder bolts are tight. 5, make sure there are no air traps in the heater lines. 6, check the fan belt for slippage. If you drop us a postcard, we'll send you, free of charge, a booklet entitled Take Care, covering all of these points and others. Take Care tells you why water in some parts of the country causes more rust and scale, how you can get the most heat from your car heater, and what kind of antifreeze you should use. Write to the radio section, DuPont Company, Wilmington, 98, Delaware. The War Production Board, realizing that America can't afford to have cars damaged by freeze-ups this winter, has made certain there'll be enough antifreeze to meet the real needs of every car, truck, and bus owner. DuPont manufactures 4 antifreeze solutions. Choose the one best for your needs. Zerone, War Emergency Zerone, Xerex, or 5-Star. Each DuPont antifreeze will give you double protection against freezing and against rust and corrosion. And Xerex is non-evaporating. One shot lasts all winter. All 4 of these good antifreeze solutions are DuPont better things for better living through chemistry. And now here is Walter Houston with the news about next week's Cavalcade.
That winter on the frozen roads, the sound of horses' hooves was like gunfire, and the sky was steel above the bare hills. Across the Schuylkill River, near Philadelphia, men lived in dugouts, huddled over fires, cursed, prayed, and died, and their bleeding feet stained the snow. In a fieldstone house beyond the dugouts, a tall, reticent Virginian suffered, as did that despairing army, and for all of us Americans who have come along since then. The place was Valley Forge, the name that is synonymous with hard-bought freedom. It was the winter of 1778. The man was George Washington. Next week, Cavalcade brings you this immortal story in Maxwell Anderson's magnificent play, Valley Forge. And I have the honor of portraying General Washington. I hope you'll be with us. Thank you.
May I repeat Walter Houston's invitation to join us next Monday when he will add a new portrait to his long gallery of stage and screen characters by playing the role of General Washington in Maxwell Anderson's famous play, Valley Forge. In weeks to follow, you will hear other fine plays with other notable stars. Bob Hope, Jerry Colonna, and Francis Langford will be with us to reenact their recent trip to the Pacific Front. Joan Fontaine will be heard in Norman Corwin's The Girl Lincoln Loved. And Clark Gable will make his first radio appearance since his return to civilian life. The musical score on tonight's Cavalcade was composed and conducted by Robert Armbruster. The Cavalcade of America, sponsored by E.I. DuPont, Dinamores and Company of Wilmington, Delaware, invites you to be with us again next week.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Presenting Walter Houston in Maxwell Anderson's Valley Forge on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by E.I. DuPont, Dinamores and Company of Wilmington, Delaware, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. Before we begin our play tonight, we have a practical suggestion to make. If your home needs decorating, there's a quick, easy, and very inexpensive way to make it gay and cheerful again. Just paint your rooms with new DuPont Speed Easy wall finish. It's ideal for use right over old wallpaper and most other interior wall surfaces. Speed Easy is an oil paint, but you thin it with water, then apply with brush or roller. It dries within an hour, leaves a smooth, velvety surface. And it's economical, too. You can do the average room for less than $3. Be sure to get Speed Easy for your fall home decoration. It's speedy and it's easy. It's Speed Easy, made by DuPont. Tonight is the fourth in Cavalcade's new fall series of great stars in great radio plays, in which Cavalcade is bringing you the finest possible in radio entertainments. The noted playwright Maxwell Anderson wrote tonight's drama, Valley Forge. And starred in the role of George Washington is Walter Houston. Next week, you'll hear Bob Hope, Jerry Colonna, and Francis Langford. The following week, Joan Fontaine. and on October 30th, Clark Gable. Now, here is your Cavalcade narrator, Walter Houston.
This evening's play, Valley Forge, was written by my good friend Maxwell Anderson. Now, ordinarily, that would be sufficient introduction, for Maxwell Anderson, as a playwright, who has captured the living spirit of America. The story of Valley Forge is one Americans are proud of, one that has been told over and over again. But today, Valley Forge has a deeper meaning. We're sharply reminded by the daily headlines that men are again fighting for freedom. Again? Why must they fight once more for freedom? Against tyrants, there must be proof, written in blood, that free men will not be conquered. The men at Valley Forge, too, fought for it. They fought hard for it until the bullets of the enemy came crushing into their wearied bodies. But they fought on. For the same reason free men fight on today. Freedom. An easy, much-used word, perhaps, but a mighty goal that knows not the meaning of surrender.
The DuPont Company presents Valley Forge by Maxwell Anderson, starring your Cavalcade narrator, Walter Houston, in the role of General George Washington on the Cavalcade of America. It is the winter of 1778. The place, Washington's headquarters at Valley Forge. As the play begins, Washington is speaking to a young Virginian named Alcock.
How many able-bodied men in your company, Alcock? How many with guns, shoes, and equipment for a stroll in the snow?
28, or thereabouts, sir.
28. 28 out of 72. It'll have to do. This is a raid on Hay Island in the Susquehanna. We are informed that Sir William Howe has stored horse fodder there. We mean to get there first to salvage it for ourselves, or else dump it in the river.
When are we supposed to start, sir?
Tonight. Draw rations, 4 days for each man.
We don't start tonight, then, sir.
Not tonight.
It's impossible, Colonel Tench. We've drawn the last rations for the regiment, such as it was.
The supply was sufficient for 10 days.
On paper, yes. When they rolled out the last 20 barrels, the meat was spoiled.
And it'll be done without meat. What of flour?
2 days, sir.
You'll make it do for 4.
As you say, sir. And good night.
Yes, good night. You've much to do. Is it all tonight, Tench?
That's all, General. Unless you've a minute to squander on that way-faced boy you saw in the entrance.
Who is he?
Hanged if I know his name. I've booted him some 5 or 6 times.
Let him come in.
As you say, sir. Come along, man. The General will see you.
Thank you, sir.
Spit it out and be terse about it. We've got no time for a history.
Why are you here, lad?
Well, I'll say it as brief as I can, sir. The truth is, I'm dying. They tell me it's the ague or something wrong with my stomach.
Colonel Tench will arrange to send you home at once.
Why, thank you, sir. But that's not what I wanted.
I'm afraid that's all we have to offer.
It's hard to say what it is I wanted. I don't want to die. Nobody wants to die young. But I will, whether I go or stay here. General, let me die for something.
Come, man. There's no time for this. You're in a fever.
Now, one moment, Colonel Tench. Let him stay.
Thank you, sir. Won't you try to see it, sir? A lot of men have died, and I'm only one. But we're dead a long time for the want of freedom, and we came to fight for something. We believe.
Don't worry, lad. We'll do what we can. You'll be looked after.
Yes, sir. Good night.
And his name?
Yes.
Tell Sterling and Lafayette to come in.
Yes, sir. Come in, gentlemen.
It's not by accident that you 3 are here tonight. The reports before us show that we've neither food nor clothes nor arms for the maintenance of an army. No defense if we're attacked. I have written to Congress and I have their reply. They are sending 2 commissioners to investigate. But by the time we've satisfied them that we're all dying, we'll muster nobody here but the sick and naked. My question simply, is the revolution over, or is it worth trying to hold on?
General Washington, this country had come to you with open arms. If you'd say to them once for all, I'll take just this and that, and I'll take it now when it's needed. One word, one breath from you, and you'd blow this Congress that's causing all the troubles from here to me.
It happens that our Congress is the heart of what we fight for. Good or bad, Mr. Tench.
General Washington.
Yes, Lafayette.
May I begin by saying something you know, but may have forgotten.
This world you have cut from a wilderness is a new world. I find no man but looks you in the eye and says his thought in your teeth and means it. Europe has 30 kings and 100 million slaves. But the name of Washington is magical in France. You will have the help of France before the end of spring. If you knew what dreams and faith rest on you, you would do this impossible.
It's impossible. As for our high purpose, we have it still. But the men are mortal and die around us so fast the heaviest work is to bury the dead. If you heard of a martyr called Washington across the seas, I fear I'll disappoint you. I'd rather live and have my fun in my time before my face hardens into a mountain crag. But we have 3 days' supplies. We gamble our 3 days on a change of luck. All commanders meet here at 5 a.m.
Good night, sir. Night, sir.
Oh, Lafayette.
Yes, sir.
Stay a moment.
Yes, sir.
I was short with you when you meant to praise me. I hope to be forgiven. This war is a democratic war. And one man's name...
I know, sir. Sometimes I feel I am a difficult guest.
If I'd said what I meant, I'd have told you how much you've upheld my hands when I was close to faltering. When a leader loses one battle, he senses how his world begins to slip away from him. I've lost too many since losing one. You fall across our night at Valley Forge like a young star, all flame. Let's hope you're destined to avoid our quenching.
Sir, the sun's quenched in ocean and rises in the morning. I gauge my life it will be so with you.
All right. Rafe?
Yes, sir, General Washington. Coming right out, sir.
The commissioners from the Congress are arriving this morning.
Yes, sir. They'll be wanting a bit to eat after the journey, sir.
Yes, and give us the stuff that was left from the Fusiliers' dinner.
I guess that stuff was worse than you know, General. The cookie couldn't pass that off on the cat.
I know, I tasted it. We'll have it this morning.
Just as you say, General.
General Washington.
Yes, Lafayette?
I have something to report. Could you hear me?
I've only a few moments.
There is a message from Philadelphia.
Yes, well, tell me what's in it.
It may be only a trick, sir. But
the congressman, sir, they're scraping their boots outside. Shall I fetch them in?
That argues a certain amount of respect. Yes, fetch them in by all means, Tench. I'm sorry, Lafayette. It will have to wait.
If it must.
Come in, gentlemen.
Well. Gentlemen. Welcome to Valley Forge.
What roads. We arrived somewhat bedraggled, sir.
But no less welcome for that. This is Colonel Tench, my aide, who will hear our discussions. And General Lafayette.
How do you do?
Monsieur.
General, we've been abroad since 7 and I'm starved.
You'll excuse a light collation, army fare.
Surely, bring on your light collation, sir.
That infernal host at the inn, we asked the man for collops, and he sent us bacon. And bacon sickens me. I've a tetchy stomach traveling.
And it may be that our soldiers' powder won't do.
Oh, yes, it will. I'm not so tetchy by now.
Then we'll be served in a moment. While we're waiting, I'd like to bring up the question of a new quartermaster. It's plain an army can't run without a quartermaster, and yet you've left me without one for 3 months.
We know it. It's most unfortunate, but there's been some quarrel in the Congress over appointments. I've done my best to settle the matter, but...
It's not settled yet.
The Lord knows, sir, when, if ever, it will be settled.
We authorized you to live off the country, General Washington.
I think you'll find there's not much food within our range. And besides, if you turn men loose to ravage and steal from our own civilians...
Steal? Ravage and steal?
What else can you call it? No, gentlemen. Better give up at once than sow the country with thieves, armed and insolent and bearing pardons signed by their officers.
Now, a little discipline's all that's needed.
Discipline? Will you show me a rule for holding an army together on air?
Well, I've held together all morning on little more, and I see our breakfast approaching.
A welcome diversion.
Here you are, gentlemen.
Go ahead, gentlemen. Don't stand on ceremony.
Right you are.
Good Lord. Good heavens above.
What's the matter, Mr. Folsom?
Help, I'm strangling.
Get him some water, Rafe.
Yes, sir.
Have you tried this in the name of heaven, General?
Are you ill, Congressman?
Look at your food. It crawls.
You exaggerate, Congressman. This is better than what I've been having lately. Not bad at all. It moves about a trifle. Weevil's hard to kill.
What is it?
Mostly beans, I guess.
General Washington, please stop eating it.
If it's as you wish. Take the plates out, Rafe.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, gentlemen. This is the mess we've dealt to several corps lately for lack of better.
Is that any reason for lading hogwash on us?
You're not compelled to eat it. But we are, and you sent it.
Well, that is bad, I'll admit that, but give us something else to clear the air.
After we've settled the question of a quartermaster for my army.
General Washington, what the Army needs, apparently, is not so much a new quartermaster as a new commander-in-chief. A man with a proper respect for the Congress.
Gentlemen, forget you are congressmen. Here is our war, come down to a moldy crust, and you wrangle over ribbons.
There's little stomach in Congress for further expenditures when peace is in the air.
Peace? What peace?
Does it surprise you? When a war's lost, the usual thing is to feel around for bargains, and that's what's being done.
When did this begin?
No more, Folsom. It's unfortunate much has slipped. Colonel Tench, if you'll unstable our horses, I think we can make it to York by nightfall. Good day, General.
Good day, gentlemen. Peace. Lafayette, your pardon for a scene hardly calculated to instill respect.
It's of no matter, sir. I understood.
Now you have a message from Philadelphia.
Yes, but now I'm loath to speak. You're overburdened.
I'll take what comes to me. Let's have it.
It's from General Howe, sir. He begs you to meet and talk with him under a flag of truce. He bids you come armed with no terms save total surrender. It seems the Congress has refused my country's offer to form a military alliance with the United States.
So, we've been betrayed, Lafayette. Betrayed by our own people.
It may be only a trick of some sort.
No, and even if it were, I believe I should come to terms with the enemy now.
General Washington, you heard congressmen have approached Howe. But if peace is made, it will be on our terms.
Where is the meeting to take place?
On an island in the Susquehanna. Hay Island. That is where they guard the horse fodder. We plan to take it today.
We won't be needing it now, Lafayette. This nation is spending its last heart's blood for a package of liberty. We opened the package today, Lafayette. And it was empty.
You were listening to Valley Forge, written by Maxwell Anderson, starring Walter Houston as General Washington. Brought to you on the Cavalcade of America by E.I. DuPont de Nemours and Company of Wilmington, Delaware. Maker of better things for better living through chemistry. In the bitter winter of 1778, General Washington, finding himself and his starving army virtually deserted, agrees to meet with General Howe on an island in the Susquehanna River to discuss terms of peace. Two of his aides, Tench and Lafayette, have preceded him.
This is the place, Lafayette. It's the only barn in miles.
I don't understand this firing to the south.
It might be the men we sent to dump the hay. Maybe they ran into trouble.
No, the hay's stored west of here.
West? Well, that means... Shh, listen. Someone in that barn. Easy by the door there.
Step into the light where I can see you.
Who's there?
Where the... Oh, I beg your pardon, Colonel Tench. General Lafayette.
Who are you?
It's all right, sir. Virginians.
Virginians? I hope I'm not going to have to make you both prisoners.
For what?
For desertion. You were ordered west of here to dump General Howe's horse fodder.
Yes. I came over here to lift a mess of corn for breakfast instead. We're going home, that's all.
Going home?
Yes. This starving down to a hide and buttons, I don't savvy. My old woman can use some ear corn.
This island's in a state of truce, man. You left too early to be informed, but General Washington meets with General Howe here within the hour.
To sue for peace? He'd quit and sue for peace?
This is officer's intelligence man.
Listen, Colonel. Truce or no truce. Deserters or no deserters. Our comrades are catching it down there.
Well, if you've got a fight going on, we'll look into it. How do we get there?
Follow the shoreline south.
That's where you're dumping the corn?
Yes. Clopton's granary.
Good enough.
Wait a minute. You say the generals are coming here?
Yes.
What are we going to do?
Lie where you are and let them step over you. Only don't shoot them when they come in.
We look inside. Well, the roost's inhabited by others. Who are you men?
Virginians, sir.
I've seen you before.
Yes, sir. Valley Forge.
Yes. I thought Colonel Tench would be here.
He was here, General, but he stepped out to mix in the shindy.
And you took the first opportunity to step out on your own as deserters.
What do you expect a man to do?
I've no doubt your circumstances might be termed extenuating. But I have a meeting here under the truce with the enemy. It'll be most embarrassing to have them find me in the company of my own renegades.
We understand, sir.
Alcock and me'll help the others. Get hid in the granary till you've done.
We carry a flag, friend. Ours is a peaceful header.
Hey, that's them now. Hurry.
Come in. This is poor shelter, but it'll do for our purpose.
General Washington. General Howe. I'll be brief in apologizing. Some men from my own army have descended on this island, but we'll keep the truce now.
Well, General, you've had the best of this day's work. Those rascals of yours robbed the corn cribs, I'm told. However, sick transit horse feed Monday. Does it meet with your wish that we transact our business before witnesses?
Sir, I'd a little rather this discussion were known to my officers.
Right. And so would I.
First, let it be understood that I bind myself to nothing by this meeting. Nor have I altered in my loyalty to the cause I captain.
To tell the truth, and it's no secret, we're sick and sore about this war at home, and would to God it had never started, and want you back on your own terms.
My own terms would mean that we never went back at all. But I'm not alone in these decisions. We have a government, and plenty in that government are sore and sick as your own, as you must know.
Now, God forbid this, General. Must we take back a king?
Do you think it would be for me, Sterling?
Sorry to be late, General Washington.
Bench, what happened? What is the fighting?
I shall report in due time, sir. General Howe, in regard to certain corn which this squad of the 1st Virginia sacked last night, let me report it stowed on Clopton's Landing.
I've said goodbye to my corn, not without regret.
As to the losses in this action, General Washington, there have been some wounded and some killed. How many, I don't know. But among the latter, Nick Teague and Lucifer Tench.
You list yourself among the slain? This is rather tasteless joking.
I'm dead enough. My boots are full of blood.
Sit down, man, before you fall.
To die for hay and grain, that's a high death for a swashing soldier. The devil take your kings and congresses in their hay.
Tench.
Take your hand from me.
I'll walk to where I lie. A dog dies best in the corner. Bring on your burlap and the sailor's needle and sew me into sleep. I'm tired.
Tench, man, Tench.
He is done for, sir.
General Howe, it may be that you'd prefer to wait elsewhere until we're free again.
Thank you, General. I am not unmoved at any brave man's passing, but these griefs are private, and we'll take a turn outside. Come, gentlemen.
These dying men have vision.
Yes. This is a dark, dark morning.
General Washington. General Washington.
Tench. He's gone. We're all as good as dead, Lafayette.
Have you pledged yourself to Howe?
Not yet. Dead for hay and grain, he said.
Sir, they had news at the landing. Congress has signed the French alliance.
Too late. Too late.
Oh, couldn't you try, sir?
I've neither government nor army, Lafayette. Look about you at these remnants of dying and deserting men.
You chided me, sir, for speaking too well of you, saying this is a democratic war, that it must be a democratic peace. Ask them if they are ready to give in. Gather your troops and make one final effort, sir.
Gather my troops? Gabriel's trumpet might rally that veil of bones. What could I offer them to follow me? Call them into me. Come in. Come in and hear me. You were some of the best, you renegades, here in the granary. There was a time when you had shoes and powder for your guns and fought to rule yourselves. Now I offer wounds and death. Winters to come, such as this you have, with our bloody trail in the snow and no end to it. If you can find within yourselves the courage and the heart to face rewards like this, to fight through the snow, the winter, and the heat of summer, in the valleys and the plains, and to the last mountain peak that we can still call free, our own America, if this is what you want, then close in and take your places in my ranks.
You'll take us back with you, sir?
Take you back?
I'll go with you. Come on, you fellows.
You heard what he said.
We'll go with you, sir.
Do you mean you'll take us?
We thought it was over. That's why we were going home. We thought it was falling to pieces. But if you meant what you said about being plowed under before we stop, I'm for being plowed under.
Good heavens, what's going on here? Has my hay barn been turned into an American barracks now?
Sorry, General Howe. Men, you'd better get back to camp.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, George Washington?
General Howe, I am servant to those men in rags of homespun. They heard your proposition and they refused it flatly. The forge was cold that smelted those fellows into steel, but steel they are. This war is not mine to end, but theirs. I have my orders.
You'll draw this tragedy out further.
As far as we must.
But you've lost, General. Lost now.
By all the rules of the game, we're beaten and should surrender. But the spirit of earth moves over the earth like flame and stands over this, my country, like a pillar of fire to show us an uncouth clan, unread, but followers of a dream, that men shall bear no burdens save of their own choosing. It's destined to win this dream, weak though we are.
Sir, when I'm replaced, they'll press you harder.
Sir, we engage to stand it.
Very well, Ho. I'll get a drubbing at home. I bid you goodbye, General Washington.
We wish you good morning and a fair voyage, General Howe. And so, we're left with some years of revolution on our hands.
We have food for 3 days.
And then for 3 more if we can find it. And 3 more if we can find it. And now, I think we will.
General, what shall we do about Tench and the others?
We must bury them here. They've earned the ground. Shall we fire a volley over our dead?
No. We need our powder. And dead men don't hear volleys.
So be it then. This liberty will look easy by and by, when no one dies to get it.
Thank you, Walter Houston. And before you return to tell us about Bob Hope's appearance on Cavalcade next Monday evening, I have an interesting story about the newest member of the constantly growing family of DuPont plastics. We call this new plastic polythene, Polythene. Polythene came originally from Imperial Chemical Industries, an English chemical manufacturing company, and has been under further development by DuPont for 5 years. Now, after extensive experimental and development work, polythene is being manufactured in the United States in commercial quantities and is available by specific allocation for war purposes. Small amounts of it are also going to manufacturers for experimental purposes. In the particular field in which the armed forces use it, polythene replaces other materials because of certain characteristics it has. Polythene is a remarkable plastic. The unusual combination of electrical and mechanical properties makes it particularly suitable for use in the insulation of high-frequency and high-voltage equipment. To insulate the wires, polythene can be extruded, as plastics men say, like spaghetti, so that a coating of the plastic is placed on the wire itself. In other words, polythene can be melted, and when a wire is run through the molten mass, it comes out with a polythene covering on it. Polythene remains flexible at below zero temperatures. It is unharmed by practically all chemicals and solvents. It is so light, it will float on water. At the present time, polythene is being used mainly to insulate high-frequency cables, where its low electrical losses and general physical and chemical characteristics are unequaled by any other material. Chemical research has created these DuPont plastics which serve you. Nylon plastics, lucite, methyl methacrylate resin, butacite, polyvinyl acetal resin, pyrrolin, cellulose nitrate plastic, plasticele, cellulose acetate plastic. The same kind of research has now created polythene and will bring our children many things heretofore never even dreamed of. things which will make for greater comfort and well-being. This is the kind of research that brings you an increasing number of DuPont better things for better living through chemistry. And now here is Walter Houston.
Moments of relaxation and laughter are few and far between for the men who lies in the foxhole day and night. But there are some rare, delicious moments when G.I. Joe can laugh and forget. They come when a small band of performers, actors, actresses, comedians, singers, go out to the front lines. One man who has done much to bring these things about to G.I. Joe is Bob Hope. This summer, accompanied by Jerry Colonna and Francis Langford, he made a tour of the South Pacific battle area. Next week, on the Cavalcade of America, Bob Hope will make his first report of this trip. A report for the mothers and fathers, wives and sweethearts about their loved ones overseas. Listen next week to Bob Hope, Francis Langford, and Jerry Colonna when they bring you Report from the Pacific. Thank you.
May I repeat Walter Houston's invitation to join us next Monday when you will hear their report of the men in the Pacific from Bob Hope, Francis Langford, and Jerry Colonna. In weeks to follow, you will hear other fine plays with other notable stars. Joan Fontaine will be heard in Norman Corwin's The Girl Lincoln Loved. Among others will be Charles Lawton and Clark Gable, who will make his first radio appearance since his return to civilian life. This is Fire Prevention Week. Help prevent needless destruction of life and property. All fires are preventable by forethought, adequate planning, and constant vigilance. Every fire, large or small, is a tragedy that you or your neighbor might have helped to prevent. Do your part. The musical score on tonight's Cavalcade was composed and conducted by Robert Armbruster. This is Gain Whitman speaking for the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by E.I. DuPont Dynamos and Company of Wilmington, Delaware, and inviting you to be with us again next week.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Presenting Bob Hope with Francis Langford and Jerry Colonna in Report from the Pacific on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by E.I. DuPont Dynamos and Company of Wilmington, Delaware, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. Before we begin our play tonight, we want to tell you about DuPont Speed Easy Wall Finish, the new wall paint that you use right over wallpaper or most other interior wall surfaces. Although Speed Easy is an oil paint, you just thin it with water, then apply with a large brush or roller. In less than an hour, your walls are dry. For less than $3, you can refinish the average room. So for your fall home decoration, get Speed Easy. It's speedy, it's easy, and it's made by DuPont. Tonight, DuPont presents Report from the Pacific, starring Bob Hope, Francis Langford, and Jerry Colonna, the fifth in Cavalcade's new fall series of great stars in great radio plays. And now to raise the curtain on this evening's play, here is your Cavalcade commentator, Walter Houston.
Good evening. You know, I have a very personal interest in tonight's show, but it concerns the profession of which I've been a member for many years. Profession which, in these long years of war, has become to our fighting men as important as medicine, as comforting as news from home. Tonight, the scene is somewhere in the South Pacific. 100 or 1,000 men sit before an improvised stage. Their faces show the strain of fatigue and exhaustion, the nerve-wracking effects of war. There's anticipation in the air. Then a figure appears. He walks casually to the front of the makeshift stage. He greets the men, he cracks a joke, then another, and soon he notices the men no longer look tired. Their eyes light up. Their bodies, tense for days, become relaxed. That's the picture which Bob Hope saw time and time again on his tour of the South Pacific, when he, Francis Langford, and Jerry Colonna, and the rest of his troop entertained the servicemen on their 30,000-mile jaunt this summer. He found out what they thought, what they felt, what they would like the folks back home to know. In tonight's Cavalcade, which makes me prouder than ever to be a member of the theatrical profession, Bob Hope makes this report of his tour to us, to every father, mother, brother, sister, wife, and sweetheart of the men overseas. Listen now to Bob Hope with Francis Langford and Jerry Colonna in Report from the Pacific on the Cavalcade of America.
Hamilton Field, California, July 10th, 02300.
Tony Romano, your passport, please. Thank you. Francis Langford.
Here's mine.
Jerry Colonna. Do you have any means of identification? Barney Dean?
This is me.
Patty Thomas?
Yes, sir.
Bob Hope. Is this your passport?
That's right.
You haven't traveled for a long time, have you?
Stick around, gang. We'll run into a straight man yet. A few minutes before the takeoff, planes everywhere, men with sealed orders that'll take them to all parts of the earth. Little groups of pilots and co-pilots gathering in little clusters of friendship. The last cigarettes, the final handshakes, the parting remarks.
I hope I draw Chongqing. Second Louis there owes me $40.
Hope I draw New Delhi.
Hope I draw the islands. It's just my luck to draw Bob Hope.
I love that boy.
Bob, the ground crew's ready to close up.
Watch it, Mr. Hope. We've got to close the door now.
I'm in, fellas. I'm in.
But your nose is still outside, Mr. Hope.
Gee, Franny, we're leaving the USA. This is goodbye.
And how proud you must be. Look out there, the Bob Hope Fan Club. Bob, you've got to lean out and thank your fan club.
Yeah, gee, thanks for coming down. So long.
So long, Robert.
Swell of Crosby to see me off, wasn't it? Pearl Harbor. Not one of us had ever been to Pearl Harbor before in our lives.
I was here at Pearl Harbor on December 7, 1941. I was on the Alabama.
Hey, you're Slim Foster.
Yeah, I'm Dallas, Texas. Of course, you wouldn't know it on account I lost my accent. I've been in dry dock ever since December 7th on account I picked up some Jap souvenirs in my back.
We had a great week in the islands, didn't we, Slim?
Yeah, Bob. We sure enjoyed that show you played to 250,000 us guys. And Bob, them ovations.
Yeah, them ovations. Weren't they something?
Louder than a bull calf born for his mother.
I'll say.
Yes, sir. Everywhere Bob Hope went, the cheering was absolutely deafening.
We want Langford! We want Langford! We want Langford!
Next time I'll wear a sarong.
Next time we'll bring Brendan Cabina.
Folks, I want you to get a load of a place called Christmas Island. It's north of the equator, about 4 or 5 degrees. It's a Turkish bath with mosquitoes and all over hotfoot. One of the lousiest pieces of real estate on earth. Would you really like to know how bad this place is? Listen, General Colonna's out there now talking to the new men.
Men, I'll tell you about this island. Beware of poison snakes, scorpions, tarantulas, cockroaches, and blister bugs. Beware of the butterflies. Even their butter is poison. But above all, men, above all, do not go swimming or wading. There are man-eating crabs here.
Man-eating crabs?
That's right. These crabs love nothing better than a good dish of man Louis.
Oh, General.
Yes, Louis.
Can I be assigned to Hollywood? I don't think I'm going to like it so well here.
You have to be rock-happy to like Christmas Island. Rock-happy is when they catch you talking to the Goonie birds. But when the Goonie birds start talking back, you're a goner. Completely pineapple. Those boys were plenty lonesome for somebody from home. That same day before the show, the gang organized a ball game.
Bob, we kind of thought Francis ought to pitch for one side and Patty Thomas for the other.
You know, they ought to get a little exercise after that long plane trip.
Yeah, I know what you mean, Jack. You mean you want the girls to be up close.
Well, yeah, that's it.
Well, where do you want me to play?
Well, Bob, we thought maybe you'd be good in deep center field.
No kidding. Francis and Patty had more drawing power than the Cards and the Browns. I played 7 innings before I realized that I was the only one that cared who won. Playing ball with guys who've been specializing in throwing hand grenades and seeing that back home again look come into their eyes. Well, you don't forget a ball game like that. And something happened on Espirito Santos that we're never forgetting.
I'm Captain Andrews in New York, a medic here in Espirito Santos. Look at this wood. See that kid getting plasma transfusion? Kid nothing. Look at him. He's 24. Out here, you can be old at 24. Right now, Bob, Francis, Jerry, and Tony are standing around his bed. His name's Maury. He's from Brooklyn.
Hiya, Maury.
Hiya, Bob.
Hey, what's that tube doing in your arm? Doc giving you the raspberry, huh?
Yeah. Feels good, too.
You remember Jerry Coloni, Maury?
Sure. Professor Colonna. Big mustache. What's doing, Professor?
Well, Maury, we're having a wonderful trip and meeting lots of swell guys.
Francis Langford's here, too.
Hello, Maury. Can I hold your hand?
Feels better than plasma. You've been singing, I bet, Franny.
I'll say, Maury. We just gave a show here. I must have sung I'll Be Seeing You 100 times.
I'll be seeing you. All the old familiar places. 100 times, huh?
Well, Maury, I meant to say 101. Tony?
I'll be seeing you in all the old familiar places that this heart of mine embraces all day through. In that small cafe, the park.
Later that night, after the show, we were all sitting around taking it easy.
Hey, Doc. Come on in, Doc.
All right, bet you folks plenty turn.
Yeah, we're a little numb about now.
Say, Bob, remember that kid you saw getting plasma?
Yeah, what was his name again? Maury? Yeah, that's it, Maury.
Yeah, he died a few minutes ago.
This is Lieutenant Ben Reyes of San Francisco. The Hope outfit picked me up at Guadalcanal, and I made the rest of the trip with them as an Army representative, photographer, and public relations man.
Benny Reyes. What a guy, folks.
Lay off, Robert. Being a photographer, let me focus on a scene on Guadalcanal. An important decision is being made.
Well, Hope, this is it.
Colonna, what's wrong?
I hate to say this, Hope, but we must have it out.
Oh, but Jerry, we've been together for years.
Nevertheless, we must have it out now or never.
Have what out?
Wisdom tooth. It's killing me.
Bob takes Colonna to an Army dentist in the jungle.
Who else but a jungle dentist could get through the foliage in that upper lip?
Here's the professor in the chair, mouth open. The dentist pokes his hand inside and presses on the tooth.
Does it hurt when I do this, Mr. Colonna?
Oh, it's all right.
Yeah, it is infected. Now, first a shot of Novocaine. Oh, then the pliers. I got a good firm grip on it. Now, here goes.
The road to Mandalay, where the flying fishes play, and the dawn comes up like thunder out of China. All clear.
I'm Lieutenant Frank Ferguson of North Hollywood.
Yeah, Fergie, I had to come to the South Pacific to find out that you live 3 blocks from me at home.
Yeah. Mom runs the El Rancho School not far from your house, Bob.
And here we are together in Australia. Say, look down there, Fergie. Those pine trees remind me of Oregon. How far out of Sydney are we, Fergie?
Oh, about 5 hours, Bob.
We're pretty far inland for a flying boat, aren't we?
So what?
Well, I like to be over water when I'm in a flying boat. It's the sissy in me, I guess.
That motor noise, what is it?
Ain't in my contract, I can tell you that.
What is it, Fergie?
Busted gasoline line, Bob. Gotta shut off that one motor.
One motor left? We're losing altitude already, Fergie.
Go back and throw everything overboard.
Throw everything overboard? Fergie, you don't mean...
Not the people, everything that weighs anything.
Well, this is more serious than I thought. Okay, Fergie, okay, boy. Hey, everybody, start throwing stuff out and put on your Mae West. Barney, wake up.
What's happened, Bob?
One motor conked out. It's a forced landing. Strap yourselves in. Be right back. How about it, Fergie? Think we'll make it to the coast?
We're losing altitude pretty fast, Bob. You think we'll make it to water okay? Hope it's deep water.
Fergie, there's the coastline.
Sure hope it's deep water. I'm going for it, Bob. Go back and strap yourself in.
Where do you think I'll be going? Okay, Fergie, good luck, boy.
He's going to make that patch of water.
I'd give anything to know how deep it is.
I'd give anything to be back in vaudeville.
You know what, Hope?
What, Barney?
I've had about enough of this trip.
Here we go.
Strapped in tight, Franny?
Yeah.
About that raise, Hope. Forget it.
You scared, Jerry?
Frankly, no. You?
I'm a liar, too. Hold tight, gang. This is it. Brace yourself. Oh, boy. How about that? Oh.
Am I glad we're saved?
Yeah, now let me down. How about that, huh?
That's setting it down, Fergie.
Yeah, anybody got any plasma? They may take newsreels.
You're listening to Bob Hope, Francis Langford, and Jerry Colonna in Report from the Pacific on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by E.I. DuPont, de Nemours and Company of Wilmington, Delaware, maker of better things for better living through chemistry.
I'm PFC Robert Bluewater from Depew, Oklahoma, the Uchi Indian tribe. I'm picking up this story, our story, the story of men who'd give 6 months' pay for 1 hour of laughs and songs from folks like Bob and Francis and Jerry and dancing like Patty Thomas gave us. Come with me to Noomfor Island, folks. Bob's announcing Patty right now.
Yes, sir. This girl brings out the father in me. Fellas, Patty Thomas.
Hiya,
Me
fellas.
too. Yes, sir.
Hiya, fellas. Hello, Bob.
Well, Patty, how do you like it here on lovely Noomfor Island? Well, anyway, Patty, they like lovely you on lovely Noomfor Island. But, fellas, here's Patty Thomas with her own version of Arthur Murray meeting Fred Astaire at the Hollywood Palladium. I'm glad to see so many of you fellas interested in tap dancing. How about that, a girl, huh? Yes, sir, look at that. If this is what we're fighting for, get me a gun, boy. Get me a gun. Thank you, Patty Thomas. And, fellas, isn't it wonderful that Francis Langford and Patty can make the trip? I understand they're the first girls ever to land on Noomfor Island. Boy, won't Eleanor be mad, huh? No kidding. It's great to be here with you fellas. Hey, what was that? I'd have sworn I heard a gunshot. Say, listen, if any of you guys want to make trouble, you know I'm not scared.
Quit pushing. You want the whole foxhole yourself?
Yeah.
Hey, Bob, what do you think? They shot a Jap only 1,200 yards from the stage.
They shot a Jap 1,200 yards from the stage. Taxi! I'm getting out of here. Wait a minute. Who's nervous? Let's get on with the show. Professor Colonna, what are you doing here?
Well, Hope, I'm a union organizer for the Plumbers Union, but I'm not doing so good.
What's wrong? No plumbers?
Worse than that, no plumbing.
Hello, Bob. Hiya, Professor.
Well, little friend. How are you getting along here, Francis?
Oh, wonderful, Bob. It's so thrilling after 2 years on your radio show to see men again.
Say, Francis, about my laundry. You know that stuff I've been living in the last couple of weeks? I know you've got a lot of influence with the boys. You take care of my laundry?
Yes, Bob, I did exactly as you said. I gave your laundry to a Marine and said, "This is Bob Hope's laundry. Please have it back immediately."
What happened?
The Marine opened it up, took one look at it, and said, "I'm sorry, the difficult we do immediately. The impossible may take a little longer."
Hey, Bob, how about some good old barber shop?
Barber shop? Bob. That can only mean one thing.
All right, here's our impression of a famous singing aggregation.
If I had my way, forever there'd be
2 beers.
a garden of roses for you and for me.
Wait a minute. That kiss isn't in my contract.
Read the small type. Go ahead.
If I had my way, dear, forever a thousand and one things for you and for me.
Yes, sir, if I had my way. Man, if I had my way, I'd get a big pile of potatoes about as tall as the Empire State Building. Get me a piece of glass, throw it to my sergeant, and say, brother, unpeel 'em. Remove those jackets instantaneously. If I only had my way. But here I am a private in the Army. I enlisted as a private. What the heck is private about it? And I can't sleep in the jungles. I dream all the time. Last night I dreamed I was eating lifesavers all night. This morning when I woke up, all the buttons on my pajamas were gone.
If I
I'm Charlotte Mayfield, a Red Cross girl from Minneapolis. A lull comes in the music, and soldiers and entertainers both, leading the hard Pacific life, sit around in little groups and talk. Just talk.
Hey, you sang White Christmas swell tonight, Francis.
Thanks, Bill. Is that one of your favorites?
Yeah. Hey, should have been with us this last Christmas, Randy. What a laugh.
How come?
We were sweating our heads off. It's summer here at Christmas time. It's a white Christmas, all right. The sand was white and the sun was white hot.
Did you happen to get a Christmas dinner?
Yeah. We had Spam with trimming.
Oh.
We even had a special bowl of Spam marked New England plum pudding.
And over in the corner of the barracks, there's Professor Colonna with a few of the boys.
Tell me, Jerry, is that a real mustache? Oh, no. This is the real one. One I keep in my pocket.
Well, how long have you had that mustache, Jerry?
Well, I'm rather unusual, Gus. I was born with it.
Oh, my old man's got a mustache, too. Only his is blonde. Dad's a great guy. He plays a hoedown fiddle, but you got to coax him. Boy, he loves that coaxing. Saturday night was our big night at home. Ma always baked a chocolate cake. We called it devil's food cake. I made the ice cream. Smashed the ice in a gunny sack, you know.
Oh, yeah, then you put the rock salt around the ice, don't you, Gus?
Yeah, and I'd turn that darn freezer till my arm was like to fall off. You know, Jerry, right before the cream freezes solid, that's when it's toughest, but you got to keep going.
Yeah, you got to keep going.
I wonder if I'll ever see Grand Forks again.
Oh, quit kidding, Gus. You get back. Stop worrying.
Down the muddy road, it's plenty late. But the boy with the tilted nose is going strong.
Hey, and what makes you think nobody's got the Pacific War on their minds?
Oh, read the papers. What about this VE stuff, the big celebrations and junk?
But, Wally, plenty of towns are planning on closing all the bars for the day, holding church services, and the factories are staying on the job. Naturally, people are going to feel like blowing their top on VE Day, but maybe it's a deeper feeling than we think, Wally.
I sure hope so, Bob.
Wally, don't worry. Half the American people will still have kids fighting over there.
You know, Bob, I was just going to say that it's sure something to have you folks over here.
Oh, skip it, Mike. I had to. Things were getting pretty hot for me at Paramount.
Well, honestly, I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw little Patty Thomas in that dancing costume. And Frances, looking like she'd just come out of the beauty parlor. Now, what's so hard for us guys to figure out is, well, you folks didn't have to come, but you did.
Somewhere else I heard another kid make that remark.
Yeah, it sure must be rough, Bob, finding all kinds of weather.
Say, what's with you guys? You've dodged ack over a bowel and been bombed and rained down, and you've caught malaria and eaten the same food month after month? You can't ring for orange juice in the morning paper down here in the jungle, you know. Sure, we're tired of flying, but we'll be home in a few weeks. You guys will still be here. Don't ever forget that. And say, we won't forget it either. Now that we're home, people keep saying, what was the one experience that topped everything else? What was the biggest thrill of all? It isn't a good question. Because the greatest experience in the world is to be with those kids of yours, to live with them, to laugh with them, to have chow with them, to cry inside when you see, instead of hearing secondhand, what tremendous American citizens they really are. But we can name one moment that burned deeper into our memory than all the other moments, and here it is. It's twilight on a certain beach in the island of Tarawa.
Imagine this, being here on Tarawa. And what a cute little outdoor theater this is.
I wonder what the picture will be.
Well, I'll look at anything but a road picture. I've heard Crosby's voice so often on the Army radio out here that I'll never look at a cheese sandwich again. After all, sometimes I get moody and feel like Sinatra. Hey, kids, here's the picture.
The Battle of Tarawa.
Holy smokes, the Battle of Tarawa, and we're on Tarawa.
Look, the invasion boats.
Ooh, look at that.
Nearly all the first wave.
We approach the island. Heavy machine gun and mortar fire take a heavy toll, boats and men.
Still they come.
That LST was caught just as it opened. Look at that boy trying to get up.
We used hand grenades, all the firepower we have, mortars, flamethrowers.
How about those flamethrowers?
How about those tanks?
Tanks belch steel. You see them take steel in return, but you don't feel the awful concussion inside.
The picture went on like that for 20 minutes. To the men, it must have seemed like 20 years.
Our colors fly for the first time over Tarawa. We get a lump in our throat. We're mighty proud.
What a picture. And what a theater.
Sitting on this beach, all quiet now, and seeing it when it was a great big chunk of hell, well, it's almost too much for a woman to bear.
You can include us men in that, too, Franny. Look over there to the right, and there's a graveyard. Once the battlefield in the picture.
See the white crosses?
How about that, huh? There lie the actors in the Battle of Tarawa. That was the last picture they made, and, brother, it was their best.
Thank you, Bob, Francis, Jerry, Barney, and Patty, for the great work we've been doing, and for the report you've just given us. Now, before I return to tell you of next week's Cavalcade star and play, here's Gain Whitman speaking for the DuPont Company with news about 2 DuPont dye processes that will mean more and better color fabrics for you after the war.
Ever since the last war, when Americans realized with a shock that we had no dyes to speak of in this country and were dependent on Germany, DuPont has been in the forefront of the American dye industry. The DuPont Company has developed thousands of dyes, new and better methods of using them, and even when necessary, machines to make the new processes practical. This week, at the annual meeting of the American Association of Textile Chemists and Colorists, DuPont announced 2 new processes which promise you better colored fabrics after the war. The new DuPont processes make it practical to use VAT dyes, or fast dyes, as they are generally known, for many materials on which they could not be used successfully before. That dyeing is almost as old as civilization. The Tyrian purple of ancient Tyre, for instance, was a VAT dye. It was so poor, no one would use it today, but in those days it cost the equivalent of $350 a pound. That's where the expression born to the purple comes in. You had to have a lot of money then to afford VAT-dyed fabrics. From that day to this, VAT dyeing has been generally accepted as best. It's best because VAT-dyed colors are fast colors. They go right into the fibers and are locked there chemically, come rain or shine, for the life of the garment.
But vat dyeing has been difficult for technical reasons on woolen goods and fabrics made of mixed fibers. Most vat-dyed fabrics have been cotton. The Army's cotton uniforms are vat-dyed. That's why they stand rough treatment. These two new DuPont developments extend vat dyeing to other materials. One is simpler, more versatile, and more economical, doing in seconds what used to take minutes, and in some cases hours. The other process minimizes the pulling and stretching that made it difficult to use vat dyeing on delicate fabrics. Both of these improvements are being made available to the textile industry without cost as part of the DuPont Company's technical service. For you, after the war, they foreshadow brilliant, beautiful, lasting colors over a wide range of fabrics, not only cottons, but many other fabrics. Colors that offer another example of DuPont's better things for better living through chemistry. Now, here is Cavalcade's commentator, Walter Houston.
Who was the girl Abe Lincoln loved? Was she the prettiest girl in town, the most talented, the most intelligent? Or was she just an ordinary girl who, in her simple wisdom, saw the greatness of the man she worshipped? Many plays have been written about Anne Rutledge. Many stories have been told about this girl whose untimely death left a scar upon Lincoln's soul that never healed. But Norman Corwin, one of radio's most gifted writers, looked beyond the cloak of legend and saw Anne Rutledge as a warm human creature, no different from the rest, no wiser than most, but a girl who became immortal because she loved a man who was destined to immortality. I invite you to hear this story next week, The Girl Lincoln Loved, with the charming and talented Joan Fontaine as Anne Rutledge.
May I repeat Walter Houston's invitation to join us next Monday when DuPont presents Joan Fontaine as Anne Rutledge in Norman Corwin's poignant story, The Girl Lincoln Loved. In following weeks, Cavalcade will bring you Clark Gable, Loretta Young, Charles Lawton, and many other great stars. Tonight's Cavalcade story was written by Glenn Wheaton. The musical score was composed and conducted by Robert Armbruster. Bob Hope appeared tonight through the courtesy of Pepsodent. This is Gain Whitman speaking for the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by E.I. DuPont, de Nemours and Company of Wilmington, Delaware, and inviting you to be with us again next week.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Presenting Joan Fontaine in The Girl Lincoln Loved, with Walter Houston as Cavalcade's commentator on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by E.I. DuPont, de Nemours and Company, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. Before our play this evening, we want to tell you about a DuPont product. It was made especially for your home decoration. It's Speed Easy, a wall finish you can use right over wallpaper and other wall surfaces. It's a beautiful velvety finish that vanishes dreary, dingy walls and makes them cheerful, bright, and new. Speed Easy is just what its name says. It's speedy and it's easy. All you do is thin Speed Easy with water and apply it with a large brush or roller. It dries in less than an hour. There are 11 clear, beautiful pastel shades from which to choose. Just remember, it's Speed Easy, and it's made by DuPont. Tonight, in the 6th in Cavalcade's fall series of great stars in great radio plays, the DuPont Company presents Joan Fontaine as Anne Rutledge in The Girl Lincoln Loved. In coming weeks, Cavalcade will bring you Clark Gable, Charles Lawton, Loretta Young, and many others. And now, to raise the curtain on this evening's play, here is your Cavalcade commentator, Walter Houston.
Good evening. Tonight, our cavalcade star is a very lovely young lady, a brilliant actress, and Academy Award winner, Joan Fontaine. Our cavalcade play is a love story. In some respects, it is like a great many love stories, but in many respects, it is also different. The characters, for instance, or I should say the boy and girl, are already well known to you. And even before the first line is spoken, you will anticipate the ending of the story, because its ending is a legend you'll find in any history book. And the ending is not a happy one. The boy in tonight's cavalcade is Abe Lincoln, age 24, tall, straight, strapping lad, and with no thoughts of ever becoming president. The girl, of course, is Anne Rutledge, and the story concerns their few happy moments together. But mostly, our play is about Anne Rutledge herself, and her father and mother and brothers and sisters, and her everyday life and the qualities that made her the girl Lincoln loved. Now, on behalf of the DuPont Company, I take pleasure in presenting Joan Fontaine as Anne Rutledge with John McIntyre as Abe Lincoln in Norman Corwin's play, The Girl Lincoln Loved, on the Cavalcade of America. Let me tell you about the girl humming that tune. Her name is Anne Rutledge. A long time ago, she lived with her mother and father and 7 brothers and sisters in a tavern in New Salem, Illinois. Her name is familiar to you because a great man fell in love with her and never got over it. Otherwise, you wouldn't have known about her. She was a bit prettier than average, but still very much like a lot of other girls you know yourselves. Anne was not a phantom or a legend. She was a girl. She was happy. She was sad and angry and coy and gentle and wise. She had fears. She had dreams. And it is these things that our story is about. First of all, Anne Rutledge was a girl.
Mother.
Yes, Anne?
Can I ask you something important?
Can it wait until we do the dishes?
Oh, yes, I guess it can wait all right.
Well, tell me, what is it?
Don't laugh at me now.
Come, do you want to ask me or don't you?
Mother, what's it like to be in love?
What? Why, Anne, now, why should a thought like that be in your head at this hour of the morning?
'Cause I've been thinking about it all night.
You have?
Yes, I just couldn't sleep, and I kept listening to the crickets and the frogs and the house creaking. And did you know there's a screech owl down in the glen somewhere?
No.
There is, 'cause I heard it. And I also heard Pa snoring.
I heard that myself.
Toward morning, it got very still, and it seemed everything went to sleep, even the crickets and the frogs. And then I could hear my heart beating slow like this. Bump, 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 bump. So slow I was afraid it would stop.
Maybe you shouldn't have eaten before you went to bed, Anne.
Oh, no, I felt fine. Only I kept wondering how it must be to hear all those things when you're in love. I mean, when a man's in love with you and...
Now, see here, Anne, you're too young to be bothering your head with thoughts the likes of that.
Too young? I'm 17, ain't I? How old were you when you fell in love?
Oh, 16.
Well, there. Mother, what's it like?
Oh, it's just what you suppose it's like. Just what you imagine it's like.
If it's what I imagine, then it's like the way the leaves stirred all last night, and the little sounds kept coming from far away. Or it's like how the hay smelled at Tuttle's farm just after they finished mowing last week. Like warm blankets and soft pillows when you're all snug in bed and it's blowing a blizzard outside and there's icicles on the windows. Oh, is it anything like that, Mother?
Yes, Anne. Sometimes. When it's unspoiled. That's the nice part of love.
The nice part? But what can there be bad about being in love?
Oh, some things. Some things I hope you'll never find out about.
Yes, Anne Rutledge was just an average girl, and she was happy.
Whoa there. Do you mind my stopping?
Why should I mind?
Well, because I stopped just to look at you.
Then I do mind, John McNeil.
But it's so hard to see your eyes when I'm looking at the road. Why, Ann, you're blushing.
Am I?
Yeah. Rather becomes you, too.
Well, I'm not blushing. It's just the heat of the day. I'm very warm, that's all.
Oh, whatever it is, you're awful pretty.
I'm glad you think so, John.
Ann, would you mind if I kissed you?
Kiss me?
Yes.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I mean, no, I wouldn't mind.
Ann.
John, want to know something?
What?
That was the first time in my life I've ever been kissed.
Want to know something, Ann?
What?
Well, here's the second.
Yes, Anne Rutledge was a happy girl, but sometimes she was sad.
Well, good night. Good night.
Good night. Good night, Judge Green. Good night. Good night, Mr. Lincoln.
I must say, Abe Lincoln's a funny man. I swear I never did hear anybody tell stories the way he tells them.
And he don't have to wet his whistle to do it, either. He's a fine Christian gentleman, Mr. Lincoln is.
Did you hear the one he told about the... Say, land sakes, Ann, what are you looking so glum about? Didn't you think that bear story of Lincoln's was funny?
I wasn't listening to Mr. Lincoln. I'm going upstairs to bed. Good night, Mother.
Good night, dear.
Good night, Father. Good night.
Good night.
Dear God, please bless Mother and Father and their children and John McNeil. And please make John change his mind and come back to New Salem as he promised me he would. Because I'm so lonely since he went back east. Dear God, make him come back to me. I love him so much. So very much.
Anne Rutledge was a girl, happy and sad. She had a spirit.
Bad blow. He shouldn't have hit him. That's what easy there. He's bleeding bad.
Give him air. Give the poor man some air.
My, that's a nasty cut on his head there.
He's coming to. He'll be all right.
Oh, my head.
Yeah. Well, now, is there anyone else cares to give an opinion about my drinking too much? There is, just speak up. And I'll pile him in the corner with Mr. Williams and the rest of the wreckage. Maybe that'll teach you to let me and the boys drink in peace without no preaching as to how a gentleman should conduct himself in a tavern.
Now, listen here, Jack Armstrong. As proprietor of this tavern, I have a right to...
Rutledge, you see what I just done to Williams?
Yes, and also what you done to my good chair.
Well, I'll break another one over your head if you don't shut up.
Just because you can lick everybody in town, you don't have to bully and strut all over the place. I wish I were younger, Armstrong. I'd take you on.
Why, you bald-headed old coot, Rutledge, I'll take anybody on, young and old together. I'll take 'em on in pairs, I will. Ain't a man in town's got guts enough to stand up to me. Is there? That's the right answer.
Someone should give him a good lick.
Hey, Ma Rutledge, some more of this liquor and quick, for I'm a powerful thirsty man.
Well, drink yourself to death if you want to. Sooner the better for us.
Hey, Annie, what do you think you're doing?
Taking this whiskey away from you. You made enough trouble for one night.
Anne, come over here.
Just a minute, Annie, my gal. Just
Let go of me, you filthy pig.
Hey, that hurt.
I meant it to hurt.
You did, huh? Well, look here now.
That hurt too, didn't it?
You wouldn't have dared done that if you was a man.
If you was a man, I wouldn't have to.
Oh, yeah? Well, no man dare stand up to me that way.
Oh, yes, there would.
All right, who? Name him.
Have you tried Abe Lincoln?
Lincoln? That long-legged, flop-eared donkey?
I'd like to see you call him that to his face.
You would you? Well, come around tomorrow by the store, say around the middle of the morning.
I'll be there. It'll be a great pleasure to see him carry you out.
Yes, Anne Rutledge was a girl. She could be happy and sad and angry and gentle.
Aren't you getting too much sun on you, Mr. Lincoln?
Won't make much difference to a face like mine.
Sun shining on the water, that can burn too.
Never heard of the Sangamon River burning anybody.
All right, but don't say I didn't warn you.
Oh, for anything concerning my looks, I'm afraid I'll have to take full responsibility.
You're not bad looking, Mr. Lincoln.
Light bother your eyes, Miss Anne?
No, I can see fine. I like your looks.
Well, thank you. You're being very kind.
Aren't you going to say anything about mine?
You know, I'm not very good at expressing myself on things I feel very deeply about.
You feel very deeply about my looks?
About you, Miss Anne.
Oh.
Don't suppose I have any right to hope, but I do nevertheless. I hope that someday I might perhaps be worthy of your affection.
Oh.
But in the meantime, I hope you'll just let me keep on seeing you, that you'll let me take you for walks, sit with me again like this on the bank of the river, and...
Mr. Lincoln?
Yes?
How is your memory?
Why, all right, I guess.
Do you remember how you threw Jack Armstrong the time he came down to the store looking for a fight?
Oh, yeah.
And how you got your arms around him and spun him head over heels?
Mm-hmm.
Well, why don't you try putting your arms around me, but leave out the spin?
You're listening to Joan Fontaine as Anne Rutledge in The Girl Lincoln Loved on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by E.I. DuPont, de Nemours and Company, maker of better things for better living through chemistry.
And now, as we continue our play, here is Walter Houston.
The girl Lincoln loved, a bit prettier than average, but still very much like a lot of other girls. A girl who was by turns sad and happy, who loved life and understood it, who was sensible and sensitive. All these are not very exceptional traits, but then Anne was not an exceptional girl, just an average girl, but a girl loved by Abe Lincoln. Yes, Anne Rutledge was gentle. She was also wise.
Sister.
Yes, Peter?
Which do you think is the best, a soldier or a sailor?
I'm sure I don't know.
That's been worrying me.
Very well, now let me read, please.
Sister. Anne.
What?
Do sailors get seasick?
Can't you see I'm trying to read, Peter?
I only wanted to know. I was only asking.
Oh, I'm sorry, Peter. I'm just trying to read. What do you want to know?
Do sailors get seasick?
Well, I shouldn't think so. Not good sailors, anyhow. Why'd you ask?
I was just wondering what I'd be when I grew up. A soldier or a sailor? I think I'll be a soldier.
Why?
So I can lick all the old Indians and they'll run away when they see me coming.
Come over here, Peter. Have you been listening to old Dan Potter?
Well, he killed 22 old Indians with his bare fist, because Indians aren't to be trusted and they're no good nohow.
Dan Potter's just an old liar. The only Indians he ever saw were those old trappers that come to trade every winter at Malcolm's store. Get the idea out of your head that Indians are no good nohow. Anyway, know-how is no word anyhow.
But wouldn't the Indians run away if they saw a soldier coming with a gun, loaded?
I doubt it. Ask Abe Lincoln sometime about the Black Hawk War. He was a captain in the war, and he didn't see any Indians running away from white men. In fact, to the contrary.
Yes, but white men aren't afraid to die.
Nobody likes to die. Red or white or yellow or black. It's just like Mr. Lincoln says. The two most unpopular things in the world are not being free and being dead.
gosh, being dead's worse than anything.
I wouldn't be sure. Everybody has to die sometime, and there's nothing they can do about it. But there's plenty a man can do about not being free.
Anne?
Yes?
Do sailors have to learn how to swim?
Mrs. Rutledge,
Yes, Doctor.
you'll have to keep Anne as quiet as possible. She mustn't get out of bed.
Oh, is it that serious, Doctor?
Yes.
Will she be a long time getting well?
Mrs. Rutledge, Anne's not going to get well.
Oh, no.
You might as well know now.
How long will it be, Doctor?
Oh, it might be 2 days. It might be 2 weeks. I'm sorry.
I'm going into her.
I've told you nothing now.
There. Do I look all right?
Yes. I'll wait here.
Anne, dear,
Yes, Mother.
are you comfortable? Is everything...
I feel wretched, Mother.
You're going to be all right. Doctor says so.
He says so?
Mm-hmm. You're going to be all right.
Do you believe him?
Why, of course, Anne. What a question.
Has Abe been here since yesterday?
He came last night, but you were asleep, and he didn't want to disturb you.
Even if I'm asleep, please wake me up when he comes, Mother.
No, not if you're asleep, dear. The doctor says you need all...
Mother, I'll get enough rest, more than I need, please. I want to see Abe when he comes.
Yes, dear. Of course.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mother. I didn't mean to sound cross.
There. There, now lie back. Here. This will cool you.
You see, I've got to talk to Abe because... Well, you know how I feel about him.
Yes, Anne. I know.
I love him. I love him. I've got to see him now.
Or what?
Never, Mother. Never.
You mustn't talk so much, Anne. Rest. Let me just look at you and wish hard.
Wish hard.
Wish so hard that nothing can stand up against me. Like a tornado blowing the sky right off its hinges. Then I'd wish away your fever. I'd wish...
Abe, what are you going to do when I'm gone?
When you're gone? What I do when I'm 80 is no concern to me right now.
Do you love me, Abe?
Anne, God in heaven, Anne,
I know. You once told me you weren't very good at expressing yourself on things you feel deeply about.
Yes, that's it.
That if you love me, Abe, go on and be the man I know you can be. Go on, because it's what I'd want you to be if I was with you.
Be a big man, Anne? I'll never even be a little man without you. I'll be nothing.
Abraham Lincoln, I know you. I know you better than you know yourself. You'll grieve for me a bit. But you'll be all right after a while when you find out that grieving doesn't help. Abe, if it's at all possible for me to be near you after I'm gone, if in any way
Oh, God.
Then I will come to you, Abe. I will.
Please, Anne, you're tiring yourself.
And when your mind's at peace and you'll go back to your books and you'll be great, because you're just naturally made that way.
I don't want to be great. I just want you to be well again. Now, you get some rest now. You're going to be all right. I'll stay right here by your side. Please now, my sweet.
Yes, I am a bit tired.
That's right. Just rest now.
You won't leave me, will you?
No, dear, I won't leave you. I'll never leave you.
Good.
Yes, Anne Rutledge died, and all that was young and gay in Abe Lincoln died with her. And a sadness came into Lincoln's eyes that never left them. To Joan Fontaine and John McIntyre and the members of tonight's Cavalcade cast, our thanks. Often Cavalcade has told stories of heroes, many of them war heroes. But war also has heroes who never fire a gun. But the nature and worth of their heroism is unquestioned. I am speaking specifically about 14 soldiers of our Army, a staff sergeant, 4 corporals, 7 privates, and 2 technicians, who were awarded the Legion of Merit not long ago for a dangerous assignment which never took them near the line of fire. This is the story. Our troops in several countries have suffered terribly from sandfly fever. The carrier of the disease is a small fly, an eighth of an inch long. Its bite is painful. Then 2 or 3 days later, the soldier who has been bitten develops symptoms like those of a severe case of influenza. His temperature goes up to 102, even 104. He may be out of action for 2 weeks. In an attempt to control sandfly fever, the Office of the Surgeon General called for volunteers. The 14 men who volunteered had not only courage but willingness to sacrifice their health, perhaps even their lives, for their fellow men. One group received injections of the blood from the other men with the fever. The second group submitted to bites from the infected sandflies. Thanks to these 14 men, the Army gained knowledge of sandfly fever and brought it under control. But let Gain Whitman tell you more about it.
Now, protection against sandflies and other disease-carrying insects is secured through chemical insect repellents used externally. One of the most effective being dimethyl phthalate. Dimethyl phthalate drives away mosquitoes, flies, fleas, gnats, and chiggers, as well as sandflies. It works to a certain degree on ticks. Unlike citronella, the old standby, dimethyl phthalate has next to no odor. It looks like water. But applied to the skin, it gives protection for as long as 6 hours. Sprayed on the clothing, it lasts nearly a week. One of the essential ingredients of dimethyl phthalate is also essential to the manufacture of DuPont Dulux enamel, which in peacetime gives durability and lasting beauty to such things as refrigerators, automobiles, electrical equipment, furniture, and machinery, as well as the woodwork and walls of your home. The reason you have difficulty in buying DuPont Dulux is that dimethyl phthalate is protecting the health of our armed forces, not only against sandfly fever, but against malaria, dysentery, and dengue fever. After the war, you will not only have Dulux again, but you will have new insect repellents made better with dimethyl phthalate, one of many compounds manufactured by DuPont for better things, for better living through chemistry. Now, here is Cavalcade's commentator, Walter Houston.
Next Monday evening, we of Cavalcade will have the proud honor of welcoming the return to the entertainment field of one of America's foremost motion picture stars, Clark Gable, who served with distinction in the United States Armed Air Forces. Next week, Clark Gable will enact his first role since his return to civilian life. The role, and a most fitting role it is, will be that of a fellow fighting man, Submarine Commander Gilmore, who fought and died above and beyond the call of duty. Our play is based on 3 words and the man who spoke them. 3 words that have already become history and legend. Take her down. Around these 3 words is woven one of the most glorious stories of courage to come from this or any other war. I am sure your anticipation is as great as ours to hear Clark Gable in his first radio appearance in next week's Cavalcade. Take her down. Thank you and good evening.
May I repeat Walter Houston's invitation to join us next Monday when DuPont will again bring you another great play and a famous star. Next Monday night on the Cavalcade of America, Clark Gable as Commander Gilmore in the story that has become a legend, Take Her Down. Joan Fontaine appeared on tonight's Cavalcade through the courtesy of David O. Selznick and will soon be seen in a reissue of the Selznick Academy Award-winning picture, Rebecca. The music was composed and conducted by Robert Armbruster. May I take this opportunity also to remind every eligible woman between the ages of 20 and 36 that the Navy still needs more personnel. The girl who joins the waves in the next several weeks can be assured of immediate active duty and a wide range of opportunity. You do not obligate yourself by finding out. You may call for information at your nearest Navy recruiting office or write to Waves, Washington, 25, D.C. for the free booklet, The Story of You in Navy Blue. This is Gain Whitman, sending best wishes from Cavalcade sponsor E.I. DuPont, D. Nemours and Company of Wilmington, Delaware, and invite you to be with us next week for Clark Gable in Take Her Down.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Presenting Clark Gable in Take Her Down, with Walter Houston as Cavalcade's commentator on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by E.I. DuPont, D. Nemours and Company, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. Before we begin our play tonight, we want to tell you about DuPont's Speed Easy wall finish, the wall paint that is making history in home decoration. Speed Easy is an oil-type paint, but you thin it with water before you apply it to your walls. It covers soiled, dingy wallpaper as well as most other interior wall surfaces in one easy coat. It makes your rooms bright and cheery with a smooth, velvety finish. Speed Easy won't rub off because it dries in an hour to an oil-type finish. It comes in 11 soft pastel shades. It's speedy and easy. It's Speed Easy, made by DuPont. Tonight, in Cavalcade's fall series of great stars and great radio plays, the DuPont Company presents Clark Gable as Submarine Commander Howard Gilmore in Take Her Down. And now, to raise the curtain on this evening's play, here is your Cavalcade commentator, Walter Houston.
Good evening. Tonight on Cavalcade, we have the honor and privilege of welcoming the return to the entertainment world of one of America's most distinguished motion picture stars. Tonight, Clark Gable makes his first radio appearance since his release from active duty with the United States Army Air Forces. It would take many words for me to tell you of the respect and affection we of the entertainment world have for Clark Gable. And you who have enjoyed so much his fine screen portrayals know, too, the record of his part in the world at war. We are glad to have Clark Gable with us in the story on tonight's Cavalcade of America, the story of a man, A story that in a few short months became a legend. The story of submarine commander Howard Gilmore and the words he spoke before he died. Take her down, he said. But legends are made by living men. And so this is the story of a man. It is told by those who knew and loved him best when he was alive, his wife, and the men of his command. What each saw best and loved him for. The many-sided picture of what a man must be to ascend into immortality reserved for heroes. The DuPont Company presents Clark Gable as Commander Howard Gilmore in Take Her Down, written by Norman Roston and Robert L. Richards on the Cavalcade of America.
He was my husband. It's hard for me to think of him or remember him as anything but that. I always knew he was a brave man and strong because he had strength enough for both of us whenever mine failed. It did sometimes when he went away and I didn't know when he was ever coming back. It was like that when I saw him off on that last trial run. I'd gone down to see his new command, and we were standing there looking at her just before he went aboard.
Well, there she is. What do you think of her? Beauty, huh?
She's a beautiful ship. Do you call a submarine a ship?
No, darling. You call her a boat. My boat. I'm her skipper.
Yes, she is beautiful.
She's more than that, though. She's got power. Power like a healthy young animal. You can see it in her lines, too.
Darling, is it true that a skipper loves his boat more than he loves his wife?
Well, it's not true about this skipper.
Howard, I've tried not to think about it, but I've got to ask you.
Sure.
How long this time?
I don't know, darling. Sealed orders. Not very long, though.
Sealed orders? Sealed under the sea, so far from home? I try not to be afraid, Howard, but when I sit alone at night and look at the map, it seems that you're lost in an endless world of water.
I'm never lost.
Are you sure?
I always know where I am. I always know where my home port is. I always know where you are.
Now there's all this talk about war in the Pacific.
I love you very much, Hilda.
Up to now, we've been so lucky. What if...
Look, Mrs. Skipper, no ifs. I'm coming back. Remember that, will you?
All right. I'll remember.
In 8 weeks at the latest. And I want you to be right here, on this very spot, see?
I'll be waiting.
All right, then. You see that you are, because I'll be waiting, too.
My name's McCabe. I never served under him before, but to me, he'll always be the best natural-born leader of men I've ever known. He was like a great football coach. He had a genius for getting men to work together as a team. That's half the battle on a sub. Because at first, a sub crew is just a bunch of men thrown together inside an iron eggshell. Somebody's got to make a team out of them. Nobody in the world can do it but their skipper. You find out about a man pretty quick that way. I did. The whole crew did.
Hey, cut the potato whistle a minute, can't you, Doug? I'm trying to read.
So you're trying to read?
No, this is important. Listen. Anyone stranded on a beach or shore should find an abundant supply of food on the beach at low tide. Eating a turtle's egg is relatively simple. Bite a hole in one end of the elastic shell and squeeze the contents into the mouth.
Hey, what's the name of that book, Professor?
How to Survive in the South Pacific Islands.
I can hardly wait.
Yeah? Well, this pig boat routine's no picnic, you know. You can get in trouble in these things. You know that, don't you?
What are you squawking about, you enlisted?
What does that crack mean?
Anything you want to make...
Listen, you...
Pipe down here, you. Pipe down. What's the trouble?
Oh, the boys are just having a little argument about the dangers of submarine warfare.
Getting a little jumpy, huh? The skipper will take that out of you. He's the right kind of a skipper.
What do you mean, the right kind of a skipper?
You'll find out, son. We're heading for the test grounds now. We're going to run a rock channel through reefs. Submerged.
Submerged, huh?
Suppose we don't make it.
We make it. Or else. Gangway, here's the skipper.
Carry on. I just want to say a couple of things. This isn't going to be a speech.
We're all down here together now, and we're going to have to work together from here on out. We'll sort of get acquainted and find out about each other as we go along. Our job is to make the best possible combination with all the human material that we add up to between us. I guess Chief McCabe has told you our first job. We're running a channel submerged. I won't say it isn't dangerous, it is. But it isn't half as dangerous as what we may be up against later. Because don't forget, we're training for war. If and when. It's a job, that's all. Just take it easy and you'll be all right. Any questions? At your station.
It's awful quiet. Yeah. Little noise would help. Or if you could see something.
Pipe down, you guys. Give us a position as soon as you can, Jade.
Aye, sir. Gee, when you think about all those rocks out there, sort of Just makes you... don't think about it.
According to our navigational fix, Skipper, we're at the entrance of the channel now. Course 245 should carry us through.
Okay. Steer 245.
245. Aye, aye. Steady on 245, Skipper.
Watch your depth, Davis. This channel's tricky. Reefs and tides.
We're at 63 feet now, Skipper. Good control.
What speed, Wagner?
Pit log shows 3 knots, sir.
Are we at the turning point, Shade?
About a minute.
All ahead, standard speed. McCabe, right 5 degrees rudder. Let her swing slowly.
Aye, aye. Rudder is right 5 degrees. Swinging slowly.
Bring her up 50 feet. Up periscope. Here's a set of bearings, Shade. See how they plot. Bishop Rock, 342. Right tangent on bluff, 087. Tall spire, 245. Down periscope.
We're right in position. In the channel.
What's your course, McCabe?
260, sir.
Steady her up.
We're losing depth control, sir.
The current's throwing us.
Being forced up, sir.
All ahead emergency. Hard dive on both planes.
Got it now, Skipper. Control all right. Clearing the channel now, Skipper.
All ahead, 2/3 speed. Up periscope. Steady as you go. Watch your depth carefully. Danger bearing, passed. All ahead, standard. We're clear. We're through.
We made
boy,
on a nice lad.
To me, Commander Gilmore was an Iron Man, that's what he was. He put us through hoops like I've never been through before or since, but he's a real skipper. There was nothing he dished out he couldn't take himself, and more. When he got tough, and he could be plenty tough, every man aboard knew why. Not just to show his authority, but to teach us something that someday might save the lives of all of us. We didn't know then how right he was. There was a time during crash dive practice. I was standing watch on the bridge. We were surfaced at night.
Wonder how long we keep this up, Red.
Till he figures we can do it right, I guess.
I'm too tired right now to do anything right.
Gee, it's a pretty night, Phil.
Yeah.
There it is. Clear the bridge. Go ahead, full. Let's go, boys.
Down the hatch on the double.
Here it is. Closer.
All ahead, 1/3. Close all vents. Level off 60 feet.
Hold it. Hold it.
Aye, sir.
Too slow. You're too slow. Now listen to me, all of you. Come over here. For the last time, when I say crash dive, I mean crash dive. When I say take her down, I mean take her down. Can't you understand that 5 seconds can mean the difference between getting down and being blown out of the water? We're not playing a game here. This is life and death. I will do it again.
Some of the men are pretty tired, sir.
What's that?
Nothing, sir.
Of course they're tired. We're all tired. But we're not going to quit until we've got it.
Excuse me, sir, but here's a radio message. You ought to see it right away, sir.
Let's have it. Well, men, I guess we won't be doing any more training tonight after all. The Japanese have just attacked Pearl Harbor.
Dirty lousy.
We're at war.
I'll always think of him as a scrapper. Somehow the skipper reminded you of a thoroughbred hunting dog. Once he caught the trail, nothing in the world could shake him. He never thought of the danger. You just see that old light in his eye, and you'd know he was thinking about the excitement, the chase, the kill. And we'd all catch the spirit from him. After Pearl Harbor, we went hunting for keeps. We were heading for a Jap harbor in the South Pacific, running submerged, out on the trail.
Aren't we in yet?
Ought to be any minute, Skipper.
Got a hunch we're going to draw our first blood, do you?
I sure hope that's what it is. I know something's going to happen.
Keep your ear to that sound detector, Kate.
Aye, sir.
He's like a kid that's just hooked his first fish.
Hey, listen.
You getting it?
I think so.
Yeah, that's it.
Sound operator picking up the feller, Skipper.
Up periscope.
Up periscope, sir.
Oh, brother. Look at this. We're right smack in the middle of their harbor. Here, Davis, tell me if I'm counting right.
Jap destroyers. 1, 2, 3 big ones.
Range 6,000 yards. Angle on the bow, 30 port.
Destroyers aren't very healthy for subs, Skipper.
3 in a line. We'll have to get away fast, but we've got 'em. Boy, we've got 'em.
You have to creep in a bit for range. Water's as flat as a lake. Ticklish.
Sure it is. But we can't leave those babies sitting there. We can't. Forward torpedo room. Make ready bow tubes.
Tubes ready forward, sir.
All ahead. 1/3. Slowly. Watch your depth control, Davis.
Control all right, sir.
0, 1, 3.
0, 1, 3.
0, 2, 0.
0, 2, 0.
0, 1, 0.
0, 1, 0.
Stand by forward. Fire 1.
1 fired, sir.
Bearing 359.
Set up on number 2. Fire 2.
2 fired, sir.
Set up on 3rd. Angle on bow, 70 port.
Bearing 345.
Fire 3.
3 fired, sir.
There's 1.
1 Jap destroyer in the air.
There's 2.
2 Jap destroyers in the air.
Hit on the 3rd.
Good hit on the 3rd.
Down periscope. Well, Davis, what do you think now, huh?
I think it's time to retire gracefully, Skipper.
Okay. Let's call it 2 down and Tokyo to go.
You're listening to Clark Gable as Commander Howard Gilmore in Take Her Down on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by E.I. DuPont de Nemours and Company, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. And now, as we continue our play, here is your Cavalcade commentator, Walter Houston.
This is the story of Submarine Commander Howard Gilmore and the events which preceded his historic order to take her down. A story based on official naval records is told by those who loved him and knew him best, his wife, and the men of the submarine crew who served under him.
Commander Gilmore was the
kindest, gentlest, squarest man I ever knew. You could feel about him the way you do about your father when you're a little boy. Or about a priest. It's no picnic on a submarine. Oh, there's excitement, but there's the strain. It's with you all the time. There's nothing you can do about it. Maybe I was different or something, but it finally got to me. I couldn't eat, I couldn't sleep, I couldn't think straight. They confined me to quarters. I was in my bunk, just lying there, not seeing anything, not thinking about anything.
In here?
Yes, sir.
I'll see him alone.
Aye, aye, sir.
Wilson?
Yes, sir?
How are you feeling?
I'm all right, sir. I'll be all right.
Sure you will.
It's just sort of gone to pieces, I guess. Sorry.
I know. Wilson, you like to read, don't you?
Yes, sir.
I've got a book you might like. Biography of Abraham Lincoln by Carl Sandburg.
I've heard about it.
I was reading a story in there the other day. One of the stories that Lincoln used to tell about the two boys going into battle, and one said to the other, say, I think you're scared. And the other one said, you're darn right I'm scared, and if you were half as scared as I am, you'd have run long ago. You're scared, aren't you?
Yes, sir. I guess I am.
Well, that's nothing to be ashamed of. Plenty of brave men before you have been scared.
This is different. It keeps following me like a torpedo coming at us in the dark. I can't sleep. I try. All I can think about is home.
Look, son. We're all scared. A little. Anybody who tells you he isn't is either a liar or there's something wrong with him. I know you see me or Lieutenant Davis going about our business, and maybe we look to you as though we didn't have a care in the world. But I'm scared. Lots of times. I get lonely, too, and think about home. It's one of those things about war that nobody talks about much, and most people don't even hear about. Fear. But they're afraid, too, don't forget. The Japs and the Germans. Maybe that's what war all comes down to. Us hanging on and them hanging on until they're more scared than we are, and they show it and we know it. And then it's over. And the war's won. See what I mean?
Yes, sir.
So just hang on. Take it easy. You'll be all right.
Yes, sir. I know I will. Now.
I'll send you around that book. Good night.
Good night. And thank you, sir. Thank you.
I saw him die. It wasn't just a skipper being killed in action. That happens all too often in our kind of war. It was choosing to die. That's what you've got to try to understand, if you can. Choosing to die. We were cruising on the surface. The skipper was catching a nap in the conning tower. I was on deck with a watch. It was dusk. The sun had just gone down.
Say, Lieutenant Davis, look out there, starboard.
What about it?
Thought I saw something like a shadow. Starboard.
I don't see anything. Must be your imagination.
Yeah. I guess it was a cloud. Kind of foggy out there.
Say, wait a minute.
There is something out there.
Hey, it's a ship.
Ship sighted off starboard beam, coming by fast.
Man your battle stations. Make ready all tubes. All ahead emergency.
What's up, Lieutenant?
Jap radar, Arnie. Going by us parallel off starboard, looks like.
Hard to see. Blacked out.
Better get the skipper.
Yes, right behind you, David.
Radar off starboard, Skipper.
No time to submerge. She's coming by on a straight line. Keep left full rudder, McCabe.
Left full rudder, sir.
We'll bear left and swing for a shot with our stern tubes.
She spotted us, sir. She's zigzagging. She's turning in on us.
She's going to try to ram us. Sound the collision alarm.
What are you going to do, Skipper?
Only one thing to do. Left full rudder. All ahead full.
Left full rudder. All ahead full.
We'll never get a torpedo shot at her now, bow or stern tubes.
Davis, we're going to have to ram her.
She's a big ship, sir.
I hate to do it, even if we get away with it. We'll crumple our bow like a paper bag, but it's ram or be ram.
Guess you're right.
Circle the ram.
Beginning circle, sir.
We can catch her with her bow away.
She's coming in fast, Skipper.
Try to throw her off a bit. Right, full rudder. All stop.
Right full rudder. All stop, sir.
Left full rudder. All ahead full.
Left full rudder. All ahead full, sir.
All ahead, emergency. Looks like we got there first. Hold fast. Here it comes.
We've ripped her open, sir. She's listing. We'd better pull out fast.
Pay the bridge. Stand by to dive.
There's her light. Watch out.
Hurry, get below. Keep your head down.
Skipper. Skipper.
I'm hit, Davis. Take her down.
Let me help you, Skipper.
Now there's no time. I'm hit. It's me or the ship. Take her down.
I won't leave you here.
I said take her down. That's an order. Do you hear me? Take her down.
Aye, aye, sir. Close hatch. Submerge.
The skipper.
Where you going?
He's on the bridge, sir.
The hatch is shut tight.
Let me go. He's out there. We can't leave him, sir.
Skipper's orders. Take her down. Orders. Do you hear me? Down.
Down. Aye, aye, sir.
Call out your depths.
50 feet. 55. 60.
Our Father, who art in heaven.
65.
Hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come.
70.
Thy will be done on
75.
earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us.
Clark Gable and other members of tonight's Cavalcade cast, our thanks. In a moment, Clark Gable will return to the microphone, but first, here is Gain Whitman speaking for the DuPont Company with a most interesting story about how nylon is being used by our jungle fighters.
Because of its greater durability, light weight, and freedom from mildew, the War Department is now replacing the cotton mosquito netting for jungle hammocks with nylon. Right now, the nylon nets are used only in jungle areas where the mosquitoes are bad. But eventually, the Army will fit all jungle hammocks with nylon nets. When American soldiers first went into the jungles of the South Pacific, they used a sleeping hammock with a canopy of regular mosquito netting, with the net hanging down to the ground on either side. That way, they thought, insects wouldn't be able to make their way into the hammocks. But what happened was something different. Unbelievable as it may seem, termites ate their way right up the netting to the hammock and then across the hammock so fast that they cut across it like a pair of scissors in one night. A soldier would go to sleep in his hammock, and about 4 o'clock in the morning there would be a plop, and he'd land, bedding and all, in a mud hole. So, after experiments with different materials, quartermaster technicians developed nylon mosquito netting. Termites don't eat nylon, and it has many other advantages. It resists mold, it dries out quickly after getting soaked by tropical rains, just as nylon stockings dry quickly. It's mildew-proof. It weighs less than cotton, and it has a tensile strength nearly twice as great. The Army uses nylon mountain climbing ropes and glider tow ropes, nylon jungle boots and boot laces, nylon mountain tents, nylon ponchos, quilted nylon sleeping bags, and nylon toothbrush bristles, among other things. Nylon is being used in ever greater quantities in the manufacture of equipment for American soldiers. At present, the Quartermaster Corps is purchasing nylon for at least 8 different items, because it is the best material which can be found for them. Each requires a certain quality or qualities which nylon imparts to it. Each is a vital article of warfare. Nylon is one of the DuPont Company's better things for better living through chemistry. Now, here is Cavalcade's commentator, Walter Houston.
My friend Clark Gable has something on his mind about a certain girl that all of you know. Clark?
Ladies and gentlemen, if a paper hanger in a gang of international murderers hadn't come along, this certain girl tonight might be getting a small boy in his clothes ready for kindergarten in the morning. or packing lunch for a husband on the swing shift. But this girl and countless like her put aside the gingham house dress or the wedding dress, not just to wait, but to wait and to work in the uniform of the Army nurse. She's an average American girl, this Army nurse. She used to be the cashier in your local restaurant, the secretary at your local bank, the girl who said, "Number, please," when you picked up your phone. War came and she left a world of typewriters and shopping and Saturday night dances and gardenias and dinner dates and turned to the battlefronts. And from Bataan to the Siegfried Line, she's been in there stopping wounded men from taking the final step to death, leading them back to health and a new will to go on. Tonight, we'd like to place our deepest respects at the feet of every Army nurse at home and abroad. A real American girl. The same kind of girl who stood beside her man and her country since 1776.
Thank you, Clark. Next week's Cavalcade star is the lovely and distinguished actress Loretta Young. Our Cavalcade play, Jane Addams, Woman of Courage, is the unusual and dramatic story of a woman who sacrificed home, friends, and romance, all for one idea. That was to improve the conditions of the underprivileged, the disinherited of our great cities. She succeeded, but not until she had won over calloused, hard-bitten political bosses. We hope you will be with us next Monday evening when Loretta Young stars as Jane Addams on the Cavalcade of America. Thank you, and good evening.
Mrs. Gain Whitman sending best wishes from Cavalcade sponsor, E.I. DuPont, Dinamores and Company of Wilmington, Delaware, who invite you to be with us again next week for Loretta Young in Woman of Courage.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Presenting Charles Lawton in The Laziest Man in the World, with Walter Houston as DuPont's commentator on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by E.I. DuPont, Dinamores and Company, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. Before we begin our play, here's a timely tip to motorists. Don't let a sudden freeze catch your motor without winter protection. Have your dealer or service station clean the radiator, check hose connections, cylinder bolts, water pump, heater, fan, and belt. Then add the proper amount of DuPont Zerone or DuPont Zerex antifreeze. In order to know more about how properly to care for your car, both winter and summer, send for the new DuPont booklet titled Take Care of Your Cooling System. And just mail a postcard to Radio Section, DuPont Company, Wilmington, 98, Delaware, and a free copy will be sent to you promptly. Tonight in Cavalcade's fall series of great stars in great radio plays, the DuPont Company presents Charles Lawton as Benjamin Franklin in The Laziest Man in the World. And now to raise the curtain on this evening's play, here is your Cavalcade commentator, Walter Houston.
Good evening. If you were to visit, as I do, the great motion picture studios here in Hollywood, you would find there is one actor who has portrayed the widest possible range of characters, some from history, some not. Heroes, rogues, great men, simple men. Men of all faces and temperaments. All have been played by tonight's distinguished Cavalcade star, Charles Lawton. And in Cavalcade's play, Mr. Lawton will portray a man who in real life played as many roles, who was a jack of all trades and master of them all. A diplomat, prophet, scientist, revolutionary statesman, wit, moralist, sage, writer, publisher. Called by some historians the greatest man the Western Hemisphere has ever produced, Benjamin Franklin. Yes, tonight Charles Lawton, the many-sided actor, portrays Ben Franklin, the many-sided man, in the thumbnail sketch of one phase of Franklin's life. For Ben Franklin was also the laziest man in the world, and readily admitted it. And it is the story of Ben Franklin's laziness we bring you in tonight's play. The DuPont Company presents Charles Lawton as Benjamin Franklin in The Laziest Man in the World, written by Eric Barnell, on the Cavalcade of America. In his last years, Benjamin Franklin, the best-known man in the world, lived quietly in Philadelphia. He was over 80. He was just a family man now, a man who wrote long letters to his friends. Every afternoon, his little granddaughter, Deborah, would come into the old man's study so that he could help her with her lessons.
Grandpa,
Oh, come in. Come in.
what are you doing?
Working on something?
Is it an invention?
Oh, I suppose so.
Aren't you wonderful, Grandpa? Is it a new invention?
Yes. I'll show it to you.
Why, it's nothing but a long stick.
Yes. But it has 2 prongs on the end of it. Do you see them? They're the secret.
What are they for?
I'll demonstrate it for you.
It doesn't look like an invention.
It is, though. Now, behold. Do you see that book? Way up there on the top shelf?
With the gold letters?
That's right. Supposing I want that book.
Shall I get you your chair that unfolds into a stepladder?
No, we won't need that. Not now.
But I'd like to work that. That's a good invention.
But look. We hold the stick with the prongs right in front of the book. Then we go snap.
It grabs the book like a hand.
Yes. It's just as if your old grandpa had an arm 10 feet long. I just reach up the mechanical arm and grab a book anywhere I want. Snap.
Oh, it's wonderful.
Do you like that?
Yes. Think how nice that would be for shopkeepers. I'm sure they'd all love one. Then they can reach boxes from high shelves without any trouble.
Now, there's an idea. We'll offer it to them.
Oh, my. Grandpa, all the neighbors like the chair that unfolds into a stepladder so much. All the houses on the street have one already.
Indeed.
And to think, you invented that only a few months ago. You're the most wonderful inventor.
I'm not.
You are, too. Everyone says so. And Mother says you're so industrious.
I'm not a bit industrious. I'm just plain lazy.
You are not.
Yes, I am. I'm lazy. I'm the laziest man you know. Why do you suppose I invented this new invention? Other people don't mind walking up a stepladder 6 or 8 times a day to get something off a shelf. But I hate it. I'm so lazy I invented a way of getting around it.
I don't see how you can really call that being lazy. Why, just think of all the inventions you've made.
All right, you just think of them. I'll tell you a secret. Don't tell anyone. I invented them all for the same reason. All to save me a little bit of energy. Why, I'm probably just about the laziest man in the world.
Grandpa, I won't let you say such things. The very idea.
Did I ever tell you about my very first invention? That's a good example.
Was it your Franklin stove?
No. That came years later. This is when I was just a lad up in Boston.
Did you invent something then already?
Oh, yes, sort of. One day, another boy and I had gone swimming. Well, we'd been swimming all day, and we were simply exhausted. Then it came time to start home, back to Boston. Well, we were walking along the edge of the Charles.
I wish we didn't have to walk all this way back. I'm stiff all over.
Maybe a wagon will come along.
Aren't you stiff too, Ben?
I ache all over.
Oh.
Wait a minute. I have an idea about something.
What?
I want to fly my kite again for just a moment.
What for? Well, let's get on.
But it's wonderful kiting weather. Such a breeze.
But let's get back to Boston. I'm tired out.
You can wait a moment. Look at the kite shoot up.
Oh, who cares about kiting now?
Would you hold the kite for just a minute?
Now what?
Hold it. That's it. I'll only be a second.
What are you getting undressed for?
I'm going in the water.
But what for? We've been swimming all day and it's late. Come on, we better be getting back or we'll catch it.
Here, hold these clothes, will you?
Oh, yes, but...
The ground's sort of muddy here. Don't lose those clothes now.
What are you doing with the kite?
Taking it in the river with me.
What?
You'll see. Watch. I'm tying it around my waist. The water feels good when you float this way. Oh.
Kite's pulling you along.
Well, sure it is. That's the idea. Say, Henry, take my clothes into town with you. I'm riding back. Goodbye, Henry. See you in Boston.
You see, Debbie, I had it even then, my incurable laziness. A lot of fun it was, too. I got back all right, but I had to go home without one of my stockings. Henry lost one on his way into town.
Now, Grandpa, how can you keep saying you're lazy? Why, you've made up so many good mottos about how people should be industrious all the time.
What do you know about my mottos?
We have them on a calendar at school.
Yeah.
September was lost time is never found again. And October was the sleeping fox catches no poultry. And November was diligence is the mother of good luck. And December was...
You know, making up mottos is the kind of work I like. You don't have to get out of an easy chair for that.
You mustn't say things like that. Why, just think of all the work you did inventing your harmonica, and your stove, and your other inventions.
No, that harmonica. I'll tell you about that. It's a good point. You see, when I was in London trying to get the English to do away with some laws that weren't fair to the colonies, I stayed in a nice, cheerful house where an English family and their daughter looked after me. They spoiled me and fed me tremendously. Ooh. I became the lord of the household. One day we were having a jolly dinner when...
What was that noise?
Why, Mother, it sounded right in this room. Shh. How strange.
Spirits, you think?
Well, it does sound in this room, but where?
Ghosts.
I'm going to look in that cupboard.
Mother, it can't be in there. Oh, well, what is it?
My glassware. It's gone. All my best dinner glasses gone.
Oh, but that's impossible.
All except the ones on the table. They've been stolen.
Would you let me reassure you?
Dr. Franklin, what have you been up to?
Dr. Franklin.
Would you let me explain, Mrs. Martin? You see this glass on the table? When the rim of a fine glass is wet and the finger is passed gently around the rim, we get...
Heavens!
Do you notice that it's difficult to tell where the sound comes from?
Seems all around us. And you were doing it right under our noses.
Notice further that this glass has a slightly lower pitch than this one.
Oh, yes.
Why? Because it has more water in it.
Now, where is all my glassware?
If you will step into the next room, the concert is about to begin.
Oh, I wonder what it is. Why, look at that.
All my 36 glasses in a long row.
And you have a different amount of water in each glass.
Now, what would you like? Scottish air? A minuet? What amuses you?
Dr. Franklin, are you going to run up and down that long row of glasses?
Have I eaten so prodigiously in this house that the very thought of my running is laughable?
Well, try it.
Polly, don't be rude.
I said nothing, Mother.
A Scottish air. Mrs. Martin, your glassware is safe. Nothing will be broken.
Oh, Doctor.
Wonderful. Beautiful.
This is a difficult part.
Dr. Franklin, don't overdo it.
Nonsense.
Why, he's all out of breath.
That's it.
Doctor, you're getting all red.
Yeah, I'm afraid he'll have apoplexy. Do you have to gallop up and down so?
Mother, he has to play the note, but I know that...
I'm quite all right.
Oh, dear. Oh, stop. Please, just don't go on, please.
It's no use. It's impossible.
I'm afraid that's not a very practical musical instrument, is it?
Oh, but it was beautiful, Doctor.
Let me sit down. Oh, I know what's the matter with it. I'll have some goblets made without stems and mount them on a spindle to be revolved by a foot pedal like a spinning wheel.
What a wonderful idea.
Then all the musician would have to do is to sit on a comfortable chair and operate the foot pedal and lightly touch his hand to each glass. Why didn't I think of that? Well, within a few years, Deborah, they were playing the harmonica all over Europe. Why, they played it for the Empress at the court in Vienna. But it was all my laziness.
You're teasing me.
What makes you think so? Debbie, do you remember these funny spectacles that I invented?
What are they for?
Well, I used to have 2 pairs of glasses, one for reading and writing and one for distant prospects. But I like to look out of the window now and then while I'm working, and it vexed me dreadfully to have to change my glasses all the time. I was always putting on one pair of glasses and taking off another. Why, I got so exasperated I invented these.
Those funny ones
You see that each lens has two different focuses, that the lower part is for reading and the upper part is for distance. Now I don't have to change glasses at all.
My, I guess perhaps you are lazy, all right, Grandpa. But it's very puzzling, because every time I see you, you're working hard on something. And Mother keeps telling me how you used to spend just hours and days working on electricity.
Electricity? Oh, that's a long, roundabout story.
Those electrical bottles and batteries and things.
Oh, I can explain that all right. Did anyone ever tell you about the electric Christmas party we had one year?
No.
Well, that's a good place to begin. One day, we invited our neighbors and friends for a demonstration, but it was also a party, an electricity party. Friends, since this is an electrical Christmas party, we shall roast our turkey by an electrical jack. Over a fire we shall now kindle by the electrical bottle. Afterwards we shall eat a plum pudding with a flaming sauce ignited by electricity. Here you see our equipment.
Doesn't it look dangerous?
It is dangerous, madam, extremely dangerous. You better step back there, young man.
I want to be close.
Tommy, step back.
It's a good idea not to be too intimate with this machine unless you've had a good deal of experience with it. I caution you all to be very careful, not to touch the positive and negative connections at the same moment.
What would happen if we did?
I have not experimented, sir. It would hardly seem wise.
Step back, Tommy. Step back, I say.
We are ready to proceed. The electrical fluid will leap from the positive here across this gap, igniting the tinder for our fire.
Will we see anything?
You will see a flash of electrical fire, sir.
Oh, my.
Now then, we take the negative connection and...
Dr. Franklin.
Why, he's hurt. He's fainted.
Must have been the electric fire.
He looks all blue.
Oh, be quiet,
Dr.
Tommy.
Franklin. Dr. Franklin. Stand back, everybody. Let him breathe.
Oh, dear.
Well, his heart's still beating. I can hear it. Oh, stand back, please.
Shall I call Mrs. Franklin?
Oh, no. Don't frighten her. Oh, he'll be all right in a moment, I'm quite sure. Dr. Franklin, can you hear me?
His left hand's all white.
Tommy, will you be quiet?
Dr. Franklin.
This is what comes of meddling with supernatural things.
Dr. Franklin. Can you hear us, Doctor? Are you all right?
Now, friends, we take the negative...
You've already done that, Dr. Franklin. That's why you're down on the floor now.
Am I?
Oh, you're all right. You're resting a moment.
You've just had a severe shock.
Yes.
His hand's still white.
Tommy, be quiet.
Well, the blood will come back in a moment, I believe. There was quite a flash, Doctor.
And such a noise.
No, don't try to get up, Doctor. Just sit there a moment. Yes. What did it feel like?
It felt like being struck by lightning, I'd imagine. As if I'd received a blow in every part of my body.
Poor man.
Lightning? That's it. Did you say there was a flash?
Oh, yes. There was
A noise like thunder.
Do you smell that smell?
What?
Do you catch a sulphurous smell?
Why, yes, sir.
That's just the odor that follows a thunder gust. Friends, this supports a notion of mine that's been hounding me for weeks. If electricity and lightning really are the same, then we're on the verge of some knowledge very important to mankind. I hope you'll forgive me for interrupting our electric Christmas party with this unseemly performance. Help me up.
Yes. It was a most vivid demonstration, Doctor. Very exciting.
And frightening.
Perhaps not uninstructive. Lightning and electricity. There is a connection there, and I'm going to track it down.
Dr. Franklin. What are we going to do with the turkey?
Ha ha! Cook it in the usual way.
You are listening to Charles Lawton as Benjamin Franklin in The Laziest Man in the World on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by E.I. DuPont de Nemours and Company, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. And now, as our play continues, here is our Cavalcade commentator, Walter Houston.
Benjamin Franklin, trying to prove to his little granddaughter that he is the laziest man in the world, is telling her the story that has become legend of how he and his son, on a stormy hill outside Philadelphia, drew the lightning down from the sky. As our play continues, we find Ben Franklin and his son carrying a kite across a windswept meadow.
Hi, son. The storm's coming closer. Be careful of the kite.
Do we have to bring this?
Of course. It's the basis of the whole experiment.
Well, I just hope none of the neighbors see us.
Why? What's the matter?
Flying a kite at my age. They'll think I'm not right in my head.
Don't you worry so much about people's opinions. We may prove something today that philosophers throughout the world are trying to learn. You turn here across this meadow.
Starting to rain.
Yes. Let the kite up now, quickly as you can.
Why did you make it of silk?
To withstand the storm. It'll be rough up there so paper would tear to shreds. That's why the crossbars are cedar.
It's flying up fast.
Now, we're going to that shed over there. I want you to take care of the kite while I watch what happens. Here, give me the end of that line. I'll have to attach that.
Attach it to what?
To a silk ribbon and a key. The sparks should stream off the end of the key. It's a simple apparatus.
And if we get sparks, does that prove that lightning has electricity?
Exactly.
Why are you so anxious to prove that?
You step inside the shed, boy. There's no need to get wet. Do you remember the story the sailor told me about how his ship burned last winter?
You mean the Providence, off the Cape?
Yes. Watch the kite now. Is it far up?
Yes, sir.
The sailor told me that there was a globe of fire on the masthead and that it ran down a tarred rope to the deck.
I remember he thought it was the wrath of God.
Yes, but I think it was lightning. I think the masthead attracted the electricity in the lightning, just as our kite will, and that the tarred rope acted as a conductor.
Like our kite line?
Yes. And if I can prove that fires, many fires, are caused by the electric fluid in lightning, I should be able to invent something to prevent the fires.
There's a large thundercloud coming over now.
Good.
Anything happening?
No.
It's a great cloud.
There are no sparks yet. Maybe the line isn't wet enough.
What would that do?
The string is not a conductor, but water is. So the string won't conduct the electricity until it's thoroughly soaked. Look.
What is it?
The strands of hemp, they're standing on end. They're bristling up. Look.
Sparks.
The electric fluid is flowing through. We've proved it. We've proved it. And I guess you remember the rest, Debbie. Once I'd proved that, I knew how to save thousands of people's homes and churches and public buildings from being struck by lightning. Lightning rods. Lightning rods to conduct the electric fluid into the ground.
Did you invent the lightning rod out of laziness too, Grandpa?
Of course. You think I'm joking, don't you?
I don't know.
Well, I'm not exactly. With lightning rods, I made a lot of people's lives safer and more comfortable. You know, I organized a fire department here in Philadelphia, and whenever any home was struck by lightning, we'd rush with our leather buckets to try to save lives and property. We were often too late. Well, we don't have to do that anymore. Now, when a thunder gust comes in the middle of the night, you wake up for a moment and think, doesn't that sound good? Then you go back to sleep again, don't you?
I like to hear it thunder when I'm in bed.
Most people do nowadays, because now they're safe. And so I did my bit to help everybody be a little lazier.
You don't really mean lazy, do you? You mean comfortable and happy.
Ah, Debbie, you understand. I thought you did. You know, I think people are very important, don't you?
You're important.
Everybody's important. Much too important to spend their time climbing up and down ladders all day. Why, that kind of thing makes a man a slave, and he's not a slave. One of these days, nobody will be a slave because, well, man can invent things to do those jobs for him.
You mean you can, Grandpa?
Well, Debbie, in all my inventions, I was trying to make man free of a certain slavery and drudgery, to make extra hands for him and arms that could reach everywhere, to give men freedom and power so they could go on and make a better world.
Then nobody would have anything to do, Grandpa. They'd all be like kings.
Kings are all right, Debbie, provided that everybody can be one. And they will be kings someday. Kings of the material world. Yes. I believe that. Well, now, It's time we got around to your lesson, isn't it?
If you like.
What do we have to do today?
I have to spell words from Webster's speller.
Let me see that list. Let's hear you spell some of these words. Try this one. Tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Tomorrow. Tomorrow.
Thanks to you, Charles Lawton, and to all members of Cavalcade's cast for this evening's pleasant insight into the life of a great American. I don't have to tell you that the boys in the service enjoy letters from home. Well, here at home, we like to get letters from them, too. I know the men and women of the DuPont Company like to hear from DuPont employees who are overseas. They're always interested in hearing about the DuPont products that are doing a job over there. To give you an example, I'm going to ask Gain Whitman to read you a letter that came in not long ago from a former DuPont employee, a letter about DuPont cellulose sponges.
Thank you, Mr. Houston. This letter is from an officer serving with the Army in Europe. He mentions receiving the new 10-in-1 ration, included in which was a DuPont sponge. Here's what he has to say about these sponges made by chemical science. What do I use them for? Well, I'll start out by saying they're handy, plenty handy. They're like dessert after dinner. I've washed with the sponges, that is, bathed. They've been exceptionally good when it came to washing mud off personal equipment and boots. And I've used them in saddle soaping my leather boots, shoes, pistol holster, and so on. If we were in the field instead of this fancy setup we have now, they'd be even more useful, especially in the kitchen, for washing kitchen utensils and mess kits. That's the best description. They're handy, and most everyone has one and uses it. Oh, yes, I've even used mine to wash off the German helmets I'm sending home. I grabbed 2 sponges when we first landed, and I've been using both without replacement. They aren't worn out, so there's no need to discard them. When we move, I pack them in my field bag, along with extra pistol ammunition and a clean pair of socks. Unquote. There is the wartime service record of 2 of the DuPont sponges that will return to you as soon as the war is won as better things for better living through chemistry. And now here is your Cavalcade commentator, Walter Houston.
Next week, Cavalcade has the honor to present the distinguished actor Robert Montgomery in his first radio appearance since his service with the United States Navy. And our Cavalcade play is the story of one of America's outstanding naval figures, Admiral George Dewey. Our DuPont Cavalcade story reminds us that our present-day Navy was brought into being by men like Admiral Dewey, for he worked long to build a Navy strong enough to resist the forces which he foresaw would one day threaten the security of this country. Be with us next Monday when Robert Montgomery stars as Admiral George Dewey on the DuPont Cavalcade of America. Thank you, and good evening.
Imagine if your family's dinner were to cost you $25 every night. That may sound ridiculous, but it isn't. You could be spending that much on food right now if you or your grocer or your government were to let up in the fight to keep prices down. What should you do? Simply pledge never to pay more than the legal price for any food. That way you help yourself, you help your grocer, and you help America. The role of Deborah, Benjamin Franklin's granddaughter, was played by Eleanor Taylor. The musical glasses were played by Harry Powers. The music on tonight's cavalcade was composed and conducted by Robert Armbruster. This is Gain Whitman sending best wishes from Cavalcade sponsor, E.I. DuPont de Nemours and Company of Wilmington, Delaware, who invite you to be with us next week to hear Robert Montgomery in The Admiral.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Good evening, friends. This is Walter Houston. Tonight, I think we have an ideal combination for you on our DuPont Cavalcade. In the first place, our star is an old favorite of yours and a good friend of mine, Robert Montgomery. Bob is making his first radio appearance since being placed on inactive duty by the United States Navy. We all know Bob Montgomery's brilliant work as an actor, and most of us have also followed his career as a fighting man in this war. His record for more than 4 years of service with the forces of 3 of the United Nations. And our play tonight couldn't be better suited to our star because it's a story about our Navy in an earlier war. It's called The Admiral.
The Admiral, starring Robert Montgomery, is brought to you by the DuPont Company, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. Incidentally, DuPont has just gotten out a new booklet for car owners. The title is Take Care of Your Cooling System. And that's just what its 24 pages tell you how to do. There are lots of illustrations in color, and the whole book is planned to help you avoid cold weather troubles in the cooling system of your car. We'll be glad to send you a copy free. Just mail a postcard to Radio Section, DuPont Company, Wilmington, 98, Delaware.
50 years ago, our Navy was small, yet even then, some men knew the day would come when we would have to fight in every ocean. One of them was Admiral George Dewey, the man who first took our fleet into the Philippines. And now the DuPont Company presents Robert Montgomery as George Dewey in Arthur Allen's radio play, The Admiral. December 7th, 1897. More than 40 years later, another December 7th was a day of infamy. But destiny had also selected that December day in 1897. For up the gangplank of the Pacific steamer Gallic, in the harbor of San Francisco, strode a gray-haired military man, George Dewey, Commodore in the United States Navy, on his way to take command of the Asiatic Squadron. On the deck of the Gallic, flanked by his 2 lieutenants, the commander gazed at the hills of San Francisco and talked with a few naval officers who were there to bid him farewell.
2 years, 8,000 miles from home. I don't envy you, sir.
You don't, eh? Well, we're glad to be going. Right, Brumby and Caldwell?
Right, sir. I've always wanted to see Japan, sir. And who knows what can happen in 2 years?
Well, that's true. You're going to miss the fun if there's war with Spain. There won't be much action in the Pacific. I disagree with you, sir. Well, I only meant, Commodore, that the best part of the Spanish fleet is in and around Cuba. Right? But the first and most important round will be fought in the Philippines.
The Philippines, Commodore?
I know it's not the most popular opinion in the Navy, but it's my opinion, and it's Theodore Roosevelt's opinion.
Well, anyway, sir, you'll have a beautiful flagship, the Olympia. Where's she stationed now?
Yokohama Bay. I'll relieve Admiral McNair there.
Well, that reminds me, sir. I don't mean to be forward, but it seems strange they didn't make you a rear admiral when they appointed you to this command. It's customary, isn't it?
Yes, it's customary. But I have one great consolation.
What's that, sir?
Well, in the Asiatic Command, I am the first Commodore since Perry. But Commodore Perry did pretty well.
A few weeks later in Yokohama Bay, ceremonies were completed aboard the flagship Olympia. And Commodore Dewey was in command of the Asiatic Squadron. Then in Tokyo, Dewey, with United States Ambassador Buck, rides to the Imperial Palace for his first ceremonial call on the Emperor of Japan.
Well, Commodore, what do you think of Japan? It's amazing. From what little I've seen, they've done miracles in the 50 years since Perry opened them up. They must be an extraordinary people.
They are.
Very pleasant and friendly.
Certainly. It pays dividends. What do you know about Japan, Commodore?
I've read Lafcadio Hearn, of course. And I once had a Japanese servant. His name was Ito. Very good chap. Knew his business. He liked to putter around with ship models.
What happened to him?
He resigned.
Of course, I've read Admiral Mahan's book. He thinks we ought to have a string of island bases clear across the Pacific.
Don't you?
I don't know yet. Now, if they're all as willing and decent as my friend Ito.
Commodore, 300 years ago, these Japs had a warlord. His name was Hideyoshi. He started out to conquer the world. First Korea, and then China.
There have been a lot of would-be world conquerors.
Certainly. But they all gave up. The Japs had merely postponed it.
Maybe. But if they're all like Ito, why... Oh, looks like we're here.
This will be the naval delegation to escort us into the Emperor. Now, be careful. Rigid formality. Polite, but not too. Commander Yasuri. May I present Commodore Dewey, Commander-in-Chief of the Asiatic Squadron.
Oh, yes. It is indeed a pleasure, Commodore.
Thank you, sir. On behalf of my country and myself, I...
For the love of Pete, Commodore, stop staring at him. Say something.
I beg your pardon, Commander, but I didn't catch your name.
Yasui. Commander Yasui of the Imperial Japanese Navy. It is indeed a pleasure, Commodore. You come this way, please.
Well, go ahead and follow him. What are you trying to do, start an international incident? What's happening to you?
Nothing. Nothing at all. Except it might interest you to know that Commander Yasui is my old friend Ito, the fellow who was so interested in ship models.
1898. In Cuba, insurrection. In the Philippines, revolt. In the courts of Europe, intrigue. In Hong Kong harbor, Commodore Dewey and his friends attend a dinner given by Prince Henry, Admiral of the Imperial German Asiatic Squadron, on the battleship Lifetide.
Gentlemen, be seated, please. Glasses will be filled, and then we will have another toast.
Your ship's band did credit to my country's anthem, Prince Henry, and to my queen.
Thank you, Captain Chichester. Next to our own hymn, our band is most acquainted with God Save the King. By the way, Commodore Dewey.
Yes, Your Highness.
I have been wanting to ask you, do you Americans really expect to beat these Spaniards?
I wasn't aware, Your Highness, that there was a state of war.
Not yet. But soon, I suppose. Tell me, what will you do?
Well, I'll move into Manila Bay, of course, and clean out the Spanish fleet in 24 hours.
Go right in, eh? What of the minefield?
Minefields? We had an admiral once, named Farragut. You know what he said?
I cannot say that I do.
He said, damn the torpedoes. Full speed ahead.
I see. Full speed ahead. Well, gentlemen, another toast. Shall we stand? I propose a toast, gentlemen, to the Tsar of Russia.
Your Highness.
Yes, Commodore.
May I remind Your Highness, in accordance with diplomatic custom, I intend no disrespect to the ruler of Russia, but the commander of the Russian fleet present here is outranked by me, and therefore the first toast...
You are right, Commodore, you are right. Yes, I was confused. I was thinking of the nations alphabetically, as we spell them in German. Yes, gentlemen, I propose a toast to the President of the United States.
Thank you, gentlemen.
And now, the national anthem of the United States.
Your Highness! Your Highness! Stop the man!
Yes, Commodore.
Prince Henry, the national anthem of my country is the Star-Spangled Banner. It is not Hail Columbia. And because I think this insult to my country is intentional, my officers and I are denying ourselves the further hospitality of the German Navy. Gentlemen.
Yes, Commodore. Commodore, your country is not too well known to the world. We are unfamiliar with its song.
In that case, I will send Your Highness a copy of the words and music of the Star-Spangled Banner. I might add that they were composed during naval battle with a European power. Come, gentlemen. Come in. Yes, Brumby.
Captain Chichester, sir.
Chichester, so early in the day. Tell him to come in.
Commodore Dewey says to come in, sir. Thank you.
Well, Captain, what brings you over here?
An errand I very much regret, in view of the news.
News?
That war's begun. You didn't hear?
We've had no news. We've been expecting a cable.
It must have been delayed, which makes my errand even more difficult. You see, I received a cable this morning from the Secretary of State for the Colonies. I have to read it to you.
Very well, read it, Captain.
It says, we are informed that a state of war exists between Spain and the United States of America.
It has begun.
Give immediate notice to the commanders of all ships of the belligerents within the waters of this colony that they will be good enough to leave the waters of this colony not later than 4 p.m. on Monday, the 25th. The cable was sent by Major General Black, administering the government.
Yes, I see. Naturally, since England is a neutral power...
Commodore Dewey.
There's no need for you to be distressed, Captain. It's proper that England should serve this notice. And since we are at war, the American fleet will be leaving anyway for the Philippines.
So, on April the 25th, 1898, the American Asiatic Squadron sailed out of Hong Kong bound for the Philippines. On that same morning, in the quarters of Admiral Prince Henry, aboard his flagship, the Deutschland...
Commander Truman.
Yeah, Your Highness.
I have just sent this cable to the Chancellery in Berlin, Commander. I'll read it. The United States fleet this morning sailed for the Philippines. The Philippines are in revolt against Spain and would be glad to place themselves under protection of a European power, especially Germany. I await instructions.
So, you think our government is interested in this, Your Highness?
I am sure they are deeply interested.
What instructions will they send at this hour? That the American fleet already sailed.
I hope instructions for us to obstruct, embarrass, and impede the American Asiatic fleet in every possible way. And I believe we will get those instructions. Because this is our war, too, Commander.
Lieutenant Brumby?
Yes, sir?
Tell Captain Gridley we go straight in. Have him set his course for Manila Bay.
That means we'll arrive up at docks.
I know it.
Will we go straight in?
That's right.
Commodore, if I may make a suggestion.
Certainly, Brumby.
We don't know those waters, sir.
We'll take soundings as we go.
Oh, but the minefield. Commodore, it's well known they've got the most elaborate setup of any harbor in the Pacific.
Brumby, would you like to hear what I think about those minefields?
I would, sir.
They're just a little too well known. Every naval man in the Far East talks about the Manila minefield. They're the greatest, the most complicated things that ever happened. You know what I think, Brumby? I think they don't exist. But mines or no mines, we're going in.
What's that island over there, Slim? Now, you got a map. Look at it. Strike a match and look at it. What do you got to lose?
You'll only get shot.
All right, let's go in without any lights. Gives me the willies.
I think that island is Corregidor, Joe.
Where's the minefield? He's worrying about the minefield.
Well, what's worse than
A
minefield?
collision, my friend, that sinks 2 ships.
You look at the Commodore up there in the bridge. Wouldn't want to have his worries. Me, I'd rather sleep at night. You're not doing much sleeping tonight. Wait till we get through the minefield. If I only knew what they looked like.
You men down there. You men down there on that hatch.
Yes, sir, Commodore.
I hear you say something about minefields.
Yes, sir.
It might interest you to know that I'm going below to take a nap. We passed through those minefields 10 minutes ago.
We're listening to Robert Montgomery as George Dewey and the Admiral on the Cavalcade of America, brought to you by the DuPont Company, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. As we return to our story, the American squadron has entered Manila Bay. It is almost dawn, and Commodore Dewey and his officers are on the bridge of the Olympus.
They are, Commodore. Spanish fleet. All lined up like ducks on a pond.
What do you make of it, Commodore?
Let's see now. There's the Reina Cristina, Montoya's flagship, sir. The Isla de Cuba, the Castilla, the... Can you make out that gunboat, Gridley?
Isla de Luzon, I think. They're all there, sir, all 8 of them.
What time is it, Brumby?
5:38 a.m., sir.
Brumby, signal prepare to engage the enemy.
I see.
Gridley, what's that skulking over there in the shadows?
Spanish transport, sir. Probably the minute now.
Brumby, signal engage the enemy.
Aye, sir.
What time is it now?
5:41.
You may fire when ready, Gridley.
Alert, fire! Alert, fire!
Dewey's prophecy that he would reduce the defenses of Manila in 24 hours came true. After the Battle of Manila Bay, Dewey blockaded the port. No ship of any nationality could enter or depart without receiving his permission. Then one day, there was a new squadron in the harbor, the Imperial German Asiatic Fleet. Aboard the Olympia, there were questions asked.
Well, Gridley, I don't like the smell of it, Commodore. Admiral. I'm afraid it'll take a little time before I get used to your promotion.
Take all the time you want, Captain. Isn't that the Deutschland, the port?
It is. Alongside her are the Kaiserine Augusta, the Prince Wilhelm, Kaiser, the Comorin, half a dozen more. It's like the whole blooming Navy's out here. Why, Admiral?
I don't know.
The outcome is 2-1, sir.
We're not at war with Germany.
Sometimes I almost think we are. They've been disregarding the blockade, ignoring our signals, shooting their searchlights on us at night, giving aid and comfort to the enemy. They've gone out of their way to embarrass us, Admiral.
We'll stop all that, Gridley.
When, Admiral?
When they overstep themselves. What's that?
What?
To port.
Looks like a torpedo boat.
Searchlight! Searchlight! They got that launch to port. Hail them, Brumby.
Ahoy, the launch! Ahoy!
They don't answer, sir. Heading this way full speed. Suppose it's the Spaniard one we didn't get? I don't think so, Brumby. Put a shot across their bow.
Responder! Fire!
He's still coming, sir. Fire and fire to hit.
Responder! On target! Fire!
He stopped, sir. They're waving a flag. It's Germany. Yes. That's what I thought.
Ahoy, the Olympia! Why did you fire on me?
Bring him aboard, Brumby.
Ahoy down there! Come aboard!
You want me to talk to him, Admiral? I'll do the talking, Brumby. Give an awful lot just to take one crack at him. Take more than that, Brumby, to stop this nonsense. It's obviously a planned incident. I think they wanted war with us.
Why did you fire on me? Why did you?
Cyrus, you're in the presence of a flag officer of the United States Navy.
Sergeant von Söder, the Imperial German Navy.
That's a little better. Now, what do you want?
Sir, I wish to know why you fired on a launch from the flagship of Admiral von Dieters.
Oh, that's what that thing is, eh? And I thought it was a torpedo boat. That's the Spanish torpedo boat. I suppose you gentlemen realize there's a war on. Why don't you show your colors, Lieutenant?
Admiral von Dieters is awaiting your apology, sir.
He is he? Tell me, how did the Admiral find out about it so fast?
His Excellency, the Admiral, sir, is below in the launch.
Oh. My compliments to His Excellency, Admiral von Dieters. And ask him to be so kind as to come aboard. I'll await him in my cabin. Sit down, won't you, Admiral?
I will stand, Admiral Dewey.
The Imperial German government must have an apology for this outrageous happening. Furthermore, it is the demand of the Imperial German government... Demand, Admiral von Dieters? That you take recognition of an act upon certain grievance. I should like to hear them. Does Your Excellency have a list with him? I have. You have exercised the right to stop and board all neutral vessels entering Manila Bay. That is not only my right, Admiral, it is my duty. Proceed, if you please. You have assigned us positions in the harbor that prevent our maneuvering. You are not supposed to maneuver, sir. You prevent my launches from communicating with the Imperial German Consul in Manila. You turn back my transport when all I wish is for a few German soldiers to land at Manila and stretch their legs in a harmless drill. And now you add to these outrages by firing upon myself in my own launch that carries not even one machine gun. Anything else, Your Excellency? That is all for the present. And now let me tell you something. Does Your Excellency know that it is my fleet and not his which is blockading this port? Of course. And is Your Excellency aware that he has no rights here whatsoever except such as I choose to allow him? But, and does Your Excellency realize he cannot move, he cannot maneuver, he cannot communicate except by my permission? One would imagine, sir, that you and not I were blockading this harbor. You have no right. I have every right. Tell me, has the Imperial German government decided to make war on the United States? Is that her intention? Do you want war with the United States? You are very near it, sir, and you can have it. You can have it as soon as you like.
The next morning, the sun breaks on a cloudless day. Upon the bridge of the Olympia stand two old friends, Captain Chichester of Her Majesty's Navy and Admiral George Dewey, United States Navy. They shield their eyes from the glare as they gaze far out at sea at a line of disappearing warships.
Well, Admiral, there they go. Back to Germany or wherever they came from.
Yes. And without asking my permission to get underway, as usual.
Before I go, I'd like to tell you a little something. Strictly confidential, of course.
I give you my word, Captain.
I had a visit last night from German Admiral von Dietrich. He came to ask me one question.
About me?
Naturally. It was shortly after your delightful conversation with him. He said, Captain Chichester,
have you instructions as to your action in the event of actual hostilities between myself and the American squadron?
And what did you tell him?
I said, of course I did. Then he looked over at me and said, may I ask then to be informed as to the nature of those instructions? You know what I said? I said, Your Excellency, there are only two persons here who know what my instructions are. One of them is myself, and the other is Admiral Dewey. Admiral, let me congratulate you again. In all your conduct of this blockade, you haven't made a single mistake.
That's where you're wrong, Captain. I made one. You see those German ships skulking back home with their tails between their legs? I should have sunk every one of them.
Do you think von Dietrich was recalled?
No, I don't think so. I think the policy of the German government, Captain, is to keep other powers from getting what they can't get themselves. The United States will need this Navy because our next war will be with Germany.
Thanks to you, Robert Montgomery, and to all members of tonight's Cavalcade cast. Don't go away, Bob. Before we hear from Bob Montgomery, I'd like to remind you of one of the things America has to be thankful for this year. Even with 10 million men in uniform, all well fed, the rest of us at home still have food to eat. Not many folks would think offhand that dynamite has anything to do with food, or the amount of milk that their youngsters get to drink. But linking together two things as different as dynamite and milk comes as no surprise to the men and women of the Third National Exposition of the American Chemical Society, who closed their meeting yesterday in Chicago. For they know dynamite as a chemical lever, a powerful chemical tool, touching our lives at many points. The West Coast has more milk right now because of dynamite. The whole country has more pork because of dynamite. Do you remember those floods you read about in the papers last spring in Iowa? Roads and bridges were washed out. Acres of farmland were covered with flood water. In some districts, vast areas of water had to be drained off within 24 hours if the newly planted crops were to be saved. Now, Gain Whitman knows a lot more about all this, and he's going to tell you how it's done.
Heavy mechanical equipment couldn't be used, even if it had been available. So county engineers in many places used DuPont dynamite. In Chickasaw County, for instance, a dynamited ditch, 1.5 miles long, reclaimed 300 acres of farmland in hours instead of weeks. In another place, where a bridge was damaged by floodwaters that had cut a new channel, DuPont engineers blasted a new channel 8 feet deep and 25 feet wide in a few hours. The land was saved for production. It grew corn. The corn was fed to hogs. And you have more pork, thanks to dynamite. About milk. Out in the state of Washington this year, thousands of feet of ditches were dynamited across previously useless or nearly useless lowlands. In one soil conservation district alone, they turned 1,200 additional acres into better pasture land. The pasture land grew grass. The grass fed cows. The cows gave milk. And hundreds of additional gallons of milk went to West Coast markets. Where the earth is so wet that you can pick up a handful of mud and squeeze water through your fingers, ditches may be dug with dynamite using the propagation method, as it is called. Sticks of dynamite, made just for the purpose, are set in the earth in a row. The first stick is exploded, and the water in the soil carries the wallop along and sets off the other sticks one after another. Today, dozens of different types of dynamite for dozens of different jobs are manufactured by DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. And now here is Walter Houston.
Now, before we hear from Robert Montgomery, I want to take just a moment to say a few things about Bob. Back in 1940, when war shocked the world, Bob served with the American Field Service as an ambulance driver in France. When that country fell, Bob was commissioned a lieutenant in the United States Navy and was ordered to London. From London, he went to the Pacific, saw action at Munda, Kula, and Guadalcanal, and was with the destroyer squadron in the Normandy invasion. Bob, glad to have you back.
Thank you, Walter.
The 6th War Loan teed off today, and I suppose this ex-Navy man ought to fire the heavy guns at you in behalf of war bonds. But I'm sure you can name as many reasons for loading up on war bonds as I can. Anyway, all I want us to do is take off my hat to the kind of boys that I've fought beside the last few years. You know, there's a quality about the American boy that stands out when the chips are down and the lead is flying. He just says, the so-and-sos can't do that to me. And, brother, he's got what it takes to back that up. I saw this boy of yours back in the hungry days in the South Pacific, when we felt like holding a special prayer meeting to thank God that one new fighter plane had just come in. I saw him on D-Day on thousands of ships that your bonds have built, under an air cover of thousands of planes that your bonds have built. He knows we at home aren't perfect, not by a long shot. But you know, he still thinks that we're worth dying for. I guess if I had to, I could really lay it on about this American kid. But I'd rather just say that it was a privilege to fight beside him. I know it must be a great privilege for you to stand beside him and buy the rest of the war bonds that will bring him back home to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bob. Thank you, Bob Montgomery. The newspapers we read daily are, well, they're more than just bearers of news, opinion, and amusement. They are symbols of a free people, a free press. Fighters for this freedom in our country are many, but outstanding among them was a woman, Anne Royal. Next week on Cavalcade, we bring you Witness for the People, the dramatic story of Anne Royal. Our Cavalcade star will be the distinguished actress Fay Bainter, with Ray Collins as Andrew Jackson. Listen in next Monday to Fay Bainter and Ray Collins in Witness for the People on the Cavalcade of America. Thank you and good evening.
Music tonight was composed and conducted by Robert Armbruster. Cavalcade of America is grateful to Ziff Davis Publishing Company for permission to base this dramatization on Lauren H. Healy's and Louis Kuttner's book, The Admiral. This is Gane Whitman inviting you to tune in next week to Witness for the People, starring Fay Bainter with Ray Collins, brought to you by the E.I. DuPont de Nemours and Company of Wilmington, Delaware.
Presenting Fay Bainter and Ray Collins on the DuPont Cavalcade of America. Tonight's Cavalcade play is called Witness for the People and is brought to you by the DuPont Company, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. One of those better things is Speed Easy, the DuPont wall finish that is so easy to use over wallpaper or any other wall surface. It comes in 11 beautiful colors. One easy coat will cover soiled, dingy wallpaper, so your rooms will look bright and cheery again. Speed Easy is a cinch to use. You thin it with water and apply it with a large brush or roller. It dries in less than an hour. Speed Easy is made by DuPont.
Good evening, friends. This is Walter Houston. Yesterday, I was telling a friend of mine who works on a newspaper about this evening's Cavalcade play. I told him it was about a woman who fought to win freedom for the press. And he said, Walter, you should have put on that show last week. It would have been more appropriate then. It was Freedom of the Press Week. Well, frankly, I had to disagree with him because, to my way of thinking, a free press is something we ought to thank God for every day of every week in the year. Why do you suppose the Nazis made bonfires of the very same books you will find in the bookstore around the corner? Why do you suppose Japanese newspapers are forced to carry stories about successful Jap invasions of California? It is because tyrants are afraid of the power of a free press. So I say again, Our cavalcade play tonight is more than appropriate. It tells the exciting story of Anne Royal, a woman who helped our nation win its battle for freedom of the press. And now, the DuPont Company presents the talented and lovely Fay Bainter as Anne Royal with Ray Collins as President Andrew Jackson in Witness for the People. Some people laughed at Anne Royal. Some pretended not to hear. But everyone did hear all the same. It was even heard in the president's mansion. And there on a day early in spring, Andrew Jackson, 7th President of the United States, is talking to his Secretary of War, John Eaton.
I still think you ought to see her, Mr. President.
By the eternal John, since when it has been the function of the Secretary of War to make appointments for me to see any old busybody who happens to run a printing press?
Well, this isn't just any old busybody. This is Anne Royal.
I don't care if it's the fellow who invented the printing press. I'm a busy man.
But maybe she can help us. We've got the fight of our lives on our hands with this United States bank crowd, and as I've said before...
The pen is mightier than the sword. What are you doing as Secretary of War, if that's what you think?
Well, one doesn't have to choose between them, you know. I was talking to Mrs. Eaton about this woman. Peggy says she's a real power in Washington. And she's no fool, either. She knows what you're trying to do, and she believes in you.
Peggy say that?
Yeah, she did. The least you can do is see her. You waste enough time seeing politicians who want offices.
Well, all right. Let her come in.
Come in, Mistress Royal.
I thought you were the president that anyone could see any time.
Mistress Royal?
Yes. Mind if I sit down?
Oh, sit down by all means, ma'am.
I'm as tired as a Mississippi mule tramping around these streets.
I'll come in again later in the day, Mr. President.
All right, John. Well, Mistress Royal, what can I do for you?
What can you do for me? Did you ever hear of the power of the press?
I know. The pen is mightier than the sword.
Well, don't you believe it?
Well, maybe I'm a little biased, ma'am. I'm a soldier.
Well, I'm a printer, so we ought to get along famously. Now, General, you don't mind if I call you General, do you?
Anything you wish, ma'am.
I'm a printer, as I've said. A sort of one-woman newspaper, you might say. I suppose you've seen some of the broadsides I put out?
I have, ma'am.
Yes. And I can see you don't think much of them. Neither do I. And that's why I'm here.
Well, you'll forgive me, ma'am, if I fail to see the connection.
It's just this. The other day I suddenly thought to myself, since Andrew Jackson moved to Washington, there are more important things happening here than courtships and scandals and all that kind of flapdoodle. And it's the duty of anyone who has anything to do with the printing press to find out about them and tell the people about them. And I thought the best place to find out was right here. You follow me?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, the big issue today is this United States bank business. What is it? Who's behind it? And why are you fighting it?
Well, what are you going to do if I tell you?
Print the truth about it?
How do you know I'll tell you the truth?
I don't. But I'll find out.
Sounds fair enough. All right, I'll tell you. It's a simple story, an old familiar story, I'm afraid. The United States Bank controls the finances and the credit of the United States. It can issue money and withdraw it. It can cause panics, and it can cause booms. The United States Treasury has to keep the government's money in that bank and pay for the privilege. And it's all owned by a few at the expense of many.
You mean the government and the people don't have any say about it at all?
Nary a say.
Well, they ought to.
That's what I say, and that's where the fight begins.
Why can't Congress do something about it?
They could. In fact, they're the only ones who can.
Then why don't they?
Well, you see, lately the bank's got in the habit of loaning money to congressmen.
Do you mean to tell me there are congressmen who won't vote against the bank because they owe money to it?
I can't prove that. But it wouldn't surprise me if it might have something to do with it.
Well, of all the white-livered, thieving scoundrels, who are they?
You know which ones are fighting me on this issue, don't you?
I think I do. Look here, General. You haven't had much luck fighting these fellows with the sword, have you?
The laws being what they are, no, ma'am.
I have a feeling that when I get through, you'll begin to agree with me about the power of the pen.
It'll have to be a mighty sharp pen, ma'am.
It is, General. It is.
examination of the affairs of the United States Bank. We have lately heard charges against this institution in the public prints, which, if true, indicate a threat to our freedom as great as any since the War for Independence. This issue can no longer be called a political quarrel between
How many copies you want this time, Miss Royal?
How many have you printed so far?
About 1,500.
Better run off another 500 or so if you're not too tired. We never seem to have enough nowadays.
Anne, you ought to get some sleep.
I will, Sally. As soon as these are run off.
2,000 papers, Anne. It doesn't seem possible we'll sell them.
We will, though, and wish we'd printed more.
Anne, listen. Who's that on the stairs?
Sounds like visitors. Probably some idiot that got kicked by a horse and wants to be sure I printed it in the paper. Well, don't you knock when you enter a house, or do you always break in?
Good evening, Mistress Royal.
Who are you men, and what do you want?
We've come to discuss a matter of business, Mistress Royal. Certain friends of ours are anxious to go into the printing business.
Well, why don't they, if they have the wits to?
They're particularly anxious to acquire this property of yours, this press and so on.
Well, they can't have it. Good night.
They're willing to pay very handsomely, provided you remain here as, shall we say, manager, and consult with them, of course, on the nature of your future publication.
I thought so. What makes you think you can bribe me? Who do you think I am? One of their thieving politicians? You go back and tell your friends that I wouldn't touch such a filthy proposition, not if I was starving in the gutter. Now get out, all of you, get out.
You refuse, then?
Refused? I not only refuse, but I intend that the people of Washington shall know tomorrow morning why I have refused and what I have refused. Now clear out.
All right, boys. Smash up that
What are you doing?
Part of that paper.
Just a minute, just a minute.
Look, she's got pistols.
Indeed, I have got pistols, and I didn't grow up on the frontier without learning how to use them.
Go ahead, boys. I'll handle this.
One more step. Very well. That one's through your hat. The next one will be through your gizzard. Now get out.
Maybe we'd better.
All right. Come on, boys. But I warn you, Anne Royal, that we're going to smash you if we have to buy the whole city of Washington to do it.
The next time you call on me, watch out for skunk traps. Sally, how can a woman get out a newspaper with that going on all day and half the night?
Now, Anne, I'm sure Mr. Sims and his folks mean all right.
But why in the name of all that's frightful do they have to set up shop right under me?
Well, Anne, worse things could happen.
Nothing worse could happen.
Anne, listen. They're coming up here.
They are. They are.
We shall come rejoicing, bringing in the gifts.
What on earth do you idiots think you're doing?
Sister Royal, we have come to save your soul.
Save my soul? Get out of here while you can still save your skin. Now, Anne.
Sister, I see that we have come none too soon. We have heard grievous reports of late of your unbridled tongue.
Listen, mister. I'm a hard-working, God-fearing woman who's trying to run a newspaper and serve her country as best she knows how. But I can stand only so much. And
Down on your knees, sister.
What?
Down on your knees. Here, help me, brother.
Why, let go of me. Let go
You
of
must,
me.
sister.
Where's my umbrella? No! You
don't.
headed Lord Brain Simpson! You hypocritical old
you
buzzard!
heard me, brother. You're a
filthy
witness to this.
election stealer! Get out of here
You
before
can't-
I wrap this umbrella around your turkey neck!
You've broken the law, Mrs. Royal. Do you hear me? You've broken the law. You're a witness, brother.
Get out of here before I break your neck!
So, you've had your turn all these months, Mrs. Royal. Now we're going to have ours.
The president will see you now, Mistress Royal.
Thank you.
Come in, Mistress Royal.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Well, it's a fine pickle you've got yourself into now. The United States versus Anne Royal. They tell me there's a warrant issued against you For being a common scold.
Yes. I guess I walked right into the trap and slammed the door behind me.
Common scold. I don't believe that charge has been used in 50 years.
It's all trumped up. Something they dug up out of the Middle Ages, but it's still on the books.
You think the bank crowd put this fellow Sims up to it, do you?
I know it for a fact. Of course, I can't prove it.
You know, between us, we've got that bank worried.
Yes, but the trouble is, right now, they've got me worried. My trial comes up in 3 days, and you know what the legal penalty is if I'm convicted?
Well, theoretically, it's the ducking stool.
Yes, you're right. And they're building one right now down at the Navy
By
Yard.
the Eternal. Well, that's one thing I can do something about. I may not have much control over the United States Bank yet, but I surely do control the United States Navy.
Oh, they're not going to use it. They just did that to scare me. But there are things they can do.
Mistress Royal, you know that I'll do anything I can to help you. Now, what can I do?
That's what I've come to talk to you about, General. Not because of any help I may have been to you in this fight against the bank. I'm in that fight because it's the plain duty of any honest journalist. Why, I did come to you in this. They're going to try to shut down my press. And that makes it different.
And they can do it.
With fines, bonds to keep the peace, injunctions, yes, they can. And that makes it an attack not on me, but on the Constitution of the United States that guarantees a free press in this country. That's why I've come to you.
By the Eternal. Why, I'll go down to that courtroom and I'll tell those scoundrelly sea lawyers.
No. Your going down there would do more harm than good. But maybe you could just let the court know somehow that, well, you know Anne Royal, and that you know she's an honest, truthful woman.
You can depend on that.
I've got a little ammunition of my own, but it's you I'll count on most.
I don't know how I'll do it, ma'am, but one thing you can be sure of, I will do it.
You are listening to Fay Bainter and Ray Collins in Witness for the People on the Cavalcade of America, brought to you by the DuPont Company, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. Back in 1830, fiery Anne Royal published a penny newspaper that exposed a national scandal. Naturally, there were those who realized it would be to their advantage to keep her quiet. But as our story now reveals...
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. The Federal Court of the District of Columbia is now in session.
Oh, Anne, I'm scared. I don't feel too chipper myself. Look at that jury. Every one of them is hooked up with the bank some way.
The clerk will call the first case.
The case of the United States versus Anne Royal. The defendant is charged by the people of the United States with being a common disturber of the peace, a common brawler, and a common scold. How does the defendant plead?
What do you think I plead to such nonsense? Not guilty.
Please, Mistress Royal, as your attorney,
Order in the court. The prosecutor will call the first witness.
Mr. Alexander Sims to the stand.
Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Mr. Sims, you are a minister of the gospel, are you not?
I am.
He's no more a minister than I am.
Order! Mistress Royal, I must caution you against such outbursts in this court. Proceed, Mr. Swan.
And on the day of the warrant charges, you visited Mistress Royal with certain others at the place of her business, did you not?
I did.
And was it at that time that she used the vile and abusive language of which you complain?
Indeed it was, sir.
What did she say?
Well,
Go on, tell them. They'll see that much is true anyway.
Mistress Royal.
Well, she said I was a lard-brained simpleton and a hypocritical old buzzard.
And a pumpkin-headed, penny-filching collection stealer.
Please, Mistress Royal.
The defendant must not interrupt the testimony.
That will be all, Mr. Sims.
Does the defense wish to cross-examine?
Go on. Ask him what I told you to.
But, Mistress Royal, it's not admissible as evidence.
Well, then I'll ask him. Acting as my own attorney, Your Honor, I'd like to ask the witness just one question.
Proceed, Mistress Royal.
Mr. Sims, did you or didn't you recently acquire 5 shares of stock in the United States Bank?
Why, yes, but
I object. The question is completely irrelevant to the indictment.
Objection sustained.
Irrelevant, is it? I suppose it's irrelevant that you, Your Honor, were loaned $10,000 by the United States Bank the day before this trial opened.
Mistress Royal, one more such outburst, and I shall hold you in contempt of court.
But it's true. And you may hold me in contempt of court if you like. For I have the most complete contempt for this court and everything it stands for.
Mr. Prosecutor, have you any further witnesses to call against Anne Royal?
No, Your Honor, I haven't. The prosecution rests.
The defense may call its first witness.
Your Honor...
Sit down. Sit down. I'll handle this. Your Honor, there's just one witness I should like to call in my own defense if he is present. And that is Mr. John Eaton, the Secretary of War.
Mistress Royal, I must remind you again that a court of law is no place for idle pleasantry.
This is no pleasantry, Your Honor. Sally, where is he?
I don't know, Anne.
Is Mr. John Eaton here?
If you will proceed with your defense, Mistress Royal.
One moment, Your Honor. Why, it's old Eaton himself.
What do you say?
The Secretary of War.
I knew he wouldn't fail me. He's here, Sally.
Mr. Secretary, do I understand that you are here to testify on behalf of this defendant?
I am.
We are honored, I assure you, Mr. Secretary. Will you take the stand, please?
Certainly.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Proceed, Mr. Eaton.
Your Honor, what I have to say will not take long. I come here to speak on behalf of the defendant, Anne Royal, as her friend. I have known Mistress Royal for many years, and whatever her faults, I know her to have one virtue which far overbalances any faults. I know that when Anne Royal speaks, she speaks the truth, openly and fearlessly. It is my sincere hope, gentlemen, this fact may be not without influence in your judgment of this case.
Oh, Anne, wasn't it wonderful?
Sally, I don't care now if they send me to jail for life.
They can't convict you now.
Oh, yes, they can. It's not what they hear, but what they get that influences those gentlemen.
Does the defense have anything additional to add?
Just a word to the jury, Your Honor, if I may.
Proceed.
Gentlemen of the jury, I know what you think of me. I know it's useless to appeal to your chivalry or any of that nonsense. But one thing I must say to you. This is a trumped-up charge. It was brought to close my newspaper. Remember that when you render your verdict. And one thing else, remember. There is a document called the Constitution of the United States. The First Amendment to that document guarantees as the foremost privilege of Americans the freedom of speech and of the press. Remember this, gentlemen of the jury. And while you are pondering what vengeance you will wreak upon Anne Royal, ponder also, if you attack your Constitution, what vengeance posterity may wreak upon you.
Gentlemen of the jury, have you reached a verdict?
We have.
I'll find you the defendant, Anne Royal. Guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Anne, you must try to rest.
Haven't I been resting?
No, dear. You've got a little fever from the excitement of the trial and all.
What time is it?
It's late. It's almost midnight.
I suppose in the morning they'll come to take the press away. Take the furniture, too, most likely.
What are we going to do, Anne?
I don't know. We'll get along somehow. Always have.
I don't see how they could have done it to you. And after what Mr. Eaton said.
He did his best. It was money that did it. Money to buy judges and juries.
But to fine you so much when they knew you couldn't pay.
That's what they got me up there for. To shut me up. Looks like they've just about done it, too. Tomorrow they'll take the press.
And there's someone on the stairs.
You don't suppose they'd come for it tonight, do you? Open the door, Sally.
Oh, Anne. It's the president.
Good evening, Mistress Royal.
Why, General.
I'm sorry it's so late. There was a cabinet meeting. I came as soon as I could.
General, Mr. President, you didn't have to come to me.
I heard what happened. I just wanted to tell you that your fine was paid. Some folks that were grateful for what you'd done. Yes, they got up the money.
You don't owe me that, General.
I thought you'd want to know that now they can't attach any of your property. Take your press or anything.
Thank you.
And by the way, you know, I think we finally got that bank crowd licked.
Have you?
Yeah. Talking to some of the boys this evening. Oh, it's going to take time, of course. But we've got 'em.
I'm glad.
I thought you'd be.
You know, General, I've been kind of sassy to you sometimes. Considering you're President of the United States.
Why, I don't recollect it, ma'am.
I have, though. But you know, it's just my way.
I know.
And, General, now that you've found me in a weak moment, I just want you to know that old Anne Royal thinks you're a really great man. Folks will remember you, General, for a long time.
Why, thank you, Mistress Royal. I think folks will remember you, too.
Our thanks to you, Fay Bader, Ray Collins, and to all other members of tonight's DuPont Cavalcade. You know, when a plane has to make a forced landing, it's bad any time. But to be forced down in the Pacific is particularly tough because you're either at sea or in dense jungle, through which you must hack your way back to safety. While flyers are supplied with combat emergency rations, like other soldiers on active duty, they sometimes have to live off the land and kill small game for food when they're forced down. The only gun a flyer can carry when he bails out, crash lands on water or jungle, is a pistol. Gain Whitman has some interesting facts for you about special ammunition for these pistols.
The Remington Arms Company, a DuPont affiliate, has developed a special pistol cartridge just for the purpose Mr. Houston just mentioned, to kill small game for food. Ordinarily, as you know, a pistol shoots a solid bullet. The new ammunition, developed by Remington Arms, is a cartridge which shoots more than 100 shot pellets. Tests by Remington's Technical Division show that the new caliber .45 cartridge puts an average of more than half of these pellets into a 30-inch circle at a distance of 40 feet. It is the first cartridge of this caliber and type to be developed. The case is of brass with a thin waterproof top wad held in place by crimping. The cartridge is a little longer than the regulation caliber .45 combat cartridge because extra space is needed for a heavy powder charge for killing small game. For that reason, it must be fired one shot at a time because the cartridge is too long to fit into the clip magazine of the pistol. That's good, though, because a man can shoot an animal or bird for food and then quickly snap the magazine loaded with regular cartridges back into his gun so as to be ready for anything that might happen. A Japanese sniper, for instance. The new cartridges offer a better chance of survival to a flyer adrift at sea, too, because seagulls and other overwater birds can be brought down with them. Every flyer's jungle kit now contains 2 waterproofed boxes of these new shot cartridges developed by the Remington Arms Company. As a result of long experience, Remington Arms makes the right ammunition for every kind of game and every make of gun. And now here is Walter Houston.
Next week, DuPont Cavalcade is the authentic story of a girl you may know. She may have been your next-door neighbor, the girl who left your town to go overseas with the Red Cross as a clubmobile girl. She probably told you that her work was to laugh and joke with the men to make them forget about the war. Well, she left this country and was assigned to an air base in New Guinea. And there she found the work of a clubmobile girl was not only laughing and joking with the men, it was not only serving doughnuts, coffee, and bug juice to the men at the end of their missions, but more. She found that she had become an important non-combat member of a team of American young men and women fighting this war. Listen with us to this exciting and moving story of the American Red Cross clubmobile workers next Monday evening when we present the lovely and talented Lana Turner in Doughnut Girl. Thank you and good evening.
Fay Bainter, star of tonight's Cavalcade, is currently working in the Paramount picture, The Virginian. Ray Collins will soon be seen in Universal's Can't Help Singing. The music on tonight's Cavalcade was composed and conducted by Robert Armbruster. This is Gain Whitman inviting you to tune in next week to Doughnut Girl, starring Lana Turner, brought to you by the E.I. DuPont de Nemours Company of Wilmington, Delaware.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Presenting Lana Turner in Doughnut Girl on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by E.I. DuPont de Nemours and Company of Wilmington, Delaware, maker of better things for better living through chemistry.
This is your Cavalcade commentator, Walter Houston. Next Friday marks the beginning of America's 4th year at war. At this time, the future looks bright, but the war is not over yet. We still have long months of bitter fighting ahead, and the men in uniform, at the rare moments when they can, need to relax. This evening, our Cavalcade play deals with a branch of the American Red Cross, which helps these men to find relaxation. Doughnut Girl, written by Edith Sommer, is based upon factual material supplied by Annette Robbins, a Red Cross worker, recently returned from the South Pacific. Doughnut Girl is the personal record of Patricia Holland, a Chicago girl who found herself at a jungle air base somewhere in New Guinea. Pat Holland will be portrayed by the star of the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer picture, Marriage is a Private Affair, a star who is one of Hollywood's brightest and loveliest, Lana Turner. It was almost 2 years ago when Pat Holland arrived in New Guinea, burdened with luggage and rosy illusions. Well, she's back home now, and yesterday she received a letter from a friend. A letter asking a question but the letter was addressed to Pat. And this is her story.
The letter full of exclamation points and dashes was from Florence. You see, Florence has just joined the Red Cross, and she wants to know how it is in New Guinea. She wants to know what working there is like. Well, it's a little hard to answer, but I can tell you what it was like for me. Of course, things are much different now. But when I came there 2 years ago, there were only 8 of us Red Cross gals, and now there are hundreds. Things were pretty rugged then, just getting organized. I didn't realize it, of course, and I stepped off the plane feeling like Lady Bountiful with my feet in the mud and my head in the stars. I remember how I felt as the plane, with me as its only passenger, came in for a landing. And as the plane stopped on the airstrip...
Okay. Come on out, lady. This way.
I'm Patricia Holland of the Red Cross.
Welcome to New Guinea, miss. Give me your luggage.
Well, that's it in the plane. Tell me...
Holy smoke. Hey, Joe, hold up a minute. I got to get this junk out of here first.
Excuse me, but I don't seem to see... Is anybody from the Red Cross around?
Sorry.
Oh, but I'm Pat Holland, and...
Let's get her into the shed. Okay, Joe, wheel her around now.
Well, hasn't anybody asked about me?
Nope.
Oh, what do I do now?
Come on, Joe, swing her to the left. Swing her to the left.
Hey, wait a minute. Don't go away. Hey, soldier.
Beg your pardon?
Oh, Lieutenant.
Yes, sir?
Oh, Lieutenant, I'm Pat Holland with the Red Cross, and I've just flown from America, and... Well, what's the matter?
Are all those suitcases yours?
But there are only 5.
5, huh? Okay, come on. I'll drive you over to your headquarters.
Oh, with the Jeep. Oh, what fun. No, wait a minute. Don't help me. I can get him myself.
Okay, but aren't you forgetting something?
I am? What?
You're the Red Cross, aren't you?
Well, yes, of course.
And you came out here to work?
That's right.
Then how about toting your own luggage? Come on, it won't hurt you. They're only 5.
We're very glad to have you with us, Miss Holland. While you remain in this area, there are naturally several regulations you must follow. You must keep your head covered while under the sun, and you must keep your legs covered at all times.
I beg your pardon?
Mosquitoes.
Oh.
Of course, we expect you to do your full share of the work. Work's not easy, but then you knew that when you joined up. There are many things to be done. The club mobiles to meet the flyers.
Well, after sitting for 3 hours at headquarters, the Red Cross director finally interviewed me. By then, I was beginning to feel that I was about as welcome as the Black Plague. And then I met Ann Pepperly. Ann was my supervisor and the first girl I met in New Guinea. I said to her, hello, I'm Pat.
Hello, Pat. How much do you weigh?
Why...
Ever scrub floors?
Well, no, but...
You will. Sandwiches?
Hmm?
Can you make sandwiches?
Oh, sure. You see, when
Fine, we need about 500 by 1300.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
What's the matter? You afraid of work?
No, I'm not afraid of work. See, what's the matter with you people anyway? I come here all the way from America, and I don't know why, but I feel like I was a Jap or something. I land in the plane, and nobody meets me. I get to headquarters and sit in the broiling heat for 3 hours, and nobody talks to me. I'm tired, and I'm hot, and nobody cares. What are you running here anyway, a private war?
Peanut butter.
What?
Make those sandwiches with peanut butter.
Oh, all right. I will make them with peanut butter. All the sandwiches you want. And I'll scrub the floors and wash the windows and make the beds and clean the kitchen and I'll do all these things. But there's one thing I won't do.
What's that?
Well, everybody's got to clean his own bathtub ring.
Ha, what bathtub?
I ran out the door, only there wasn't any door because the headquarters building was just a thatched hut. I pushed along the jungle path toward the barracks. My heart was so heavy and my eyes were full of tears, and I was mad and I was lonely, and then it happened.
Man, ain't that new girl pretty?
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, thanks. Thank you. The day settled down to a routine then, a routine of work and sweat. It wasn't bad, though. It really wasn't. The cold reception I received on my arrival wasn't directed at me personally. They didn't resent me. You see, for Red Cross gals, the ticket of admission to the theater of war is work. And at first it looked like I was trying to get in on a free pass. There were so few of us there, only 8, and so much to be done. So much. Well, anyway, for the first few weeks I spent my time being the maid of all work. That is, until the day I was in the Red Cross Club stacking donuts for the clubmobile with the rest of the girls when the telephone rang.
Answer, Pat, will you?
Okay, sure. Hello, Pat Holland here.
This is Lieutenant Crowley. Flight of B-25 bombers returning from a strike. All planes accounted for. ETA 1500.
Okay, Lieutenant, that's swell. Somebody will be there.
Right.
Hey, Ann, the heavies are returning from a mission. They'll be in at 3 o'clock.
Okay, you ready, Pat?
Oh, sure. The donuts are stacked and the juice is in the wagon.
No, I mean you. Are you set?
Me? What for?
Oh, didn't I tell you you're going with me today?
You mean in the clubmobile? Out to meet the flyers?
That's right.
Oh, but...
What's the matter? Don't you want to go?
Want to? Oh, my gosh, sure. Yes, of course, but...
But what?
I left my lipstick in the barracks.
You know, I've been meaning to tell you, Pat. All the rest of us, well, we think you've done a good job, and...
Thanks, Ann.
It's been pretty tough, I know. But you see, the 7 of us came out for the Red Cross, and we were the first to come to New Guinea. And then when you came...
I was an intruder, huh?
Not exactly, but we had to be sure you were willing to work as hard as the rest of us.
Listen, Ann. Our planes. Come on, let's go.
No, wait a minute. No, those aren't the bombers.
Huh?
Those aren't bombers. Fighters, 175th probably.
But how do you know?
Oh, after a while you'll get so you can tell every plane in the Air Force just for the sound of its motor. Where are the donuts?
Oh, right here. I'd pile them all up.
Better get them out to the clubmobile. Oh, and the coffee. Come on, Pat. It takes about 10 minutes to get to the airstrip, and our boys will be along any minute now. Well, honey, don't just stand there. Let's go.
Wait a minute, Ann.
What's the matter, for heaven's sake?
Well, I don't know exactly.
Look, Pat, for weeks you've been waiting for the time you'd go on the clubmobile shift. Well, now you're going instead of...
I know that. That's what I mean. You see, ever since I joined the Red Cross, I kept thinking about when I'd meet the missions. I'd think of sweating it out with the ground crews, waiting for the planes to come in. And I'd think about how I'd talk to the pilots and, laugh with them. Things like that. But now
But now what?
I'm scared.
Come on, Pat. Let's get the stuff in the clubmobile.
Okay, then. Here we go. Oh, gosh, Ann. No kidding. I've been waiting for this. I got here. I thought See, what's the matter with this thing anyway? Does it take long to get to the strip?
How about 10 minutes?
Well, it won't take us that long. Ann, the battery's dead. The battery's dead.
But it can't be. Pat. Try turning on the ignition.
Oh, Ann.
Oh, forget it, honey. You're just excited.
Well, this time we're really off. We went backwards.
So we did. This time, instead of reverse, put it in first, Pat.
Yeah, maybe it would help. Well, okay, Ann. This time I guarantee we're really off.
Well, we made it, Pat. Everything set?
Already. Coffee, fruit juice, donuts. Oh, but why don't they come?
They'll come.
Listen, Ann, what'll I say?
Well, you've had dates, haven't you?
Oh, sure, for heaven's sake, but this is...
the same thing. These are just boys, Pat. 20, 21 years old, most of them. Just talk to them, joke with them, help them to relax so they can be interrogated by air intelligence.
What's that for?
Well, the intelligence officers question the crew so they can learn of possible enemy losses, new tactics, new equipment, things like that. Happens after every mission. That's our job, see, to get the boys to relax so they can talk.
Oh, I wish they'd come. Say, you don't think that...
Oh, hi, Bill. Pat, this is Bill Anders, chief of the ground crew for the Grease Lightning.
Hi, Pat.
Hello. Ground crew for the what?
The Grease Lightning. Ain't you ever heard of it? That's the best blasted fort in the whole Air Force. You knew, huh?
This is the first time Pat sweated out a strike.
Oh. Well, take it easy, kid. This is the toughest part.
They're a little late, aren't they?
Yeah, we just got a report that one of them got it over the target.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Tough.
Which one?
I don't know. Just hope it wasn't my boys. That's all. Just hope it wasn't my guys.
Oh, it couldn't be Bill. Not with Rip Ware, the skipper.
Yeah, that's the way I figured. Yeah, Ollie's over there sick on a dog. He's sure it's his gang. Had a premonition last night, Ollie did. Kept me awake all night with it.
That's Russ's ship.
Yeah, Ollie's sure they got it. Last night he dreamed he'd seen him go down. He's feeling bad, real bad. Well, I'll see you later, Ann.
All right, Bill. Bill, if you hear anything more, let me know, will you?
Oh, yeah, sure I will, Ann. Gee, they sure are late, aren't they?
Listen, Ann. And does it happen often?
Planes going down?
Yeah.
Yes, Pat, it does.
But how can you stand it?
Well, sometimes you can't. This is the worst. Not knowing which one. Not knowing who. You see, Pat, sometimes there's a special boy.
I know, Ann. Mary told me about it.
It was right out here on the strip. Just like now. All the planes came in. Only his didn't. We were going to be married.
Look, Pat, they're coming. Where? Over there, see? Hey, Bill, they're coming.
Turn on the Victrola, Pat.
What?
The Victrola, turn it on.
Okay. Come on, Ann, we better get the coffee and juice ready and set out the doughnuts. Hurry up, Ann. They're coming in. The boys are coming in.
Listening to Lana Turner and Doughnut Girl on the Cavalcade of America, brought to you by the DuPont Company, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. Red Cross recreation worker Pat Holland first landed in New Guinea to serve the 5th Air Force. She felt like Florence Nightingale and Bob Hope and Hedy Lamarr all rolled into one. But weeks of scrubbing floors and making sandwiches have helped prepare her for the greatest heartache of them all, waiting on the airstrip for the men to return from a combat mission.
You've heard about Rip Guare, I guess. Everybody has. Well, I met Rip while I was in New Guinea. That first day I was out on the airstrip in the clubmobile. His was the first plane in. I remember it was my first plane, and I was nervous and scared, and I couldn't seem to talk to the boys at all, and, well, the boys just talked to each other about their mission.
Hey, listen, I had that zero right in my sights when Johnny, my machine gun, didn't go and get a frog in the throat.
Yeah, I remember that, Tony,
because my gun jams at the same time.
Hey, Annie, how about some more bug juice?
Yeah, come on, Annie, fill it up, will you?
Okay, I'm coming. How about you, Jim?
Yeah, sure. Listen, Ann, 2 zeros are coming from the left, see? So I said, Tony, I tell him to climb upstairs, boy, climb up.
And that was when I met Rip Guare. I was standing there feeling pretty useless and out of things when...
Hello.
Hello.
I'm Rip Guare.
And I'm...
I know you're scared. You needn't be.
Well, it's just that I can't seem to get started.
I know. It's my boys. They're shy, see? Besides, they're pretty hopped up right now. We kind of had a rough time of it. As soon as they get to know you, it'll be all right. Besides, you're too pretty. They can't ignore you for long. Where are you from?
Chicago. Gee, thanks, Rip.
That's okay. What's your name?
Pat.
Pat, huh?
Uh-huh.
You remind me of Emily.
Emily?
Yeah, my wife.
Oh.
I haven't seen her in 3 years. Hey, you guys, where's your manners? Jim, Tony, Fred, this is Pat, a new G.I. Junior come to brighten up the war. Well, come on, speak up.
Hiya, Pat.
How are you, Pat? Hey, Tony, Pat's from your hometown.
Yeah? No kidding. Say, how's Chicago making out?
Exactly the same, Tony. The Drake's next to the lake, and the weather's next to impossible.
Gee, Pat, remember Randolph Street?
Sure.
Ah, boy, that street has memories for me. I remember one day I was walking past Marshall Fields. A girl come up to me and she said, right on, she said, hey,
It wasn't spectacular what Rip did. Oh, but it meant so much. He made me accepted, one of the gang. Funny how important that is, to have boys, mere babies, some of them, accept you as an equal. But then you remember that these aren't just kids. They're men. Brave men who face death casually every day. I was traveling in pretty honored company, and it was a swell feeling. Oh, one other thing happened that day. As the bombers came in one by one, Bill, Rip's ground crew sergeant, came running up to us.
Hey, Pat, listen, I was wrong.
Wrong about what?
Yeah, but we didn't lose a plane. They're all in. See, here comes the last one now. All the planes is in.
Oh, Bill, that's wonderful.
Oh, boy, I'll say it is. Listen, when Russ's plane rolled down the strip, his ground crew was so happy they cried like babies. They were so afraid about Ollie's premonition. Yeah, but when they saw that plane, no kidding, they just cried, all of them. All except Ollie. He was so happy he got sick. Somebody, come on, the party's just starting.
How about the one of the new ones Rip just brought back from Australia?
Yeah, the one about the pair of shoes, Annie.
Right, here it is. Shoo, shoo, baby.
Yeah. Come on, Ann, let's dance this one on.
Okay, Bill, you talk me into it.
You want to dance, Fan?
Oh, sure, Rip, I'd love to.
Oh, would you rather see a picture of my son?
Oh, Rip, did it come?
Yep, I got it in the mail this morning. Hey, come on out here, Pat. Here, get over by the light. There it is.
Oh, Rip, he's a fine boy. How old is he?
3. Some kid, huh?
Yeah, he looks just like his dad.
Yeah. Emily keeps writing he acts like me, too. She says he's got a lopsided grin. See, you can see it in the picture. It's blurred a little. I guess he moved. But if you look closer...
Oh, yes. Yes, I see it. Oh, gee, he's darling.
Yeah. Emily says he laughs like me. And he won't eat his eggs.
Won't eat his eggs?
Nope, can't stand them. But when I get home, Oh, no, I guess I won't. I don't like eggs either. Oh, gosh, Pat.
I know.
You know, I never seen him. Little guy was born just 4 days after I was shipped overseas. But he knows me. Emily's taking care of that. She had a little picture made from a big one she had, and my boy, no kidding, he wears it pinned to his jacket like it was a medal or something. And Emily says that whenever he meets somebody, he points to my picture and says, "Hey, you, that's my daddy." Want to go back and dance, Pat?
I'd love to. Oh, gee whiz.
Huh? What are you laughing at?
Me. I never thought of it before, but, well, if I ever have a little girl of my own, I sure hope a little guy like yours has her telephone number. It wasn't that I was in love with Rip. That would be too simple. But I loved him. We all loved him. I don't know why. He was just a dumb-looking 23-year-old kid from Kansas City who had a wife he adored and a baby son he'd never seen. And yet, there was something, I don't know, special about him. Every man in the squadron felt it. They worshipped him. Why, they'd have followed him if he had led them into a battle where the odds were 100 to 1 against them. Maybe there's an easier way of saying this. Maybe if I said that when Rip walked into a room, suddenly your heart wouldn't weigh a thing. You'd know what I mean. Well, anyway, that's the way it was. And that's what made that day so unreal, so unbelievable. I was in the Red Cross hut mixing fruit juice. This time I was alone. Anne was over at the barracks. She and I had been told to stand by to meet a special mission due in any minute. So a couple of others had gone out to take care of our own boys. I was working at the table when I looked up.
Pat, come here a minute, will you?
It was Bill, the ground crew sergeant. I walked over to the door.
Pat, I don't believe it for a minute, so it's all right. But this report, see,
What
it came
report?
in, they say it's verified. Oh, they got jerks working up in communications. How do they know it's verified?
What?
I don't believe them, Pat. Them happy Charlies is fighting a dream war. I don't pay no attention to them.
What's happened, Bill?
That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's just that... Look, I don't believe it for a minute,
You don't
Pat.
believe what?
Not for a minute, but they say that
They say what?
Rip got it over target. Like I said, in communications, Joseph's dreaming. Half the time they shoot out these fancy reports that don't...
Are the bombers in yet, Bill?
Yeah, but they don't make no...
All of them in, Bill.
No. Rip's plane ain't. My plane ain't. Listen, Pat, I gotta go now and tell the other guys not to believe it. See, they're gonna get the report now. I gotta tell them not to believe it.
Bill! Bill, wait a minute. Bill! But he'd gone. I wanted to run after him. I wanted to run and yell, and I wanted to cry. Hello?
Lieutenant Crilly here.
Yes, Lieutenant.
A squadron of replacement bombers coming in. Full complement of planes and men, so you better have a flock of sandwiches and coffee on hand. Estimated time of arrival 0900. Okay? Hey, did you get it?
0900. Sure, I got it, Lieutenant. That's swell. We'll be there. Well, that's the way I learned the main thing war teaches. That things don't happen to other people anymore. They happen to you. Of course, you learn other things, too. You learn about words like faith and hope. Words like that. It's funny, but they come to life for you when you're mixed up with a war. And they work for you. I've seen it happen. Again and again I've seen it happen. And maybe the official report does list Rip as missing in action, presumed to be dead. All right, maybe he is. But a whole squadron of men in New Guinea, a girl and a little boy in Kansas City, and I, we don't believe it. We know that somewhere Rip Guerre is alive. Well, that's about all there is to it. I stayed on in New Guinea until about 3 months ago, when my mother became seriously ill and the Red Cross rushed me back to the States. Mother is fine now, so of course I...
Why, Pat, child, what are you doing? You'll be late.
What? Oh no, I won't, Mother. I was just sitting here thinking. I was going to write Florence a letter.
Oh, honey, I wouldn't do that now. You'll miss the train.
It'll only take a minute, Mother. See? Look. Dearest Florence, just received your letter, and I'm thrilled to death you're going to be a clubmobile girl for the Red Cross. The rest of your letter I'll have to answer on board ship. You see, I'm leaving tonight for New Guinea. I'm going back with a new group of Red Cross workers. Meanwhile, lots of luck to you. Love, Pat. Oh, P.S. I just had a hunch. Be looking for you on the ship.
Thanks to you, Lana Turner, and to all the members of tonight's DuPont Cavalcade. Smoke shells are typical of many different DuPont products that have saved and will continue to save the lives of many Army and Navy men. By means of colored smoke candles and colored smoke shells that send up clouds of red, orange, yellow, green, and violet smoke, lives are saved by identifying our ground forces so that our supporting planes and artillery can distinguish them from the enemy. Since most of these products are made at Deepwater, New Jersey, the DuPont plant there might be called the plant that saves lives. Gain Whitman can tell you about some of the other interesting things they're doing at this plant.
Well, Walter, for one thing, they're making neoprene, DuPont's synthetic rubber for life rafts and life-saving suits. Neoprene rubber, made at the Deepwater plant, also goes into flame-resistant jackets for electric cables on shipboard, de-icers for airplane wings and radio balloons used by flyers forced down at sea. Freon refrigerants manufactured by DuPont at Deepwater play an important part in a malaria control method that is saving many lives in the tropics. That's because Freon, expanding rapidly when the valve on a small dispenser is opened, carries insecticide into the farthest corners of a tent or room in a few seconds. If a soldier does get malaria, Army doctors treat him with antabrine, one ingredient of which is manufactured at the Deepwater plant. And in a sense, camphor made there saves lives too, because camphor is used in manufacturing the moving picture films that train our crack-shot aerial gunners to shoot first and shoot better. The plant that saves lives is known officially at DuPont as the Chambers Works, in honor of Dr. Arthur D. Chambers, who contributed much to its early development. But in peacetime, this 500-acre plant with 750 buildings and 9,000 employees has still another name, the plant that has never stopped growing. Because, literally, it never has stopped growing in more than 25 years. Men and women who qualify for jobs at this New Jersey plant of the DuPont Company today, and the plant is still hiring both men and women, have the best assurance of continuing employment. For when the war is won, the plant that saves lives will turn back into the plant that has never stopped growing, offering interesting, important jobs for long years to come. Men and women growing up with America's age of chemistry, supplying America and the world with an ever-increasing number of DuPont better things for better living through chemistry. Now, Walter Houston.
Next week, our Cavalcade play tells the thrilling story of another war, the war against pain. You meet the men who fought this war, and you'll see how the victory they won is helping today to spare the wounded from the agony of surgery. Our star is Brian Dunleavy. I'm sure his performance will thrill you when you hear him in The Conquest of Pain on next Monday's DuPont Cavalcade of America. Thank you and good evening.
The music on tonight's Cavalcade was composed and conducted by Robert Armbruster. This is Gene Whitman inviting you to tune in next week to The Conquest of Pain, starring Brian Dunleavy, brought to you by the E.I. DuPont de Nemours and Company of Wilmington, Delaware. And think of this. The annual sale of Christmas seals has helped to reduce deaths caused by tuberculosis by 75%. Yet, since Pearl Harbor, TB has killed 145,000 civilians. That's why you should help by buying Christmas seals now. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Presenting Brian Dunleavy in The Conquest of Pain on the DuPont Cavalcade of America. Perhaps this holiday season you'll be opening your home to have some service boy or girl who is far from home. In that case, you may want to redecorate a room in a jiffy. You can do it with DuPont Speed Easy wall finish. You thin Speed Easy with water, apply it with a large brush or roller, and in less than an hour, the room is ready for use. Speed Easy is quick and easy. It's beautiful and long-lasting, too. Remember, it's Speed Easy, made by the DuPont Company, maker of better things for better living through chemistry.
Good evening. This is Walter Houston. Our Cavalcade play tonight tells the story of the greatest battle humanity has ever fought, the fight against pain. Our star, Brian Dunleavy, is well known for his many portrayals of fighting men. But tonight he is going to tell us about fighting men of a different kind. And now the DuPont Company presents Brian Dunleavy as the narrator in Morton Wishengrad's radio play, The Conquest of Pain. Pain has followed man as closely as his shadow. Through the ages, man has cried out in agony and prayed for release from physical torment. But until the weapon against pain was found, each man had to bear his suffering as best he could.
Not too fast, soldier. Not too fast. Now, that's better. That's the way. Easy.
Pulse normal, Doctor. Respiration normal.
Very good.
Pupils dilated, sir. He's under.
Fine. All right, nurse. Watch his pulse.
Somewhere in France, far behind the lines, a wounded soldier lies upon an operating table. He feels no pain, for the ether vapor is sweet in the air and thick in his lungs. For him now, the surgeon's knife holds no terror. When he wakes, he will have no recollection of this, and perhaps the nurse will show him the bullet on a wad of white cotton, and he will marvel. This is the conquest of pain. The anesthesia carries him beyond sleep to the threshold of death, and it will bring him back without memory of where he has been.
C2H50, C2H5. An ethyl oxide made by the action of sulfuric acid on alcohol. A colorless, mobile, volatile, pleasant-smelling liquid compound.
C2H5, OC2H5. Ether. A prescription against agony. Do you take this chemist formula for granted now? Do you wait without apprehension in the anteroom of a surgeon and trustingly take his hand? Once that surgeon's hand was covered with blood. It was not so long ago. Only a few hundred years ago, the name of surgeon was an abomination on the tongue.
No, don't let him get away. Quick, put him on the table.
No, please, doctor, no, please.
Frascatelli, hold his right leg.
Yes, doctor.
Paolo, his left leg. Romualdi, you hold his arm.
In the name of God, doctor, please. Please don't operate.
Have you got him down?
Yes, he's tied down.
All right. Now listen to me, Venturo. There's gangrene in that leg. If you want to live, it's got to come off.
I don't care. I'd rather die.
Listen
Please.
to me.
Please.
I'm the fastest surgeon in the Kingdom of Naples.
No.
I can take that leg off in 37 seconds. Now, Paolo, my knife. Hold him steady.
No.
Don't let him move. Ready? Hold now. Hold.
Yes, he was the great medieval surgeon. He was fast, but the sweat matted his hair, and the smell of fright hung like ammonia over the operating table. And when it was done, the surgeon wiped his face.
Oh, Lord. I'm not a doctor. I'm a butcher.
Of course, painless surgery was an illusion. Did not the great surgeons of the world proclaim it an impractical dream? Yet, nevertheless, impractical men groped for this anodyne against pain. In the 13th century, an alchemist spoke into the void.
Notice the smell. Sweet. Sweet almost to cloying. Sweet vitriol.
His name was Raymond Lully, alchemist. And for 2 centuries, men forgot the white Swedish fluid, which he called sweet vitriol. And then, one day, Theophrastus Bombastus Paracelsus von Hohenheim, physician extraordinary, mixed some acid of sulfur with alcohol, heated it, and condensed the steam into a white fluid. And being of a curious turn of mind, Paracelsus fed the white fluid to some chickens.
Remarkable. Remarkable. Fast asleep. Evidently, it has an agreeable taste, for they took it gladly. Now they're asleep. Remarkable.
Paracelsus did not know how remarkable. It was only a short step to discovery, but a world in agony had to wait 2.5 centuries until 1772, when the English nonconformist minister Joseph Priestley discovered another vapor.
Nitrous oxide. I wonder. Suppose I try this gas on some animals. Yes. I wonder what would happen.
Joseph Priestley never found out, for the mob wrecked his house and destroyed his laboratory. The gentlemen of Europe forgot his experiment. Then Humphrey Davy, who was young and impertinent and obviously not a gentleman, sniffed some vapor in a test tube.
So this is nitrous oxide. Why, it's amusing. It's very amusing. Yes, I like it, in fact. Mr. Priestley, they call this nitrous oxide, but I call it laughing gas.
And this young Englishman announced to the world that nitrous oxide possessed anesthetic properties. But the world refused to listen. It also refused to listen to Michael Faraday, who suggested that ether vapors could put people to sleep. And while the century lay racked in pain, nitrous oxide and ether became mere chemical curiosities. But in the little town of Jefferson, Georgia, in the year 1841, Dr. Carter Williamson Long remembered the ether parties of his student days and dusted off a flask of the stuff once called sweet vitriol.
He's drunk! Crawford Long, don't you dare come near me, even if you are a doctor! Ah!
Where's Carolyn? I've got to kiss her. Get out of my way, Jim Venable. I'm going to kiss her.
Oh, I'm just trying to help you, old man. That was a nasty fall.
Oh, didn't seem so bad to... Say, my knee.
Well, I told you, you really banged that knee. Didn't you feel it?
I didn't feel a thing, but it hurts like blazes now. I wonder... Jim.
Well?
You know, I've wanted to remove that growth on your neck for a long time.
The answer is still no.
Suppose I gave you ether. It has never been done before. That growth is mighty unsightly.
Well...
I knew you'd see it my way. Take off your coat, Jim Venable. I'm going to operate. With ether.
And so, for a few brief hours, Dr. Crawford Williamson Long touched the hem of immortality. The operation was successful and painless. But the townspeople were offended, and the clergy was scandalized. And being both practical and amiable, young Dr. Long restored the flask of ether to his medicine cabinet. And the cries of pain emanating from his operating table reassured the people of Jefferson that the devil had once again been exorcised. Exit Dr. Crawford Williamson Long. Enter the principal characters. The stage is New England. Horace Wells, dentist. William Thomas Green Morton, dentist and medical student. Scene 1, Hartford, Connecticut. The month, December. The year, 1844. Horace Wells is reading a newspaper.
Any plans for tonight, my dear?
Not that I can think of. Why?
Now, there's to be a laughing gas exhibition at Union Hall. Paper says 12 men have volunteered to inhale the gas. Might be amusing.
Probably a brawl.
No. It says here, the gas will be administered only to gentlemen of the first respectability. The object is to make the entertainment in every respect a genteel affair. My dear, we're going. It was an amazing exhibition, Cooley. Did you feel the effects of the gas immediately?
In about a minute, I'd say.
Horace, it's cold and it's late. How long are you going to walk?
I'm sorry you fell, Cooley.
Horace, I'm speaking to you.
I can't get over it. When you fell, I thought you broke your leg.
I never felt it.
Horace!
You know, I'm going to get some of that gas. You think that lecturer will give me some?
I'm cold.
Oh, I don't see why not.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I hate you, Horace Wells.
Did you say something, my dear?
Well, I've never been so... Goodbye, Horace Wells. You can stand there and freeze, but I'm going home.
Now, what in the world ever brought that on? I'm sorry, Cooley. 1 second, my dear. I'm coming.
Horace Wells crawled into bed, but he couldn't sleep. Like Crawford Long, of whom he had never heard, Horace Wells had made a striking observation. While his wife gently snored, he tossed on his pillow and impatiently waited for the dawn. December 11th, 1844, was a gray, bleak day, but Horace Wells was unmindful of the cold. On December 11th, 100 years ago today, he asked his friend, Johnny Riggs, who was also a dentist, to come to his office.
Johnny, you like to pull teeth, don't you?
When people let me, sure.
Mm-hmm. Well, I've got some laughing gas in this rubber bag. Now, after I inhale it, you pull my second molar.
Oh, don't be a fool, Wells.
Well, it's my tooth. Will you pull it, or shall I go somewhere else?
Sit right down, Mr. Wells. It will be a very great pleasure.
More water, Johnny.
Here. You're not fooling me, Wells, are you? You swear you felt no pain?
No. Johnny, I'm going to take a trip to Boston. See William Morton, my former partner. Johnny, this is a new era in tooth pulling.
Sure. Here, take some more water.
Oh, thanks.
In Boston, Dr. William Thomas Green Morton, a disappointed dentist, was studying medicine under the talented but quick-tempered Dr. Charles Jackson. William Morton listened attentively to Horace Wells and was caught by his excitement. Together, the two dentists went to see Dr. Jackson.
As Morton and I see it, Dr. Jackson, it's the only way to find out.
Oh, but it's dangerous. Suppose a patient died. You'd be guilty of murder.
There's a Harvard student who's agreed to submit to an extraction before the medical faculty. All we want is your advice, Doctor.
Oh, you know my advice, Morton. If you haven't any sense, you won't go through with it.
We've got to know. Dr. Jackson, we appreciate your advice, but we're going through with it. Morton and I are pulling that tooth at Harvard tomorrow.
You're listening to The Conquest of Pain on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by E.I. DuPont de Nemours and Company of Wilmington, Delaware, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. This evening's Cavalcade is the story of the development of anesthesia and the conquest of pain and torments which have plagued mankind through the centuries. As our play continues, Horace Wells and his friend William Morton, two New England dentists in the year 1844, are about to demonstrate the use of nitrous oxide as an anesthetic for tooth extraction before the faculty of the Harvard Medical School.
You nervous, Wells?
Tolerably. But don't worry, Morton.
Do you want me to administer the gas?
Oh, no, I'll do it.
Gentlemen, Dr. Horace Wells is ready to begin. After the patient has received a quantity of the gas, the extraction will be performed without pain.
It better be.
It will. Proceed, Dr. Wells. How do you know when he's had enough?
I don't know. Just take a chance. Hand me the forceps, Morton. There's no point in waiting. Thanks. Well, here goes.
Oh! Oh, my jaw! Look at him! It's a
Horace Wells was hooted in the lecture hall. The quantity of nitrous oxide administered had been insufficient. He knew it now, and William Morton knew it. Horace Wells returned to the practice of dentistry. But William Morton was stubborn. Adversity had discouraged Crawford Long and partially deferred Horace Wells, but adversity only made William Morton more determined. He was an unusual man. On his honeymoon, he had brought along a skeleton to study human bone structure. Now, he began experimenting with ether. His wife was outraged when he used caterpillars and worms as his subjects, and one day she entered his laboratory.
Oh, help! Sally! Sally, where are you? My husband is dead! William, speak to me. Oh, God. Make him speak to me. William?
Yes, Elizabeth. Where?
Oh, thank God. I thought surely you were dead.
No, merely etherized, Elizabeth.
Don't you ever do that again, William Morton. You sure you're all right?
Elizabeth.
You want some water?
Pinch my thigh.
What?
Do it. A good pinch.
There.
Was it a good pinch?
It most certainly was.
Barely felt it.
I think he could have pulled every tooth in my mouth a little while ago, and I wouldn't have known. Elizabeth, this is what I've been looking for. I'm going to try it out. All I need is a patient. That's all, Elizabeth. A patient. I think that's my patient, Elizabeth.
I'll see who it is.
Dr. Morgan in?
Who is it, Elizabeth?
It's Mr. Eben Frost.
Toothache?
Toothache.
Bad?
Oh, terrible. You got to get it out or the pain will drive me crazy.
Right away, Eben.
Say, what's that in her hand?
Forceps, Eben.
I think my tooth has stopped hurting. Goodbye, Doctor.
Now, wait a minute, Eben. Are you afraid of the operation?
Yes, sirree.
How would you like something to take away the pain?
What are you going to do? Hypnotize me?
Something better. You want to try?
Well, all right. What do I do?
Just sit in this chair. That's it. Now I'm going to pour some of this fluid on my handkerchief. There. Now you hold it to your nose and inhale. Breathe it in, even. Deep. That's the way. That's the way. Now it'll be all over in 30 seconds. Elizabeth, the forceps.
On October 1st, 1846, the Boston Daily Journal informed its subscribers...
Last evening, an ulcerated tooth was extracted from the mouth of an individual without giving him the slightest pain.
Overnight, something happened to William Morton. He was the man with a mission. He burned with religious zeal. His discovery belonged to medicine, to all humanity. He offered it to the physicians of Boston. They refused. Morton was incredulous. Incredulous and still stubborn. Finally, he lay in wait for the eminent and brilliant Professor John C. Warren of the Massachusetts General Hospital.
And what makes you think I'll try this method? Everyone else has refused.
I think you're different, Professor Warren.
Don't flatter me, Dr. Morton. I'm like all the rest.
No, you're not, Professor Warren. I know you've just come from an amputation. I'll stake my life on the guess that you'd give everything you own to get those shrieks out of your head.
That's not a bad guess. But why should I trust you?
Because you can't trust yourself to torture a patient unnecessarily.
All right, Morton. Perhaps I'll live to regret it, but I'm willing to give your method a trial.
Remember this day, October 16th, 1846. They wheeled the patient into the crowded amphitheater of the Massachusetts General Hospital amid deep silence. At Professor Warren's side stood the leading surgeons of Boston. Ranged in the tiers before him sat scores of expectant young students. Professor Warren glanced once more at the clock. The hour had come.
Before beginning this operation, I wish to say a few words. I've been 40 years a surgeon in Boston. On every instance, when the knife was applied to live tissue, there was pain. Now, a dentist of this city tells me that he has a preparation to do away with that pain. Is Dr. Morton here? Dr. William Morton?
He got cold feet.
I'm sorry, gentlemen. I presume Dr. Morton is otherwise engaged. Very well. We'll perform the operation without him, without using his anesthetic. Dr. Bigelow, will you assist me? Thank you, sir.
Professor Warren.
Professor, I'm sorry.
Well, I'd given you up, Morton. We're going ahead without you.
Terribly sorry, Doctor. Gentlemen, I was delayed because I've worked all night until this moment to perfect my inhalator for ether. If you and Professor Warren are ready, I'll now proceed to administer the anesthetic.
I'm ready, Morton. Here's the patient.
Very well. Are you afraid?
No, sir.
Take this tube in your mouth and breathe in. Breathe deeply. Go ahead. Not too fast. That's better. That's better. Just like that.
Is the patient ready, Dr. Moore?
Prick his arm with a needle, Professor Warren.
Did that hurt you? Can you hear me? Did the needle hurt?
I think you can begin to operate, Professor. The patient is ready.
Dr. John C. Warren of the Massachusetts General Hospital begins the operation which will excise a vascular tumor from the neck of the patient, while William T. Morton stands by. The learned surgeons crane their necks to see, and the students stand on the benches, waiting for the cry of pain, which does not come.
Gentlemen, this is no humbug. The art of surgery has been robbed of its terrors.
October 16th, 1846. The beginning of an age without pain. And so, the soldier sleeps under anesthesia, and he feels no pain. Ours has been a triumph. The triumph of two dentists. The triumph of William Thomas Green Morton and Horace Wells, and Crawford Long, and Michael Faraday, and Humphrey Davy, and Joseph Priestley, and a man called Paracelsus, and Raymond Lully, the alchemist, deep in the 13th century. For science is a progression, and while some stumble and others falter, each who labors lights a torch, and when his arm is weary, he passes the torch on. These are lamplighters, the flame throwers, and theirs is the triumph of life and the conquest of pain.
Our thanks to you, Brian Dunleavy, and to all other members of tonight's DuPont Cavalcade. I'm sure I don't have to tell you, especially the ladies in our audience, about nylon for stockings and other articles of clothing. But perhaps you didn't know that, chemically speaking, there is a whole family of nylons. For example, nylon is also a plastic. They tell me that as a plastic, it can be made into tubes or a covering for wire. It can be molded into finished parts for use in many industries. That's right, isn't it, Gain?
Yes, Walter, it is. For example, here's one way nylon can be used as a plastic. On battleships, the telephones that control gunfire have no batteries or electrical generators because they might be put out of commission or catch fire during a battle. Their current is generated instead by the voices of the men speaking into them. These sound-powered battle telephones, as they're called, have to be extremely sensitive, which means their coils must be wound with a large amount of wire in a very small space. So the coil forms are molded of nylon plastic. Nylon coil forms with flanges only 12 1/1000ths of an inch thick successfully meet Navy specifications. And nylon forms can stand temperatures all the way from 90 degrees below freezing to more than 250 above. Nylon is an outstanding plastic for certain kinds of valve seats. And it's being used for anemometer cups, those whirligigs you see on top of weather stations and airport control towers. Every time the cups whirl around, they flex. Nylon stands up under this repeated flexing. And nylon anemometer cups withstand the high temperature and dampness of the tropics. These uses of nylon as a plastic and other uses are one more reason why there will be no more nylon stockings until the War Production Board gives DuPont the green light. These various nylons also hold great promise for the future, for when the war is over, you'll have nylon not only as yarn for stockings and slips and things like that, but as one of the newest and best plastics, nylon plastic. Another example of the way industrial research seeks new forms and new uses for a product to make it more valuable to the nation and its people. And another example of the DuPont Company's better things for better living through chemistry.
When we hear the word pioneers, we usually think of men and women pitting their strength against a wilderness to open up a new land. But there have been other pioneers, men and women who pitted their strength against the wilderness of prejudice and ignorance to open up the horizons of our minds. Such a woman was Elizabeth Blackwell, the first woman doctor, founder of the first hospital and medical school for women. Lovely Loretta Young will play the leading role in the Doctor in Crinoline on next Monday's DuPont Cavalcade of America. Incidentally, I am sure next week's story will inspire many nurses to answer our Army's urgent call for registered nurses. I hope those of you who are contemplating joining won't wait till next week because 10,000 are needed right now. Just remember, any nurse who enters the Army Nurse Corps will practice her profession where it will do the most good. I sincerely hope those of you who are registered nurses will write to the Surgeon General, U.S. Army, Washington, D.C., or call at your nearest Red Cross chapter. Thank you and good evening.
Tonight's star, Brian Donlevy, may be seen in Paramount's motion picture, The Virginian, soon to be released. The music on tonight's cavalcade was composed and conducted by Robert Armbruster. This is Gain Whitman inviting you to tune in next week to The Doctor in Crinoline, starring Loretta Young, brought to you by the E.I. DuPont de Nemours Company of Wilmington, Delaware.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.